Northern Region, Xuantian Sect. On Xuantian Plaza, the transmission elder was arranging the newly initiated disciples. Shaoqin, you possess the Taiyin spiritual vein. I shall pass down to you the burning heaven art. Lin Fan, you were born with the spirit king body and are suited to cultivate the extreme spirit canon. Chu Tian, you bear the supreme sword bone born to wield the sword. This Tai Luo sword technique has long gone unmastered by anyone. I look forward to your performance. Yi Lingxi, you possess a seven orifices exquisite heart. I believe you will succeed in comprehending the true essence of the Xuantian art. The disciples present listened with eyes reddening in envy. These were all earth-grade cultivation methods. It was foreseeable that these four would become the rising stars of the Xuantian Sect. Shaolin Chuyi. The four surnames that novels always warn you never to provoke, all gathered in one stroke. A 14 or 15-year-old youth with refined features muttered inwardly among the new disciples. His name was Shen Ming, and he had only just transmigrated into this world. His soul had not yet fully fused. His mind felt like a muddled paste. All he knew was that he was a newly initiated disciple of the Xuantian Sect. In his days, the transmission elder appeared before him. A tall figure in flowing white robes, crane-white hair, yet youthful features. A pair of bright eyes carefully examined Shen Ming. Shen Ming's breath hitched, and he unconsciously straightened his chest. Shen Ming, innate sacred body Taishang, Dao embryo. I pass to you one of Xuantian Sect's only two heaven-grade cultivation methods, the Wuji divine art. At these words, the entire plaza erupted in an uproar. Shaolin Chu and Yi all turned their gazes toward him, some surprised, some envious, others puzzled. They could not discern others' talent by sight, but hearing the transmission elder speak, so all felt that this Shen Ming was shrouded in mystery. Shen Ming himself was equally astonished. This was nothing like the novels he had read. Was it not supposed to start with being a useless waste, then, ding, a system awakening followed by a counterattack? With such a lofty starting point right from the beginning, would he not end up becoming the villain? Moreover, the transmission elder's gaze seemed a little strange. Thoughts churned wildly in Shen Ming's mind. Coupled with the after-effects of transmigration, he could not utter a single word, standing motionless and expressionless in place. Truly worthy of an innate sacred body and Taishang Dao embryo. Seeing Shen Ming so calm and composed, Shaolin Chu and Yi thought of their own earlier reactions and instantly felt the gap between them. When the ceremony ended, the new disciples headed toward their respective spiritual peaks. At Daqiong Peak, the transmission elder descended in flight onto a luxurious building halfway up the mountain. No sooner had he landed than a red-clad young girl rushed out from the front door huffing with anger. Father, you are biased. I begged you so many times, yet you refused to pass me the Wuji divine art, and the moment someone arrives, you give it to him. The girl's red gown accentuated her youthful beauty, and though she was angry, her charm only grew more vivid. Ling Yue, a cultivation method that suits oneself, is the best, the transmission elder said. Thin, why divide methods into the four grades of heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow? Others may practice it, yet I must not. Or is that Shen Ming an illegitimate child you sired outside? What nonsense! The transmission elder rebuked angrily. Su Lingwe did not yield, and said, Then I shall go find mother, and let her judge fairly. The transmission elder wore a look of utter helplessness. It was due to his own excessive pampering that his daughter had developed such a spoiled and headstrong temperament. Come back. He knew that if he did not reveal the truth, this matter would never end. Su Lingwe stopped and pricked up her ears. Xuantian Sect has always had only one heaven-grade cultivation method, the Xuantian profound art, which is also the sect's very foundation. The Wuji divine art does not exist at all, the transmission elder said. Really? I don't believe it. Have you ever seen anyone in Xuantian Sect successfully cultivate the Wuji divine art? Su Lingwe thought for a moment and realized there truly was none, which only made her more curious. Not long ago, the first-class aristocratic Su family invited me to test the talent of their heir Su Ming, but the result was disappointing. His foundation was inferior, and his potential mediocre, the transmission elder explained. The Su family discussed the matter with me and decided to send their heir to Xuantian Sect, changing his name and identity to lie low for 3 years, the transmission elder continued. Paper cannot forever conceal the flame, but before it burns through there are 3 years. Enough for the Su family to devise foolproof measures against various hidden dangers, such as their family head siring several more children, he said. Su Ming has a marriage contract with someone. If they did not do this, the other party would certainly come to annul the engagement, shaking the Su family's reputation. Now that he is in Xuantian Sect, even if they wish to annul the marriage, they cannot find the door. Su Lingye instantly understood. So he cultivates the Wuji divine art precisely because it will never yield any great results. After 2 or 3 years, he can claim that a heaven-grade art is simply too difficult, then leave in dimness, yet with dignity. You are perceptive. This matter is of grave importance. You must never speak of it to anyone, the transmission elder cautioned. Does he himself know? Su Lingwa suddenly asked. Of course he knows, otherwise would it not be as though I were deceiving him, the transmission elder replied. Su Lingyue's willow-like brows knit slightly. She had also been on the plaza earlier and had seen Shen Ming's reaction, thinking to herself that he was quite the actor. As for Shen Ming, after some time spent digesting, he finally regained clarity. His memories, however, remained somewhat fragmented, information tangled and chaotic, requiring him to piece everything together himself. My true name is Su Ming, 15 years old, heir of the Su family. Not long ago, Xuantian Sect's transmission elder discovered my exceptional talent and secretly brought me to the sect. I am to hide my identity under an assumed name that happens by coincidence to be identical to my real one. Shen Ming's mood surged with excitement. Of noble birth, illustrious status, innate, sacred body, Taishang, Tao embryo. Opening with the gift of a heaven-grade cultivation method. Tell him, how could he possibly lose? Without further hesitation, he took out the Wuji divine art and began to cultivate. The first page of the method read, use the useless to drive the useful, thus arises inexhaustible use. Through uselessness achieve limitless utility, formless, and without aspect, without constant, without fixed, useless, yet boundless, through emptiness reaching the state of no limit. In essence, it spoke of boundlessness, of no limits. Truly worthy of a heaven-grade method, it directly violates the law of conservation of energy. Shen Ming's breathing grew heavy. Having absorbed the flood of memory, he now possessed a solid martial foundation and could judge the quality of a cultivation method. As the saying went, when blood is full, qi is abundant. When qi is abundant, essence overflows. When essence overflows, spirit flourishes. When spirit flourishes, truth is revealed. To practice martial arts, one must have sufficient essence, qi, and spirit tempering the physical body to its limits. This process was called the ninefold tempering of the body, the entry-level realm of a martial artist. Shen Ming came from a first-class aristocratic family and had long consumed potent, nourishing treasures, completing body tempering early. Beyond the tempering realm lay the 3 innate realms whose core was to cultivate a body of fundamental true qi. The Wuji divine art, a heaven-grade method, produced Wuji, true qi of immense power and unfathomable mystery. For a heaven-grade cultivation, if there were no special bloodline or physique as prerequisites, the demand on talent would be extremely harsh, far beyond what ordinary people could attain. But Shen Ming was no ordinary person. He was an innate sacred body, a Taishang Tao embryo. Brimming with confidence, he began cultivating according to the method's instructions. He focused his intent, repeatedly tracing the great and minor circulations of the human body within his mind until his body gradually grew warm. This was the sign of boiling blood and qi. The next step was to condense true qi from it. He extended his left hand forward, palm facing the sky, while his right hand hung down, palm toward the earth. Repeating this cycle 49 times, a tingling numbness surged from his tailbone straight to his crown. Fine currents like threads of electricity darted madly through his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones finally converging endlessly in his dantian. His body shuddered and his soul underwent sublimation. It worked. I truly am a genius. Had the transmission elder witnessed this moment, he would have leapt 10 zhang high on the spot. What exactly had he accomplished? This was not at all a matter of talent or lack thereof. The key was that the Wuji divine art did not exist. This so-called heaven-grade method was fabricated. The exaggerated descriptions in the manual were merely what the transmission elder dreamed a cultivation method should be. Therefore, this method was not merely impossible to master. Even if one wished to suffer qi deviation, it would be impossible. If it fell into the hands of someone unaware, they could exhaust their entire life and still achieve nothing. Yet Shen Ming, following the manual's instructions to the letter, had in an instant cultivated Wuji true. The Xuantian Sect, one of the 10 great sects of the northern region, sprawled amidst the Xuantian sacred mountains with 9 branch peaks rising like pillars of heaven. Shen Ming was now an inner disciple of the main peak, Tantian Peak, and lived alone in his own secluded courtyard upon the mountain. Fortunately, I'm not an outer sect disciple, sharing a giant communal bunk at night. I wouldn't even dare sleep on my side, Shen Ming thought with relief. As his mood lightened, he remembered that above inner disciples were the true inheritor disciples dwelling within caves saturated with spiritual energy. Shen Ming did not conceal the longing in his heart. As the saying goes, people strive upward. Having crossed into this world where the strong are revered with such a heavenly starting hand naturally, he should let righteous vigor surge and aspire to challenge the myriad heavens. First, he set a modest goal to become a true inheritor disciple of Xuantian Sect. The position of true inheritor was tied to the sect's future and was the most crucial path of advancement for its disciples. No talent, no background was considered. Candidates were chosen purely through competition. After all, not everyone could truly perceive the heights of another's innate talent. If it were judged solely by talent, then today the Grand Elder would dare claim his grandson bore the bearing of a future great emperor, and tomorrow the Second Elder would declare his grandson the destined human sovereign. In the long run, true geniuses would be buried and resources wasted on those with connections. Drawing his thoughts back, Shen Ming arrived at the transmission hall on the main peak and sought out the transmission elder. "Oh, what brings you here?" The transmission elder, recognizing him, immediately led him into his own study. Shen Ming could not help but sigh inwardly. So this was the treatment reserved for a so-called genius. "Elder, I have already cultivated Wuji True Qi and wish to know what sort of martial technique best complements the Wuji divine art." What did you say you cultivated?" The transmission elder froze for a moment, suspecting he had misheard. "Elder, yesterday I cultivated the Wuji divine art and have already condensed a strand of Wuji True Qi in my dantian," Shen Ming said. Shen Ming spoke with utmost seriousness. The transmission elder fell silent, fixing his gaze upon Shen Ming's face, pondering intently. Just what was with this boy? The transmission elder clearly remembered what he had said. Suddenly realization dawned. This boy was nudging him for guidance. Any cultivation art naturally ought to have matching or compatible martial techniques. Even if the Wuji divine art was false, one still had to fabricate a corresponding technique. Shen Ming intended to act the part to the very end, leaving no cracks for anyone to spot. Meticulous. Utterly meticulous. The transmission elder nodded in understanding and chuckled softly. "The Wuji divine art does have a matching sword technique. I did not expect you to draw out True Qi so quickly. I will transcribe a copy for you. Come back in 1 hour to collect it." "Many thanks, Elder." Shen Ming hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The transmission elder felt a bit unaccustomed. With no one else present, there was hardly any need for the act to be this convincing. Of course, he did not expose anything, merely waved his hand lightly. After Shen Ming left, the transmission elder took out a jade slip and a purple-tipped brush. The brush tip was like a carving knife. With the lightest touch, characters were etched into the jade slip. In a graceful flow of hundreds of words, a complete Wuji sword art was written. The transmission elder smiled knowingly. This too was something he had simply made up. Having the prior experience of the Wuji divine art, he moved with effortless ease. He made the sword technique harmonize with the divine art, infusing it with his own beautiful aspirations toward the sword path. Because it was too idealized, the sword art strayed from practicality and could not truly be cultivated. But it did not matter. Both the transmission elder and Shen Ming understood it was false, meant merely to fool others. Remarkable, worthy indeed of a heaven-grade art's matching martial technique, so utterly extraordinary. An hour later, having received the sword art, Shen Ming read it word for word, without skipping a single character. By the end, his expression burned with fervor. Not only did the sword art retain all the advantages of the divine art, it was exquisitely ingenious, its transformations unfathomable. This sword art was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great sword paths of the northern region. Shen Ming could not help but wonder why he had never heard anyone mention it before. A moment later, he realized. It was the matching sword art of the Wuji divine art. Without Wuji True Qi, the sword art's power could not be brought forth. The Wuji divine art itself was hardly something ordinary people could cultivate. Under multiple harsh conditions stacked together, naturally no one could ever carry the Wuji sword Dao to great heights. No matter, that honor would fall to him, the first true pioneer of the Wuji sword Dao. In his mind's eye, Shen Ming saw himself bearing a long sword, dueling with the top sword cultivators of the northern region. What is the very first step in practicing the sword? One must have a sword. Shen Ming arrived at Xuantian Peak, one of Xuantian Sect's 9 branches, where every disciple wore a sword at their waist. Even the shape of the peak itself resembled a colossal sword thrust into the clouds. Everything on Xuantian Peak, whether people or affairs, radiated a clean, decisive sharpness. The disciples acted with lightning efficiency and spoke with concise brevity. For example, when Shen Ming asked one disciple of Xuantian Peak for directions, "Which way to the sword pool?" "East." Before Shen Ming could ask which way east was, the disciple strode off without a backward glance. After careful observation, he discovered that all disciples of Xuantian Peak behaved in this manner. Sword cultivators were known for leaving an impression of aloof pride and solitary defiance. These disciples were deliberately imitating that image. A whole group of pretentious show-offs, Shen Ming muttered without any real malice. At last, after piecing together a single complete sentence from the mouths of several Xuantian peak disciples, Shen Ming managed to find the sword pool. As the name implied, the sword pool contained countless swords. Inner disciples of Xuantian Sect could come here to choose the sword they would carry regardless of whether they were sword cultivators or not. Some of these swords were forged from divine edge steel, others had been brought back from outside. Strangely, the sword pool was suffused with dense sword intent that could nourish sword artifacts. Even a rusted sword left in the sword pool would after a few days be renewed in brilliance. Within the pool, one sword after another shone, with dazzling light breathtaking in their beauty. The pervasive sword chi felt almost tangible, as though one stood within an icy cellar. Sword lights flickered. Each blade seemed to breathe. If you are not a disciple of Xuantian Peak, choose any sword and leave, a cold, clear voice rang out. Two people stood not far from Shen Ming. One was Xuantian, the youth with innate sword bones he had met yesterday. Xuantian's eyelids drooped, his face expressionless, already bearing the air of a Xuantian Peak disciple. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, pale-faced and clean-shaven, handsome and extraordinary in bearing. He wore pure white robes with patterns of spirit, swords embroidered along the hem and cuffs. This was Xuantian Peak, master of Xuantian Peak. Xuantian, born with innate sword bones and accepted as a disciple of Xuantian Peak, was being personally granted a sword by the Peak master himself, full of ceremonial weight. The other disciples of Xuantian Peak, knowing their place, had all tactfully withdrawn from the sword pool. Are there any differences among the swords in the pool? Shen Ming failed to perceive this subtlety. Seeing the Peak master present, he asked with genuine humility. Such boldness of heart. Xuantian assumed Shen Ming was refusing to yield, not even giving the Peak master proper face. Senior brothers and sisters of Xuantian Peak all treated the Peak master with utmost reverence. Peak master, allow me to choose a sword alongside him, Xuantian said. Xuantian was mildly surprised. He understood this new disciple's temperament and had not expected him to agree to share the selection with another. Then let us begin. Under normal circumstances, those who were not disciples of Xuantian Peak did, as Xuantian had said, casually choosing a sword at random. Since they were not sword cultivators, a fine sword would only be wasted on them. But when it came to disciples of Xuantian Peak, the scene was entirely different. At Xuantian's indication, Xuantian stepped to the very center of the sword pool. There a giant sword, 10 zhang tall, loomed, its entire body pitch black, its material seeming half iron, half stone. Several thick chains were fixed to the hilt at the top. The sword blade was several meters wide, its surface smooth as a mirror. Xuantian was about the same age as Shen Ming. Clad in an ink-black robe, he stood tall and straight, his features strikingly handsome. The moment he took his place there, the sword pool clearly changed, as if a placid lake had suddenly risen into surging waves. Xuantian pressed his palm onto the black sword. In that instant, melodious sword cries echoed from all directions. Several swords began to tremble violently, as if impatient and eager beyond restraint. From the tip of the black sword, dazzling white sword light surged forth along the blade, as though a layer of black lacquer on its surface were peeling away. Yet that radiance ultimately halted halfway up the sword, refusing to climb any higher. At this height, you can already rank among the top 10 disciples of Xuantian Peak, Xuantian remarked. Bringing two fingers together, he carved a mark into the black sword and inscribed the name Xuantian upon it. Only then did Xuantian notice that various names were etched at different heights along the black blade. Above his mark there were indeed no more than 10 names. Immediately after, Xuantian flicked his sleeve. A sword shot forth like a soaring rainbow, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing at Xuantian's feet. This is the Tianhong sword, a mid-grade, earth-rank spiritual weapon, he said. Xuantian's voice was steady. An earth-rank spiritual weapon was enough to incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Within Xuantian Sect, such weapons were directly bestowed as the personal blades of inner sect disciples. Judging from the envious gazes of the observing disciples around Xuantian Peak, it was clear that not everyone could obtain an earth-rank spiritual weapon. Xuantian was born with a sword bone different from the ordinary from the very start. Once the selection of swords concluded, Xuantian was about to lead Xuantian away. Yet the two halted at the same time, surprise flickering across their faces. Shen Ming had stepped up before the black sword. The black sword had reverted to its original state, all the names upon it once more concealed. It seems your talent in the sword Dao exceeds the upper limit of my Xuantian Peak, Xuantian said coldly. His words were sharp with irony, mocking Shen Ming for overestimating himself. For if Shen Ming possessed true aptitude in the sword path, he would certainly have been taken in as a disciple of Xuantian Peak. Among the 9 branches of Xuantian Sect, there was only this single choice for sword cultivators. For Shen Ming to be acting so solemn and earnest now was in their eyes utterly laughable. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu Tian's lips. Buoyed by his own outstanding performance, just now he felt slightly lightheaded with pride and very much wanted to see what height Shen Ming could possibly reach. My talent surpasses the upper limit of Xuantian Peak's disciples. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. Seizing on that crucial phrase, he suddenly understood many things. The Wuji divine art was paired with the Wuji sword art. A cultivation method of such caliber, when channeled into the sword, undoubtedly touched upon the sword Dao. Unlike other martial paths, the sword Dao demanded an especially harsh innate talent. When he came to Xuantian Peak, Shen Ming had already been pondering since he was able to practice the sword, why was he not a disciple of this peak? Now he realized. It was because his sword Dao talent was far, far ahead of the rest. Just then Xie Tianjian sharply sensed a transformation in Shen Ming's bearing. It was as if a drawn blade had suddenly left its sheath. While he was still wondering, Shen Ming had already pressed his hand onto the black sword. Boom. The sword pool shuddered, sword intent boiling over. Every single sword was shaking frantically, and dazzling sword light intertwined above, weaving into a magnificent radiance that could clearly be seen from all 9 peaks of Xuantian Sect. A sword Dao phenomenon. It seems Xuantian Peak has birthed a monstrous genius of the sword, an elder exclaimed in excitement. Upon the black sword, the sword light that erupted surged past Chu Tian's former height in an instant. Showing no sign of stopping, it flooded over the entire blade from tip to hilt. It was no longer a black sword. At this moment, it was a sword of pure light. Even as Peak Master Xie Tianjian could not comprehend the sight before him. Only when one earth-rank spiritual sword after another flew down around Shen Ming, forming a vast arc, did he begin to grasp its meaning. 100 swords paying homage. Chu Tian stood dumbstruck. This was a scene he had only ever heard of in legends. At that moment, the colossal sword of light began to shrink. Even the Xuantian sword seeks to submit to him. Xie Tianjian turned pale with fright. The Xuantian sword was the very soul of the sword pool. Yet as the giant light sword shrank to a certain size, the several chains on its hilt went taut at once. Everyone fall back. Xie Tianjian shouted. 2 terrifying forces were wrestling against each other. If the Xuantian locks were to snap, the shards that exploded out would raise this entire mountaintop. If the Xuantian sword itself were to break, the result would be even more terrifying. Shen Ming could feel the sword struggling without regard for consequence, fine cracks even appearing along its surface. It's all right, Shen Ming murmured, unwilling to see that moment arrive. He laid his hand back onto the sword, silently urging the Xuantian sword to be calm. Under the tense gazes of Xie Tianjian and the others, the Xuantian sword gradually returned to its original size, and the taut chains loosened once more. As the sword light dispersed, everyone seemed to hear a long, weary sigh. In the end, Shen Ming chose an earth-rank spiritual sword and named it the Mingxin sword. Which peak are you from, and what is your name? Xie Tianjian called out to him just as Shen Ming was about to leave, all former composure gone from his manner. Peak Master, he is Shen Ming, a disciple of Xuantian Peak, born with a spiritual body bearing the Taishang Dao fetus, cultivating the Wuji divine art. Chu Tian quickly answered, speaking now without the arrogance he had shown earlier. What nonsense! Xie Tianjian nearly wrenched his back in shock. Within Xuantian Sect, elders of Taishang rank and the 9 Peak Masters all knew that the Wuji divine art was little more than a deceptive farce. Of course, Xie Tianjian knew this, yet Shen Ming's performance in the sword pool just now had not resembled a fraud in the slightest. How could a sword Dao prodigy of such caliber be placed under such an arrangement? Could it be that Elder Su had planned this from the beginning, intending to usurp his position as Peak Master? Elder Su was the sect's transmission elder. Within Xuantian Sect, the transmission elder held great authority on par with the 9 Peak Masters. Still, for all his power, Elder Su was not a Peak Master and lacked a mountain peak of his own. In that brief moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Xie Tianjian's mind. Would you be willing to join my Xuantian Peak? He asked directly. Shen Ming considered for a moment, then replied seriously, Peak Master, I am different from you. Hearing this, Chu Tian inhaled sharply in shock. Arrogant. His arrogance truly knew no bounds. Yet when Chu Tian recalled the earlier display of the Xuantian sword, he could not help but begrudgingly accept it. What Shen Ming meant was that while his sword Dao talent was indeed extraordinary, his greatest gift remained his innate sacred body, the Taishang Dao fetus. He was fundamentally different from a pure sword cultivator. If he were to join Xuantian Peak and devote himself each day to the invincible divine art, he would feel utterly out of place among the others. That was why he said he was different, though in the ears of others it sounded entirely like provocation. Very well, very well. With that, Xie Tianjian was certain this had to be one of old Su's schemes meant to shake his position as peak master. Refusing to stoop to a quarrel with a junior, he simply gestured for Shen Ming to go. After Shen Ming departed, Xie Tianjian said, Chu Tian, you must strive diligently in your sword practice. Do not allow an outer peak disciple to steal the limelight in the sword Dao. Me. Chu Tian was taken aback, pointing at himself with uncertainty. Far away on Daqiong Peak, the transmission elder suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing this old man behind my back? With the transmission elder's cultivation realm, this was the only explanation he could accept. At that moment, his daughter Su Lingyue rushed in all fire and urgency. Father, is Shen Ming truly of only middling talent? Su Lingyue asked. Did I not just say so yesterday? The transmission elder replied, baffled. Just now at Xuantian Peak. Su Lingyue proceeded to recount everything that had taken place there. At first, she herself had found it hard to believe that a sword Dao phenomenon could be associated with Shen Ming. When she finished, the transmission elder paused, then broke into a cheerful laugh. Who would have thought that someone like Xie Tianjian would go along with another's plan? The Zhang family's abilities are not to be underestimated, he said. Father, you mean the master of Xuantian Peak is deceiving people just like you? Su Lingyue asked. The Xuantian Peak master was known for his eccentric temper, even refusing to give face to the sect leader. How could such a person do something like this? Deceiving. This is what one calls a benevolent lie, the transmission elder replied. He continued, Shen Ming only obtained the Wuji sword art from me this morning, clarifying that he intends to use the sword. In less than half a day, if he truly possessed such sword Dao talent, it would have revealed itself long ago. Su Lingyue remained half convinced, even suspecting that this was merely an excuse for her father not to pass the Wuji divine art to her. However, after a bout of sober reasoning, she chose to believe him. An innate sacred body, the Taishang Dao fetus, and now a sword Dao phenomenon. How could one person possibly possess so many gifts at once? Su Lingyue could not help wondering what Shen Ming sought to accomplish by causing such a commotion. Could he simply be indulging in the thrill of playing the genius? Su Lingyue resolved to uncover the truth for herself. On the following day, Su Lingyue made a discovery. So he is such a despicable fellow. She stood upon a small hill on Xuantian Peak, looking down at a solitary courtyard residence belonging to an inner sect disciple. At this moment, the place was bustling with visitors, disciples coming in an endless stream, some even bearing generous gifts. The courtyard was Shen Ming's residence, and after the commotion he had caused yesterday, the entire Xuantian Sect was now spreading tales of this monstrous genius. Naturally, many disciples sought to forge connections with him, and some even wished to follow him. In the eyes of outsiders, Shen Ming becoming a true disciple was already a foregone conclusion. Once he moved into a cave abode, he would inevitably need personal attendant disciples. Those attendants would enjoy treatment not much inferior to that of true disciples. Thus, the inner sect disciples all wanted to befriend him in advance. Among them, Su Lingyue recognized a particular young woman, Lu Qianqian. Her skin was fair, and her features exquisite, with a pair of phoenix eyes, a voluptuous figure, and a cascade of glossy black hair like a waterfall. Su Lingyue and Lu Qianqian were known as the twin prodigies of Xuantian and shared a close relationship. At this moment, Lu Qianqian was just leaving Shen Ming's residence, her face brimming with triumph and delight. Su Lingyue grew anxious, stamping her foot in frustration. She was the only one who knew the truth. Shen Ming could not possibly become a true disciple. Everyone was wasting their efforts. Su Lingyue had grown up in Xuantian Sect since childhood and regarded it as her home. Seeing someone swagger about and deceive people within her own home was something she naturally could not tolerate. She hardened her resolve, her figure darting forward as she descended like a drifting kite. It's senior sister Su. The gathered disciples, upon seeing Su Lingyue, were all stunned. Su Lingyue's beauty was vibrant and alluring, in no way inferior to Lu Qianqian's. As the daughter of the transmission elder, her status was noble, and yet she had come here as well. Lu Qianqian, who had not gone far, saw her close friend and was rather taken aback. She had always believed that Su Lingyue detested romantic entanglements between men and women, considering them a waste of time. For her to intervene at such a moment, and right in front of her, left Lu Qianqian feeling somewhat stifled. Soon Lu Qianqian straightened her chest, a glint of fighting spirit rising in her eyes. Very well, then let us see who will prevail. Unaware of others' thoughts, Su Lingyue knocked on Shen Ming's door. After receiving a response, she pushed it open and stepped inside. Junior brother Shen, I am Su Lingyue. The transmission elder is my father, she announced. So it is senior sister Su. Shen Ming stood beneath a tree in the courtyard as he spoke. Su Lingyue was a few years older than him, with cultivation at the second realm of innate. According to Xuantian Sect's rules, he had to address her as senior sister. Those people outside are quite persistent. Shall I drive them away for you, she asked. There is no need. Guests have come after all, Shen Ming replied with a gentle smile. He enjoyed making friends, especially having only just arrived at Xuantian Sect. How skillfully he pretends. Su Lingyue was convinced that he simply wished to bask in others' worship and exploit them for his own benefit. Coming from a first-rank aristocratic clan, he naturally lacked nothing in wealth. Clearly, he was after people's bodies. Putting on a deliberately sweet smile, Su Lingyue said, Just now I saw Lu Qianqian leaving with a face full of joy. What delightful matter did junior brother Shen discuss with her? You mean senior sister Lu? She mentioned that there is a place called Falling Star Cliff on Xuantian Spirit Mountain, where one can watch magnificent meteor showers. She invited me to enjoy the view with her, Shen Ming answered. Falling Star Cliff. Su Lingyue's brows knit lightly. That was the favorite rendezvous spot for Xuantian Sect disciples on their dates. Qianqian truly had no sense of shame. Yet she blamed this on her father, who had boasted of Shen Ming's innate sacred body and supreme Tao embryo. Combined with Shen Ming's excellent bearing and appearance, it was no wonder Lu Qianqian grew impatient. Junior brother Shen, with an innate sacred body and supreme Tao embryo, you ought to devote your mind to cultivation, Su Lingyue remarked, subtly knocking him with a few calm words. As the daughter of the transmission elder, she knew perfectly well the truth of his talent and silently warned him not to think of sowing chaos among the sect's female disciples. Shen Ming's heart gave a slight jolt as he recalled her identity. So she had come to encourage his cultivation. He was a little astonished. He had only been in Xuantian Sect for 2 days and had yet to formally begin practicing. Then on second thought, with his exceptional talent, it was only natural that he attracted such attention. Seeing the change in Shen Ming's expression, Su Lingyue smiled in satisfaction, sure that her admonition had taken effect. In that case, I shall not disturb junior brother. She began. Please wait, senior sister. Could you perhaps clarify the 3 innate realms for me? Shen Ming called out to stop her, as since she had come to spur him on, she surely would not mind offering some guidance. Su Lingyue's steps halted, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. So this was his counterattack. She quickly realized that this scion of the Jiang clan had no small temper. Very well. For the next few days I will thoroughly explain the 3 innate realms to you, Su Lingyue answered without backing down. She decided to feed the tiger with her own body, resolving to completely dispel Shen Ming's wicked intentions. My thanks, senior sister, Shen Ming said with genuine gratitude. Though a master could lead one to the threshold, cultivation ultimately depended on oneself. Yet without anyone to explain things, it would be time-consuming and laborious. Xuantian Sect only held lectures once every month to address the inner disciples' cultivation questions. With senior sister Su's aid now, he could save a great deal of time. Since she had no pressing matters that day, Su Lingyue sat down at the stone table. The 3 innate realms are in order: Shuangguan, Shinsong, and Yuanfu. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages, she explained. The Shuangguan realm, as its name suggests, is where one uses primordial true qi to open the 9 mysterious gates within the body. The Shinting realm, these 9 gates lead to the divine repositories, of which there are 5, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the body's 5 viscera. After Shuangguan and Shinting comes Yuanfu, where true qi transforms into true yuan. Su Lingyue explained the 3 innate realms one by one, remaining fully focused as she braced herself for Shen Ming's potential attempts to stump her. She certainly did not believe Shen Ming was sincerely asking for instruction, as she assumed he wanted to use this chance to retaliate, perhaps by posing questions she could not answer. Coming from a first-rank aristocratic clan, it was natural for him to possess such knowledge. In truth, she was overthinking it. The martial knowledge Shen Ming had mastered only applied to the tempering body realm. When it came to the 3 innate realms, his memories held very little information. Seizing the opportunity, he asked about each of his doubts in turn. Was this a test? Su Lingyue was somewhat surprised. These questions were not tricky and posed no real difficulty, leaving her puzzled. Not wishing to let this scion of the Jiang clan look down on her, she answered every question without exception, sparing no detail. There truly are many good people in this world, Shen Ming thought. Seeing his senior sister's tireless patience, and even her efforts to extend and elaborate on his questions, he marveled at the camaraderie among Xuantian Sect disciples. With disciples united in such friendship, it was no wonder Xuantian Sect could become one of the 10 great sects of the northern region. At dusk, Su Lingyue left the courtyard, a strange, indescribable feeling stirring in her heart. She could not tell whether Shen Ming was pretending to be foolish or truly so. Outside the gate, disciples were still waiting. When they saw Su Lingyue emerge, knowingly amused smiles appeared on their faces. Su Lingyue's heart had yet to awaken to romance, as she could not read the meaning in those gazes. Shen Ming has only just arrived and needs to devote himself to cultivation. You must not disturb him in future, she declared. She had not forgotten her original purpose. The disciples looked at one another in confusion, thinking that she usually did not show such a domineering side. They thought to themselves, she forbids us from visiting because she is afraid we will disturb her and that junior brother Shen inside, isn't she? Though such thoughts remained unspoken, they all voiced their agreement. Su Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. This way Shen Ming would have no chance to deceive the sect's disciples. Days later, Shen Ming cultivated his Wuji, true qi, successfully opening the first mystical gate and officially entering the initial stage of the innate 3 realms. As the Wuji true qi accelerated through the mystical gate, it transformed into a surging force. A punch struck out, sounding like a cannonball being launched, accompanied by a dull whooshing sound. Practicing the Wuji sword technique, the sword's momentum spread across the skies, with sword qi reaching everywhere. After finishing his sword practice, Shen Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air, faint white smoke rising from his body. The Wuji true qi was indeed extraordinary. While Shen Ming felt a sense of pride, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door and furrowed his brow. From the sound of the footsteps, he discerned that it was senior sister Su Lingyue. For the past few days, Su Lingyue had come daily to guide his training. Shen Ming began to feel pressured as he realized a significant matter. Senior sister likes me. This is definitely not one of the 3 great illusions of life. Shen Ming was confident, especially since senior sister did not allow other female disciples to enter his courtyard. Yesterday, Lu Qianqian invited him to the Falling Star Cliff to enjoy the beautiful scenery, and coincidentally senior sister Su Lingyue was also there. Thus, Shen Ming invited senior sister to join them. At that time, both Lu Qianqian and senior sister had somewhat subtle expressions. Then senior sister, looking displeased, chased Lu Qianqian away under the pretext of training. As Lu Qianqian left, her gaze was filled with deep resentment as she exchanged a few words with senior sister. Therefore, Shen Ming was certain that senior sister liked him and had a particularly strong sense of possessiveness. Regardless of the gender of visiting disciples, they were all turned away at the door. Junior brother Su, how is your cultivation of Wuji true qi going? Su Lingyue, dressed in a red skirt, pushed the door open with a smile, 2 charming dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Her bright dark eyes held a hint of mischief, yet appeared more spirited. Su Lingyue admired the audacity of this young master from the Jiang family, who had been earnestly inquiring about training for several days. Her stubbornness also flared up as she wanted to see how long Shen Ming could endure. She immediately asked about Wuji true qi, questioning if he felt any shame. Faced with senior sister's concern, Shen Ming felt a warm sensation in his heart, but he thought some matters still needed to be clarified. Senior sister, I have something to say to you, Shen Ming said. Could he finally not hold on any longer? Su Lingyue's brows danced with excitement, believing Shen Ming was about to concede to her. She was not a bad person, at most she would give him a few warnings, asking him not to flaunt and deceive in the Xuantian Sect. Senior sister, I am grateful for your affection, but I am already betrothed. Although I have never met my fiancé, we are engaged by our families, which concerns family honor, Shen Ming said. He knew that most transmigrators had multiple partners, but he did not intend to be one. Women are inherently emotional, with a clear sense of love and hate. In the face of infidelity from their partners, they often harbor a strong desire for revenge. In the drama Demigods and Semi-Devils, Duke Duan's son was unfaithful, and as a result, none of his sons were his own. Shen Ming did not want such a thing to happen to him. Therefore, he believed in sincere exchanges of heart. If true feelings were betrayed, it would reflect poor judgment in choosing partners, but he would not change his original intention. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lingyue took a while to confirm that she had not misheard. Did this kid think she liked him? Not only that, but he also flatly rejected her. If your fiancé knew how you were acting right now, she would be the first to come and annul the engagement, okay? Su Lingyue was quite angry, her chest heaving. She stared intently at Shen Ming, trying to determine whether this infuriating fellow was doing it on purpose. As she felt the sincerity in Shen Ming's gaze, she nearly broke down. She was not a weak woman, but faced with such circumstances her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You jerk!" Su Linghua leaped over the courtyard wall, swiftly leaving. Being in the second stage of innate with her abundant, true qi, her red figure quickly traversed the mountains and fields. Coincidentally, nearby disciples witnessed this scene. In fact, not only Shen Ming had misunderstood, but other disciples had already been gossiping about it. Su Linghua had changed from her usual cheerful demeanor, spending hours at Shen Ming's residence every day. She also forbade other disciples from entering, making it hard not to let people speculate. At this moment, Su Linghua, with tearful eyes like a pear blossom, ran out of Shen Ming's residence. Could it be that Shen Ming is a playboy, trying to take advantage of senior sister Su Linghua? Idiot, how can someone in the first stage of innate be inappropriate with someone in the second stage? How could you even think of that? So senior sister's romantic advances were rejected. This is quite possible. Shen Ming's background is mysterious and his talent is extraordinary, destined to be a dragon among men, so his standards are naturally high. Looking across the Xuantian Sect amongst the female disciples, only senior sister Nalan cultivates a heavenly level technique. Rumors spread the fastest. Even in the outer disciples' market, it became a topic of after-meal gossip. However, to some extent, Su Linghua achieved her goal. No more visitors came to Shen Ming's residence. Female disciples thought that if Shen Ming did not even look at senior sister Su Linghua, they had no hope. Male disciples were worried about being affected themselves. Su Linghua was different from those disciples who joined the Xuantian Sect. She grew up in the sect and was doted upon. Now, having suffered such great grievances, some people would find it hard to sit still. At dusk on Spirit Beast Mountain, a young man dressed in a loose water-blue robe stood on a cliff, hands clasped behind his back, his expression focused. Not far away on the hillside, a majestic ancient ape stood upright, its gray and white fur resembling steel needles. A man and an ape locked eyes, reluctant to part. Gradually, an inexplicable emotion appeared on the young man's face. "When I become a true disciple, I can have my own spirit beast, and then we can roam together." The young man was Yang Hao, an inner disciple of the Deqiang Peak. Spirit Beast Mountain is where the Xuantian Sect raises mounts and battle beasts. Yang Hao remembered that the year he became an inner disciple, he was responsible for patrolling the mountains when he discovered the still baby ancient ape. At first sight, Yang Hao was deeply captivated. For the next few years, he would visit the ancient ape almost every day. Unfortunately, Spirit Beast Mountain had restrictions, and he could only watch from a distance. Despite this, Yang Hao firmly believed that he shared a bond with the ancient ape that others would not understand. "Senior brother Yang Hao." A tone-deaf person interrupted him. Yang Hao withdrew his gaze and turned around. Seeing this, the ancient ape immediately puffed out its chest, clenching its fists and vigorously pounding, letting out a white breath from its nostrils. "What is it?" Yang Hao looked at his lackey with displeasure. "Senior brother Yang Hao, it seems senior sister Su Linghua has been bullied." The lackey recounted the rumors that had spread today. After listening, Yang Hao lowered his eyelids, showing a contemplative expression. "Senior sister is also at the age of budding emotions. Although a forced relationship is not sweet, my little junior sister from Deqiang Peak is not someone anyone can bully. Senior brother, should we go find her now?" The lackey was eager to follow his brother and flaunt his power. "I am in the third stage of innate. How can it be a joke to go bully someone in the first stage?" Yang Hao said unhappily. He was not a newcomer to the Xuantian Sect. He had his own connections and relationships. There was no need for him to take action in such bullying matters. Coincidentally, having heard the ancient ape's earlier roar, Yang Hao had a good idea in mind. At the 9 peaks of the Xuantian Sect, each branch's disciples have different focuses on martial arts, and disciples from the main peak generally aspire to join the Hall of Punishments and Rewards, becoming prestigious enforcers. However, Shen Ming had no such desire. Hailing from a prominent family, he did not need to toil like other disciples to earn cultivation resources. Nonetheless, the Xuantian Sect requires all inner disciples to complete 7 days of duties each month. Shen Ming disliked those who sought special treatment, so he too would not seek any privileges and dutifully arrived at the main peak's duty hall. "You are Shen Ming. Go patrol the Spirit Beast Mountain." The senior brother on duty at the hall, Li Liang, took his token, saw the name inscribed on it, and smiled inexplicably. Shen Ming did not overthink it and inquired about any points to note. The spirit beasts on Spirit Beast Mountain all reside in their own areas, each with its own restrictions. Your task is to ensure these restrictions remain intact. You can ask the senior brothers and sisters accompanying you for specifics. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Seeing Shen Ming's sincere demeanor and honest attitude, Li Liang felt a bit guilty. Well, observe more and learn. Li Liang could not help but remind him dyeing the side with the name Red Mud and pressing it onto the wooden board marked Spirit Beast Mountain. Once you stamp it with 7 seals, it means your duties for the month are complete. Alright. Spirit Beast Mountain spans over 10 square kilometers. In Shen Ming's words, it resembles a large wildlife sanctuary where spirit beasts live in different zones. The restrictions set up around the area act as invisible barriers, ensuring that the spirit beasts do not escape. The task of the patrolling disciples is to ensure everything is normal and to eliminate potential hazards. Such a vast mountain would not allow Shen Ming to be the only one present. More than 10 disciples from various peaks gathered at the foot of the mountain. Senior Brother Yang, how we need to take care of some matters. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. 3 disciples showed up, briefly greeted the brothers of Spirit Beast Mountain, and left directly. This was just signing in to shirk their duties. With fewer people, there was more work, leaving Shen Ming and the other remaining disciples at a disadvantage. Observing the reactions of the other disciples, some were unfazed while others dared not voice their anger. Shen Ming had no right to comment on others since he too remained silent. The senior brother, named Yang Hao, was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly origin, responsible for various affairs of Spirit Beast Mountain. Wherever there are people, such unfairness exists, even in another world. Do you also wish to leave with them? Yang Hao had noticed the change in Shen Ming's expression early on. Not at all, Shen Ming replied. If Yang Hao had asked whether he felt aggrieved, Shen Ming would have answered with a resounding no. He did not understand the irony, only thinking that if he left it would be even less fair to the other disciples. Yang Hao frowned. Shen Ming's serious expression rendered him unable to unleash his intended frustration. However, it did not matter. The main event for today lay ahead. This is the patrol route for each of you. Return to your original spot before dark. Yang Hao produced a dozen sheepskin maps. The 3 extra maps would be randomly distributed to the unfortunate souls. The 3 unlucky ones would be responsible for 2 routes. If their pace was slow, they would not return before nightfall. No wonder no one spoke up. It turns out they were hoping not to be the unfortunate ones. Apart from the 3 unlucky souls, the other disciples let out a sigh of relief. Including Shen Ming, he was not one of the 3 unlucky ones. He was somewhat surprised from the earlier expression of senior brother Yang Hao. He thought he would be targeted. Go on. Yang Hao was not satisfied with merely making Shen Ming walk a bit more. Shen Ming and the other disciples dispersed and headed up the mountain. On Spirit Beast Mountain, there were all sorts of rare and exotic beasts, including giant pythons with 2 heads and fierce tigers with wings. On the verdant grasslands, there were also majestic dragon horses capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Layer upon layer of restrictions divided the spirit beasts into different regions. The so-called restrictions were runes imbued with peculiar powers inscribed on rocks and trees. Shen Ming soon found the first restriction rune on his route. Inscribed on a natural rock, it emitted a bluish-green glow even in broad daylight. Nearby was a pond with a piece of driftwood floating on its surface. Upon closer inspection, one could see 2 eyes growing on it. The dominant crocodile, an extremely ferocious existence among spirit beasts. Shen Ming did not approach the water, confirmed the integrity of the restriction rune, and continued onward. After half a day, he found himself in a lush jungle. He pushed aside the bushes in front of him and found another restriction rune on the tree trunk. Shen Ming's expression tightened. The restriction rune seemed to be fading like ink, dispersing, its glow gradually diminishing. At the same time, he sensed a massive creature rapidly approaching. A large gorilla jumped a few times and stood before him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Shen Ming realized that this gorilla had been squatting not far away, completely still. Its massive body had led him to mistake it for a giant rock. Without a second thought, Shen Ming crouched down and lowered his head. He recalled educational videos he had seen in the past. Although gorillas are large animals, they do not attack others easily. Unless one stares directly into a gorilla's eyes, that could provoke a deadly incident. Shen Ming was not entirely sure it would work, and it was an understatement to say he wasn't nervous. The gorilla stood beside him, seemingly satisfied with his reaction, showing no signs of further aggression. Suddenly, the gorilla sniffed the air and began to pace back and forth restless. As the restriction rune was on the verge of completely dissipating, Shen Ming felt anxious, yet did not know what to do. The moment the restriction lost its effectiveness, the gorilla shot off, like an arrow charging away. Shen Ming felt helpless. On his first day patrolling, he encountered such a situation. Judging by the gorilla's reaction, it seemed to be seeking out a rival to fight. He wondered who the unfortunate soul was. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Hao was leisurely lying on the grass, half closing his eyes, humming a tune. Senior brother Yang, do you think the ancient ape will kill him? The little follower appeared somewhat worried. He was the one who damaged the restriction rune. If something went wrong, he might face the consequences. Do you take the ancient ape for some other low-intelligence beast? It doesn't eat humans and is not bloodthirsty. Even if someone invades its territory, it will only give them a good beating. Yang Hao said. He had never been in close contact with an ancient ape, but was confident in his judgment after years of observation. Suddenly Yang Hao sat up straight, perked up his ears to listen for a moment, his expression growing increasingly excited. The little follower also noticed the ground shaking. Little ancient. Yang Hao saw it charging toward him recklessly from the mountain. Indeed, his instincts were not wrong. He had developed a deep bond with Little Black. Yang Hao felt as if the world had become beautiful. The little follower instinctively drew back, sensing something was off. Yang Hao also realized that his beloved little ancient had no brakes. It charged toward him, its massive fists crashing down. In an instant, Yang Hao flew several meters away like a kite with a severed string. The ancient ape, not yet satisfied, jumped onto his body and rained down heavy punches. 5 years, a full 5 years. The ancient ape was extremely furious. Since it could remember, there had always been a human who provoked it, meeting its gaze with that irritating look. Among the apes, staring into each other's eyes was a provocative act. Yang Hao stared at it for at least an hour every day. Yet the ancient ape couldn't break free, enduring such humiliation day after day. Finally, it had waited long enough. The mysterious force that had trapped it for so long had inexplicably vanished. Without a second thought, it charged straight towards Yang Hao, swinging its fist. Every punch carried 1,000 pounds of force, shattering Yang Hao's protective chi and breaking his bones, leaving him bloodied. If Yang Hao had resisted, it wouldn't have been so tragic. After all, he was at the 3rd stage of innate cultivation. However, he had almost no defense. His protective chi was working on instinct. It was like a man or woman deceived by emotions. He couldn't understand, wasn't the staring over the years due to a resonance of souls. Yet there was one thing Yang Hao didn't get wrong. The ancient ape clan indeed did not crave killing. Even after suppressing its anger for years, when it reached a certain point, the ancient ape still held back, snorting disdainfully before returning to the mountain. At the peak of Tongtian, within the service office, Li Liang was walking home after his shift when he saw a group of people bustling about, carrying a bloodied individual towards the medicine hall. Something happened over at Spirit Beast Mountain. It seems a spirit beast broke free from its restraints and nearly beat someone to death. That's serious. I see many bones are broken. Hearing these discussions, Li Liang's heart sank. He hadn't expected Yang Hao to go so far as to harm someone like this. He had thought it was just a minor punishment to make Shen Ming suffer a bit. But now the situation escalated to the point where they were directly taking someone to the medicine hall. Thinking back to Shen Ming's polite demeanor during the day, Li Liang felt somewhat guilty. He pushed through the crowd and entered the medicine hall, wanting to see how serious Shen Ming's injuries were. How come it's Brother Yang? Li Liang immediately sensed something was off. The person lying there was not Shen Ming. Despite being bloody, that face was still recognizable. Li Liang was baffled. Given Yang Hao's status and cultivation level, dealing with a new disciple should have been an easy task. Why did he end up in such a miserable state? Yang Hao couldn't answer his confusion, his eyes hollow. Compared to his physical injuries, the wounds in his heart were even heavier. Suddenly, Li Liang inhaled sharply, recalling Shen Ming's behavior during the day. That was not simplicity. He clearly had a plan. Indeed, a person of such talent, even if not yet an official disciple, the sect would certainly take extra care of him. Li Liang suddenly felt fear. He might face retribution. Tomorrow, no, I need to find Shen Ming to apologize right now. Shen Ming was still at Spirit Beast Mountain. After the gorilla escaped, he headed down the mountain. This was a significant matter that needed to be reported promptly. Halfway down, he collided with the returning gorilla. For some reason, Shen Ming felt that this gorilla was calmer than before, giving off a refreshing and pleasant vibe. As it passed by Shen Ming, it shot him a glance, signaling him to follow. Shen Ming was astonished and trailed behind the gorilla back to where they had first met. Even without the restraining runes, the gorilla preferred to stay within its territory. When Shen Ming arrived, the gorilla tossed him a green pear. The ancient ape attributed the day's events to Shen Ming, believing that his presence had caused that invisible force to vanish as a reward. A Qingyuan fruit. Shen Ming was overjoyed. This was a precious spiritual fruit whose effects rivaled those of miraculous pills. What a twist of fate. Just earlier, Shen Ming had been wondering what to do, worried the sect would hold him accountable. Unexpectedly, the gorilla returned on its own, and he gained a benefit for nothing. The benefits consumed were the true benefits. In no time, he swallowed the Qingyuan fruit and expressed his gratitude to the gorilla. The gorilla ignored him, continuing to pound on a 1,000-year-old tree. The tree trunk required several people to embrace its hard bark, as tough as steel. The natural sandbag under the gorilla's stormy blows merely trembled slightly, not a single leaf falling. Shen Ming's eyes gradually brightened. The gorilla was teaching him fist techniques. Its massive fists were unorthodox, yet instinctual, each punch maximizing its power. Shen Ming didn't want to let this good intention go to waste and was quite interested in the fist techniques. For a martial artist, having more skills only adds to their arsenal. Even sword cultivators would study body techniques. Practicing this fist technique could enhance one's explosiveness in battle. Most importantly, this violent technique was extremely compatible with Wuji True Qi. The ancient ape completed its daily routine of striking the tree 100 times, feeling quite comfortable. What is that human doing? It noticed Shen Ming outside its territory, diligently practicing his punches. The ancient ape couldn't comprehend or understand, but as long as Shen Ming didn't invade its territory, it would let him be. As for teaching fist techniques, that was just Shen Ming overthinking. Bang! After a quarter of an hour, Shen Ming grasped the essence of the fist technique. He threw a punch that scattered the bushes a meter away. This fist technique could amplify the power of Wuji True Qi. Thank you. Inside the territory, the ancient ape lay on its back, sound asleep. This fist technique is so marvelous, it's a pity the gorilla can't speak, so I don't know its name. On the way back, Shen Ming thought of a name for it. Ancient King Fist. At the foot of the mountain, many people had gathered, including an elder from the sect. Shen Ming then learned that the ancient ape had beaten Yang Hao to the point of needing medical treatment. What a deep grudge. Are you in charge of patrolling the ancient ape's route? The elder called him forward. Shen Ming recounted the events in detail, candidly, without concealment. After the elder assessed his cultivation level, he chose to believe him. This little bit of true qi couldn't break the restraining runes, let alone control the ancient ape. So the runes malfunctioned, and the ancient ape didn't hesitate to come down the mountain and beat Yang Hao up. Why it malfunctioned and why it targeted Yang Hao were not questions Shen Ming needed to ponder. He ended today's mountain patrol early and returned to his residence. At the door, he encountered Li Liang, who had been waiting for a long time. Junior brother Shen, such a big incident happened at Spirit Beast Mountain today. Oh, I should have reminded you more. This is a 100-year-old cloud liquid wine, which is highly beneficial for cultivation. Li Liang saw Shen Ming safe and sound, further confirming his suspicions. A flask of 100-year-old cloud liquid wine was considered a generous gift among inner disciples. Shen Ming was taken aback. This was completely unexpected. It seemed he had overthought things. The seniors of Xuantian were all good people. Thank you. Shen Ming accepted the cloud liquid wine. He wouldn't engage in pleasantries or refuse it. Seeing him accept it, Li Liang felt pain, but also relaxed. This indicated that Shen Ming would no longer pursue the matter, and it also meant that Yang Hao's miserable fate was definitely related to him. Otherwise, why would Shen Ming accept such a valuable item for no reason? He must not be offended in the future. Holding this thought, Li Liang left with satisfaction. Senior brother Yang, I've come to see you. At Daqiong Peak in Yang Hao's residence, Su Lingyue pushed open the door. After a day's time, her earlier sullenness had faded, and her usual vivacity had returned. Upon hearing of her senior brother's misfortune, she had rushed over immediately. Yet she found Yang Hao listless, gazing blankly out the window. In response to her inquiry, Yang Hao spoke with solemn composure. Junior sister, I now understand your heart. To have one's affections betrayed is indeed a grievous sorrow. What on earth are you talking about? Su Lingyue was utterly bewildered. She had not the slightest connection with Shen Ming. And hadn't senior brother Yang just been brutally beaten by the ancient ape? Why did he speak as though he'd suffered only a minor injury? Yang Hao offered no explanation. His spirit was crushed, and he lacked the will to further defend his junior sister. The commotion at Spirit Beast Mountain thus came to an end. So long as no lives were lost, such incidents held little weight within the Xuantian Sect. Curiously, when the sect elders convened to deliberate the ancient ape's punishment, Yang Hao himself stepped forward to plead for leniency, insisting it had all been a misunderstanding. The elders were baffled. How could one so grievously injured, his ribs shattered, so readily forgive? Yet Yang Hao remained silent, refusing to elaborate no matter how persistently they pressed him. 1 month later, at Xuantian Peak in Shen Ming's private courtyard, dawn broke, with delicate mist veiling the landscape. The youth stood alone in an open expanse, gripping a long sword whose blade shimmered coldly in the rising sun. Suddenly he swung the blade. A whirlwind of motion, a rainbow of steel. The sword's edge cleaved the air with resonant hums, as if harmonizing with heaven and earth themselves. His swordsmanship flowed like drifting clouds and running water. Unpredictable, ever-shifting, at times a tempest's fury, at others a gentle, ceaseless drizzle. Utterly spontaneous, unbound by convention. Should any disciple from Xuantian Peak witness this display, they would surely stand dumbfounded. What manner of sword art was this? It defied every fundamental principle of the sword Tao. Yet its momentum was awe-inspiring, its forms exquisitely refined, so intricate that even aspiring practitioners would struggle to discern where to begin learning it. Then abruptly Shen Ming stilled. With a light flick of his right wrist, his Mingxin sword soared flawlessly into its scabbard. The time has come. Shen Ming had not forgotten his modest ambition to become a true successor disciple. After his last mountain patrol, he had successfully breached the third mystical barrier using azure primordial fruits and cloud essence wine. He now stood but a single step away from reaching the mid-stage of the mystical barrier realm. The true successor selection would be held at year's end, a pivotal event among Xuantian Sect disciples, a moment that would shape destinies. The process would be rigorous. Disciples from each peak must register in advance. Today was registration day. At Xuantian Peak, the Grand Xuantian Hall's main gates stood wide open, already gathering numerous disciples. Each time a disciple entered or exited the hall, murmurs rippled through the crowd. That's senior brother Zhang Haoran, latest stage mystical barrier realm, his righteous chi, invincible. He'll surely become a true successor this year. Senior sister Fang Qingxue has arrived too. Last year she fell just short. This year holds great promise. Gu Qing, a novice who joined only last year. Does he truly intend to compete for true successor status after just 1 year? The onlookers watched with undisguised longing and admiration. Whether or not they succeeded in the end, these disciples possessed both the qualification to contend and the courage to try. Some inner disciples, having trained for several years, remained stuck at mid-stage mystical barrier realm, dreaming of waiting until latest stage before attempting the selection. Then a new face appeared. At first the crowd assumed he was merely there to observe. Yet the youth ignored their stares and ascended the Xuantian Hall steps without hesitation. The Xuantian Hall bore profound symbolic weight. Disciples were forbidden from entering or lingering there without urgent cause. He paused not a moment, striding straight inside. Who is this? Could he possibly be registering too? Never seen him before. Does anyone know him? Xuantian Peak disciples were baffled. Anyone qualified for selection was already well known across the peak. Shen Ming had spent the past month sequestered in his courtyard honing his swordsmanship. The earlier commotion had long since subsided. It's Shen Ming, the one who joined just last month. I remember now, it's him. A true prodigy, aiming for true successor status in his very first year. While he cultivates a heavenly tier cultivation art, there's no reason he shouldn't succeed. The Xuantian Hall was vast and austere, its interior sparsely furnished. Only a long table stood at its center, behind which sat 3 elders. For an affair of such magnitude, the Grand Elder of Xuantian Peak himself oversaw proceedings. The Grand Elder of Xuantian Peak also served as the Xuantian Sect's punishment elder, a stern-faced man whose piercing gaze commanded instant reverence. The true successor selection in part reflected the competitive prestige of each peak. The more disciples a peak advanced, the greater its honor, up and down the hierarchy. Thus, each entering disciple drew the elder's sharp, appraising scrutiny. At the sight of Shen Ming, all 3 elders simultaneously furrowed their brows. Who is this young man? What is your business? Though all who came here were registrants, the punishment elder chose to inquire once more. Should the youth fail to justify his presence, the punishment elder would penalize him for unlawful entry into the Xuantian Hall. Elders, I am here to register for the true successor selection competition, Shen Ming declared. The 3 elders exchanged glances. The punishment elder frowned. State your name, and how long have you been with our Xuantian Sect? Shen Ming. I joined last month, he replied truthfully. One elder snapped, nonsense. Do you take the true successor competition for child's play? To everyone's surprise, the punishment elder raised a hand to silence him. Shen Ming, the one brought back by the transmission elder. The Grand Elder seemed to recall something. Yes, Shen Ming affirmed. After a moment's reflection, the Grand Elder said, you already possess a heavenly tier cultivation art, an honor even true successors rarely receive. Cultivate diligently for several years, and your future is boundless. My elders taught me that for cultivation to bear fruit, 4 elements are indispensable: method, companionship, resources, and auspicious terrain. The blessed lands reserved for true successors would spare me immense time and effort. Shen Ming explained. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeper. Something felt profoundly off. New disciples always join at the autumn equinox. The true successor selection occurs at year's end, to deliberately separate newcomers and grant them a full year to prepare. The Grand Elder continued, The sect imposes no prohibition against newly joined disciples participating in the true successor selection. Yet in the past century, only one disciple achieved true successor status within their first year. The Grand Elder grew flustered. How could this youth fail to grasp his meaning? Then I shall be the second, Shen Ming replied, confidently interpreting the remark as proof that with his innate sacred body and supreme Tao embryo success was all but assured. The two elders stared blankly, utterly perplexed. Surely the punishment elder could simply dismiss him outright. Very well. Sect rules do not forbid your participation, nor shall I obstruct you. The punishment elder reasoned that this matter lay outside his jurisdiction. He would simply follow protocol. Any complications arising later would fall squarely upon the transmission elder's shoulders. And so he officially registered Shen Ming, Grand Elder. As soon as Shen Ming departed, the two uninformed elders eagerly pressed for answers. Do not ask what you ought not know, the punishment elder refused to elaborate. The two elders caught their breath. Countless conjectures bloomed silently in their minds. Shen Ming stepped out of the Xuantian hall and immediately felt countless gazes upon him. The disciples, unable to see what happened inside, were filled with impatience. This senior brother, no junior brother, are you here to register? Someone directly asked. Yes, Shen Ming boldly admitted. A stir erupted and the crowd reacted in various ways, their minds filled with countless questions, but due to decorum, they hesitated to ask directly. Fortunately, as Shen Ming was about to leave, someone stepped forward. Stop! A burly male disciple called out to Shen Ming with an unfriendly expression. It's Ma Cheng. Someone immediately recognized him and understood why he was furious. Ma Cheng had broken through to the 4th level of the Xianguan realm, entering the mid-stage of Xianguan. He had come to the Xuantian hall to register in the morning, only to be directly expelled by the Grand Elder. To compete with such a meager cultivation level would be to embarrass the Xuantian peak. Ma Cheng, already feeling discontent, was now infuriated to see Shen Ming, a mere beginner, successfully register. What level are you at? How can you directly participate in the competition? Ma Cheng questioned. I am at the 3rd level of Xianguan, and I expect to reach the 6th level before the competition, relying on my Wuji, true Qi. I am confident, Shen Ming replied. Ma Cheng was momentarily stunned. Was he serious? How could he respond so earnestly to such? Moreover, it actually sounded quite reasonable. Ma Cheng, don't believe him. No one can break through a level in a month. Right, Ma Cheng, don't lose face, be more spirited. Nearby disciples, unwilling to let the matter end just like that, began to stir up trouble. Ma Cheng, filled with adrenaline, yelled, if you say so, let's have a match right now. If you win against me, then we can consider your participation in the true disciple competition. Good show. The disciples, eager for excitement, were all smiles. Ma Cheng entered the Xuantian Sect at the age of 8, starting as an outer disciple. Now 19 years old, he was at the first stage of innate cultivation with 3 levels of Xianguan. In his hometown, he was regarded as an innate powerhouse. In the Xuantian Sect, he didn't even qualify to register. He was filled with pent-up frustration, especially seeing Shen Ming, who was only 14 or 15. It made him even more unwilling to accept. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Ma Cheng and Shen Ming moved to an empty space nearby. Shen Ming, equally spirited, was filled with the desire to fight. A martial artist must contend with others. Without engaging, how could one know their strength? This marked Shen Ming's first battle since his reincarnation. In the Xuantian hall, the Elder of Punishment frowned upon hearing the commotion outside. The nearby steward, observing the situation, felt the need to intervene. No need, I'll go take a look. The Elder of Punishment stepped outside the hall, gazing from a distance. 2 elders followed closely, their curiosity intensifying. Since when did the Elder of Punishment show interest in such matters? Generally, he wouldn't bother to look at disciple fights, but upon hearing Shen Ming's name, he was compelled to see for himself. Thinking of Shen Ming coming to register, the Elder of Punishment wanted to see what would happen. On Shen Ming's side, Ma Cheng was the first to strike. His movements revealed he was accustomed to fighting, while seemingly reckless, he was actually holding back. He cautiously restricted Shen Ming's space for counterattacks. Shen Ming stood still, a sign of confidence, potentially to intimidate. Liang Yang palm. Ma Cheng, confirming the distance, was sufficient, forcefully struck with both palms. His inner Liang Yang, true Qi, gathered in his palms. A fierce palm wind swept toward Shen Ming. Ancient King Fist. Shen Ming's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, gathering Wuji, true Qi, in his fist. The true Qi swirled like a rapidly spinning vortex, erupting in an instant. Shen Ming's somewhat frail body seemed to grow 10 feet tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. His fist charged straight in, directly pushing aside Ma Cheng's Liang Yang true Qi. Ma Cheng felt as if a great mountain was crashing toward him. The two forces of true Qi violently collided, and without a doubt Ma Cheng fell to the ground. In contrast, Shen Ming calmly retracted his fist, his expression indifferent. The onlooking disciples exchanged glances. They had certainly considered that Shen Ming could win. However, they did not expect him to knock Ma Cheng down with a single punch. After all, Ma Cheng was in the midst of Xianguan. The gap in techniques gradually revealed itself in the fierce battle. Some disciples began to wonder if perhaps Shen Ming could indeed become the second person in 100 years. What kind of fist technique is this? Why is his true qi so domineering? Is it truly a heavenly level technique? The Elder of Punishment was taken aback. Regardless of whether it was the technique or the true qi Shen Ming used, he could not recognize it. This was almost impossible. The Xuantian Sect had no techniques or martial skills that he did not know, except for the non-existent Wuji divine art. Call him over, the Elder of Punishment commanded. Soon the steward brought Shen Ming back to the Tongtian Hall. What is the ancient king fist? What true qi are you practicing? The Elder of Punishment asked. The ancient king fist is something I learned on Spirit Beast Mountain, taught by the Spirit Beast Ancient Ape, and the technique was given to me by the transmission Elder Wuji divine art. Shen Ming answered truthfully. The Elder of Punishment frowned deeply, making his already imposing face even more intimidating. Spirit beasts can teach martial skills to others. Who are you trying to fool? The nearby elder expressed dissatisfaction. Spirit beasts themselves did not possess martial skills. How could they possibly teach humans? Shen Ming insisted that it was indeed the ancient ape who had taught him, and this was the truth. At this moment, the Elder of Punishment had an epiphany. Shen Ming's words were a subtle hint. The ancient ape could not possibly pass on martial skills, just as the Wuji divine art did not exist. However, Shen Ming's demonstration of the ancient king fist and his corresponding Wuji true qi could be explained. The heavenly level technique Wuji divine art did not exist, so outsiders had no idea what Wuji true qi was like. Shen Ming could easily cultivate another type of domineering true qi and tell others it was Wuji true qi. It was impossible for Shen Ming to do this alone. It was naturally the arrangement of the transmission elder. What was old Su trying to achieve with this? Could it be that there really is a heavenly level technique, but it is being concealed under the guise of Wuji divine art due to its dubious origins? The Elder of Punishment decided to find an opportunity to ask. He had a decent relationship with the transmission elder. All right, you may leave. Based on your performance, just now there is a chance for you to break through to the 6th level of the Xianguan before the selection begins. The Elder of Punishment said. Okay. Shen Ming sighed in relief, thinking he would be pursued regarding his fight with Ma Cheng. At Daqiong Peak, the residence of the transmission elder, Su Lingwei and Lu Qianqian, the twin prodigies of Xuantian, sat together after a long time. Ever since Su Lingwei intervened in the affair between Shen Ming and Lu Qianqian, the two women had fallen out. At that time, Lu Qianqian remarked, Sister Lingwei is the daughter of the transmission elder, born a direct disciple. Truly all good fortune is bestowed upon her. Su Lingwei had no way to express her grievances and could not explain the truth. It was not until the news of her conflict with Shen Ming spread that the twin prodigies of Xuantian drew closer again. Sister Lingwei, is junior brother Shen really that proud and arrogant, even rejecting you? Lu Qianqian thought of how Shen Ming had promised to accompany her to Falling Star Cliff for a view, feeling somewhat smug. At the very least, junior brother Shen was willing to engage with her. It is truly not what you think, Qianqian. Oh, I am doing this for your own good, Su Lingwei said. Yes, Lu Qianqian replied ambiguously. From her expression, Su Lingwei knew what she was thinking and felt a helpless ache she could not voice. By next year you'll understand what I mean, she said. A year is enough to expose the truth. If by then Shen Ming cannot even cultivate a breath of true qi, what face will he have to walk among people? At that moment, the two women heard disciples outside excitedly chattering, entering the sect, and already joining the true disciple selection. Bold. Truly a born sacred body is supreme, Tao embryo. The latter remark set Su Lingwei on edge. She stepped outside and called to the talking disciples to ask what was happening. When she learned Shen Ming had registered for the true disciple selection, she found it hard to believe. Someone at the level of the punishment elder should know the truth of the Wuji divine art. How could he allow Shen Ming to sign up? Would that not bring shame upon Tongtian Peak? Senior sister Su, you don't know. Shen Ming felled Ma Cheng with a single punch, even though Ma Cheng's realm is higher. Hey, what are you doing? Don't poke me, the disciple blurted. His companion abruptly grabbed him and pulled him away. Have you forgotten senior sister Su and Shen Ming? The companion whispered in a lowered voice. Seeing Su Lingyu's stunned expression, the disciple suddenly realized his mistake, shuddered with fear, and hurried away with his companion. Sister is really doing this for my own good, someone murmured. Lu Qianqian heard the conversation and spoke with a sour tone. Shen Ming truly was a prodigy. In a single month, he had risen within the sect. Her own keen eye had been upstaged by her sister's intervention, which was maddening. Su Lingyu's mind swirled with confusion as she wanted to confront her father and ask outright. Could Shen Ming really be their father's illegitimate child, and could the Wuji divine art actually exist? Those previous words had all been meant to placate her. To make matters worse, the transmission elder had recently achieved a sudden enlightenment and withdrawn into seclusion in a secret chamber. There were 83 days left until the true disciple selection. Shen Ming carved a line into the wall. In theory, he could clear 3 Xian gates in 1 month, and within 3 months, clearing 3 more would be almost certain. In reality, cultivation became progressively more difficult the higher one ascended. The investment required to break the 4th gate might exceed the total of the previous 3. Shen Ming's goal was to secure the 5th and strive for the 6th. The punishment elder, having judged him by his fist technique, reckoned the 6th gate possible, unaware that Shen Ming excelled at swordsmanship. The Guwang fist had not fully unleashed the power of Wuji True Qi. He pulled out his storage pouch and opened its 2nd layer. A storage pouch, as the name implies, is a treasure used for holding possessions. A small storage pouch could contain as much as a little room. Shen Ming's pouch came from his family, mysterious and extraordinary, with inner and outer layers. The inner layer had a freezing effect, able to preserve valuable resources like great medicines, spirit pills, and spirit plants for long periods. He reached in and found the inner layer empty. As heir of the Jiang family, his pouch should always have been stocked with precious supplies, 1,000-year spirit ginseng treated like mere radishes. Shen Ming had therefore assumed from the outset that his resources were plentiful. He frowned, sifting through memories of leaving home. As the family heir coming to Xuantian Sect Qinyuan, there's no way they didn't provide resources. This must be deliberate. The family wants me to rely on myself. This is part of cultivation, he told himself. He accepted that thought with a measure of helplessness. Endurance and deliberate tempering are not the same. Many confuse the two and end up trapped in hardship. His family's method was needlessly making him suffer. Born of a first-rate power, he should exploit its advantages. Unbeknownst to Shen Ming, the Jiang family had arranged for him to lay low for these 3 years. Shen Ming had no intention of riding home for aid. If they wished to see him rise without support, he would not surrender. The monthly allotments inner disciples received at Xuantian Sect were among the finest across the northern region. Still, those provisions were insufficient to allow every disciple to train full-time. The sect issued tasks to encourage completion, and some disciples managed sect enterprises, earning considerable daily profits. Shen Ming contemplated how to earn enough to sustain him to the 6th Xian gate. He immediately discarded tasks that required leaving the sect, for travel would squander too much time. A messenger then relayed Chief Disciple Luo Cheng's summons: gather at Xuantian Plaza. The Jumai Lingfeng comprised inner disciples, true disciples, and chief disciples. Each branch had only one chief disciple, the strongest among its followers. Tongtian Peak's chief disciple Luo Cheng had perfected the innate 3rd realm. Shen Ming arrived at Xuantian Plaza and found he was not alone, as several familiar faces stood there: Xuantian Lin Fan, Chu Tian, and Yi Lingxi. These 4 had joined the sect at the same time as him. In just over a month, each had formed their technique and condensed primordial true qi. Xiao Chun, blessed with the Taiyin spiritual vein, drew the most attention, handsome and tall, with a rakish, carefree air. A flame-shaped mark burned on his forehead. The mark showed he had mastered the Fun Tian Ju and forged a mouthful of primordial true qi. Whether the Taiyin vein made him stronger was debatable, but it certainly made him striking. I've already broken 2 Xian gates. How about you? Xiao Chen asked his peers with a radiant smile. The other 3 rolled their eyes. His bragging was obvious. Xiao Chen's background was extraordinary. He began secluding himself to cultivate as soon as he entered, skipping monthly duties. In just over a month, he reached the 2nd Xian gate. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Xiao Chen said with a smile. The 3 continued to roll their eyes. They were still at the 1st Xian gate and undeniably a step behind. Their irritation stemmed not from Xiao Chen's showing off, but from the fact that he not they was showing off. Suddenly, Chu Tian noticed Shen Ming's arrival, and recalling that day at the sword pond, wore a peculiar expression. Xiao Chen, aren't you going to ask Shen Ming how he's progressed? Yi Lingxi, the only woman among them, asked. Chu Tian and Lin Fan exchanged a knowing glance. Xiao Chen had been in seclusion and likely did not know about Shen Ming's stir. Oh, I'm curious how a heaven-tier technique could take him that far, he remarked. Xiao Chun was no fool, yet he strode over with nonchalance and brimming confidence. Chu Tian, Lin Fan, and Yi Lingxi waited eagerly for the spectacle. Soon the three saw Xiao Chun return, his face drained as if frostbitten. That guy's abnormal. How did he clear the third Xian gate? Weren't heaven-tier techniques supposed to be harder? He fumed. Xiao Chun snapped in anger. At 15 or 16, he had little cunning, only vanity, and a love of showmanship. He had always prided himself on being the leader among his cohort. Yet he saw Shen Ming practicing a more difficult technique and advancing faster. Most infuriating of all was Shen Ming's offhand remark. "Junior brother Xiao, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Shen Ming had stolen his line. "All right, laugh if you must," Xiao Qin snapped sourly. Shu Tian and Lin Fan burst into loud laughter. Yi Lingxi smiled politely and cast a glance toward Shen Ming. "So why did you call us here?" Xiao Qin shifted the topic. "Have you noticed that the disciples who came here directly became inner disciples, or were raised as core disciples within the sect?" "Indeed," Shu Tian replied. "These disciples in the square started as inner disciples in the Xuantian Sect, having never experienced the outer disciple stage. Are you going to give us a lesson about how lucky we are?" Xiao Qin joked. "You got it right, but not entirely right," Yi Lingxi said. "Get out of here, riddle master." Xiao Chun exclaimed angrily. "Miss Yi, do you know the inside story?" Shu Tian asked. Due to their equal realms, he was unsure whether to address her as senior sister or junior sister, and fearing to offend the fair maiden, he cautiously referred to her as Miss Yi. "I heard that emotions are a taboo in swordsmanship," Xiao Qin remarked. "Chatterboxes tend to cultivate inner demons," Shu Tian coldly replied. "Don't interrupt, I'll let Yi Lingxi finish her words," Lin Fan said. Once the three quieted down, Yi Lingxi said, "The assessment for the inner disciples of the Xuantian Sect is about to begin. The true disciples are selected while the inner disciples are assessed. Outer disciples can join the 9 meridians and become inner disciples after passing the assessment." "What does this have to do with us?" "All right, go on," she added. "The assessment for inner disciples involves us guarding checkpoints and facing challenges from outer disciples," Yi Lingxi explained. "That's clever. This way the sect allows us to witness the fighting spirit and determination of the outer disciples while also giving them a chance to vent their dissatisfaction. Outer disciples would surely be displeased that some had become inner disciples directly. Even if they didn't voice it, they would think so in their hearts. But the outer disciples haven't even entered the innate stage. Can they really compete with us?" Xiao Qin scoffed. "Guarding the checkpoints means we cannot use true energy. Both sides will be at the same realm competing based on experience and martial skills," Yi Lingxi stated. "Interesting." Xiao Qin became intrigued. At this moment, the Vice Master Ren Fengqi floated in, gracefully clad in white, exuding extraordinary elegance. Above the innate 3 realms lies the supreme 2 realms. A supreme realm powerhouse, especially a Vice Master, could not possibly be this young, yet Ren Fengqi appeared as a dashing young gentleman. Some disciples whispered that the Vice Master had inadvertently seized an opportunity, who, although his lifespan remained unchanged, his youth seemed eternal. Facing the many disciples, Ren Fengqi wore a gentle expression and spoke softly. He calmly explained the reason for gathering everyone here. Just as Yi Lingxi had said, it was to make these disciples responsible for the assessment. The assessment will take place at Longmen Mountain, which features 9 checkpoints. Each checkpoint will have 3 disciples from different meridians overseeing it, mutually supervising and competing for outstanding disciples. Longmen Mountain is under a great formation, preventing the use of true energy, placing everyone's realm and cultivation at the same level. Presently, Shen Ming understood and found some interest, but not too much. The good news is that the assessment will take place tomorrow, concluding within a day. The reason for the late announcement was to ensure fairness. Ren Fengqi instructed the disciples present not to descend the mountain from now on to avoid contact with the outer disciples. After the Vice Master's speech, disciples from each meridian gathered before their respective chief disciples. Including Shen Ming, there were 5 inner disciples responsible for guarding Tongtian Peak. Shen Ming encountered the chief disciple of Tongtian Peak, Luo Cheng. A well-proportioned, stern-faced young man exuding a sense of calm and immovability. Remember, Tongtian Peak does not accept mediocrity. Better to have none than to have many. Luo Cheng simply stated this without elaboration. Next came the random distribution of disciples from each meridian. Shen Ming, along with Su Lingwei from Daqiang Peak and Tang Long from Zhushan Peak, was assigned to guard one of the 9 checkpoints, Filong Pass. "I don't want to be at the same checkpoint as him." Shen Ming lamented at the coincidence, while Su Lingwei shouted. They hadn't seen each other since their last unpleasant encounter. Su Lingwei wished to avoid any further entanglement with this guy. From love comes hatred, a timeless truth. Shen Ming couldn't help but sigh, relieved. He had made his feelings clear beforehand to prevent more serious consequences later. The Vice Master Ren Fengqi came over to soothe her. In the Xuantian Sect, Su Lingwei was indeed favored. It was unclear what Ren Fengqi said, but Su Lingwei agreed to the arrangement, her face showing signs of eagerness. The Xuantian mountain range atop spiritual land in the northern region stretches over 1,000 miles. The Xuantian Sect divides the entire mountain into inner and outer regions. The inner region centers around the 9 meridian peaks with underground deposits of superior spirit veins, including 10 great caves, 36 small caves, and 72 blessed lands. The outer region encompasses the area beyond the 9 peaks, resembling a kingdom within the mountains filled with markets and 9 large mountain cities. This place is not only home to outer disciples, but also to ordinary people doing business, as well as loose cultivators. The Xuantian Sect is not a charity, and beneath this bustling scene various taxes keep flowing in. With the inner disciple assessment approaching, the outer region was bustling with activity. In the mountain city, shops selling various cultivation resources had sharply raised their prices, and even gambling houses had opened, betting on which disciple could leap through the dragon gate and become an inner disciple. Zhang Muhan, a standout among the 3,000 outer disciples, was also a hot favorite in the gambling houses. Having reached the 9th level of body tempering, he had honed his physique to perfection, only lacking the ability to condense a source of true energy to step into the innate realm. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, handsome, and attracting considerable attention in the outer region. At this moment, Zhang Muhan, wearing a veil, walked through the streets of Blackstone City. Confirming that no one was watching, he slipped into a brothel. In broad daylight, the brothel was eerily quiet as the girls were still resting. Zhang Muhan made his way to the room of the courtesan. On a lounge chair lay a charming young girl who had been waiting for quite some time. "My lord, you missed me," the girl said. "Cut the act, I'm not one of those fools," Zhang Muhan replied brusquely. "Truly fitting of your name," the girl said unenthusiastically, no longer paying him any mind. Zhang Muhan sat on the chair in silence. Before long, another man cloaked in black robes walked in. Master Fong. The girl and Zhang Muhan stood simultaneously, bowing respectfully. The man in black nodded slightly, producing a jade slip in his hand. This contains information on the inner disciples guarding the 9 checkpoints of the Xuantian Sect. Those with a red circle around their names are critical targets. Eliminate them by any means necessary. It turned out that these 3 were members of the demonic sect lurking here. The girl was named Huaiwen, knew and practiced the demonic sect's method of supplementing yin with yang. The northern region has 10 major sects and 10 major demonic sects. Interestingly, each sect has a nemesis among the demonic sects. For centuries, the Xuantian Sect and the Xuantian Sect have been at odds. This time, the Xuantian Sect intends to take advantage of the inner disciple assessment to inflict serious damage on the Xuantian Sect. Kill the inner disciples guarding the 9 checkpoints. These disciples are the elite of the Xuantian Sect, the fresh blood of the future. To dare to plot such schemes on someone else's territory, they naturally have substantial confidence. Over the years, the Xuantian Sect has studied all of Xuantian Sect's martial arts and created the breaking heaven technique. The upper limit of this technique is very low, only sufficient for cultivation to the innate realm. According to its ranking, it is merely a yellow-level technique. However, this technique is specifically designed to counter the martial arts of the Xuantian Sect. On Longmen Mountain, neither side can use true energy, and during the martial arts competition, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect will slaughter their opponents unilaterally. The Xuantian Sect has arranged for people at all 9 checkpoints. Zhang Muhan and Huaiwen Nu opened the jade slip. They were responsible for guarding one of the 9 checkpoints, Filong Pass. There are 3 targets, one of whom, marked with a red name, is the daughter of the transmission elder Su Lingwei. This Su Lingwei is cherished immensely in the Xuantian Sect, one of the twin prodigies of Xuantian. Oh, I truly look forward to it. All right, you all start preparing, and remember the password, the dark-cloaked man instructed. In someone else's territory, they certainly could not gather openly. The disciples of the demonic sect are scattered across various mountain cities or markets, unaware of each other's existence, only confirming identities through passwords during operations. Xuantian has fallen and Matian shall rise. Zhang Muhan and Huaiwen Nu silently recited the password. The next day, the assessment for the inner disciples officially commenced. At Longmen Mountain Filong Pass, there was a sloping path with steep cliffs on either side. Shen Ming, Su Lingyue, and Tang Long of the Zheshengfeng stood at a high point. The restriction is indeed marvelous. Shen Ming attempted to channel his Wuji True Qi, but there was no response. Without True Qi, his physical strength was no different from that of an ordinary cultivator. However, Shen Ming was not worried, as he had the Mingxin sword at his waist. Today would be the moment when the Wuji sword technique shone brightly. "Hey!" Suddenly a shout came from the opposite side. "I'm not calling you hey. Shen Ming frowned. It was Tang Long from Xuantian. He was also an inner disciple, but already 25 or 26 with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a muscular build. Xuantian specialized in forging spirit weapons. Their disciples were all blacksmiths, but underestimating them would come at a heavy cost. Their furious windhammer technique was unstoppable, pursuing the ultimate goal of defeating skill with brute strength. Thus the disciples of Xuantian were quite savage and would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. In Shen Ming's view, the Xuantian was a group of show-offs, while Xuantian was a bunch of tough guys. I'm in the second realm of innate cultivation, or if I encounter you in the inner mountain, you still have to call me senior brother. Is it so wrong to call you Hey? Tang Long said loudly. No, Shen Ming replied sternly. If only Tang Long could channel true qi, he would jump over and give this guy a hammering. Let's switch, you guard in front, Tang Long suggested. The order of guarding among the three was Tang Long, Shen Ming, and Su Lingwei. If I can't stop a disciple, you certainly cannot either. It's easy to be taken advantage of, Tang Long remarked. No, Shen Ming firmly rejected. There was no reason, he simply disapproved of the other party. Tang Long frowned. This kid was giving him no face at all. What are you arguing about? Let's see whose skills are better. Su Lingwei stood at the highest point, her long legs perfectly shaped. All right, fair competition. Don't be angry, junior sister Su. Tang Long's attitude underwent a complete turnaround, forcing an awkward smile. Fei Yangyang. Shen Ming shook his head, holding a small jade token in his right hand. A jade token represented a quota for an inner disciple. Among the hundreds of disciples participating in the assessment at Longmin Mountain, many would break their heads to obtain the jade token in his hand. Outer disciples must first engage in fierce competition in the mountain before they could challenge the pass. After such a screening, the average number of disciples reaching the 9 passes would not exceed 10. Suddenly Shen Ming felt someone watching him and instinctively looked up. Su Lingwei above had turned her head, looking in another direction. Shen Ming felt somewhat helpless. Being too handsome was also a problem, easily attracting romantic troubles. Su Lingwei was actually thinking about how to teach Shen Ming a lesson later. Although she could not use true qi, she was still full of confidence. The reason was simple. The martial skills practiced after true qi training were not comparable to those of the body refining realm. Shen Ming had practiced true qi for less than a month. How much experience could he have? Half an hour later, 6 figures appeared at Failong Pass. They were the outer disciples coming for the assessment. Shen Ming, Su Lingwei, and Tang Long stood straight, prepared for battle. Among the 6, Zhang Muhan and Hua Yuanu were notably present. Hua Yuanu had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The real assessment began. In the skies above Longmin Mountain, spirit boats floated among the white clouds with the stewards of Xuantian Sect on board. The inner disciples guarded the passes while the stewards maintained order. On the central spirit boat sat the law enforcement elder. The figures of outer disciples had appeared at all 9 passes. This year is quite fast, yet the number of participants is notably low. A steward noticed that at each pass the number of outer disciples did not exceed 10. This was somewhat unusual. According to the sect's arrangements, regardless of how intense the competition among disciples was, the number of disciples challenging the passes should not be this few. Unless a disciple obtained a quota but still chose to eliminate others. Something feels off. A steward found it suspicious. If only one pass had few participants, it could be understood as someone wanting to ensure their promotion probability. If every pass was like this, it indicated that among the outer disciples there was some consensus with an ulterior motive. The steward's mind stirred, and the spirit boat dove down, flying over the forest, stirring up countless fallen leaves. The steward's divine sense detected something, and the spirit boat halted abruptly above a tree. The next moment, the tree erupted into flames, releasing thick black smoke. The steward quickly ascended the spirit boat, and then felt a shock. Everywhere on Longmin Mountain was ablaze. A quarter of an hour ago at Failong Pass. Is it just you 6? Who will start first? Tang Long did not consult Shen Ming and Su Lingwei and waved his hand. Disciple Yinzheng, may I trouble the seniors for guidance? An outer disciple stepped forward, holding a long staff, charging up the slope. Tang Long snorted coldly, jumped down from the height, and blocked the opponent, swinging a hammer mercilessly. The outer disciple, named Yinzheng, thrust the long staff into the ground, leaped over Tang Long's head. Upon landing, Yinzheng continued to sprint forward. One did not need to defeat the 3 guarding the pass, they only needed to get through. My Xuantian does not need a softa like you. Having missed his strike and feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tang Long said angrily. Yinzheng looked embarrassed, but did not stop, continuing forward. Shen Ming, as the second to block, did not use his sword, delivering a heavy punch. Yinzheng abruptly halted, angled the long staff against the ground. With one hand gripping the top, he bent the staff with his feet using the rebound to launch himself forward. 6. Shen Ming watched him abandon the staff and couldn't help but laugh. Yin Zheng had passed through 2 people in this manner, and if he could get past Su Lingyue, he would succeed in challenging the pass. I told you if I can't stop someone you won't be able to either. Seeing that not only he was embarrassed, Tang Long felt a bit more balanced inside. Go back. At the top, Su Lingyue was in a bad mood. Seeing Yin Zheng cheat like this made her even more displeased. She acted without mercy, and without his staff, Yin Zheng was quickly knocked down to the ground. In an instant, Yin Zheng's face turned ashen, retreating to the side in despair. A year of effort went up in smoke. The challenge continued, and the second was a charming young girl. Hua Yuanu, please have mercy, senior brother. Hua Yuanu cast a flirtatious glance, stepping forward effortlessly, easily passing Tang Long. This was because Tang Long did not act at all and was a beat too slow. Does he become immobile when he sees a woman? Shen Ming thought to himself as Hua Yuanu approached him. This senior brother is so young, truly a talent of youth. Hua Yuanu's voice was soft and melodious. Cling. Shen Ming suspected whether she spoke like this all the time. Let's begin and don't waste everyone's time, he said. Now it was Hua Yuanu who was somewhat taken aback. This person actually ignored her charm. In her surprise, she lightly tapped her small foot on the ground, her figure becoming elusive, her movements leaving no trace. Mizong step. Shen Ming was taken aback, truly unsure of what to do. He suddenly understood why 3 people were assigned to guard the entrance. It seemed that each outer sect disciple had to face 3 inner sect disciples, but that was not the case. In battle, a winner must emerge, and others had no choice but to confront each other directly. However, in this challenge, one must block the opponent without resorting to pulling tactics. Unless Shen Ming pursued relentlessly with his sword, his fists would be of no use. Hua Yuanu effortlessly passed by him. Shen Ming felt as if he were on a basketball court, unable to react as he watched himself get bypassed due to a deceptive move. What are you all doing? Su Lingyue stood at the top scolding as she confronted Hua Yuanu. At that moment, Zhang Muhan stepped forward. Although Hua Yuanu was still challenging, the area of Tang Long was already empty. This time I won't let you pass easily. Seeing a man, Tang Long wanted to vent his anger on Zhang Muhan. Before Zhang Muhan could approach, he swung the iron hammer in his hand, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Furious wind hammer technique, consisting of 3 strikes, includes 18 variations, unleashing a shockwave of force. Zhang Muhan spoke as he drew his sword. A purple glimmer appeared in his eyes, indicating the activation of the breaking heaven technique. Today's younger generation really lacks respect. Tang Long's dissatisfaction reached its peak upon seeing this. Zhang Muhan had no intention of simply advancing. He directly charged out with his sword. Good timing. Eager for a direct confrontation, Tang Long swung his heavy hammer with great force. Indeed, all are flaws. Zhang Muhan's eyes radiated purple light as he struck with his first blade, effortlessly neutralizing the heavy hammer with a sword light resembling a rainbow. The second strike came horizontally, the sharp blade tearing through Tang Long's neck, blood gushing forth. You? Tang Long could not comprehend the situation. Even in death, his eyes wide open, unable to close. The remaining outer sect disciples were so frightened they retreated, repeatedly gasping in astonishment. Zhang, senior brother, what are you doing? One outer sect disciple mustered the courage to ask. What am I doing? In the eyes of the outer disciples, usually composed and reserved, Zhang Muhan burst into mad laughter. Of course I'm killing. Zhang Muhan stepped over Tang Long's corpse, charging into Filong Pass, heading towards the second guard. Intelligence indicated this person was Shen Ming without any background information, and it was unclear what martial arts he practiced. It didn't matter as long as it was a martial art of Xuantian Gong. He could see through it. Is it a case of demonic indulgence, or is he insane? Shen Ming did not expect the detested Tang Long to die just like that. This was his first encounter with death, and the impact was quite significant. Zhang Muhan approached him with a murderous intent. In life and death moments, some would succumb to inherent fears while others would be ignited with bloodlust, entering a state of exhilaration. Good timing. Shen Ming belonged to the latter category. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. A sword is after all a tool for killing. Above Filong Pass, Su Lingyue was still astonished by Tang Long's death, and Hua Yuanu's beautiful eyes also bore a hint of purple light. With a graceful posture, her hands seemed to pluck flowers, reaching for Su Lingyue's vital points. The flower-plucking finger, an earth-level martial art. It is exceedingly feminine. With 3 fingers, it can shatter even the hardest objects. If she could utilize true qi, a small gravitational vortex would form at the point where her 2 fingers met, making it impossible for the enemy to evade. In this critical moment, Su Lingyu's years of practice saved her life. Xuantian finger. Almost instinctively, she brought her right hand's two fingers together, a blend of feminine and masculine energy neutralizing the deadly assault. Xuantian finger, one of the 9 ultimate techniques of Xuantian Gong, derived from the Xuantian sword technique. Its finger force is akin to sword light injuring without a trace. Hua Yunu revealed the martial art she was using, continuing her assault, each strike perfectly targeting weaknesses. Su Lingyue found herself under constant restraint, and coupled with the unclear circumstances, she used her lightness skill to escape the battle. She ascended to the highest point of Filong Pass, hoping to alert the law enforcement elder. She saw the entire Longmen Mountain engulfed in flames, black smoke covering the sky, blotting out the sun. Your elder is overwhelmed. Hua Yunu was filled with murderous intent, yet showed no impatience, only a strong hatred in her eyes. Are you people from the demonic sect? You can't escape in my Xuantian world, Su Lingyue declared. What if we don't plan to escape? Hua Yunu chuckled charmingly. Su Lingyue was startled. The young girl before her was after all a death warrior. What grudge do you have that is worth this? My parents both died at the hands of your Xuantian Gong. What do you think? Hua Yunu replied. I suspect these words were instilled in you by the demonic sect. You don't even know what your parents looked like. Su Lingyue said, demonic sect disciples are all adopted orphans blinded by the lies of the demonic sect. What you just said was taught to you by Xuantian Gong. Could it not be lies? Hua Yunu responded. Su Lingyue was momentarily taken aback, truly unsure how to counter. Hua Yunu let out a silver bell-like laugh, her gaze growing colder. You are right about one thing. I have indeed never seen my parents. I have been starving since I can remember, and even while cultivating I had to please those men. Why should you be more fortunate than I? Loved by the masses since childhood. Hua Yunu truly hated this point. Is it because I have good parents? Su Lingyue spoke uncertainly. Die. Hua Yunu disregarded her image, going all out, her finger techniques growing fiercer. Su Lingyue could only defend, knowing from their earlier brief confrontation that her opponent could see through her weaknesses. For a moment, the advantageous Hua Yunu truly could not defeat her. However, Su Lingyue was not in an invulnerable position either. In a moment of carelessness, Hua Yunu lightly plucked at Shen Lingyu's shoulder, tearing her clothes, leaving a blood mark on her delicate fair shoulder. Tisk, I have an idea. I want to strip you bare and let your companions see. Hua Yunu said triumphantly. If you have the ability, come at me. Su Lingyue, filled with rage, switched to another martial art, changing her finger technique to palm technique. Cloud-dispelling palm, inspired by Baiyun, ethereal and unpredictable, powerful, yet not as strong as Xuantian finger. Hua Yunu easily deflected it, leaving a blood mark on Su Lingyu's arm. If I could utilize true qi, the opponent would definitely be unable to perceive it, Su Lingyue thought. The true qi enhanced through the meridian would lead to multiple variations in her techniques. In other words, her opponent's restraining techniques only applied to the body refinement stage. These individuals sacrificed their martial arts prospects for today's action. For death warriors, that was quite reasonable. Do you wish to delay time? Do you think time is on your side? Unfortunately, Zhang Muhan is like a block of wood, otherwise I would definitely make him defile you. A sinister expression appeared on Hua Yunu's face. Su Lingyue naturally knew that there was another person more lethal than the current Hua Yunu. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. At this point, several minutes had passed, and Tang Long could not withstand 2 strikes. Below, Shen Ming and Zhang Muhan were still fighting. Su Lingyue glanced down, both surprised and delighted, discovering that Shen Ming had the upper hand. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Su Lingyue provocatively questioned. Hua Yunu listened to the sounds of clashing swords and blades, her brows furrowing. Ignoring Su Lingyue, she first retreated to a safe distance. Zhang Muhan, what are you doing? She shouted loudly. Zhang Muhan appeared frantic, but was clearly at a disadvantage, his body already covered in numerous sword marks. In contrast, his opponent Shen Ming remained calm and composed, displaying the sharpness of a swordsman. Can't break through the technique. Can't break through the technique. Zhang Muhan shouted madly. No matter how he operated the breaking heaven technique, he could not find any flaws in his opponent's swordplay. This person acted without any rules, doing as he pleased, yet wielded immense power. The Xuantian Sect requires its disciples to practice the sect's martial arts. How dare you defy this? Zhang Muhan exclaimed angrily. What are the elders of the Xuantian Sect doing? This is the Xuantian Sect's Wuji sword technique. How can it not be considered a sect martial art? Shen Ming said, displeased, as this person was blind to the truth and spoke baseless accusations. Wuji sword technique. I've never heard of it. Zhang Muhan gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else. Blood, drink mad blade. With a furious roar, he unleashed the mightiest strike, advancing like a force of nature. The frost-like blade light aimed to shatter everything before it. Sword 1 break. Seeing this, Shen Ming's gaze turned cold, and he made a decisive resolve. The Mingxin sword resonated its light, harboring boundless killing intent. The sword light sliced through the air like lightning, bearing a momentum that could crush all. A glimmer of fear flashed in Zhang Muhan's eyes, and he became fully alert. As the blade's momentum shattered before he could react, the sword light had already arrived. The Mingxin sword, a high-grade spirit sword, easily pierced Zhang Muhan's chest, penetrating his heart. Shen Ming withdrew the blade, blood splattering everywhere. This was the first person he had killed since his reincarnation. An animal of a species does not kill its own kind. This is a survival instinct ingrained in its genes. Some individuals retain this instinct, feeling nausea and dizziness in the midst of slaughter. Even the sight of a corpse can make them vomit. This is unrelated to one's character or courage. Shen Ming did not belong to this category. On the contrary, he felt quite calm inside. For he knew this was a person who deserved to die, and he was aware that the matter was far from over. His gaze shifting to the one who had initially breached the defenses. Yin Zheng. Senior brother, I'm not with them. Yin Zheng exclaimed in fear, his composure utterly shattered. He had previously breezed past Shen Ming, feeling somewhat smug. Now, witnessing Shen Ming's extraordinary swordsmanship, he was thoroughly impressed. Thus, Shen Ming approached Huai Wennu. Seeing Zhang Muhan's gruesome death, Huai Wennu, determined to meet her end, showed signs of panic. Faced with Shen Ming's approach, she instinctively wanted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Su Lingyue blocked her path, injured, yet showing no signs of fear. Realizing she was outmatched between Shen Ming and Su Lingyue's flanking assault, Huai Wennu pleaded, "Please don't kill me." At that moment, she recognized that she did not want to die. "Tell me about your accomplices and plans, and I will spare your life," Su Lingyue said coldly. Huai Wennu divulged everything. Su Lingyue listened intently, and then executed the Xuantian finger, piercing through Huai Wennu's peepa bone. "You all watch her, don't move around casually. We will go to other checkpoints." The former words were directed at Yin Zheng and the other disciples, while the latter was addressed to Shen Ming. Since they were within the sect, Su Lingyue did not bring any medicine, hastily bandaging her wounds to stop the bleeding. Shen Ming nodded. As a disciple of the Xuantian Sect, it was only right to take action against external threats. He did not expect Su Lingyue, a woman, to have such a side to her. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Shen Ming asked. "Don't worry, I won't die." Su Lingyue was somewhat surprised by his concern. "Senior sister, those from the demon sect seem to be able to counter Xuantian martial arts. It would be futile for you to go," Shen Ming said. Su Lingyue was unsure if he was mocking her. "I will create a distraction for you. You just focus on attacking. The people from the demon sect cannot see through your Wuji sword technique." As she spoke the word sword technique, Su Lingyue emphasized them heavily. Her father had indeed deceived her, clearly showing favoritism. She carefully scrutinized Shen Ming's face, perhaps due to preconceived notions, and found that he did bear some resemblance. The two might be half-siblings. Upon realizing this, Su Lingyue's hostility lessened significantly, as she had always wanted a younger brother. The inexplicable gaze from senior sister made Shen Ming somewhat uncomfortable. Thinking back to how he had heroically saved her, he felt it might have made her even more infatuated. Alas, there was nothing he could do. Who told him to be so exceptional? Above Longmen Mountain, the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement was anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Thick black smoke billowed, engulfing the entire sky, filled with countless blood-red skulls soaring. The figure in the black robe merged with the smoke, his form flickering, the hood now removed, revealing a gaunt, sinister face. "Fong Lian, how dare you cause trouble in my Xuantian sect? Today, even your leader cannot save you," the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement roared. The demon sect has 4 laws, 6 divisions, and 8 doors. The one before them is the Master of the Blood, door 1 of the 8. His cultivation in the Supreme Realm was still insufficient to act recklessly in the Xuantian Sect. However, he had laid plans for many years, setting up the Crimson Bloodgrave formation under the very nose of the Xuantian Sect. The Xuantian Sect also possesses experts within the domain of formations. This formation has no eye and requires no breaking. The Master of the Blood door seeks mutual destruction. An elder adept in formations immediately discerned the truth. Kik. Indeed, as long as one among you is willing to enter the formation, it will collapse without any attack. Who is willing to accompany me to the Yellow Springs? Fong Lian laughed heartily. Fong Lian, I do not believe you are not afraid of death. After so many years of careful planning, would you willingly close your eyes here? The Grand Elder of Law Enforcement said. Accomplishments do not need to be mine. The people of the demon sect fear no death. Fong Lian bellowed. The Grand Elder of Law Enforcement was both anxious and angry, but he could not truly sacrifice himself to break the formation. If there was truly no other way, perhaps he would be willing to sacrifice. But within his own sect, once the Supreme Elders arrived, they could easily break the formation. Due to this consideration, the two sides remained at a stalemate. This was also within Fong Lian's calculations. The more time he bought here, the more disciples of the Xuantian Sect, the demon sect, could kill below. One of the 9 checkpoints, the Flying Fish Pass. Xiao Chen, Lin Fan, and Chu Tian guarded this place, encountering an assault from the demon sect. Lin Fan and Chu Tian were in a dire situation, while Xiao Chen remained unscathed. Saving a life is like being reborn. From now on, I will be your adoptive father. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of 2 demon sect members. They bore fatal injuries with burn marks. Lin Fan and Chu Tian did not wish to speak, having gone through similar experiences as Shen Ming. Suddenly, the outer disciples attempting to breach the checkpoint turned hostile. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's Taiyin spirit vein was a special talent, and paired with the spirit vein martial arts, the breaking heaven technique could not be seen through. Xiao Chen fought against 2, coordinating with Lin Fan and Chu Tian to eliminate them. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded as 5 outer disciples rushed in. Senior brothers, quickly save us. We don't know what happened to Senior Brother Wu. Not only did they attack him, but they also want to silence us. What on earth is going on? Where have the elders gone? Xiao Chen had initially been cautious, but upon hearing their chaotic explanations, he immediately grew impatient. Be careful. Chu Tian sensed something was off and warned. Just as his words fell, the 5 individuals who came revealed their malevolent intentions and attacked Xiao Chen together. It turned out that they were members of the demon sect, having coordinated through a secret signal and had already dealt with 2 checkpoints of Xuantian Sect disciples. Damn, it has the Xuantian Gong been overrun by the demon sect. So many traitors have infiltrated. Xiao Chen cursed as he thrust his spear through the air, the red tassel at its tip flickering like a flame. Unfortunately, this time the opponents numbered 5, and they did not even need to rely on the breaking heaven art to easily subdue Xiao Chen. Another one held back Chu Fan and Lin Tian, preventing them from providing assistance. I've done my best. Let's split up. Whoever dies is just unlucky. Xiao Chen turned to break through, only to find that Chu Tian and Lin Fan were quicker, clearly having been prepared. Damn it, Xiao Chen said unhappily. The 5 from the demon sect were born for slaughter and did not intend to spare anyone, working together seamlessly to intercept each individual. If you encounter us, you won't escape. Remember, the ones killing you are the 4 extremes of the demon heaven, said the strongest among them, calling himself Dongjiji. Wait, didn't you say there were 5 of you? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. So many words when death is imminent, Dongjiji sneered. The 4 extremes of the demon heaven was a name conceived when the initial form met. The most crucial point was that finding a name for the 5 was difficult, otherwise they would have to rebrand. At that moment, a figure rushed in. The newcomer wielded a terrestrial-grade spirit sword, his youthful face filled with focus and an imposing gaze. Between the person and the sword there was a chilling aura. Coming from the west. Did the people over there fail? Dongjiji decisively ordered one person to hold back Xiao Chen and another to restrain Chu Fan and Chu Tian. He and the other 2 advanced. Quick battle, quick resolution, don't let more people join the fray. The 3 exerted their full strength, unleashing deadly attacks. Shen Ming, they can see through our Xuantian Gong martial arts. Xiao Chen shouted, realizing that even with his Taiyin spiritual vein, he might not be able to handle 3 opponents. You 2 show some spirit, and come help me hold one back. He looked over at Chu Tian and Lin Fan. We wanted to. Chu Tian and Lin Fan were also feeling frustrated, being held back by one opponent. No matter how they attacked, the enemy before them could easily deflect their strikes. If they recklessly rushed over to help, they might lose their lives. Xiao Chen roared, tightening his muscles, and the flame mark on his forehead glowed brightly. I'll take you down first. He lunged at Shijiji, who was holding him back. Shijiji focused on defense, and with the breaking heaven art at his disposal was confident he could hold Xiao Chen off. Now that Xiao Chen had unleashed his full power, openings appeared. Shijiji's gaze turned cold as he sought to seize the opportunity to kill. Come at me, devouring wave spear. Xiao Chen's move sacrificed all defense for offense. It was either the enemy would die or he would. The spear seemed to have been burned in raging flames, billowing white smoke rising from its body. The white smoke resembled clouds and mist, obscuring the enemy's vision. Xiao Chen charged through the haze, piercing the enemy's chest with the fiery spear. The sharp sword in Shijiji's hand was still half a foot from Xiao Chen's throat. Do you know that an inch longer means an inch stronger? After landing a blow, Xuantian felt as if he had made a breakthrough in his martial arts. I am truly a genius. Shen Ming, I will assist you. Xuantian did not forget the current situation and, gripping his spear, prepared to join the fray on the other side. However, as soon as he moved to run, he suddenly halted in place. The scenario he imagined with Shen Ming struggling did not appear. Shen Ming, fighting three alone, wielded his sword like a swimming dragon, forcing the three from the demon sect to retreat repeatedly. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed as the blade pierced through Nanji's throat at a tricky angle. To face fewer with more, and still manage to kill an opponent first. The remaining two lost all their fighting spirit, and Xuantian saw that the situation was already settled, requiring no further action from him. What kind of swordplay is this? I ask you, what kind of swordplay? When did Xuantian have such swordplay? Dongjiji could not accept it. While they could not contend with Taiyin's spiritual veins, this person had pure martial arts, and the breaking heaven art could not find any flaws. This is the limitless sword art of Xuantian. Shen Ming wondered what was wrong with these demon sect members, as if his swordplay should not exist. Limitless sword art. Impossible. Dongjiji did not believe it. Xuantian had a heavenly grade technique, the Xuantian profound secret technique, and the accompanying martial art Xuantian finger was one of the 9 ultimate skills. The breaking heaven art could also counter it. Was this limitless sword art perhaps even better? Naturally, Shen Ming would not stop to explain. Sword 2 Void. The limitless sword art comprises 13 styles, and Shen Ming had mastered the first 3. Sword 1 Breaking was immensely powerful. Sword 2 Void was formless and without shape. Even as an observer, Xuantian could not see the sword's momentum. He only saw the 2 demon sect members spraying blood, confusion etched on their faces. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining demon sect member, disregarding Chu Tian and Lin Fan, turned to flee. Chu Tian and Lin Fan felt that if they let the opponent escape, they would have no face left to stay in Xuantian. The two joined forces to kill the last remaining combatant, leading to the demise of all 5 from the demon sect. Chu Tian and Lin Fan approached Xuantian, and the 3 of them focused their gazes on Shen Ming. Xuantian, you just said saving someone is like giving them a second life. Shouldn't you go up and call him foster father now? Chu Tian said. Xuantian pondered for a moment, then approached Shen Ming, took a deep breath, and wore a radiant smile. Younger brother worships you. Recognizing him as a younger brother was certainly better than calling him foster father. Chu Tian and Lin Fan admired the thickness of this person's face. At that moment, Su Lingyue arrived with more than a dozen inner disciples. Before arriving at Feiyu Pass, Shen Ming and Su Lingyue had already dealt with the enemies at other checkpoints. This was the last one, and the demon sect disciples had nearly all been annihilated. However, judging by the 5 from the demon sect here, at least 3 checkpoints must have fallen. The group rushed to those 3 checkpoints, finding the corpses of their comrades alongside a demon sect disciple. It's senior brother Li Changsheng. He killed an enemy, but lost his own life in the process. To kill an opponent under such adverse conditions shows how outstanding senior brother Li Changsheng was, only to die abruptly here. The path of the Grand Tao is ruthless and fate is fickle. Upon reaching the second checkpoint, there were no corpses, but plenty of bloodstains. They must have been injured and hidden. We must hurry to search and rescue, Su Lingyue said. Soon they found 3 people on the brink of death in the forest. Their team had someone skilled in medicine who brought them back from the brink of death. Finally, after tallying, there were 5 dead and 7 injured. Looking at the 5 corpses, the disciples felt sorrowful, yet also a sense of relief for having survived the ordeal. Thank you, senior brother Shen Ming, for your timely rescue. They each approached Shen Ming, expressing their gratitude in turn. Just now, Su Lingyue had merely acted as a guide. It was Shen Ming alone who had taken action. Looking at Shen Ming surrounded by everyone, Su Lingyue felt a daze, not understanding why. There was also a tinge of regret. The two were siblings. Even if they had different mothers, they still shared blood ties. Meanwhile, the Vice Master Ren Fengqi arrived at Longmen Mountain. Fengqi, with a gentle wave of his loose robe, a strong wind blew away the black smoke from the blood formation, shattering the eerie red skulls one by one. The leader of the blood sect, Fong Lian, had nowhere to hide, exposed under the daylight. Yin Yong. Ren Fengqi waved his sleeve again, and clouds gathered from all directions around Fong Lian, rendering him immobile. The Supreme Realm is divided into the realms of heaven and earth. Ren Fengqi is the heavenly supreme, while Fong Lian is the earth supreme. The gap of a great realm results in a one-sided crushing. Fong Lian couldn't utter a word before Ren Fengqi and was crushed into powder. Quickly go for reinforcements, Ren Fengqi instructed. The stewards landed on Longmen Mountain and immediately searched for disciples like Su Lingyue. After counting the casualties, the Grand Elder of Law felt as if his heart was being cut. However, upon hearing the disciples' descriptions and the confession from Hua Yuanu, the Grand Elder of Law felt a wave of relief. The Demon Heaven sect harbored ambitious plans intending to hunt down the disciples at the 9 checkpoints. If it weren't for Shen Ming rushing to the rescue in time, the casualties would have doubled. Shen Ming, you have turned the tide, saving people from peril, a great achievement. After understanding the situation, Vice Master Ren Fengqi took the initiative to approach Shen Ming. This is a matter of duty. Oh, I believe others faced with the same choice would do the same. That's right, Shen Ming replied. As soon as he spoke, the Grand Elder's face showed approval. Such a mentality is quite rare at this time. Now speak, what reward do you seek? Ren Fengqi replied with a smile. The Grand Elder of Law lowered his gaze, fully aware of such rhetoric. If the higher-ups truly wanted to reward someone, they wouldn't speak in such a manner. However, seeing the gentlemanly demeanor of Ren Fengqi, the Grand Elder of Law suspected he was overthinking it. Next, it would depend on how Shen Ming responded. The clever would say everything depends on the Vice Master's decision. The hypocritical would say they work for the sect without seeking rewards. I need resources to cultivate to the 6th heaven, the more the better. Shen Ming said seriously. The Grand Elder of Law confirmed that Shen Ming was a straightforward person. Do you want to participate in the selection of true disciples? Ren Fengqi said. Then from today onwards you will enjoy the treatment of a true disciple until the day of selection. The Grand Elder of Law completely dismissed his earlier doubts. This could be considered quite a generous reward. True disciples receive spirit pills and various valuable supplements every month. The most crucial point is that they can cultivate in the cave heaven and blessed land. There the spiritual energy is abundant, and just cultivating there surpasses the treatment of most inner disciples. What happened today should not be publicized. Many matters need to be clarified, so do not speak of it outside. Ren Fengqi said. The disciple understands. Shen Ming expressed his understanding. The Demon Heaven sect was able to pull off such a large-scale operation under their noses, indicating that there must be a traitor within the Xuantian Sect. Take this jade token, it represents your identity. Ren Fengqi handed Shen Ming a green jade token. Alright, is the Wuji sword technique you use really given to you by the transmission elder? In the end, Ren Fengqi couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Wuji sword technique is a complementary martial art to the Wuji divine art. It is likely that no one has succeeded in practicing it before, and the people of the demon sect cannot see the flaws. Shen Ming replied seriously. All right, you may leave. Ren Fengqi carefully examined his expression for a while and said nothing. Shen Ming returned to his residence on Tongtian Peak, and it was already night. He lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Killing is a form of catharsis. With his will intensely focused, all distractions were driven away. He slept soundly until the next morning. Oh, that felt great. Shen Ming stretched with all his might, his bones cracking and popping. After washing up, he stepped out to prepare for cultivation. 1 day of practice brings 1 day of achievement. 1 day without practice turns into 10 days of emptiness. Yesterday's mass slaughter was not a reason for today's laxity. The disciples he encountered on the way were all in their usual spirits, chatting and laughing. The tragic incident at Longmen Mountain had not spread. Not everyone was oblivious. Some elders cast him curious glances which soon turned into warm smiles. Clearly the higher-ups of Xuantian Sect were all aware. Shen Ming arrived at the Dan Pavilion located on Tongtian Peak to collect pills using his jade token. As the Vice Master mentioned yesterday, he enjoyed the treatment of a true disciple, so he naturally would not hold back. The Dan Pavilion, amidst the many resplendent palaces of the sect, exuded intricacy. The entire building was shaped like a gigantic alchemy furnace, with light, smoke rising from the back courtyard, and the fragrance of medicine wafting within 100 meters. All disciples came here to collect pills, making it quite bustling. Shinshiti. A delicate voice rang out. It was Lu Qianqian, who had not been seen for a long time, her pretty face full of joy. Having joined the sect earlier, Lu Qianqian was at the midstage of the Xianguan realm, thus addressing Shen Ming as Shitty. Sister, it's been a while, Shen Ming replied with a light smile. Yes, are you here to collect pills? Lu Qianqian asked. Yes. What a coincidence, let's go together. Lu Qianqian walked alongside Shen Ming into the Dan Pavilion. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon them. As one of the Xuantian Sect's top talents, Lu Qianqian was charming and graceful, yet without an air of vulgarity, which was truly rare. Despite Lu Qianqian visiting Shen Ming on the first day, her standards were actually quite high. The other disciples were surprised to see her walking shoulder to shoulder with a male disciple. The disciples of Tongtian Peak recognized Shen Ming and it wasn't very surprising the other disciples from different peaks seemed to know who he was. In the hall on the first floor of the Dan Pavilion, there were 2 counters facing the main entrance, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Qianqian brought Shen Ming to the right counter and handed in her identity token. Soon she received a bottle of Huanglong pill. Just as she was about to let Shen Ming step forward, an impatient voice came from the next counter. "Can't you read? What does this token say?" Shen Ming didn't know when he moved to the left counter. The female disciple inside didn't even raise her head, merely pointing at the sign on the counter. The sign read, "True Disciples Pill Collection Area." "Shitty, let's collect here," Lu Qianqian said. Shen Ming uncertainly placed the jade token on the counter. The female disciple cast a glance, her impatience dissipating. She cautiously picked it up and discovered the character written on the back of the jade token. "Shi Xiang, earlier I was blind. Please wait a moment." The female disciple trembled, not daring to speak further, and quickly entered a small room behind. In a moment she appeared behind an alchemy elder, looking timid. "You must be Shen Ming. Indeed, you are extraordinary." The alchemy elder, who was privy to the details, wore a broad smile, handing him a bottle of Huanglong pill and a box containing Zhuling Dan. The Huanglong pill is a great supplement that strengthens the body and enhances vitality. A bottle of Huanglong pill can satisfy a month's needs, during which the cultivator does not need to consume great supplements. Zhuling Dan is exceptional, being a spirit pill. Just like spirit weapons and technique, spirit pills are also classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Zhuling Dan is merely a yellow-level pill, yet it is still extremely precious. The Zhuling Dan is contained in a box exhibiting a pale green hue, shaped like a small lotus seed, round and smooth. Holding it in hand, it has a slight warmth, seemingly containing boundless spiritual power. Lu Qianqian beside him looked on with shining eyes, her face filled with envy. Emerging from the pill pavilion, Lu Qianqian walked so close to Shen Ming that their shoulders nearly brushed. "Senior brother Shen, how do you possess the Vice Sect Master's jade token?" Her eyes sparkled with awe. In her mind, Shen Ming's stature had soared to unfathomable heights. "It is not yet appropriate to disclose," Shen Ming replied flatly. "Oh." Lu Qianqian wrinkled her nose, petulant yet utterly charming. "Where will you go next, senior brother?" "To the Blessed Land." Having secured the spirit pill's cultivation within the Blessed Land was the natural next step. "Then may your martial path flourish gloriously, senior brother." Lu Qianqian exercised impeccable decorum. She made no request to accompany him. As an unofficial true disciple, Shen Ming was forbidden from bringing others into the Blessed Land. They parted ways, and Shen Ming proceeded directly toward his destination. Each of the 9 celestial peaks of Xuantian Sect possessed its own blessed land. Xuantian Peak hosted the Golden Radiance blessed land perched atop the summit. A broad level expanse, resembling a natural observatory, offered a sweeping view over much of Xuantian Mountain. Ancient spirit trees and luxuriant flora thrived here, evoking the primordial vastness of chaos itself. Each dawn mist enshrouded the land, and dew glistened upon the foliage, so potent it rivaled refined spirit liquid known as the Golden Radiance nectar. This nectar could not be ingested directly, one had to circulate cultivation techniques to absorb its spiritual energy. Shen Ming arrived at noon, when the sun blazed high and the mist had long since dissipated. Yet the air still hummed with abundant spiritual vitality, cool, crisp, invigorating. A single deep breath cleared the mind and refreshed the spirit. Dozens of figures sat scattered across the land in silent stillness. Not a word was spoken. Shen Ming selected an ideal spot, a massive bluish-green stone positioned precisely at the heart of the Blessed Land. Not only did spiritual energy converge here, but the stone's surface had been polished smooth, comfortable, and perfectly suited for meditation. Shen Ming activated the infinite void divine art, and in an instant the spiritual energy embedded within the Golden Radiance nectar surged through his limbs and meridians. Compared to this blessed land, his previous month of cultivation had been little more than arduous austerity. Xuantian Peak was after all a spirit-favored peak. The ambient spiritual energy on the mountain was already exceptional. Outer sect disciples dwelling at the mountain's base could only dream of ascending to train here. In that moment, Shen Ming finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase, "The Tao is contested. Only the bold seize it." Without contest, such blessings would never fall to him. Hiding one's talent only hindered cultivation, and progress demanded urgency. Seizing the momentum, Shen Ming swallowed a spirit-gathering pill. First came a gentle warmth surging from his dantian, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Then white vapor streamed steadily from his mouth and nostrils, spiritual energy roiling and surging within, filling him with an unprecedented sense of fullness and power. Amplified by the golden radiance nectar, the fourth celestial barrier began to tremble, its foundations loosening. Shen Ming's heart leapt with elation. Once a barrier wavered, breakthrough was imminent. Return at dawn tomorrow. The mist enhances the spiritual resonance. Having concluded his practice, Shen Ming rose from the stone. As he departed, he noticed sidelong glances from other disciples within the blessed land. Puzzled but unconcerned, Shen Ming left without hesitation. A new face. Does he even wonder why none of us claim that prime spot? He'll learn soon enough. Two disciples seated nearby whispered furtively. In the northern region, the Jiang clan. As a first-tier aristocratic house, the Jiang clan had stood unshaken upon this land for millennia. Su Kong Island, the Jiang clan's supreme heavenly realm. Within the sacred hall where the clan patriarch resided, a stern, middle-aged man sat deep in thought, his brow furrowed in grim concentration. With each ripple of emotion, his aura swelled, thunderous rumbles echoing around him, a hallmark of the supreme, sovereign realm. A noble woman in imperial robes entered, her bearing elegant, her presence regal and serene. Yet sorrow shadowed her features. I wonder whether Ming'er has settled comfortably into life at Xuantian Sect, she murmured. At her words, the man's furrowed brow eased, and his overwhelming aura subsided instantly. Rest assured, Elder Su knows his limits. How can you say that so lightly? You refuse to assign personal guards, and Ming'er doesn't even have a servant at his side. I was born into a sect. I know its merciless nature well. Those of outstanding talent are met with universal kindness. Those of ordinary aptitude must struggle relentlessly just to survive. These two were Shen Ming's parents in this life. The stern man Jiang Tianqing, patriarch of the Jiang clan, the noble woman Qin Qing, his birth mother. Ming'er had been sent to Xuantian Sect over a month ago, and strict confidentiality meant they remained ignorant of his condition. As Qin Qing had said, the sect was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. We had no choice. It must be endured as a trial. If he cannot endure these 3 years, how shall he bear the decades ahead? Jiang Tianqing said. Qin Qing offered no rebuttal. Seeing her husband's pain, she softened her voice. You seemed troubled just now. What weighs upon you? The secret may have leaked. Jiang Tianqing replied. Impossible. Qin Qing's expression shifted instantly, pale with alarm. Within the Jiang clan, those privy to this matter could be counted on one hand. Only the two of them, Elder 3 and the ancestral patriarch, knew. Elder 3 had watched Ming'er grow up and stood firmly behind Jiang Tianqing. He had been present during Ming'er's innate talent assessment. The ancestral patriarch had been informed personally by them both, because the matter concerned not only their family but the very future of the Jiang clan, requiring the patriarch's final decree. The patriarch had ruled unequivocally. Jiang Tianqing remained in his prime and would likely hold office for another century. Producing several more sons in that time would suffice. Yet rivals within the clan coveted the patriarch's seat fiercely. No one believed he could rule unchallenged for a full 100 years. Jiang Changkong. Qin Qing voiced her suspicion. Jiang Changkong, Ming'er's cousin, possessed the void sovereign body, currently the Jiang clan's most prodigious genius. One born with a ruined constitution, the other a sovereign physique. Elder 3's loyalty wavered, and he began re-evaluating his allegiance. I have already issued stern warnings. They dare not act rashly, especially not when the entire Jiang clan's fate hangs in the balance, Jiang Tianqing declared. Before interest, dignity is but a jest. Qin Qing refused to believe it. I know. I ask only for your patience. I have already made arrangements, Jiang Tianqing replied helplessly. Let your arrangements protect Ming'er, not preserve your title as patriarch, Qin Qing retorted. What nonsense is this? Of course Ming'er comes first. Jiang Tianqing snapped, affronted. Qin Qing lowered her head and began to weep softly. My lady, what is this? Jiang Tianqing sighed, bewildered. How had things turned so suddenly to tears? I weep because I cannot give Ming'er a younger brother, she whispered. Jiang Tianqing's expression darkened. Years earlier, Qin Qing's cultivation had gone awry. Giving birth to Ming'er had nearly cost her half her life. Qin Qing had once been the saintess of the Taiqing sect. Such a position entailed inheriting the sect's highest mantle. Marrying into a noble house amounted to relinquishing everything. Thus, when Jiang Tianqing married her, he swore an oath he would take no concubines, and she would never suffer the slightest indignity. And so the vow became an inescapable knot. The ancestral patriarch deemed producing another heir simple, but the truth was it was impossible. My lord, perhaps you should remarry, Qin Qing murmured quietly. Jiang Tianqing raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing the subtle test beneath her gaze, and immediately assumed a posture of solemn righteousness. My lady, such thoughts are unthinkable. How could I break a vow sworn before heaven and earth? Qin Qing nodded faintly, her voice heavy with resignation. Then, if need be, I shall take Ming'er and retreat to the lower realms to live in seclusion. Jiang Tianxing said nothing more. His brow remained deeply furrowed. Today I will break through the fourth barrier. Shen Ming, unaware of what was happening at home, got up before dawn, eager to absorb the essence of the golden mist. To outsiders, Shen Ming appeared diligent and hardworking. However, for him, it required no willpower. Each training session yielded visible progress, and this positive feedback was intoxicating. The main reason for his rapid advancement was that he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks or obstacles. This is also why geniuses always rise. They can focus solely on their cultivation. Arriving at the golden mist blessed land, dawn was just breaking. The morning mist enveloped the blessed land, and a chilling aura permeated the air as if walking through an ice cellar. Shen Ming felt a bit overwhelmed as he entered. Gradually his body entered a subtle state, and the limitless true qi stirred restlessly. In the blessed land, there's no need to cultivate deliberately. Just being here is more beneficial than outside. Shen Ming sighed, glancing around. Compared to yesterday, there were more people in the blessed land. That piece of green stone remained unoccupied. Shen Ming found it strange. That was a good spot, a place where spiritual energy gathered. Though he was straightforward, it didn't mean he was dull. He quickly deduced a possibility: the green stone was someone's exclusive spot. He had come late yesterday, and that person had already left, which was why the stone was empty. Today he arrived early, and that person had yet to arrive. As Shen Ming pondered this, he sat down on the green stone. This time, he was attentive and noticed that the other disciples in the blessed land were casting curious glances at him. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to watch the unfolding drama. No one intended to remind him. Shen Ming was unconcerned. The only rule in the blessed land was first come, first served. After clarifying his intent to compete for the Tao, how could he possibly back down? Wang Lin, don't meddle in others' affairs. He suddenly heard someone whisper. From the direction of the sound, a young man of medium build approached. Ignoring his companion's warning, he stepped up to Shen Ming and said, "Junior brother, you really shouldn't sit here. Is this someone's exclusive spot?" Shen Ming voiced his inner doubts. The young man hadn't expected him to catch on to that, and nodded slightly. While that person is away, no one else should sit here. It seems a bit domineering. Shen Ming replied, "That sounds a bit unreasonable." As soon as he said this, whispers erupted around them. The young man hastily signaled him with his eyes to refrain from speaking out. "Junior brother, may I have a word with you?" the young man said. Shen Ming was curious about who this person was, so he followed him outside the blessed land. The kind-hearted senior brother who offered the warning was named Wang Lin. He informed Shen Ming that the person's name was Huang Qi, who was not only domineering, but also quite harsh. She comes to the blessed land to cultivate for 1 hour each day, during which time all male disciples must vacate. Anyone caught sitting on the green stone must lick it clean with their tongue. What a... Shen Ming felt as if he had been opened to a whole new world. She claims that with us stinky men around, the golden mist will become foul-smelling. Wang Lin continued, "Why does she think that?" Shen Ming questioned. Except for him, all the disciples in the blessed land were true inheritors of equal status, with no hierarchy. She is the junior sister of the true inheritor Meng Xiaobai, Wang Lin explained. And they have a very close brother-sister relationship. Wang Lin elaborated. In other words, she traded her body for resources and belittled other men. I guess this Meng Xiaobai is an extraordinary figure. Shen Ming remarked. Only then would Huang Qi dare to be so domineering. Indeed, Meng Xiaobai is a prodigy on the renowned talents list. Among the true inheritors, there was a competition for ranking on the list. The renowned talents list was derived from the gathering of heroes, where only the elite of true inheritors could be listed. I see now. The two returned to the blessed land, and Shen Ming walked straight towards the green stone, sitting down again. Well, it turns out he had spoken in vain. Wang Lin shook his head and ceased to persuade him. As dawn broke outside the golden mist blessed land, a dozen disciples appeared, all female. They strutted confidently, and any male disciple who blocked their path was met with a barrage of scolding. The one they surrounded was Huang Qi, in her 20s, slender and curvaceous. Especially her snow-white skin, it could be said to be glowing white. She stopped outside the golden mist blessed land and said, "Clear the area. I don't want to see a single stinky man." "Yes, senior sister." Immediately a lovely young girl stepped forward. She quickly entered the blessed land and shouted, "Senior sister Huang Qi has arrived. Don't dawdle." The male disciples in the blessed land were accustomed to this and stood up one after another. Initially, they had coexisted harmoniously with these female disciples until Huangqi appeared, gradually asserting dominance. The female disciples united around her. Some dissatisfied individuals went to report to the elders, claiming that the male disciples were always leering at them in the blessed land, making it impossible to cultivate diligently. When absorbing spiritual energy, the damp essence would wet their clothes, and if they wore light-colored garments, it would become somewhat transparent. Hearing this, the elders found it reasonable and allowed the genders to enter the blessed land separately. Naturally, the most concentrated spiritual energy time became the female disciples' period. Who is this? What audacity! How dare you sit in senior sister's spot? Suddenly, a girl noticed Shen Ming sitting on the green stone, her face a mix of shock and anger, especially as Shen Ming remained indifferent, fully absorbed in his cultivation. You're finished. I tell you, senior sister Huangqi will ruin you. The girl shouted hastily, running outside to spread the alarm. Wang Lin sighed. The worst had happened. Outside the blessed land, Huangqi was already growing impatient. Upon hearing that a male disciple was sitting in her spot, she resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I want to see who is so bold. Huangqi stormed into the blessed land, catching sight of Shen Ming and realizing she did not recognize him. That was all right. Most of the disciples in this blessed land were personal disciples. As the beloved junior sister of Meng Xiaobai, who could rival her? Kneel down and crawl over here, lick my shoes clean. Huangqi commanded. She was utterly obedient before senior brother Meng Xiaobai, willing to meet any demand. Thus, she sought to reclaim her authority from other men. To her surprise, Shen Ming seemed not to hear her, remaining motionless. The spiritual energy of the golden mist spiraled around him, faintly visible to the naked eye. He must be breaking through. The disciples present, experienced in these matters, knew what this represented. Shen Ming might truly be oblivious, entering a state of selflessness. How could Huangqi tolerate this, especially with that stinky man standing by watching the spectacle? In an instant, she dashed forward like a dragonfly, skimming the surface of the water, aiming a palm at Shen Ming's chest. Even the female disciples gasped in shock. This strike wasn't aimed at killing, but to interrupt Shen Ming's breakthrough. The lightest consequence would be a total loss of effort. The heaviest could damage his foundation. No one had expected Huangqi to go this far. Almost there, just a little more. Shen Ming blocked out all external distractions, focusing intently on his inner consciousness. The spiritual energy was gradually impacting the fourth barrier, yet it still fell short. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous force struck his chest. The Wujizenki surged rapidly, generating a powerful vortex-like suction throughout his body, absorbing all this external true energy to break through the barrier. Huangqi felt as if a palm had struck a steel plate, her arm aching intensely. Meanwhile, an overwhelming suction enveloped her body, making it impossible for her to withdraw her hand. My original true energy. Huangqi realized that her original true energy was rapidly depleting. In contrast, the person before her showed increasingly obvious signs of breaking through, seemingly on the verge of success. It felt as if she were not attacking, but rather channeling her power to assist in breaking through. Boom! A dull sound resonated from within Shen Ming as the fourth barrier shattered. Huangqi noticed the suction was weakening, but before she could feel pleased, a fierce and unmatched power surged towards her. She saw the person open his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. You dare to disrupt my cultivation? Shen Ming understood what was happening. He was in the midst of breaking through, and this woman was attacking him. Such behavior was unforgivable. Fortunately, the Wujixingong was a heavenly grade skill, allowing him to withstand the pressure and transform it into power for his breakthrough. Shen Ming was unaware that he had absorbed Huangqi's original true energy to accomplish this. This was part of the automatic refinement of the Wujixingong, knowing the white, guarding the black for the sake of the world. For the sake of the world, the constant virtue does not err, returning to the limitless. During the breakthrough, he could absorb all forms of energy. Shen Ming executed an ancient king's fist, striking Huangqi fiercely in the chest. Huangqi spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if her bones were breaking. She was originally at the 5th level of the barrier, but after this ordeal, her cultivation regressed to the 2nd level. Senior sister. The girl who had been shouting in front wanted to come and help, but upon seeing Shen Ming on the bluestone, she lost the courage to move. The other female disciples did not dare to lift their heads. Quickly go call senior brother Meng. Huangqi shouted. This was not over. She wanted senior brother Meng to teach this person a harsh lesson. Ironically, that senior brother Meng was busy with other matters, and the female disciples could not find him at all. Instead, the law enforcement disciples from the punishment hall rushed over upon hearing the news. The leading law enforcement disciple recognized Huang Qi and immediately ordered others to surround Shen Ming, pulling out a pill to stabilize Huang Qi's injuries. "Take him to the punishment hall," he said coldly. Several law enforcement disciples approached to apprehend Shen Ming. "No need, I'll walk on my own." Shen Ming scanned the crowd calm and composed. "You seem quite confident having knocked Huang Qi down a level in cultivation. According to the sect rules, aside from your identity as a personal disciple, you could even be expelled from the Xuantian Sect," the law enforcement disciple said. "She attacked me while I was breaking through," Shen Ming replied. "Then how come you are unharmed? Who can prove it?" The law enforcement disciple looked at the others in the blessed land. Anyone could see this law enforcement disciple was biased towards Huang Qi, wanting to repay a favor to Meng Xiaobai. No one dared to step forward to testify. Wang Lin hesitated, but was firmly held back by his companions. "You're being biased," Shen Ming said. "Hell, what of it? What's your name?" "Listen closely, I am Yanqing." He, like Huang Qi, assumed that everyone in the blessed land were personal disciples. To the punishment hall, personal disciples were of little significance. Only Huang Qi was Meng Xiaobai's paramour, and he wanted to secure a favor. "Just wait." Huang Qi swallowed a healing pill, regaining some strength, glaring at Shen Ming with resentment. "I want to see the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement," Shen Ming said. "You think you can just see him whenever you want it?" Yanqing mocked. "I said I want to see him." Shen Ming reluctantly revealed the jade tablet. The reason he hadn't taken it out earlier was that he believed that rights and wrongs should be argued reasonably. He was well-versed in the sect rules and knew he was in the right. He did not want to resolve privileges with privileges. But there was no other choice. The real world was far from the ideal. The jade tablet of a true disciple, personally given to me by the vice sect master with the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement present that day. According to Rule 6, Huang Qi has violated the hierarchy and shown no respect for her superiors. She attacked me while I was breaking through according to Rule for injuring a fellow disciple, abolishing their cultivation, and expelling them from the sect. The sudden turn of events caused the atmosphere in the blessed land to freeze. Everyone looked to Yanqing, waiting for his reaction. Yanqing glanced at the jade tablet, sneered, and shouted everyone out. Everyone retreated, even the injured Huang Qi was no exception. Shen Ming frowned tightly. Could this law enforcement disciple truly disregard the jade tablet? Yanqing confirmed there was no one in the blessed land. His expression changed, and he knelt down with a thud. "Back then there were too many people, so I knelt before you." Yanqing was in tears. He wished Shen Ming had said this earlier. "Junior brother, just pretend I didn't say those words earlier. I will handle this fairly and owe you a favor," Yanqing said. "I still preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Shen Ming scoffed. Yanqing continued to plead for mercy, asking him to never mention this to the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement. "I just hope for fairness. You can rest assured it will be absolutely fair. Ayan have always been just and fair. I guarantee it will be handled fairly," Yanqing said. The two of them exited the blessed land, and Yanqing sternly commanded, "Take Huang Qi to the punishment hall." Huang Qi's face was pale, though she had already considered this possibility when she saw the jade tablet. "Who can testify for what happened just now?" Yanqing continued. I. Male disciples rushed to volunteer. They lacked the courage to challenge authority, but had the courage to beat a drowning dog. Moreover, Huang Qi was so detestable on a daily basis. "I will define the situation before senior brother Meng intervenes," Yanqing whispered. "What does it matter if he intervenes? I have a clear conscience," Shen Ming said unhappily. Yes. A group of people arrived at the punishment hall. The situation was not complicated with over a dozen witnesses. Huang Qi brazenly attacked while others were breaking through, truly a heart as venomous as a snake's. Yanqing quickly completed the case file and submitted it to the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement. He only had law enforcement authority. The punishment still required the Grand Elder's decision. The Grand Elder of Law Enforcement glanced at the case file, saw the name, Shen Ming, and nodded in understanding. Expel from the sect and abolish cultivation. Immediately afterward, Yanqing took the punishment result to find the Grand Elder of Punishment. Upon seeing the name, Shen Ming, the Grand Elder directly approved the punishment. Shen Ming had once turned the tide on Longmen Mountain, saving over 10 disciples, yet someone had struck him hard during his breakthrough. Even if Shen Ming had killed Huang Qi on the spot, both the Grand Elders of Punishment and Law Enforcement would have no objections. In the past, expelling a disciple from the sect took a long process due to various relationships. Now, in less than half a day, Huang Qi was expelled, an efficiency unprecedented in Yanqing's experience. No wonder the vice sect master personally gave him the tablet. "This guy has quite the background," Yanqing said. At the Xuantian Sect on the Wanxiang Peak lies the dwelling of the true disciple Meng Xiaobai. A true disciple's cave dwelling is not merely a narrow cave haphazardly carved out. Rather, it is an entire spiritual mountain where true disciples can cultivate spiritual plants and raise extraordinary beasts. This is also why true disciples need followers. One person cannot manage everything, especially given the fierce competition among true disciples. At this moment, several disciples from the punishment hall and Huangqi appeared on the spiritual mountain. Upon seeing the law enforcement disciples with stern expressions and Huangqi looking ashen, the disciples of Wanxiang Peak knew something was amiss. Many were waiting to see the spectacle unfold. An unpleasant person is intolerable wherever they go. Huangqi was equally unpopular on Wanxiang Peak. Those who flatter the powerful inevitably bully the weak. Huangqi had gained favor with Meng Xiaobai by selling her body naturally intending to wield power. "Hurry and pack your things," said Yanqing. Huangqi was no longer a disciple of the Xuantian Sect. She was about to be expelled with her belongings. Upon learning that her senior brother Meng Xiaobai had not yet returned, she felt a twinge of anxiety, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. "I want to say goodbye to senior brother Meng Xiaobai," Huangqi said. Yanqing knew her ulterior motives, as she simply wished to ask Meng Xiaobai for help. "Sister, with the signatures of the two elders in charge of punishment and law enforcement, no one can save you." Yanqing, recalling that she had nearly been dragged into this mess, wore a grim expression. At that moment, a flying boat descended upon the peak, hovering about 10 meters above the ground, and a young man leaped down. He appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in flowing white, exuding an air of arrogance. The young man was none other than the true disciple Meng Xiaobai. His brows were filled with pride as he had just successfully challenged the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, earning high praise from his master. The true disciples of the Xuantian Sect do not confine themselves to their cave dwellings every day. The sect has created the Demon Suppression Tower and the Heavenly Demon Battlefield based on the perilous areas outside, such as Forbidden Zones, Ancient Nests, and Secret Realms. The purpose is to cultivate the true disciples' abilities to compete and survive in the outside world. Senior brother Ming. Huangqi, as if seeing a savior, rushed into her brother's embrace, weeping pitifully. "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Meng Xiaobai lifted his chin, scanning the law enforcement disciples from the punishment hall with a detached gaze. "Senior brother Meng, hey race, what happened?" Huangqi recounted the events. Yanqing, listening, began to feel something was off. In Huangqi's narrative, the conflict morphed into Shen Ming refusing to acknowledge the differences between men and women, unwilling to leave the blessed land, and even provoking others. She relayed Shen Ming's words. "You wearing such thin clothing is just to show us your wetness, isn't it?" Huangqi, unable to bear it, then retaliated. To be honest, Yanqing had no idea what had happened before the confrontation. Huangqi was clever, downplaying the severity, while also aware of Meng Xiaobai's sensitive spot. He would never allow anyone to touch his woman. Huangqi knew she had made a grave mistake, but was unwilling to leave the Xuantian Sect. Even if she were not a true disciple, being a servant would suffice. Outside, one would find it impossible to locate a cultivation paradise like the Xuantian Sect. Meng Xiaobai's good mood dissipated. "Is there any discrepancy in what she said?" He looked towards Yanqing and the others. "We do not know the cause of the incident. We only know that Huangqi attacked a true disciple." Yanqing, learning from her past mistakes and avoiding offending either side, reported that the Elder of Punishment had already made a final judgment. Meng Xiaobai furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Gradually, Huangqi was horrified to find that Meng Xiaobai was loosening his grip on her hand. "Let's go," Meng Xiaobai stated. His master was the Grand Elder, so he naturally had the means to negotiate. However, it was not worth making such a fuss over a woman. His master would also think he lacked ambition. Women are merely playthings. This was Meng Xiaobai's life creed. Huangqi fell into utter despair, a mix of grief and indignation contorting her previously beautiful face. "I catered to you in every way and agreed to all your excessive demands. Is this how you repay me?" "Impudence." Meng Xiaobai struck her, knocking her out. "Take her away." He turned his back to the group from the punishment hall and walked into his cave dwelling. Yanqing and the others exchanged glances, carrying Huangqi away. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Meng Xiaobai's anger was still unresolved, and he summoned the girl who had been with by Tian and Huangqi. "Tell me everything that happened in detail," Meng Xiaobai said. The girl was the first to notice Shen Ming sitting on the green stone, thus she had the most authority to speak. How pathetic for a true disciple to have to go to the blessed land to cultivate. After hearing this, Meng Xiaobai was infuriated. He did not intend to stand up for Huangqi, but that did not mean he was not angry. "What is your name?" Suddenly, Meng Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him. She was not exceptionally beautiful, but had a pleasing appearance. "Huangxiao." The girl felt Meng Xiaobai's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and her body trembled slightly. but am a maiden. Senior brother, I've never even held a man's hand. Huang Xiao replied shyly. Perfect, I am very angry right now. Meng Xiaobai pulled her into his embrace. Huang Xiao hesitated, yet complied, letting out soft cries. The two engaged in an indescribable development of several hundred words. Shen Ming was unaware that so much was happening at the same time. He became a hero among the male disciples of the Jinxiao blessed land. The male disciples surrounded him, shouting that they wanted the female disciples to experience their humiliation, forbidding them from entering during the hour of the richest spiritual energy. There is no distinction between men and women in the Jinxiao blessed land. Positions are given based on who arrives first. There is a saying that all beings are equal above oneself, while clear distinctions exist below. Shen Ming detested those who adhered to this saying and had no intention of becoming such a person. He did not accept the flattery of the male disciples. The only person he admired was Wang Lin. However, despite Shen Ming's assertions, neither male nor female disciples dared to sit on that green stone. Shen Ming was not so foolish as to seek unnecessary suffering and kept silent. The next month was as calm as water, with Shen Ming focused on his cultivation between the 2 points. After receiving the second month's gathering spirit pill, Shen Ming's cultivation advanced another level, breaking through the 5th level of the Mystic Gate. Compared to the initial stage of the Mystic Gate, the Wuji True Qi was 10 times stronger. It's time to learn a supreme technique of the Xuantian Sect. With his original True Qi reaching this level, he could cultivate the supreme techniques. The Xuantian Sect has 9 supreme techniques that can be learned by true disciples or those who have made significant contributions. He arrived at the Wanfa building of the Xuantian Sect, where the martial arts and techniques are stored. I've comprehended it. The way of the foot is also a way, and the technique is also a law. The Tao follows nature. Upon his arrival, Shen Ming heard a wild shout. Shen Ming halted, his eyes wide. Who was this genius? Not far away, a disheveled disciple was doing handstands, his hands moving faster than others' feet. Shen Ming realized this was not an isolated case. The disciples outside the Wanfa building were acting as if they had consumed mushrooms, some crying, others laughing, while some were talking nonsense. Shen Ming looked up at the plaque of the Wanfa building, confirming that he had not come to the wrong place. It's normal. Who doesn't go mad while practicing? A voice echoed in his ear. The speaker is a senior brother in his late 20s, elegant and charming, dressed in the robe of a true disciple. He always wears a bright smile while speaking, giving a sense of approachability. Song Shuqing, you can call me Senior Brother Song. Senior Brother Song, I am Shen Ming. After their introductions, Shen Ming looked towards the unusual disciples, a perplexed expression on his face. The Pavilion of 10,000 Methods houses countless martial arts techniques, and 1/3 of them have never been mastered by anyone. Most of these techniques were brought back by the Xuantian Sect from some ancient ruins. Some are incomplete, while others have lost their written records. Within the sect, there are disciples dedicated to researching these martial arts techniques, referred to as trial cultivators. Shen Ming was somewhat astonished that these disciples could practice already validated techniques and martial arts, yet they still chose to spend vast amounts of time and effort to carve out new paths in martial arts for the benefit of future generations. Being mentally disoriented and acting irrationally is the price of practicing incorrect techniques. This state is not permanent. After a period of rest, these disciples can regain their clarity. However, over time, the lines between clarity and madness become blurred. Shen Ming couldn't help but ponder whether such a steep cost was truly worthwhile. Song Shuqing informed him that out of the 9 ultimate techniques of the Xuantian Sect, 5 had been tested by trial cultivators. At this revelation, Shen Ming looked at the trial disciples with admiration and respect. Are you here to select martial arts techniques? Song Shuqing asked. Yes, Shen Ming replied. Since this is your first visit, let me guide you. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, senior brother? Not at all. Who in the Xuantian Sect doesn't know that I, Song Shuqing, am always eager to help others? As others had said, Shen Ming no longer held back and shared his intentions. The Xuantian Sect boasts 9 ultimate techniques: Xuantian Finger Red Fire Technique, Tongxian Sword, and Yutian Step. Shen Ming's goal was Yutian Step, a top-tier movement technique. During his last guard duty at the Flying Dragon Pass, he was unable to stop 2 disciples, which made him realize his shortcomings. Hitting an opponent is useless if you can't reach them, no matter how high your damage. Enemies won't always confront you. In the future, he would face complex situations like chases and ambushes. Mastering Yutian Step in conjunction with the Wuji Sword technique would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Even if not used in combat, Yutian Step allows one to traverse steep mountains effortlessly. What a coincidence! I came here to explain Xuantian step. Song Shuqing smiled. Oh, Shen Ming thought to himself, what a surprising coincidence. Song Shuqing explained that he held a position in the pavilion of 10,000 methods assisting the elders in lecturing and teaching. Among the 9 ultimate techniques, he specializes in Xuantian step. If you had come tomorrow, or even yesterday, you would have encountered a senior sister lecturing on Xuantian finger. You truly have good fortune. Indeed, it seems fate has brought us together, Shen Ming replied. Fate is truly ineffable. Song Shuqing's smile was radiant, yet a cunning glint could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The two entered the pavilion of 10,000 methods where Song Shuqing instructed him to go to the 3rd floor to collect the transcription of Xuantian step and then find him in the rear courtyard side hall. Shen Ming quickly glanced through it and found it difficult to comprehend. It wasn't due to a lack of understanding, but rather because it contained many specialized terms related to movement techniques. Shen Ming felt perplexed, sensing a strangeness. Unable to grasp the meaning of a single sentence, it was naturally impossible for him to achieve enlightenment. No wonder the pavilion of 10,000 methods had sent senior brother Song here to explain. Shen Ming arrived at the side hall and saw Song Shuqing standing on a mat facing 7 disciples. He was somewhat surprised that there were so few people. The 7 disciples looked dazed, not in the right state of mind. All right, go outside and contemplate what I just said. Upon noticing Shen Ming's presence, Song Shuqing waved his hand. The 7 disciples sighed in relief and almost rushed out the door. As they passed by Shen Ming, their eyes revealed a strange expression. Please take a seat. Song Shuqing gestured for Shen Ming to sit down, chuckling lightly. I will teach you the basics. Shen Ming had no doubts and listened attentively. A few minutes later, he understood why those disciples had been so drowsy earlier. Senior brother Song was not a good teacher. His explanations were dull and lifeless, filled with many personal opinions. This situation is easily explained. Only being able to practice does not equate to being able to teach. Shen Ming did not reveal his thoughts and remained fully focused, showing respect. After all, having something is better than nothing. He began to develop a general understanding of movement techniques. Just practice. Not a single sound will come from you during practice. Little did he know Song Shuqing was doing this intentionally. There is a saying that it is tiring to ruin others, deliberately turning others into failures. It wasn't that Song Shuqing held any grudge against Shen Ming. It was purely that he could not stand seeing others succeed, as it would threaten his own position. He had exerted tremendous effort to master the 3rd stage of Xuantian step. Why should he share his insights with those who come after him? The notion of passing down the torch is nothing but nonsense. Those trial cultivators outside were nothing more than a bunch of fools in his eyes. However, as he received a salary from the pavilion of 10,000 methods, he still had to maintain a facade of being helpful. When it came time to lecture, he would ramble on with only one key point in 10 sentences. The elders could find no fault for even Shen Ming. The party involved was thinking that being able to practice does not guarantee the ability to teach. Shen Shidi, your posture is upright, your proportions are excellent, making you very suitable for movement techniques. However, you still lack a bit of focus. If you put your mind to understanding, you will surely succeed. Song Shuqing continued. He was also skilled in understanding human nature. Once the junior brothers and sisters believed this, they would fall into mediocrity, blending in with the crowd. This is due to the inherent sense of shame in people. Encountering obstacles in cultivation can create a sense of frustration. At such times, hearing Song Shuqing say that it is merely a lack of focus would trap them in a cycle of thought. I'm not unintelligent. Oh, I just don't put in enough effort. As long as I want to, I can achieve it. Immersed in this self-satisfaction, they would begin to hesitate in their efforts, fearful of uncovering the truth and damaging their pride. In the realm of destruction, Song Shuqing was quite experienced. Your posture is upright, your proportions are excellent, making you very suitable for movement techniques. Unfortunately, he had encountered Shen Ming. Shen Ming only heard what he wanted to hear. In an instant, his thoughts became clear, and amidst senior brother Song's heap of nonsense, he summarized his own ideas and style. Senior brother Song, is it like this? Shen Ming articulated his insights. To Song Shuqing, it sounded reasonable and aligned with martial logic, though it deviated from the concept of Xuantian step. You are quite close. On the surface, he said this seriously. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Ming was overjoyed, eager to return and practice Xuantian step immediately. Practice diligently. He'll be here next week on the same day to continue the lecture. If you have any questions, come ask me then, said Song Shuqing. All right, senior brother. Shen Ming once again marveled at the respect among the brothers and disciples of the Xuantian Sect. Xuantian Bu, a supreme rank earth-tier martial art, and one of the 9 supreme techniques of the Xuantian Sect. differs fundamentally from conventional martial arts, which progress through stages such as initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Instead, it unfolds across 9 steps: Tian Bu, wandering heaven step Ta Tian, Bu treading heaven step Tian Luo, Bu heavenly net step Deng Tian, Bu ascending heaven step Hong Kong, Bu across emptiness step Feng Xing, Bu wind running step Luo Yin, Bu mist looming step Shen Yu, Bu spirit wandering step, and Yu Feng Bu wind mastering step. Each step harbors its own profound subtleties with no fixed sequence of mastery. The more steps one commands, the greater the technique's power. Song Shuqing had mastered the first 3 Feng Xing, Bu Xinyu Bu, and Deng Tian Bu. Shen Ming began precisely in that order. Though gifted beyond measure, he saw no reason to forsake a near path for a distant one. Feng Xing, the heart moves with the wind, footprints vanish without trace. Light as a feather, swift as a swallow in flight. Formless within the gale, elusive to any foe. Qi surges through both feet, fluid unimpeded, movement like wind, speed like lightning. Shen Yu, intent anchored at the heart's source, of form and shadow dissolve into illusion. The mind still as placid water, the spirit wandering boundlessly. Steps pivot with thought, reality and illusion indistinguishable. Where intent stirs, form follows, the spirit roams heaven and earth, leaving no trace, each step birthing mirage. Deng Tian, heaven vast, earth distant, the will fixed upon the summit. Each step ascends through clouds, you feet tread upon void. Strength pierces heaven and earth, form soars like a celestial dragon. Unfettered in heart, unbound in motion. Each stride cleaves the firmament, Qi merging with the heavens. These were Song Shuqing's grandiose hollow insights, fabricated abstractions. From them Shen Ming distilled a synthesis of 3 steps: Feng Xing upon earth, shadow obeying form. Shen Yu leaving no trace, intent weaving truth and illusion. Deng Tian draws near, each step ascending through cloud. Wind empowers the spirit's wanderings, ascent becomes effortless. Heart and step unite, movement dissolving into invisibility, a Qi communes with heaven, granting sovereign passage across all realms. Steps interweave seamlessly, motion like flowing water, momentum like an arching rainbow. Song Shuqing feigned proximity and understanding, yet inwardly scoffed. Though sounding harmonious with the Tao, it was pure fantasy, groundless and impractical. Beginners always do this, clinging to illusions, repeating futile trials, squandering time and energy. Then Shen Ming practiced diligently according to the manual and mastered Feng Xing Bu on the 2nd day. He mastered Shen Yu Bu on the 4th day, Deng Tian Bu on the 6th. Why? Shen Ming would simply say, I possess the innate sage body and the supreme Tao embryo. This is simply how it is. Unlike cultivation arts, martial techniques need not accrue slowly over years. They may be deduced and refined through innate talent, though their upper limits and potency remain constrained by one's cultivation realm. For Shen Ming to master the 4th step, he must first shatter the 6th mystic barrier. Breaking through is all but certain. I shall first consult Senior Brother Song for his insights on the 4th step. Senior Brother Song had not yet reached the 4th step himself, but surely possessed deep realizations and personal insights. Mutual discussion would benefit them both. The next day Shen Ming arrived at the Wanfa Pavilion, exactly 1 week since his last visit. Song Shuqing sat lecturing in the side hall, speaking with fervent eloquence as if desperate to impart every secret. 5 disciples sat before him, drowsy and overwhelmed, heads pounding silently, pleading, Master, please stop reciting. If only you channeled half this energy into your footwork, you'd soar beyond the clouds. Song Shuqing's tone carried frustrated disappointment. When class ended, Shen Ming entered the side hall after the others had departed. Brother Shen, you're late, Song Shuqing remarked, faint displeasure coloring his voice. Senior brother, I deliberately waited until after class, to avoid encroaching upon the other disciples' time. Shen Ming replied. Oh, you wish private instruction. Song Shuqing felt compelled to gently remind this junior brother his time was exceedingly precious. Yes, and thanks to your guidance, I've already mastered the first 3 steps, Shen Ming said. Brother, this isn't amusing, Song Shuqing replied. Senior brother, it's true. Shen Ming knew such progress would astonish others, but truth required no. There and then before Song Shuqing's eyes he demonstrated the 3 steps. In the next instant Song Shuqing's expression hardened with gravity. With a light tap of his foot, Shen Ming glided several zhang forward, like a breath of clear wind. Feng Xing Bu. His mastery surpassed even Song Shuqing's. No dust stirred, no tremor disturbed the air. Shen Ming continued moving with the wind itself, ungraspable and tangible. Each step landed as though wind had passed, leaving no imprint, no echo, evoking the unsettling paradox: shadow is not shadow, form is not form. As if his spirit wandered beyond the heavens, reality and illusion blurred beyond distinction. Shen This is Shen This is true Shen 3 rapid, disbelieving exclamations betrayed Song Shuqing's inner upheaval. Before he could process it, Shen Ming surged forward, his stride seeming to span infinite space. Deng Tianbu. Brother Shen, how did you achieve this? Song Shuqing shot upright, unable to remain seated. Senior brother, I possess the innate sage body and the supreme Dao embryo. Deducing martial arts swiftly is only natural. Shen Ming replied. Is this merely swift? This is light years faster. Yet the crux lies elsewhere. The essence of these 3 steps revealed to Song Shuqing the true soul of Yu Tianbu. Did you derive all 3 solely from my earlier notes? Song Shuqing asked him to repeat the principles, then transcribe them word for word. Though my ramblings were scattered, I never lied outright. This junior brother possesses astonishing talent, perceiving the whole from a sliver, then ascending beyond it. Most crucially, he remains utterly unaware of my hidden agenda, yet shares these invaluable insights with complete candor. Song Shuqing's thoughts raced, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. Brother, keep this manual strictly confidential, until I've re-examined and refined it. Shen Ming agreed without hesitation. Of course. Yet absorbed entirely in refining the manual, his senior brother never once addressed the 4th step. Back in his mountain abode, Song Shuqing began rededucing Shen Ming's manual. Once dismissed as worthless, now treasured as a priceless revelation confirmed by first-hand witness of its efficacy. Yet could others truly cultivate this borrowed authentic manual? At first, perhaps suggestion alone, or perhaps the manual held genuine power. Song Shuqing found his mastery of Yu Tianbu advancing markedly, yet simultaneously descending into a feverish, obsessive state, much like the test cultivators of the Wanfa Pavilion. Normally serene and scholarly, this stark transformation immediately drew the attention of his personal disciples. You don't understand. You have no idea. This is true footwork. This is true cultivation principle. To their queries, Song Shuqing responded with unprecedented fanaticism. Ignoring all reactions, he plunged deeper, heedless of decorum or dignity. Day after day, he ran wild across mountains and forests, hair unbound and disheveled. I've grasped it. I've truly grasped it. He cried out ecstatically, not only elevating his command of the first 3 steps, but finally touching the threshold of the 4th. He chose Yu Tianbu, the very namesake step, as his 4th. It served as the keystone bridging past and future. A retired elder had revealed this secret long ago, kept deeply buried, for its profundity made it nearly insurmountable. Song Shuqing had struggled for years to unlock it. Now Shen Ming's manual had cracked it open. Yu Tianbu, the spirit, wanders heaven and earth, roaming the 9th firmament. The crux lies in wandering, to glide through the skies like a fish through water. And a fish wears no clothes. Stripping bare, Song Shuqing sprinted wildly across the Xuantian Sect grounds, each leap into the air accompanied by undulating Piscean contortions of his body. What in the 9 hells? The first disciple to witness him assumed some deranged lunatic. So grotesque was the sight, he wished to gouge out his own eyes. So senior brother Song Shuqing is that small. Others fixated on oddly specific details. Soon the commotion swelled uncontrollably. Cultivation without madness. Impossible. Some surmised Song Shuqing had suffered a catastrophic breakthrough, rare yet perilous even outside formal trial cultivation. Yet what method of practice could possibly warp one so thoroughly? Into roaming the mountains, Shen Ming arrived at Song Shuqing's cave, dwelling his heart heavy. He had received the news and hurried over to check on him. No wonder senior brother hadn't discussed the 4th step with him. It turns out there was such a risk. He had fallen into demonic obsession, his mind clouded. Senior brother took risks for his sake, which was commendable. Just imagining himself naked swimming like a fish in midair, he might immediately flee and never return to the northern region. Senior brother Song, I've come to see you. Shen Ming stepped into senior brother Song's cave. Song Shuqing lay motionless on the bed, his eyes wide open, the corner of his right mouth twitching. Senior brother Song was partially paralyzed. Shen Ming was relieved that cultivators had special physiques. As long as he rested for a few months, he would be fine. When senior brother saw him, he seemed very happy, tremblingly raising his right hand as if to point at him. Senior brother, don't worry, I'll take care of the next steps. I will master the Yu Tianbu no matter how dangerous it is. Shen Ming held senior brother's hand with a sincere expression. Song Shuqing's chest rose and fell rapidly, staring at him intensely, especially when he heard Shen Ming mention the Yu Tianbu. It was deliberate. This kid was definitely being intentional. Senior brother, don't get too excited. Trust me, I will master the Xuantian Bu and come back to share my insights with you. Shen Ming thought that senior brother was just unwilling to accept failure. Upon hearing the mention of sharing insights, Song Shuqing recalled the embarrassing scene from yesterday, and his vision darkened as he fainted. Senior brother fell asleep contentedly. Shen Ming couldn't help but think that he had not lingered to disturb him and left with a high spirit. He had to master the fourth step and give senior brother an explanation. Before that, he must break through the sixth barrier. A month and a half later, during the winter solstice, a solemn and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the world, and the sky appeared increasingly vast and austere. Within the sect, however, things were bustling. The highly anticipated selection of true disciples was about to begin. In the 9-vein spiritual peak, a total of 97 true disciples had signed up. In the end, only 9 individuals could become true disciples. The content of the selection was different from previous years, as the Xuantian Sect learned from the lessons of Longmen Mountain to ensure absolute safety. Thus, the selection would take place in the Tianma battlefield. The Tianma battlefield was a small world created by the Xuantian Sect. Spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, it was a complex mountainous terrain filled with countless dangerous demons. Inner disciples could not handle the demons, so during the selection, there would be no demons on the battlefield. The 97 inner disciples were randomly teleported to various locations on the battlefield for fierce competition. 100-person battle royale. Shen Ming instinctively thought upon hearing the content of the selection. They entered the Tianma battlefield unarmed, searching for weapons on the battlefield. Every hour that passed, the area of the battlefield would shrink, forcing the inner disciples to encounter each other. There was a certain element of luck involved, such as finding no suitable weapon or encountering a strong enemy upon entry. However, luck was also a part of the path to greatness. If that's the case, choosing the Xuantian Bu was the right decision. In the Tianma battlefield, relying on top-tier movement techniques, one could advance or retreat at will. At this moment, his realm had undoubtedly reached the 6th level of the barrier. Speaking of which, he had not encountered any bottlenecks since he began his cultivation. The same was true for martial arts. He smoothly mastered the 4th step. Shen Ming did not forget his promise and headed to Senior Brother Song's cave. After more than a month of recovery, Senior Brother Song could now get out of bed and move around. His facial muscles had returned to normal, although they were still a bit stiff. In Shen Ming's eyes, this was truly remarkable. Partial paralysis indicated irreversible brain damage, and a normal person would require lifelong care from others. Cultivators were different. They could recover bit by bit. Song Shuqing stood in the open ground, enjoying the rare warmth of the sun today, feeling very comfortable. This moment was quite beautiful. As Song Shuqing was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the voice he least wanted to hear. Senior Brother Song, I'm here. Shen Ming strode towards him. Don't come over. Song Shuqing instinctively took a step back, feeling that this Shinshiti appeared simple-minded, but was incredibly cunning. Even he was not a match for him. Senior brother, I have already mastered the Xuantian Bu. During the selection, I will definitely shine brilliantly, Shen Ming said. The corner of Song Shuqing's mouth twitched, frightened that he might start to speak crookedly again. Senior brother Song still could not speak. With this thought, Shen Ming took action, demonstrating the Xuantian Bu in front of Senior brother Song. The Xuantian Bu as the 4th step marked a qualitative leap. After watching for a while, Song Shuqing's heart surged with waves of astonishment. He had to admit that Shen Ming was indeed quite capable. Just by watching, he gained many insights. If it weren't for his legs being uncooperative, he would have joined in as well. Senior brother, here are my summarized insights. You can study them for cultivation. Shen Ming recited his insights, noticing that Song Shuqing remained silent, and decided not to disturb him further. Song Shuqing resisted internally, but still wrote down the insights word for word. With his exceptional talent, there is no reason for him to deceive me. Could it be that I really practiced incorrectly last time? Once this thought arose, it became uncontrollable. He repeatedly recited the insights in his mind, contemplating the subtleties between each word. Ha ha ha, I comprehend. A few days later, Song Shuqing tossed aside his crutch and hobbled excitedly, shedding his clothes one by one. Shen Ming was unaware of this, as his mind was focused on the selection of true disciples. On this day, he arrived at the Xuantian Plaza for the gathering. Whenever something significant occurred, it was always held at Xuantian Plaza. Including Shen Ming, there were 13 disciples signed up for Xuantian Peak, both male and female. Among them were outstanding individuals like Zhang Haoran, Fang Qingxue, and Gu Qing, all at the late stage of the barrier. Shen Ming, being at the peak of the mid-stage barrier, was also at the 6th barrier level. However, he remained the most unique one. because he was the only one among the 97 disciples who participated in the selection right after entering the sect. His contemporaries like Xiao Chun and others were merely watching from the side. Try to ensure that my Tongtian Peak disciples make it to the end. If you encounter each other on the battlefield, do not engage. If you can help, then help. The chief disciple of Tongtian Peak, Luo Cheng, spoke with his usual seriousness, meticulous as always. For some reason, when the last sentence dropped, several disciples looked towards Shen Ming. Although Shen Ming had caught up in realm, his martial arts skills were surely lacking. Even if his martial arts level was high, he lacked practical experience. In summary, Shen Ming definitely had the disadvantage of insufficient time. Shen Ming paused for a moment, seeing the gaze of the Tongtian Peak disciples, and said seriously, "Everyone rest assured, if we encounter each other on the battlefield, I will do my best to help you." "Not my brother. Do we look like we mean that?" Fang Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle at Shen Ming's earnest demeanor, which didn't seem like a joke. "Just trying to attract attention." Zhang Haoran snorted coldly, openly showing his disdain. Gu Qing looked at Shen Ming with interest, giving him a thumbs up. Chief disciple Luo Cheng did not expect Shen Ming to say such a thing, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Soon 97 disciples gathered at the Xuantian Square, with even onlookers perched on the trees. Such a bustling scene only happens once a year. The moment the sect master arrived, the crowd erupted in excitement. The last inter-sect disciple assessment was presided over by the vice sect master. This time the selection of true disciples was personally overseen by sect master Liang Mingxi. It was also the first time Shen Ming saw what the sect master looked like after being at the Xuantian Sect for so long. He stood like a jade tree dressed in feathered robes, surrounded by an aura of mystery. His face was as smooth as jade, subtly radiating an elusive chill, as if he hailed from another enigmatic world. In Shen Ming's words, just his presence altered the atmosphere, making it distinct from those around him. Liang Mingxi spoke eloquently, outlining the precautions and battlefield arrangements. The demon battlefield was laden with numerous treasures and precious resources. There were even many mysterious stone tablets that could help comprehend the essence of martial arts. The rewards for becoming true disciples were already placed inside. Naturally, the competition would be even fiercer. Finally, Liang Mingxi waved his hand, gently causing the clouds in the sky to swirl and open a portal. The 97 disciples flew up and entered. The selection of true disciples officially began. After sending people inside, the clouds began to churn and change, resembling an unfolding landscape painting. Inside lay a desolate mountainous land, a scene of ruin. The demon battlefield. The Xuantian Sect had cleared the area with no trace of demons, yet the atmosphere still bore the weight of slaughter and cruelty. The transported disciples appeared in various places. Those outside only needed to look up to clearly see the movements of those inside. With so many people watching, it's inconvenient to do anything, someone remarked. The disciples next to him immediately distanced themselves, indicating they did not know him. "There he is." Xiao Qin pointed out Shen Ming's location. Lin Fan and Chu Tian cast their gazes over. Having gone through the ordeal at Longmen Mountain, the three had become close friends. Since they entered at the same time as Shen Ming, they were filled with anticipation for his performance. "Isn't that Jian Wushuang from your Xuantian Peak next to him?" Lin Fan asked. Chu Tian focused his eyes and saw a figure 100 miles away from Shen Ming. A figure in a black robe moved with the wind, his ink-black hair casually tied behind his head, his sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. It was Jian Wushuang. Just as Tongtian Peak had Zhang Haoran, Fang Qingxue, and Gu Qing as outstanding figures, Xuantian Peak also had its prominent talents. Jian Wushuang was the most distinguished among them. "Not very lucky, huh?" Xiaoqin said. In their eyes, Shen Ming needed luck to become a true disciple. It was merely that the top figures like Jian Wushuang and Zhang Haoran would eliminate each other, allowing Shen Ming to pick up the leftovers. Encountering strong opponents from the start, hope seemed bleak. Fortunately, on the battlefield, Shen Ming and Jian Wushuang were unaware of each other's existence and chose different directions to advance. Chu Tian recalled something and glanced at his peak master Xie Tianjian. Sure enough, Xie Tianjian frowned, clearly displeased. Chu Tian knew that after Shen Ming had made such a fuss at the sword pool last time, the peak master had viewed him as a challenge. The peak master certainly wouldn't fear a single disciple, but rather the elder behind him. The elder intended to cultivate a sword cultivator to vie for the position of Xuantian Peak master. Xie Tianjian thought this way. Coincidentally, at Deqiong Peak, the elder, who had been in seclusion for several months, emerged from his meditation chamber. Coming out after several months indicated he had failed to grasp a fleeting inspiration. The elder was not too disheartened, though advancing beyond the supreme realm was inherently challenging, and every failure was a step in accumulation. Where's my wife? Each time the elder emerged from seclusion, his wife would be the first to attend to him. An old man with a young wife, yet they were more harmonious than most couples. This was also a source of pride for the elder. His hair was white, but his face was youthful. If he donned a splendid outfit, he would still appear dashing. Dear, I have emerged from seclusion. Upon entering the room, he was met with a pillow flying toward him. Madam, it's me. The elder hurriedly. I meant to hit you, you heartless man, get out. A furious woman's voice echoed from inside. The elder scanned with his divine sense and confirmed there was only one person in the room feeling puzzled. At that moment, he noticed the scene from the demon battlefield. Is today the selection for true disciples? What a coincidence. The elder had no time to placate his wife and headed for Xuantian Square. If he hadn't emerged from seclusion, it would have been fine, but since he had as the transmission elder, he certainly couldn't be absent. Upon arriving at Xuantian Square, he saw Su Lingyue. After several months, his daughter's cultivation had advanced significantly. Lingyue, what's going on with your mother? He asked. Dad, stop pretending. You can't hide the truth forever. Su Lingyue finally got to see him, saying with annoyance, good thing you thought of so many excuses to fool me. What do you mean? Still pretending. Look over there. Su Lingyue pointed toward the demon battlefield. The elder looked and discovered a familiar young man. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the heir of the Jiang family? Wait, how could the Jiang family heir participate in the selection of true disciples? Did the elder of Xuantian Peak agree to let a new disciple sign up? Just as he was pondering this, the elder of Xuantian Peak, who was also the punishment elder, appeared. Old Su, you finally emerged from seclusion. What scheme are you up to this time? The punishment elder asked. The transmission elder was utterly confused. You're still pretending. Let me remind you, Wuji Divine. The transmission elder was even more baffled. That's not interesting at all. The punishment elder was somewhat angry. I truly don't know what you're talking about or what's with everyone today. Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. The punishment elder saw that he was so tight-lipped and turned to leave. Don't go, clarify what you mean. The transmission elder was very perplexed. A cold, piercing gaze made him stop in his tracks. The master of Xuantian Peak was sneering from a distance. What was this guy up to again? The master of Xuantian Peak transmitted. What a coincidence, Elder Su specially chose today to emerge from seclusion, hoping to let his disciple display his sword skills. I see, I look forward to a great show. What a lunatic. The transmission elder was also somewhat irritated. Upon careful consideration, it seemed all of this was related to Shen Ming. Lingyue, tell me what he has been up to these past few months. On the demon battlefield, Shen Ming encountered the first disciple. A female disciple around his age, rather ordinary, the type that would go unnoticed in a crowd. The female disciple was also scrutinizing him, initially very nervous. May I ask what your name is, junior sister? Both were at the mid-stage of the Xianguan realm, so Shen Ming referred to her as junior sister based on her age. I am your father, the female disciple replied. What the hell? Shen Ming was dumbfounded, having not expected this seemingly ordinary female disciple to be so audacious. Ancient King Fist. Shen Ming spoke without any unnecessary words. Since you chose to be impolite, I too am adept in both fists and feet. The Ancient King Fist is straightforward and grand, with boundless true chi gathering at the tip of the fist, ruthlessly tearing through the air. The female disciple's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to defend herself. She had also just entered the battlefield and had not picked up a weapon, relying solely on her bare hands. However, this was an advantage for her. Returning Heaven Hand. This is not one of the 9 ultimate techniques, but it is still a ground-level martial art, which the female disciple has cultivated to perfection. She uses softness to overcome hardness, turning the tides. With both of them at the same realm and empty-handed, the female disciple was confident she could handle it. However, the moment they made contact with the fist, the profundity of the boundless true chi exceeded imagination, and the returning Heaven Hand could not resolve it at all. What kind of true chi is this? The female disciple immediately realized the gap in their primordial true chi. With one punch, her hands went numb and her long hair fell loose. Senior brother, I am your father, the female disciple hurriedly said. You have guts. Shen Ming praised her, noting that very few women possess such bravery. His response was another punch. The female disciple could not even lift her hands, only managing to avoid the fist's edge with all her might, yet she was still knocked to the ground. Senior brother, my name is Ni meaning against the heavens, and Dai meaning butterfly. The female disciple lay on the ground, a look of grievance on her face. Shen Ming stood frozen, as if struck hard, his face filled with disbelief. You should have said that earlier. That name is just too against the heavens. How could your parents give you such a name? Shen Ming asked. Senior brother, I am an orphan without parents. I chose this name after I could remember, hoping to reverse the heavens and transform into a butterfly. In her moment of anxiety, Dai spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Ming felt a pang of guilt, as if he had taken a seat away from a disabled person unable to speak for a long while. In the demon battlefield, every disciple has a wooden token on them. As long as the wooden token is shattered, the disciple will be eliminated and leave the battlefield. You can stay here and recover your injuries, Shen Ming said, feeling embarrassed and allowing her to remain. Not far from leaving, he noticed Dai stealthily following behind him. What does this mean? Shen Ming frowned. Senior brother, you are so powerful, can I walk with you for a while? Dai said. Shen Ming instinctively wanted to say that even if he made it to the end, he would have to face strong enemies, and this was just delaying time. But thinking of how he had made her spit blood with 2 punches and poked at her orphan status, he relented. Thank you, senior brother. Dai quickly caught up and walked beside him. Senior brother, what weapon do you need? I can help you. Dai said. Oh, I practiced the Tai Xian weapon suppression technique and can sense weapons. Sword, Shen Ming replied succinctly. Dai glanced around and pointed in a direction. Are you sure? Shen Ming's expression showed doubt. Disciples are randomly assigned to the demon battlefield, and every hour the battlefield's active range shrinks. Disciples must race against time to enter the core area. The direction Dai pointed was outside. I am sure there are some very powerful swords there, Dai affirmed. Shen Ming pondered, thinking that only a short hour had passed. If they could obtain a suitable weapon in advance, it would give them an advantage when facing enemies later. How is your movement technique? Shen Ming asked. I am at the top level among the inner disciples. Dai's face was filled with pride. Very good, lead the way. At that moment, Dai's competitive spirit began to stir. Shen Ming's 2 punches had knocked her down, which was quite a blow to her. Wanting to gain an edge in movement, she activated her primordial true chi and moved at full speed, as fast as the wind, so swift that even a steed could not catch up. In just a few minutes, she had already run out several miles. Senior brother, you need to keep up. Dai turned back with pride, eager to show off to Shen Ming. But she saw Shen Ming trailing behind her, moving at an unhurried pace. You are a bit slow. Out of sympathy, Shen Ming tried to hide his disdain, but it still slipped out. Is this really a top-tier movement technique? Time is precious, you lead the way. Saying this, Shen Ming directly picked Dai up and tucked her under his arm. Dai attempted to resist, but found that Shen Ming's speed had more than doubled. The ground seemed to flow like a tide beneath them. She was convinced and focused on leading the way. Dai's Tai Xian weapon suppression technique truly proved useful. The two arrived at a bare hill with various weapons embedded in the rocks. A long sword standing atop a blue stone caught Shen Ming's eye. It was a ground-level spirit sword, not as good as his Ming X Iron sword, but it was the highest grade among all weapons. Shen Ming approached the spirit sword, and Dai's heart raced. The Tai Xian weapon suppression technique can condense blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and other divine weapons when cultivated to the supreme realm. In the innate 3-realm stage, one can enhance their combat power by harnessing weapon chi. Dai did not expect to find such a wealth of weapons upon arriving. She began to feel capable. Though it was somewhat underhanded in the battle of the Great Path, all means are justifiable. Immediately, Dai jumped to a high point and activated the Tai Xian weapon suppression technique. The weapons on the entire hill buzzed with energy under the influence of weapon chi. Her long hair billowed, and her otherwise ordinary face radiated an imposing aura. Senior brother. Dai did not want a sneak attack, intending to formally declare war. Coincidentally, Shen Ming drew his sword at the same time. With a booming sound, the sword's chi surged like a flood, enveloping the entire hill with a killing intent shared by both man and sword. Dai soon discovered that the gathered weapon chi was completely obliterated by the impact of the sword chi. What? Shen Ming held the sharp sword. Congratulations, senior brother, for obtaining the precious sword. Let me cheer you on. Dai shouted loudly. Much appreciated. Shen Ming nodded, and once Dai chose her weapon, they would return the way they came. Unexpectedly, a figure in black blocked their path. Put down the sword, take this one instead. The newcomer held a sword as well, but it was only of yellow grade, inferior to the one in Shen Ming's hand. He commanded Shen Ming to change swords in an indisputable tone. Why should I? Shen Ming asked. Because I will not eliminate you, you still have one chance. The newcomer said proudly. Are you a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Peak? Shen Ming inquired. The newcomer snorted coldly, standing with his hands behind his back. As expected, sword cultivators are all the same. Shen Ming muttered to himself. Less nonsense, don't waste time. First come, first served. If you want the sword, feel free to make a move. Shen Ming said. Do you know who I am? The newcomer coldly asked. Who? 10,000 Sword Peak, Jian Wushuang. The newcomer was precisely the most outstanding inner disciple of the 10,000 Sword Peak. He and Shen Ming were already close, and Jian Wushuang had been searching for a suitable spirit sword, and Shen Ming had come to Ling Mountain following Ni Dai's guidance. Thus the two ended up crossing paths. Shen Ming thought for a moment and pointed at Ni Dai beside him. Do you know who she is? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, sizing up Ni Dai, but failing to discern anything special. Ni Dai recognized this sword cultivator disciple and understood Shen Ming's intent. She hesitated a bit, mainly out of fear. However, Shen Ming's gaze was piercing, filled with urgency, as if to say, if you don't speak up, then don't follow me anymore. With no choice, Ni Dai looked at Jian Wushuang, mustered her courage, and shouted, I am your father. Jian Wushuang almost lost his composure as a sword cultivator. Xuantian Square. So Shen Ming is not the sword cultivator you secretly trained to compete for the position of our peak master. Xie Tianjian furrowed his brows, appearing skeptical. In the past, when the sect master wanted me to take the lead of a peak, I always declined. Furthermore, I do not understand swordsmanship. Even if there are supreme sword techniques, I could not possibly teach a top-tier sword cultivator. The transmission elder had difficulties expressing himself. After learning about Shen Ming's actions over the past few months from Su Lingyue, he finally understood. His family regarded Shen Ming as his illegitimate son, while the sect's higher-ups considered Shen Ming to be his direct disciple. Especially Xie Tianjian, who was straightforward and did not hide his hostility. He quickly stepped forward to clarify, hoping to avoid deepening the misunderstanding. Although he found Shen Ming's outstanding performance in cultivation strange, it was not the time to dwell on it. I believe you. Xie Tianjian thought that the transmission elder was not a 3-year-old child and had no need to deceive him. The transmission elder felt a sense of relief, but the smile on his face froze the next moment. Sword Wushuang has encountered his first opponent. It seems to be a disciple from the Tongtian Peak, named Shen Ming. The disciples in the square rubbed their fists together, eagerly anticipating. From these discussions, it was evident that among the inner disciples, Sword Wushuang's reputation far exceeded that of Shen Ming. The transmission elder immediately felt Xie Tianjian's subtle gaze. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a scripted performance. They wanted Shen Ming to defeat the most outstanding sword cultivator disciple of Wanjian Peak. It's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. The transmission elder patted his chest to assure, saying he definitely does not know sword techniques. The Jiang family did not possess powerful sword techniques, and his fabricated Wuji sword technique did not exist. Xie Tianjian snorted coldly. Whether it was true or false would soon be revealed. There was no need to waste words. The transmission elder with complex feelings lifted his head. In the Tianma battlefield on a low hill, the provocative Nijian quickly dashed down the slope, hiding far away. Sword Wushuang's cold gaze followed closely until Shen Ming's figure blocked the view. Got it. Sword Wushuang realized who his opponent was. He raised his spiritual sword, and a fierce cold wind swept in from all directions. Sword Wushuang's black robe fluttered his gaze. I see. Look at my sword. He was over 10 meters away from Shen Ming, yet he unleashed his power right where he stood, the sword intent overwhelming. The howling wind made it difficult for Shen Ming to open his eyes. Whirls of wind flowed like strands of sword light. The sword's edge was everywhere, sealing off all retreat paths. Is this sword intent? Shen Ming's heart trembled. Most martial arts at the innate first stage could not reach this level. The opponent grasped the will of the sword, integrating it into their attack. Furious wind, sword wind sweeping the clouds. Sword Wushuang was fully committed, showing no signs of slack, as swift as thunder. With the person and sword moving forward together, numerous sword marks scarred the bluestone shards flying. Sword for annihilation. Shen Ming reached the mid-stage of the Xian Guan realm, mastering Sword 3 and Sword 4. Sword Wushuang, being a formidable opponent, immediately unleashed Sword 4. The unknown spiritual sword in his hand let out a continuous howl, its sword light resembling thunder and lightning. At the moment the sword was drawn, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp screech. The sword intent carried immense power, yet remained light and agile. Sword Wushuang raised an eyebrow. As a sword cultivator, he could tell at a glance that this was a top-tier sword technique. His fighting spirit surged, and his gaze was fervent. As a sword cultivator, one must be unyielding and charge forward. When the two swords clashed, the surrounding air was compressed sharply, then erupted into a powerful sword wind. Hiding behind a rock, the timid Nijian poked her head out, only to be knocked down to the ground. So strong. She knew of Sword Wushuang's strength, but did not expect Shen Ming to possess such power. Especially with the sword in hand, he was not at a disadvantage. The two sword cultivators quickly reached a boiling point in their battle, exchanging dozens of blows in mere seconds. As Shen Ming fought, he discovered that he had entered an indescribably calm state of mind. Without desire, without self, without thought, without distinction, without attachment, no self in people, no self in law, no self at all, no other, everything is empty. Wuji no self. Shen Ming had a clear insight into the realm spoken of in the sword techniques, and his sword forms continued to advance. Sword Wushuang sensed he had encountered a perfect opponent, and no matter how he wielded his sword, he could not break through. Especially noticing the changes in Shen Ming's expression, he felt a chill in his heart. Sword heart enlightened. The first step to understanding the will of the sword. This disciple at 15 or 16 years old has already achieved this step. Could it be that he practices swordsmanship every day? Sword Wushuang no longer recklessly swung his sword, creating distance. When the enemy is in such a state, another method must be used. Furious wind roar. Sword Wushuang's primal true qi, enhanced through 8 levels of Xian Guan, unleashed a sword wind like a raging beast. This sword, no inner disciples can block it, Sword Wushuang declared. He aimed to break Shen Ming's state with this sword and win with overwhelming might. Sword Wushuang was extremely confident. After their previous exchange, he was certain that Shen Ming had only opened 6 levels of Xian Guan. Before the sword intent was unleashed, chunks of rock were already shaved away. As the sword was unleashed, it was like a storm enveloping Shen Ming. Shen Ming remained in a state of no thought, moving according to his true heart. Sword Wushuang was furious, such an offensive, and he dared to remain unresponsive. In his expectation, Shen Ming should have stopped abruptly, then either clashed with him or dodged. Instead, he thought of resolving his sword intent entirely in the state of sword heart enlightened. You, what right do you have? In a fit of rage, the sword intent transformed into a heavenly net. It was as if countless sword Wushuang were attacking from all directions, each sword strike the strongest offensive. Shen Ming began to move graceful as a startled swan, employing the Xuantian step, combined with his sword technique, responding calmly. It was like dancing on the blade's edge. Any slight mistake would lead to his defeat by Sword Wushuang. He remained composed, his demeanor transcendent. Not to mention Nidian, even the disciples in Xuantian Square were dumbfounded. This Shen Ming has some skill, able to withstand Sword Wushuang's offensive. At first they thought so. He can actually force senior brother Sword Wushuang to use his ultimate technique. Impressive. Gradually the thoughts of the disciples began to shift. Sword Wushuang won't lose, will he? By now the disciples of Wanjian Peak were grabbing their hair in disbelief. The transmission elder noticed Xie Tianjian's extremely grim expression. He remained composed, slowly backing away. Now it was like yellow mud stuffed in his pants. Oh, no words could explain it. Old bastard. This is what you said about not understanding sword techniques. Xie Tianjian shouted angrily. He did not wish to continue watching, as he already saw that Sword Wushuang would undoubtedly lose. Many people noticed this point, including Sword Wushuang himself. After exhausting his sword intent, Shen Ming remained unscathed and approached him. The spiritual sword pointed at his throat less than half a foot away. You lost. Shen Ming's gaze was sharp, like a divine sword unsheathed. Sword Wushuang pressed his lips together, the strong unwillingness in his eyes gradually dissipating. You win. Sword Wushuang threw his sword to the ground. In the Xuantian Square, the disciples gasped as Jian Wushuang discarded his sword. Jian Wushuang, a sword cultivator from the renowned Wanjian Peak, was initially defeated by the obscure Shen Ming. It was a pure test of strength, devoid of any luck. Who was this disciple? Xuantian's headmaster Liang Mingshi also cast his gaze towards Shen Ming on the battlefield. The genius brought in by the transmission elder personally taught the Wuji divine art, said the deputy headmaster Ren Fengqi. Oh. Upon hearing the name Wuji divine art, the headmaster's gaze shifted to the transmission. The transmission elder speculated that the headmaster probably thought he had acquired a dubious technique, passing it off as Wuji divine art for disciples to test. If it were a heaven-level technique, it would be a significant matter for the sect. He should have informed them in advance. Suddenly, the transmission elder sensed a familiar feeling emanating from the headmaster. No, he wouldn't think I did this to become the headmaster, would he? At that moment, numerous divine senses from those in the supreme realm probed into the Tianma battlefield. It turned out that Shen Ming and Jian Wushuang were conversing, both eager to hear what the other had to say. What sword technique is that? Jian Wushuang asked, unwilling to back down. Wuji's sword technique, personally taught to me by the transmission elder, Shen Ming replied. Outside, the transmission elder's heart sank as he immediately sensed the unfriendly gaze of Xie Tianjian. Zhang family scion, why are you acting this way? The transmission elder remained calm, otherwise he would have revealed the truth on the spot. I haven't heard of it. You surely haven't heard of it. I made it up, the transmission elder muttered. The sword technique that accompanies the Wuji divine art has never been successfully practiced before. I am a congenital holy body, the supreme Tao fetus. After sheathing my sword, I am straightforward in my approach, Shen Ming declared. Upon hearing him say congenital holy body supreme Tao fetus, the transmission elder felt embarrassed and wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I practice with my senior brothers and sisters every day, and through countless exchanges I have entered the realm of clear sword heart. Jian Wushuang asked, how many times do you practice swordplay each day? You are the first to practice with me, Shen Ming replied honestly. Jian Wushuang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy is intentionally trying to provoke me, right? Look over there. Nijia stepped forward, pointing into the distance. A dark oppressive cloud mass was approaching, engulfing the land. Shen Ming knew that the circle was closing in, and it was time to start running from the poison. At this moment, Jian Wushuang said, do you see that mountain peak? Head in that direction. There is a stone tablet with 9 sword marks left by the top sword cultivators of the Xuantian Sect. Your sword heart is clear, and it won't be difficult to grasp the sword intent. Oh. Shen Ming looked at him in confusion, unable to help but think of Nijia. Is he trying to exchange information for a chance to avoid elimination? Don't misunderstand. Oh, I just don't want to be the only one who suffers bad luck, Jian Wushuang declared, shattering the wooden token that represented his qualification. As a sword cultivator, one must maintain dignity, even in defeat. In an instant, he lifted off the ground, starting to teleport out of the battlefield. After rising to a certain height, Jian Wushuang vanished with a whoosh, reappearing in Xuantian Square. Facing the gazes of those looking at the defeated Jian, Wushuang maintained a neutral expression as he approached Xie Tianjian. Peak Master, I have let you down. It's not your fault. Some people calculate with intent, while others are oblivious, making it impossible to guard against, Xie Tianjian replied sarcastically, glancing sideways at the transmission elder. The transmission elder pretended not to hear. Jian Wushuang felt somewhat relieved. Your hard power simply wasn't sufficient. You couldn't defeat him. You did your best. That's true, Xie Tianjian said. Jian Wushuang understood what it meant to have a true word be a sharp blade. He wanted to return to Wanjian Peak and begin diligently practicing swordsmanship. But thinking of the excitement to be seen, he continued to look up at the battlefield. He hadn't lied to Shen Ming. There was indeed a stone tablet on the battlefield. He just hadn't mentioned everything. The tablet not only had sword marks, but also handprints and blade cuts, all imbued with the essence of martial arts. Anyone with a bit of strength wouldn't miss it. Jian Wushuang waited to see how these people would fare against Shen Ming. It was one thing to suffer misfortune alone, but if a group faced misfortune, that was an entirely different matter. The transmission elder steeled himself and approached Xie Tianjian, needing to clarify a few matters. No need for more words if you don't have the intent to allow Shen Ming to become my disciple at Wanjian Peak. That's what I was saying, Xie Tianjian exclaimed. Seeing Shen Ming's performance in battle, he was more inclined to have this genius sword cultivator. The transmission elder slapped his thigh. Transferring Shen Ming to Wanjian Peak was more effective than 1,000 words, something he should have thought of long ago. No problem. The transmission elder was about to agree. What do you mean, no problem? Have you consulted with my Xuantian Peak about this? A burly middle-aged man strode over, interrupting the transmission elder. The Peak Master of Xuantian Peak, Luo Tiandu. Shen Ming is my disciple at Xuantian Peak. Luo Tiandu had only learned today that his spiritual peak had such a genius, and naturally wouldn't willingly let him go. He is a sword cultivator genius. Are you not afraid of burying his talent? Xie Tianjian retorted angrily. Before this, he had not received any training from Wanjian Peak, yet he still defeated Jian Wushuang. That's what I said, Luo Tiandu replied. Xie Tianjian snorted coldly, his gaze like lightning. Luo Tiandu stood tall, his aura unwavering. Let's get it on, hurry up and fight. The transmission elder mumbled to himself. This way no one would pay attention to him, successfully redirecting the animosity. Tianmao battlefield. Seeing Jian Wushuang eliminated, Nijia was unsure whether to say her luck was good or bad. Bad luck meant encountering Shen Ming right upon entry. Good luck meant enduring 3 punches from Shen Ming, resulting in sympathy. Let's go. Shen Ming opened his arms, signaling her to get into position. Senior brother, please carry me on your shoulder. All right, Shen Ming agreed. Senior brother, in the battlefield we will definitely encounter more opponents than allies. At that time I will try my best to draw the fire. Nija worried Shen Ming would think her useless, quickly stating her value. Don't worry, you are very useful. I will take you to the end, whether you succeed or not depends on your own fortune. Shen Ming said. Nija thought for a moment understanding what Shen Ming meant, and said, Senior brother, if I encounter someone I dislike, I will shout my name loudly. Clever, Shen Ming remarked. Carrying Nija, he sprinted at full speed towards the location of the stone tablet. Although Jian Wushuang had not defeated him, it did not mean that his sword intent was lacking. Shen Ming was still quite eager, looking forward to the sword intent he might comprehend. The stone tablet was currently still within the circle, just as Jian Wushuang had imagined, with many disciples gathered. The stone tablet is located on the mountainside, seamlessly integrated with the rock face, sculpted with sharp blades, smooth and even. It bears various marks left by martial arts. Standing before the stone tablet, cultivators experience a resonance of their souls. If one's comprehension is exceptional, breakthroughs can be achieved grasping the essence of martial arts. Besides comprehension, one must also be fully immersed, requiring a tranquil environment. Lei, a disciple of the Xuantian Peak, values his privacy. To have him comprehend in front of outsiders feels as unnatural as being unclothed. Thus, he has the 8 great warriors of Xuantian Peak block the foot of the mountain. Lei feels no discomfort. If one cannot adapt to the world, then let the world adapt to you. He embodies the traditional virtues of a disciple of Xuantian Peak dominance. A true strongman must humiliate the weak. At this moment, Lei vaguely touches upon a profound barrier. Anyone who dares to disturb him now will not be spared. At the foot of the mountain, a dozen disciples are resentful, all wanting to ascend and comprehend the stone tablet. This is an opportunity that comes only once a year. However, the 8 disciples of Xuantian Peak are all in the late stage of the Xianguan realm, known as the 8 great warriors, each wielding heavy weapons. Since Xuantian Peak deals with divine instruments, they can easily find the weapons they wish to use, some even wear armor. Senior brother Zhang is here. The anxious disciples see a youth in dark robes. He is Zhang Haoran, a disciple of the Xuantian Peak, whose reputation and strength rival that of Jian Wushuang. The disciples at the foot of the mountain all recognize him. Senior brother Zhang, Xuantian Peak is going too far, trying to monopolize the stone tablet. Senior brother Zhang, let's rush up together, otherwise we won't have time. Those who can enter are the elite inner disciples, not weaklings. If it weren't for Lei still being up there, they would have charged at the 8 great warriors themselves. Now they want to follow Zhang Haoran into battle. However, Zhang Haoran's cold and disdainful gaze halts their steps. What does it matter to you? Zhang Haoran is proud and self-centered, disregarding others. He walks towards the 8 great warriors of Xuantian Peak, who stand as if facing a formidable enemy, their expression solemn. Step aside, don't waste my time, Zhang Haoran says. No, senior brother Lei has said that without his command no one is allowed to ascend the mountain. One of the warriors replies. Then go ask him, tell him Zhang Haoran is here, Zhang Haoran retorts. Senior brother Lei has said not to let us disturb him. The warrior responds. Zhang Haoran's eyes gleam like a blade. Is this a joke? Get lost. His long, strong legs leave deep impressions on the ground as he bolts forward. Zong Yi Xianbu. The disciples present immediately recognize the martial art Zhang Haoran has used. Though it sounds like a body technique, it is actually a leg technique. The difference between the two is that leg techniques are not only swift, but also ferociously aggressive. Combined with Zhang Haoran's pure qi, their power is immense. The great warrior swings a heavy hammer, but before he can gather strength, he is kicked and sent flying. Zhang Haoran lands 10 paces away, disdainful of looking back as he strides up the mountain. Block him, the great warrior shouts as he gets back up. Without his prompting, the other 7 great warriors had already taken action. They all knew that fighting individually was futile and rushed in together. Xuantian style. The 7 work in perfect harmony like blacksmiths in a forge, taking turns hammering the hammers, falling incessantly, forcing Zhang Haoran back. Zhang Haoran is both anxious and furious. He could certainly pay a price to defeat them one by one. However, with Lei still on the mountain, the selection is not yet over, making it unwise to expend effort here. Zhang Haoran glances at the earlier disciples, realizing he should have agreed to charge up earlier. Now it's too late, and those disciples avoid his gaze. Having previously looked down on Zhang Haoran, how could they now approach him? The worst-case scenario is to give up. Some disciples have already left, rushing towards the central circle. However, 7 or 8 disciples still remain. If Zhang Haoran were more eloquent, it wouldn't be hard to persuade them in the face of mutual interest. Zhang Haoran looks down upon such actions, standing off to the side with his arms crossed. He wants to wait for someone of sufficient weight to appear and break the formation together. At this moment, Shen Ming arrives carrying the reverse butterfly. "Excuse me, senior brother, is the stone tablet for comprehending sword intent around here?" Shen Ming asks a nearby disciple. In this atmosphere, such a question feels absurd and unreal. Shen Ming seems oblivious to the strange atmosphere, confirming he hasn't come to the wrong place as he walks towards the mountain. The 8 great warriors, seeing he is in the midstage of the Xian Guan realm, coldly say, "Get lost." Shen Ming asks why these 8 are standing here. "Do you know who she is?" Shen Ming points to the reverse butterfly behind him. One of the great warriors glances at the reverse butterfly and interjects, "Cut the act, her name is reverse butterfly, the reverse of heaven, the butterfly's butterfly, I know her." Damn, they've learned to answer first. Shen Ming feels a little regretful and looks at the other disciples. "Are you all blocked from entering as well?" "I haven't even spoken yet," one of the latest Xian Guan realm disciples says. They don't believe Shen Ming has such strength. Blindly charging in could lead to elimination. They are not like Zhang Haoran, who can protect himself even if he can't push through. Previously, someone had their token crushed by the 8 great warriors and was eliminated. Shen Ming feels a bit awkward and suddenly notices Zhang Haoran not far away. Senior brother Luo Cheng had said that all disciples of Tantian Peak should help each other. "Senior brother Zhang." Shen Ming immediately walks towards him. Zhang Haoran glances at him and turns away. Clearly, Shen Ming is unworthy in his eyes. "Zhu Shun Peak is too hateful. Let's join forces." Shen Ming approaches him. Zhang Haoran is taken aback. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he read the atmosphere? He knows his temper is foul, and he's not well liked. He never intended to be liked. In fact, he prefers it this way to avoid other disturbances. Based on past experience, others would naturally step back after witnessing his earlier actions. Yet Shen Ming approaches with a serious expression. For a moment, he cannot bring himself to speak harshly. "You should go find someone else," Zhang Haoran manages to say. "Senior brother Zhang, I believe the 2 of us are sufficient." Shen Ming thinks he's saying that 2 people aren't enough and should wait for others. Shen Ming doesn't think so. He feels he has a 60% chance on his own. Zhang Haoran, being in the late stage of the Xianguan realm, is even more confident. "Let's go." Saying this, Shen Ming grabs Zhang Haoran's arm and charges towards the 8 great warriors. "What are you doing?" Zhang Haoran has never seen someone like this, excited. His words even come out with a tremor. "Give it your all. Smash them. Don't hold back." The great warrior roars, aiming to intimidate the other disciples so they won't join in with Zhang Haoran. As for the inexplicable Shen Ming, he is not within their consideration. The 8 great titans worked seamlessly together, their movements perfectly synchronized as they struck the target with all their might, treating it like a red-hot iron block. Zhang Haoran, still not fully immersed in the situation, realized he had become the primary target. Anger surged from within him, and he began to unleash his fury, determined to break through the 8 great titans at any cost. He was prepared for injury as his robust Haoran true chi surged forth. Just as Zhang Haoran was about to unleash his full force, he quickly noticed something was amiss. The 8 great titans were not applying enough pressure on him. From the very beginning, Shen Ming had them restrained. 9 Heaven's mystic art. Shen Ming moved like a dragon, weaving effortlessly among the 8 great titans, displaying remarkable agility. In contrast, the titans faced him like a formidable enemy, afraid to make a mistake. Zhang Haoran's gaze shifted upward. He could ascend the mountainside using his leg techniques without concerning himself with the ongoing battle. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose to join forces with Shen Ming to vent his earlier frustration. With ruthless strikes, he knocked each titan to the ground, crushing their wooden tokens. "Stop. I allow you to pass." The great titan was caught off guard by Shen Ming's prowess and could not withstand the combined assault with Zhang Haoran. "Why didn't you do this sooner? Get out of my way." Zhang Haoran, riding the wave of victory, delivered a kick straight to the opponent's chest. The great titan's wooden token shattered upon impact, and his body was sent flying from the battlefield. All 8 great titans were eliminated. Awesome. The onlooking disciples were thrilled by the turn of events. We knew that senior brother Shun was extraordinary. They changed their previously dismissive attitudes. "Get lost." Zhang Haoran found them quite bothersome, akin to flies. He then straightened up, reassessing Shen Ming. "Given your earlier performance with the 9 Heavens mystic art, you could have gone up alone. Why did you bring me along?" Zhang Haoran's tone shifted to a more normal demeanor, no longer arrogant. If he had such agility, he would have ascended the mountain by himself long ago. Senior brother Luo Cheng said we should help each other, Shen Ming replied earnestly. Earlier, he had seen Zhang Haoran standing outside, unable to enter the mountain. Zhang Haoran's eyes widened as he realized that Shen Ming was not seeking his assistance, but was actually helping him. He disliked accepting help. Zhang Haoran hesitated, knowing he could force his way through at any cost. Yet Shen Ming was sincere without a hint of mockery, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Brother, no need to thank me. As disciples of Xuantian Sect, this is how it should be done. Shen Ming noticed Zhang Haoran's face contorting and assumed this proud senior brother wanted to express gratitude, but felt shy, so he spoke understandingly. Zhang Haoran remained silent and trudged up the mountain. Shen Ming followed closely behind, and the other disciples, seeing their lack of intent to obstruct outsiders, eagerly trailed after them. The group reached the mountainside, where some disciples, unable to contain their excitement, quickened their pace toward the stone tablet. It's too noisy. Sitting before the stone tablet, Lei Ze's brows were tightly furrowed, overflowing with resentment. He suddenly stood up, wielding his heavy hammer, and without asking for clarification sent the nearest disciple flying. The force was so great that it shattered the wooden tokens, eliminating them from the competition. Zhang Haoran, it's you. Where are my junior brothers? Lei Ze shouted angrily. He instinctively believed that Zhang Haoran had led the charge. I can take you outside to meet them, Zhang Haoran replied coldly. What a pity you arrived too late. I have already mastered the essence of the thunder hammer. Lei Ze raised his heavy hammer, and as his true chi erupted, a sound of wind and thunder resonated. You eliminated 8 of my disciples. I will ensure not a single one of you from Xuantian Sect is left standing, Lei Ze declared. Then let's see if you're up to the task. Zhang Haoran stepped forward, sensing Shen Ming's intentions, and said, let me handle you. You go comprehend the stone tablet. He and Lei Ze were old rivals, both outstanding inner disciples, and it was only right they faced off on and on. Furthermore, Zhang Haoran wanted to show Shen Ming his true strength. Shen Ming naturally had no objections and walked towards the stone tablet. Lei Ze and Zhang Haoran silently moved aside to create some distance. The following disciples were uncertain whether to comprehend the martial arts essence or to witness a thrilling duel. Heavenly absolute step. Zhang Haoran opened with full intent, leaping 10 feet into the air, briefly hovering before spinning around his right foot as the center. In an instant, a storm erupted. It swept up everything around, engulfing it. Lei Ze found himself caught in the whirlwind, his body being uncontrollably tossed about. He remained unfazed, unleashing a long howl as the true chi enveloped his entire being, standing like an unyielding mountain. Just right, let me show you my thunderstorm absolute technique. Previously, Lei Ze would have focused on defense against Zhang Haoran's move. Now he infused his true chi into the heavy hammer, and the sound of thunder roared. With a thunderous crash, Lei Ze's heavy hammer struck the ground. The earth cracked open, and unmatched power tore through the storm, causing Zhang Haoran, who was midair, to stumble and barely regain his footing. I thought I could take you down in one blow, Lei Ze lamented, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that his strongest attack failed to yield an overwhelming victory. At that moment, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, and the area of the Tianma battlefield began to shrink. Get lost, or I won't waste time with you. You eliminated 8 of my junior brothers, and I will seek revenge, starting with him. Saying this, Lei Ze approached Shen Ming, standing before the stone tablet. Since Shen Ming had ascended with Zhang Haoran, Lei Ze presumed Shen Ming was a disciple of Xuantian Sect. He didn't care whether Shen Ming was comprehending the stone tablet. He intended to take him out with a single hammer blow. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haoran stepped in to block his path. What's this? Since when does Zhang Haoran help others? Who is he to you? Lei Ze was greatly surprised. He understood Zhang Haoran's character. Nonsense. I just haven't lost yet. Zhang Haoran was unwilling to admit he was helping someone. All right, since you don't want to maintain your dignity, I'll help you keep it. Lei Ze's anger flared, as by the standards of sparring, Zhang Haoran had already lost with that previous exchange. If Zhang Haoran wanted to act tough, he would make sure he couldn't stand up. The essence of the thunder hammer, he comprehended, extended far beyond that previous move. Hammering heaven, hammering earth, hammering everything to destruction. Zhang Haoran soon found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to hold on. Without hope, without meaning. No one knew why he persisted or how long he would continue. Lei Ze didn't know, nor did the people of Xuantian Square. Zhang Haoran himself didn't know either. It was just that when Lei Ze had told him to leave earlier, he recalled Shen Ming's earnest words, disciples of Xuantian Sect should help each other. Zhang Haoran glanced at Shen Ming before the stone tablet, ignoring the commotion of the battle, and entered a state of comprehension. Still distracted. With a furious shout, Lei Ze swung down his heavy hammer. Zhang Haoran barely dodged, but the ferocity of Lei Ze's attack created shockwaves, affecting him as well. This is your own doing. Lei Ze was exhilarated. His earlier suggestion for Zhang Haoran to leave wasn't out of goodwill, but rather a desire not to waste time. Since Zhang Haoran was solely focused on defense, he was difficult to deal with. Now Lei Zhe would not miss the opportunity to eliminate this major contender. In front of the stone tablet, Shen Ming was deeply focused. At the beginning, he recalled the words of Jian Wushuang, "If your sword heart is clear, you will easily comprehend the essence of the sword." With the addition of his innate holy body and the supreme Tao embryo, he almost immediately sensed the sword intent. The 9 sword scars on the stone tablet were not entirely clear, some were obscured by other marks. Without sufficient talent, he wouldn't even be able to find them. Shen Ming saw the 9 sword scars glowing brilliantly at first glance, and even the 9 extraordinary figures that left those scars seemed to materialize before his eyes. The 9 sword scars represented 9 types of sword intent: blood-draining clouds, soaring blade, heart, soul, chopping fury, stride, heart shattering, thousand eyes, flourishing, and penetrating. It is worth mentioning that the sword intent is not a complete path. In the Xuantian Sect, there is a saying about the stone tablet: "Those like me will live, those who imitate me will die." Sword cultivators learn from others imitating to gain insight into their own sword path. They master one type of sword intent according to their own preferences. Generally, sword cultivators do not need to face choices as their understanding is limited, making it difficult to master them all. Shen Ming was different. The 9 types of sword intent presented themselves one by one, vying for his mastery. "I want them all." Choosing is for children. Shen Ming aimed to master all the sword intents. With each additional sword intent, he gained another insight. Thankfully, Zhang Haoran did not leave and entangled with Lei Zhe, buying him time. Zhang Haoran was at his limit, dodging heavy hammer strikes while holding his breath. "Do you regret it? You could have left directly, but you chose to buy time for others," Lei Zhe said. "I said I'm doing this for myself." "Really?" Zhang Haoran was furious. Accepting that his strength was insufficient was one thing, but being called a good person was an insult. "Is that so? Then don't move." Saying this, Lei Zhe stepped towards Shen Ming, the heavy hammer, eager to strike. Zhang Haoran frowned tightly, knowing that Lei Zhe was constantly watching him. Recklessly moving forward would mean walking into a death trap. "Senior brother Lei, the elders and the sect master are watching. Isn't it inappropriate to take advantage of others' misfortune?" And I Dai said anxiously. "If you have the ability, wait until senior brother Shen comprehends the intent before acting." The provocation tactic was ineffective, and Lei Zhe laughed heartily. First, he is not qualified. Second, to let go of a great opportunity and wait for the enemy to break through. Our peak master would hammer me for that. As he said on the Xuantian Square, the master of the casting god Peak remained unperturbed. Others were accustomed to the style of the disciples from the casting god Peak. Instead, Jian Wushuang was very excited. He was still waiting to see the good show. Why is this guy taking so long to comprehend the sword intent? Jian Wushuang was secretly anxious. Under countless gazes as Lei Zhe's heavy hammer struck Shen Ming's back, this blow was enough to shatter Shen Ming's wooden tablet. Bang! To everyone's surprise, a radiant light erupted from Shen Ming's body, blocking the hammer. Lei Zhe was taken aback and staggered backward. They saw various lights appearing around Shen Ming, one after another. The 9 dazzling lights resembled lotuses, intertwining and swirling around Shen Ming. Sword lotus. Did he directly comprehend the sword paths? On the Xuantian Square, Xie Tianjian lost all composure. The stone tablet was for comprehending sword intent. Sword cultivators touched the sword path over time through the power of intent. As a result, Shen Ming achieved understanding in one go. Such sword path talent is terrifying. "Luo Tiandu, I want to take him as my disciple." Xie Tianjian began to negotiate again. "Get lost." Luo Tiandu was not willing to let him go easily. "What is the situation with this Jiang family heir?" The elder in charge of passing down the teachings was baffled. It was somewhat amusing. Everyone thought the elder knew Shen Ming inside out. Yet this was the first time he saw Shen Ming display such talent. The elder was puzzled because he had previously conducted bone tests, blood tests, and soul tests in the Jiang family. In all aspects of talent, the Jiang family heir ranked lowly. As the elder wondered, a gasp of astonishment arose from the square. It turned out that Lei Zhe, seeing the strange phenomenon around Shen Ming, realized that once he finished comprehending, he might not be his opponent. Heavenly hammer style, Lei Zhe struck down towards Shen Ming's crown. The wooden tablet on the disciple could withstand damage. Different parts receiving attacks led to varying degrees of damage. Once the wooden tablet exceeded its damage threshold, the disciple would be transported out of the battlefield. Therefore, Lei Zhe's strike was not aimed at killing, but to interrupt Shen Ming's comprehension of the sword path. "You old bastard. How did you teach your disciples?" Xie Tianjian, more concerned about Shen Ming than anyone, glared at the master of the casting god Peak. This was an assessment for true disciples, not a life-and-death battle for the great path. Even if Shen Ming did not become a true disciple this year, mastering the sword path at such a young age would mean an unlimited future. A strike like this could potentially bury a genius. Is it really necessary? This was what Xie Tianjian wanted to ask. The master of the casting god peak was tall and robust with a rugged appearance and a thick curly beard on his cheeks. Master in the great path competition, each relies on their own fortune, and we must do our utmost to forge ahead. If we give in a little here and there, we will eventually blend in with the masses. The master of the casting god peak spoke directly to the sect master. That is indeed the case. The sect master of Xuantian showed no visible anger or joy. Suddenly, an abnormal change arose in the Xuantian battlefield. The moment Lei Ze's heavy hammer fell, the spiritual sword at Shen Ming's feet flew out on its own, transforming into a cold ray of light. With a swoosh, Lei Ze's right arm holding the hammer fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The wooden tablet on him shattered a moment too late. Oh! Lei Ze screamed, blood gushing from the severed wound as his body began to rise, transported to the Xuantian square. The square fell into silence. Oh, no one expected such a turn of events. Shen Ming's sword protected its master, which was understandable. But why did Lei Ze's wooden tablet shatter a moment too late, causing him to lose an arm? Everyone looked towards a senior elder responsible for crafting the wooden tablets. That sword was too fast, the elder stated, explaining the reason. At that moment, the master of the casting god peak changed from his earlier calm demeanor, roaring, "Damn it. It's just an assessment. Is it necessary to go this far?" Lei Ze's face was pale. Missing an arm made him appear smaller. In the great path competition, each relies on their own fortune, Xie Tianjian remarked. To give it your all and forge ahead, Luo Tiandu added. These were the words spoken earlier by the master of the casting god peak. His expression shifted between red and white. Shen Ming didn't do it on purpose. If Lei Ze hadn't attacked, the spiritual sword wouldn't have reacted to protect its master. The elder attempted to mediate. The spiritual sword protecting its master indicates that the sword path has been established. Sect master Liang Mingxi slightly nodded, showing signs of approval. The master of the casting god peak knew he could only accept this misfortune. In fact, almost everyone thought Shen Ming was blameless. The few disciples eliminated by Lei Ze in front of the stone tablet were secretly cursing that he deserved it. At this moment, Shen Ming, the party involved, slowly opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. Suddenly seeing the severed arm on the ground, he exclaimed, "What happened? Who struck so ruthlessly?" Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai exchanged strange glances, their expressions odd. Could it be me? Well, it's nothing now. The selection of true disciples involved severing a person's arm, which was indeed rather brutal. Yet Shen Ming knew he was not a cruel person. It certainly wasn't his fault. "Shen senior brother, do you not know what just happened?" Ni Dai asked. The sword strike earlier had amazed her, lingering in her mind. "Tell me about it," Shen Ming said. Ni Dai recounted the entire incident. "As expected, it's not my fault. This Lei Ze must not be right in the head." Shen Ming felt bewildered. He didn't know this guy and bore no grudge against him, yet he had attacked him multiple times. Shen Ming felt relieved, as during his comprehension process, he could resist all external disturbances. Flying sword. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. In Ni Dai's description, the spirit sword had autonomously flown out from the ground so fast that the wooden sign didn't even react. Using a flying sword against enemies was a technique of the supreme realm. Shen Ming picked up the spirit sword from the ground and gazed at an ancient tree ahead. Go! He threw the spirit sword, harboring 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts apprehension. With a clang, the spirit sword failed to soar and fell to the ground. It seems the earlier failure was due to my realization of the sword path. Shen Ming wasn't too disappointed. He hadn't heard of anyone in the innate realm being able to control a sword. He was immersed in the joy of understanding the sword path. Comprehending 9 different sword intents brought him closer to the threshold of the infinite sword path. Infinite blood draining. Shen Ming picked up the spirit sword once more and executed one of the 9 sword intents. The 9 sword intents had become his 9 killing moves. With a diagonal slash, the sword light spilled forth like mercury, leaving behind lingering shadows that took a long time to dissipate. Zhang Haoran's eyes twitched. The power of this strike was so great that neither he nor Lei Ze could withstand it. He had thought the flying sword was a fleeting phenomenon and could not be replicated. Unexpectedly, Shen Ming's normal strength was also this formidable. "Senior brother Zhang, I owe you for stopping Lei Ze just now," Shen Ming approached. "I have a grudge with him which has nothing to do with you. Besides, it would have been in vain, or if he had attacked you sooner, he might have been injured by the flying sword already." Zhang Haoran said. Shen Ming shook his head and said earnestly, "Senior brother Zhang, do not speculate on possibilities that did not occur. The present is the best situation. Zhang Haoran frowned as he began to understand Shen Ming's style a bit. Senior brother Zhang, it's time for you to comprehend the power of the realm, Shen Ming said. Zhang Haoran lifted his head. The dark clouds in the distance were creeping closer. Forget it, there's no time, and my mind cannot be calm, Zhang Haoran replied. Senior brother Zhang, do not think, just act, Shen Ming urged. Zhang Haoran felt a bit annoyed. It seemed that this guy thought everything was effortlessly achievable. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhang Haoran still needed to get into the zone and comprehend. But for some reason, Shen Ming's words, I believe in you, seemed to possess a magical power. Zhang Haoran almost unconsciously sat in front of the stone tablet, his expression peculiar. Memories from his childhood floated in his mind. He came from a martial arts school in a small country where his father was the master. One day someone came to challenge the school and injured his father, causing the school's business to plummet. Zhang Haoran witnessed that match and noticed something amiss. He told his father, "Father, that person has a flaw in his stance, his leg technique, center of gravity." "What do you know? You are just a child. Oh, what could you possibly understand? Go away." His father dismissed him, ruthlessly reprimanding him in front of everyone. Zhang Haoran, only 6 years old at that time, felt anxious and humiliated. Such experiences accompanied him throughout his growth. Continuous criticism and belittlement from his father made him become reclusive. Later, by a stroke of luck, he joined the Xuantian Sect, where he finally realized his exceptional martial arts talent, proving that his earlier insights were not wrong. From that moment on, Zhang Haoran decided to no longer be swayed by others, living solely for himself, disregarding whether others liked or disliked him. Being weak was the original sin. At this moment, Zhang Haoran discovered that he had become quite similar to the father he despised. In that instant, his father's figure appeared before the stone wall, delivering a fierce and swift flying kick. "Without strength, no one cares about you." Zhang Haoran's veins bulged, his face contorted with rage. A powerful force erupted from deep within him. "I don't need anyone to care," he roared, executing a flying kick in response. At the moment of contact, his father's figure dissipated like a bubble. Zhang Haoran was pleasantly surprised to find that his flying kick reached an unprecedented level. He had broken through, overcoming his inner demon and mastering the realm of martial arts. Zhang Haoran laughed to the sky, feeling all his pent-up frustrations dissipate. "Shen Ming, I owe you one." He knew that all these changes were brought about by this unconventional guy. "No need for thanks. Just now it was my grudge with Lei Zhe not helping you." Zhang Haoran understood what he was about to say and emphasized, "I owe you one." "All right." Shen Ming was not a person who dwelled on formalities. He smiled freely. As the dark clouds closed in, the three of them left the stone tablet and continued towards the center of the battlefield. Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran were both top-notch in movement and leg techniques, swiftly reaching the center of the battlefield. With no other targets in sight, the three decided to wait here until the end. Shen Ming remarked that this was the final circle, but Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai did not understand. "Senior brother Shen, your face." Suddenly, Ni Dai noticed something on Shen Ming's face, her expression changing. Shen Ming also felt an unbearable heat. His infinite true qi was stirring, and his limbs felt a bit uncontrollable. "This is touching upon the threshold of the sword path, breaking through with the sword." Zhang Haoran noticed something was off. One of the significant advantages of sword cultivators is that the sword path compels the breakthrough of the realm, disregarding obstacles and bottlenecks and techniques. As the saying goes, a single sword breaks through myriad laws. This is how it comes about. Shen Ming clearly understood the infinite sword path. The seventh mysterious gate was about to open wide, entering the late stage of the mysterious gate realm. Shen Ming lost control and sat down on the spot. Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai's expressions grew serious. The true disciple assessment had not yet finished. It was not suitable to break through at this moment. No, without a spirit pill, it would at least take several hours. Even if no one else attacks, he will still be eliminated. Zhang Haoran said, "You stay here and watch. I will search for spirit materials." The sect had left heavenly treasures and earthly gems scattered throughout the battlefield. Ni Dai was somewhat surprised, as this was the focal point of the assessment. As long as they stayed here until the end, they could become true disciples. Zhang Haoran was actually willing to go look for spirit materials. "I, Zhang Haoran, do not like owing others. This is the perfect opportunity to repay my debt," Zhang Haoran said. "Also, if you dare to take advantage of this chance to attack, even if you become a true disciple, I will still hold you accountable." "How could that be? I am with senior brother Shen, and I wouldn't dare. If senior brother comprehends the sword path and strikes, he might even shock me to death," Ni Dai said. Zhang Haoran went off to search for spirit materials elsewhere. Not long after he left, Ni Dai saw other disciples approaching, moving closer to this area. An eye looked around. The center point was an open space with no place to hide. The newcomers discovered them immediately. A man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was strikingly beautiful. An eye let out a sigh, recognizing them as Fang Qingxue and Gu Qing from the Tongtian Peak. Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran were disciples of Tongtian Peak, and there was no reason for them to take action. I didn't expect him to arrive before us. Gu Qing still wore a playful smile, but his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing Shen Ming. How did you get here? Why are you guarding him? Fang Qingxue asked with a much more serious tone, a look of suspicion on her face. Shen Ming was breaking through while Ni stood guard beside him, which looked odd. There are only 9 spots for true disciples. It's not enough to simply stay until the end. With one less person, there is one less competitor. Ni briefly explained that Shen Ming had brought her here. I didn't expect our little junior brother to be such a compassionate person, and quite charming too. You didn't take the opportunity to act. Gu Qing teased. He won't be able to break through anytime soon. Oh, why don't you take him to the Xuantian Square? Fang Qingxue suggested. The implication was for the two to give up. In their eyes, Ni was not qualified to compete for the 9 spots. Shen Ming, let alone, was still in the late stages of his breakthrough, and it was impossible to rush that. Senior brother Zhang Haoran has already gone to find spirit items for senior brother Shen, Ni said. Fang Qingxue and Gu Qing exchanged glances, and the latter began to clap. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year, Gu Qing said. Someone like Zhang Haoran looking for spirit items for Shen Ming was quite absurd. Ni was somewhat annoyed by this self-righteous guy who always thought he was smarter than others. Don't make excuses, as Shen Ming is our junior brother, and we won't do anything to him. However, once the others gather here, things might get complicated, Gu Qing added. As time passed, dark clouds continued to encroach upon the activity space of the demon battlefield. More and more disciples gathered at the center point, none of them anxious to take action, fully on guard in their respective spiritual peaks. There were at least 18 of them, excluding Shen Ming and Ni. 7 more people. Can't you count? It's clearly 9 more. How are we supposed to fight? A chaotic battle. Not a single brute from the Zhushan Peak in sight. Have they all been wiped out? One person exclaimed, creating a clamor resembling a market. They were troubled by how to determine the final 9. Direct confrontation would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. Silence. Let me say a few words. A commanding male disciple stepped forward, broad-shouldered and muscular. He appeared to be in his 30s, but was actually still in his teens. Xiaonyang, a disciple of Qinjue Peak and a standout among the inner disciples. Disciples at the 9th level of the Xian Guan stepped forward. Xiaonyang declared. At once 4 disciples stepped forward, including Fang Qingxue. Including me, that makes 5 of us. Each of us will choose one junior brother or sister, and the others can voluntarily withdraw, Xiaonyang stated. Others looked at their senior brothers and sisters with eager expressions. Fang Qingxue did not hesitate. With a glance, Gu Qing, with a broad smile, came to her side. The other 4 had 3 or 4 junior brothers and sisters following them and found it difficult to decide. They didn't want to be the bad guys, allowing their junior brothers and sisters to make their own choices or decide through duels. After some time, 8 people were eliminated, and they exchanged glances, feeling reluctant and complaining that this method was unfair. Why didn't you speak up before we started choosing and only start complaining after not being selected? Xiaonyang roared, his voice booming like thunder, silencing the crowd. Those 8 people, no matter what, were unwilling to leave. Just then, another figure flew out from the dark clouds. With that speed, Fang Qingxue and Gu Qing immediately recognized who it was. It was Zhang Haoran, who had gone to find spirit items. He ignored everyone else and went straight to Shen Ming, holding what looked like a burning red fruit. The fire yuan fruit. Gu Qing was shocked. Zhang Haoran really did go find spirit items for this disciple. What kind of person was Shen Ming? Ignoring everyone, Zhang Haoran tossed the fire yuan fruit towards Shen Ming. He learned from the lesson of Lei Zhe and dared not touch Shen Ming's body carelessly. The fire yuan fruit was just a few centimeters away from Shen Ming when it was caught by an invisible force. The fruit hovered in front of Shen Ming's chest, its essence slowly being absorbed. Zhang Haoran's arrival also drew everyone's attention. There are still 3 more people. How is this going to work? The 8 who hadn't been chosen earlier wanted to stir up the situation. Shut up. Zhang Haoran is also a disciple of Tongtian Peak. Xiaonyang insisted that Fang Qingxue choose one from among Gu Qing, Zhang Haoran, and Shen Ming. Fang Qingxue did not hesitate and said, Zhang Haoran won't follow orders. Just as she said, Zhang Haoran had no intention of following Xiaonyang's arrangements. On my way here, I saw a large group of Tianmo approaching, and you still have time to play games. Zhang Haoran said coldly. Tianmo. Everyone's expression changed. It was expected to see Tianmo in the demon battlefield. But wasn't the sect supposed to have cleared the area sealing the Tianma underground? Under normal circumstances, the demon battlefield was meant for true disciples at the second level of innate training to undergo trials. This is an open area, and we must face the Tianma from all directions. It seems to be the sect's arrangement. The last 9 to hold out against the Tianma will become true disciples. Gu Qing added, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiangyang was somewhat angry. His previous arrangements were completely in vain. As Zhang Haoran said, figures of Tianma emerged amidst the clouds. They resembled upright bovines, towering and imposing with sharp horns atop their heads, exuding immense pressure. Everyone momentarily forgot their earlier disputes, preparing to face the enemy. At this crucial moment, Shen Ming finally opened his eyes. The fire yuan fruit successfully aided him in breaking through the 7th level of the Xianguan. So many people. Shen Ming scanned the area, his expression shifting slightly. There were still over 20 people in the final circle. Were they playing a game? When he learned about the Tianmo's attack, he finally understood. This is great. Shen Ming was eager to try. Having stepped into the late stage of the Xianguan, he mastered the Wuji sword Dao and needed a thrilling battle. If it ended hastily, it would be a disservice to the months he had prepared. Zhang Haoran, come over and fight the enemy together. Gu Qing shouted towards him. Zhang Haoran was a formidable force. You all come here. Zhang Haoran understood that strength in numbers was crucial, but believed that he and Shen Ming were stronger together than Gu Qing and Fang Qingxue, so they should come to him. You have 2 deadweights with you, aren't you just asking for trouble? Gu Qing remarked. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Haoran realized there was no need to say more. Fine, if you're capable, don't run over here later. Gu Qing was also getting angry. Zhang Haoran went through the trouble of finding spirit items for Shen Ming, but treated her coldly. It was simply baffling. The thick clouds shrouded over 20 individuals, enveloping them in a sense of urgency that felt as if they were cut off from the world. If it weren't for the wooden plaques capable of resisting fatal harm, they might have collapsed. One by one, the heavenly demons emerged from 8 directions, their true forms revealed to everyone. Towering over 2 meters, these monstrous figures were heavily muscled, their lines sharp, exuding a profound black hue. These heavenly demons originated from the outer realms, evil spirits bred through secret arts by the Xuantian Sect for the trials of true disciples. Individually, a heavenly demon's combat power was not as formidable as that of a practitioner at the initial stage. However, they often came in swarms, charging and trampling. As it was now, 5 heavenly demons appeared from each of the 8 directions. Many more were lurking in the clouds, clearly arranged by the sect. Shen Ming, Zhang Haoran, and Ni Dai occupied the southeast direction. The situation was already apparent. The last 9 standing would become true disciples. Ni Dai was the happiest among them. Shen Ming had promised to bring her to the center, but would not fight for her. Ni Dai had been observing. There were 5 disciples from the 9-fold mystical gate, and with Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran they accounted for 7 spots. She hoped to compete for the remaining 2, but the odds seemed slim. Now, following Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran, she was reaping significant benefits. The Tai Xian weapon assault technique could also exert its effects in such circumstances. Bang, bang, bang. The heavenly demons closed in, akin to 5 towering steeds charging at full speed, shaking the ground beneath them. Wuji longitudinal and transversal. Shen Ming aimed to test the power of the 9 sword intents one by one. With a single stroke of the sword, immense power surged forth, the sword wind transforming into countless chaotic currents that howled away. The sand and stones on the ground were lifted, forming billowing dust. The first 3 heavenly demons to charge met the sword's edge, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Among the debris there was no blood or flesh. Upon hitting the ground, they turned to dust. The other 2 heavenly demons not within the sword's attack range were still affected, their bodies ruthlessly torn apart by the sword wind. Zhang Haoran saw a mangled heavenly demon kneeling before him. He kicked the demon's head with disinterest, causing it to explode. Ni Dai dispatched the heavenly demon in front of her and couldn't help but cheer. A mere heavenly demon easily dealt with. The disciples in other directions were not so fortunate, especially those without the 9-fold mystical gate to hold the line. Several were being beaten up. Ni Dai wore a bright smile. Happiness was indeed comparative. The first wave of heavenly demons had not yet been completely dealt with when the second wave arrived, increasing their number to 10. This time he'll take the lead. Zhang Haoran was not content to pick up the scraps like Ni Dai. Absolute heaven kick. He comprehended the power of intent, but had not used it in actual combat. Leaping into the air, he transformed into a blade storm, sweeping outward, shattering the heavenly demons one after another. However, by the 4th heavenly demon his power was exhausted. Zhang Haoran reflected, inwardly nodding slightly. It was not as damaging as Shen Ming's sword strike earlier, but it wasn't far off. Wuji fury in motion. Just as he thought this, Shen Ming unleashed an even stronger sword strike, directly cleaving through the remaining 6 heavenly demons. Zhang Haoran's expression darkened. He regretted seeking spirit objects for this guy to break through. Under the assault of the second wave of heavenly demons, 3 disciples' wooden plaques shattered, resulting in their elimination. Regardless, they managed to deflect the onslaught. There can't be 20 in the third wave, some of us won't hold up. Gu Qing was somewhat anxious. He and Fang Qingxue had just given their all to deal with 10 heavenly demons. Fortunately, this time the number of heavenly demons emerging from the clouds returned to 5, and they were smaller in size. Don't be careless, these are wind demons. While their strength is less than that of the strength demons, their speed is faster and more troublesome. Xiong Yang's loud voice reached everyone's ears. He wasn't acting out of kindness, but was primarily concerned about being attacked from behind if others were overwhelmed. After all, as long as everyone held their ground, the disciples from the ninefold mystical gate would surely last until the end. As Xiong had said, wind demons not only possess speed, but also did not charge straight ahead, like strength demons changing direction mid-run. Zhang Haoran frowned slightly. His leg techniques were fierce, but facing 5 wind demons charging like this alone was indeed overwhelming. You go first. If Shen Ming can deal with 3 wind demons like he did with the first wave, it won't be a problem. Wuji 1000. Shen Ming responded with action. As he unleashed this sword, purple light flickered in his pupils. The speed of the 5 wind demons slowed in his eyes, their movement trajectories clear and unmistakable. His own speed, however, was a notch faster. With a series of swishes, the blade pierced through the heads of all 5 wind demons almost simultaneously. The 9 styles of sword intent had equal lethality, adaptable to different enemies. Shen Ming summarized in his heart. We 3 are truly formidable. And I, Dai, who hadn't had the chance to strike, sincerely said so. The others were not so lucky. Under the attack of 35 wind demons from 7 directions, their formation collapsed and chaos ensued. Gu Qing and Fang Qingxue were not having an easy time. Gu Qing employed the Xuantian finger, one of the sect's 9 ultimate techniques, but 9 out of 10 attacks missed. Thanks to Fang Qingxue's ice true qi slowing the wind demons, he managed to take down 2. In the end, during the third wave of attacks, 7 disciples were eliminated. 14 remained, and aside from Shen Ming's side, each of them was filled with trepidation. 80 wind demons in the next wave. There's no way we can hold them off. Those with lower cultivation should just concede. Gu Qing's face was devoid of the previously carefree smile. He was scared. The next wave would be purely a matter of luck. If they couldn't hold out and were the first to be overwhelmed, there would be no one to argue with. At this moment, Xiong changed from his previous arrogant demeanor, hurriedly approaching Shen Ming. Brother Shen, I'll guard the left side next to you. He lowered his stance and referred to Shen Ming as his brother. In truth, Xiong, despite his outward flamboyance, was quite perceptive, having noticed Shen Ming's performance in the first wave early on. Now standing beside Shen Ming, he didn't have to worry about being attacked from behind. On the contrary, Gu Qing had been so focused on the front that he completely overlooked Shen Ming's performance. He quickly noticed that Shen Ming and his companions were calm and composed, showing no signs of distress. Shen Ming is incredibly powerful. We'll have to rely on him for the next wave. Let's move over. Fang Qingxue added. Hearing Fang Qingxue praise someone else, Gu Qing felt uncomfortable. Let's go, we'll move over. However, given the current situation, Gu Qing was more concerned about opportunities. Brother Zhang, Brother Shen, let the 4 of us from Tongtian Peak work together against the enemy. Gu Qing approached with a flattering demeanor. The others, seeing this, disregarded their positions and gathered around Shen Ming. Everyone, if you crowd around me like this, I won't be able to unleash my sword fully, Shen Ming said helplessly. If he swung his sword in such a situation, friend and foe would be indistinguishable, and the heavenly demons would eliminate these people in a heartbeat. Did you hear, Brother Shen? Spread out. Everyone scatter. Xiong roared. Suddenly, the 4th wave of heavenly demons surged in a total of 80 wind demons. Xiong's words had little effect. When a crowd gathered, the group dynamics severely impacted individual intelligence. Some disciples wanted to spread out, but seeing others remain still, they questioned why they should move. In a stalemate, the wind demons continued to close in. Shen Ming was unwilling to confuse friend and foe and attack recklessly. It was neither elegant nor tasteful. Faced with the overwhelming wind demons, he thought of a plan, his expression gradually becoming excited, eager to try. Let's go together. Zhang Haoran noticed his intention and immediately expressed his agreement. Then let's go together. Shen Ming let out a hearty laugh. and in perfect harmony with Zhang Haoran charged out of the crowd towards the wind demons. The disciples were left dumbfounded. They desperately squeezed together to form a defensive line, and yet the two of them ran out. Wait for me. Naidi made a decision to follow the two. Guqing also wanted to follow, but the wind demons halted his steps. Rationality told him that leaving the group was not a wise choice. Once the three of them are eliminated, the selection will nearly come to an end. Guqing, who had just mentioned the 4 disciples of Tongtian Peak, now saw this scene and immediately started calculating in his mind. As the saying goes, one doesn't need to outrun a tiger, just their companions. The wind demons quickly swallowed the figures of Shen Ming and the others. At least 45 wind demons surrounded the three, while the remaining wind demons charged towards Guqing. Then let's fight. At this point, there was nothing left to say. They could only give it their all. At Xuantian Square, everyone watched intently in the final moments. The disciples who had been eliminated earlier did not expect the appearance of the wind demons at the end, and some began to feel relieved. The higher-ups of the sect understood the intention behind this arrangement. Only in such moments could the potential and bloodiness of the disciples be stimulated. It was unrealistic to expect all 9 to display heroism. As it is said, 1 in 10 is enough, though as long as there are 1 or 2, the sect would be satisfied. Shen Ming's future is promising. Seeing Shen Ming take action, the sect master Liang Mingshi praised him. The vice sect master and the elder were quite surprised. The sect master was easygoing, but had high standards, rarely offering such high praise to others. Indeed, under the siege of the wind demons, Shen Ming relied on his agility, moving like a ghost. The sword in his hand moved like a tempest, each swing shattering the wind demons. The wind demons knew no fear and did not back down. They only knew how to attack their enemies madly. Shen Ming's sword momentum was like a rainbow, the sword light crisscrossing, resembling a war god. Zhang Haoran responded on the right, his attacks fierce. While not as valiant as Shen Ming, he could stand his ground. The one under the most pressure was Ni, who was flustered, wielding his blade, awkwardly, barely able to defend. This was still under the cover of Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran, attracting most of the firepower. Ni's heart began to waver, realizing that throughout this journey, he had merely been riding Shen Ming's coattails to the center. Did someone like him truly have the qualifications to become a true disciple? As he pondered, the power of his blade diminished significantly. Wuji Lingyunt. Shen Ming suddenly changed the direction of his sword style, clearing the wind demon to her right. Shen, senior brother. Ni thought that her performance had displeased Shen Ming. Look at that person. Shen Ming pointed to the other disciples on the right. The people there were even more beleaguered than them, and one disciple he pointed out hardly made any effort. Do you want to lose to someone like that, eh? Shen Ming didn't speak any grand philosophies, but just one sentence made Ni's eyes light up. Indeed, if even someone like that could become a true disciple, why couldn't she? Not all true disciples had passed the selection by giving their all. Some had taken shortcuts or relied on luck. With so many people winning by doing nothing, why couldn't it be her? Winning by luck is still a form of victory. Ni understood what it meant to take a step back and see the vastness of the sea and sky. In life, one must avoid falling into self-justification traps. What matters is seizing every opportunity to improve oneself. In an instant, Ni made a breakthrough in the Taishian weapon destruction technique, the blade's edge transforming into a heavy shadow. Shen Ming smiled knowingly. If it were a duel, he would not fight for a spot for Ni. But in such a chaotic situation, it was different. The three of them were full of momentum, while Guqing and the others were suffering. Why haven't those 3 been eliminated yet? Guqing thought bitterly. Just moments ago, the wind demons had successively eliminated 2 disciples. Now with Guqing added, only 9 people remained. If Shen Ming, Zhang Haoran, and Ni were eliminated, the selection would come to an end. They were already powerless to deal with so many wind demons merely holding on. You worthless fool, still riding on the coattails of others, get out of here. Xiangyang's temper flared as he grabbed the disciple Shen Ming had pointed out and hurled him towards the wind demons. Soon only 8 remained, and the wind demons showed no signs of stopping. There are 11 people left, only 2 short. We cannot fall at the last hurdle. Guqing thought this when suddenly his mouth twitched. 5 wind demons charged over from the right. Senior Sister Fong. He shouted anxiously. In that direction, there was Fong Qingsu's profound ice, true energy, making it difficult for the wind demons to come over easily, let alone 5 of them. My true energy is almost exhausted, I need to rest. Fong Qingsu said this while leaning back. Her true energy was actually sufficient, it was just that the situation was urgent, and she had to conserve it. This put Guqing in a tough spot, as he quickly became the punching bag for the wind demons. In a daze, he saw the figures of Shen Ming and the others. Gu Qing was puzzled as to why Shen Ming had suddenly appeared, then realized that the wind demons had been cleared on that side. Once the wind demons' bodies dissipated, they could naturally see them. This meant that Shen Ming and the others had dealt with more wind demons than they had. Gu Qing regretted not following them earlier, missing out on opportunities time and again. Shen's senior brother saved me. Gu Qing yelled at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, it was too late. The wind demons rained down punches, shattering his wooden token. No, no, no. Gu Qing couldn't accept it, and his body was uncontrollably lifted into the air. In midair, he realized he was the last one eliminated. After the remaining 9 disciples, all the wind demons finally stopped. "Am not willing, I refuse to accept this." Gu Qing cried out, his mindset completely shattered. Finally, it's over. Xiangyang breathed a sigh of relief. This selection had truly been full of ups and downs, but thankfully the outcome was not unexpected. He looked at Shen Ming, feeling grateful again. If the final selection had been in the form of a duel, he would have likely picked this disciple, who had just broken through to the late stage. Who would have thought that a newly initiated disciple could possess such overwhelming strength? At this moment, the projection of the sect master appeared in the sky above the battlefield. It was as if a mountain stood high in the sky. "From today on, you 9 will be the true disciples of my Xuantian Sect." The sect master's words made this result clear. "I really did it." And I jumped a full yard into the air, dancing with joy, the happiest among the 9. Shen Ming smiled, knowingly satisfied with his performance in this selection. Finally, it's over. The disciples at Xuantian Square sighed in relief. It was indeed an exciting event, but after 5 hours from morning to afternoon, their necks were sore. "I've made up my mind. I will participate in next year's selection for the true disciples," said Xiao Chun. "So will I." Chu Tian and Lin Fan immediately echoed. Shen Ming, who joined the sect at the same time, shone brightly today, deeply stimulating them. At this moment, the demon battlefield began to close and 9 beams of light descended in the center of the square. The figures of Shen Ming and his 8 companions appeared. A thunderous cheer erupted, mostly directed at Shen Ming, while the other 8 became mere background. "Congratulations to junior brother Shen for being promoted to a true disciple." Lu Qianqian walked up to Shen Ming under everyone's gaze. Today she was elegantly dressed, exceptionally beautiful, and her voice was charming. She should have addressed Shen Ming as senior brother, but she deliberately called him junior brother to showcase their close relationship. From a distance, Su Lingyue recalled her initial misunderstanding of Shen Ming intervening in their relationship. To some extent, she did indeed disrupt Lu Qianqian's romantic prospects. Wait, Su Lingyue thought about Shen Ming's serious rejection of her, saying he already had a fiancée. Why is he now so intimate with Lu Qianqian? For me, he says he has a fiancée, yet with Lu Qianqian he addresses her as senior sister. Su Lingyue reflected that she and Lu Qianqian were both celebrated talents of Xuantian. This was indeed a misunderstanding of Shen Ming. He had never considered that aspect. "In the next few days we will celebrate and wait for the sect's arrangements." Liang Mingshi dropped this remark and transformed into a ray of light to leave. With the departure of the sect leader, the selection had completely ended. The master of Wanjian Peak, Xie Tianjian, looked at Shen Ming with fiery eyes, wishing to recruit him immediately. The master of Tongtian Peak, Luo Tiandu, stood nearby, guarding against him like a thief. Seeing so many disciples in the square, Xie Tianjian had no choice but to temporarily abandon his thoughts. The elder in charge of passing on skills stared at Shen Ming, his brow furrowed. Shen Ming was not an incompetent. He had misjudged his talent during the assessment at the Jiang family. It was no coincidence. As the elder in charge, he was very confident in this regard. It must have been the Jiang family who interfered to cover up the young master's talent. What was the intention behind this? Shen Ming was not shy about revealing his talent, so why did he not state this from the beginning? "Do I look like a fool?" The elder in charge could not understand. The next day, someone from the Jiang family, "I knew it, they can't possibly treat me like a fool." The elder in charge believed the Jiang family had come to explain, and he indeed needed an explanation. The visitor was very mysterious, cloaked in black robes, fearing exposure of their identity. There are significant issues within the Jiang family. While contemplating, the elder in charge set up restrictions, saying, "Rest assured, this is my personal residence. No one will know you are here." The visitor removed the hood, revealing a resolute face. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying temples, a sturdy jaw, and a deep gaze. One could tell at a glance that he was a tough man. "Elder Su, I am Yunin here for the young master." An outsider. The elder in charge noticed this detail. The aristocracy is not like the sects, as it is quite exclusive. An outsider does not directly belong to the family, but is a staunch supporter of a certain member. Do you have proof? The elder in charge asked cautiously. Yun presented a jade token that belonged solely to the head of the Jiang family. The elder in charge slightly nodded, indicating for him to continue. The young master is in a special situation. I believe Elder Su is aware of this, Yun said. How could I not know? Upon hearing this, the elder in charge became very angry. His wife and daughter now believed that Shen Ming was his illegitimate son. Yun was taken aback, not understanding why the elder in charge was acting this way. Could it be that the young master's talent is too poor, making it impossible for him to stand in the sect, causing trouble for Elder Su? Yun thought. Yun was sent by Jiang Tianqing, the head of the Jiang family. After the news leaked, Jiang Tianqing activated the backup plan and sent his trusted confidant to Xuantian Sect. 1. To have the elder in charge look after his son and protect him from disturbances. 2. To initiate the shadow plan. The timing was perfect. Just yesterday Shen Ming had shone brightly in the selection, and today Yun arrived. The elder in charge naturally believed this was a report for himself. Yun dared not say the young master had poor talent. Instead, he referred to it as a special situation, further convincing the elder in charge of his assumptions. The two were not even talking about the same matter. The Jiang family is experiencing turbulent undercurrents, and the situation is urgent. I hope Elder Su will take good care of the young master. As he spoke, Yun handed over a luxurious and exquisite wooden box. The elder in charge accepted it without showing any emotion and opened it to find his eyes shining. A nirvana pill. This was a heavenly pill, extremely precious even for someone of his status. Such a valuable item. The elder in charge wanted to be polite, but then he thought that he had carried such a heavy burden, and everyone in the sect believed that Shen Ming had a deep connection with him. Without this nirvana pill, he would have indeed gone to the Jiang family for an explanation. Now all his grievances vanished, and he was smiling brightly. For a first-rate family, power struggles are always like this. It's understandable that the head of the Jiang family loves his son dearly, the elder in charge said. Upon hearing this, Yun also showed a hint of a smile. No matter the young master's talent, with this nirvana pill, this Elder Su would be a strong backing. Do you want to meet your young master? He is currently. The elder in charge intended to say that Shen Ming was now flourishing. No, Elder Su. Do not divulge any information about the young master, not even his alias. Yun interrupted urgently. The Supreme Realm Cultivator has means to search souls. He would rather die in battle than leak any information about his master. Cautious. The elder in charge was greatly impressed. He had given Shen Ming this alias. Thus the Jiang family did not know that Shen Ming was actually Jiang Ming. Shen Ming became the new rising star of Xuantian Sect, and the Jiang family managed to remain patient without prying into any news. One can only say that once you enter an aristocratic family, it is as deep as the ocean, and not a bit of it is under one's control. Elder Su, I still need to meet another true disciple of Xuantian Sect. May I have a pass? Yun had a second task to complete. To not see the young master, but to meet another true disciple. The elder in charge was curious, but out of consideration for the nirvana pill, he did not ask too much. Yes, take this jade token. It will allow you free access. Thank you. Yun did not engage in any pleasantries and left directly. After Yun left, the elder in charge removed the restrictions. After a while, his daughter Su Lingyue walked in. Father, is Shen Ming really my brother? Su Lingyue had been troubled by this question all day. The elder in charge's mouth twitched a few times, instinctively wanting to deny it. But feeling the surging energy of the nirvana pill, he sighed. Your father has just made a mistake that every man in the world would make. The Xuantian Sect, with its 9 veins, spiritual peaks resembling a gateway, leads into the inner domain. There are 10 great caves and 36 small caves. Each great cave has 36 spiritual mountains, while each small cave contains 72 spiritual mountains. The spiritual mountains are the abodes of the true disciples. Yueying Peak, located within the range of the Great Cave, signifies that its true disciples are exceptional talents. The true disciple Liying. Among the top 10 of the wind and cloud rankings, he is at the 3rd level of innate cultivation, with the supreme realm within reach. All true disciples know that Liying possesses a naturally tranquil disposition. Yueying Peak is a sanctuary amidst the clamor, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony. As winter approaches, the mountains are lush and vibrant, brimming with life. Liying, handsome and graceful with a lively demeanor, is savoring tea in a pavilion on the mountain. At this moment, Yun arrived at Yueying Peak clad in inconspicuous attire. Upon seeing the visitor, a few cracks appeared in the teacup held by Liying, and his previously calm expression began to tighten. Yun entered the pavilion and set up a barrier to prevent prying eyes. Initiate the shadow project. Yunin said. This seemingly nonsensical phrase prompted Li Yingyi to stand and respond respectfully yes. He is a shadow, a substitute cultivated by the Jiang family since childhood. First-rate noble families prepare substitutes for important figures referred to as shadows. Li Yingyi's swift rise in the Xuantian Sect is supported by the Jiang family. The cost is his unconditional obedience to the Jiang family. Yunin pulled out a bronze mask from his storage bag, saying, "The ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion to celebrate the grand 1,000-year birthday. At that time you will be Jiang Ming, the heir of the Jiang family." This is Jiang Tianxing's contingency plan. Few know the true face of the Jiang family heir. By wearing the bronze mask that can block all forms of probing, who can tell whether he is the genuine heir? At that grand birthday celebration, various forces will gather, and the shadow will be able to cope. Although it is not a foolproof plan, it is the best temporary measure. Understood. Li Yingyi expressionlessly accepted the bronze mask. What is your current cultivation level? I am at the 3rd level of innate cultivation, confident I can reach the supreme realm in 2 years. Good. But do not break through to the supreme realm before the birthday celebration, Yunin instructed. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Yingyi's eyes as he asked nonchalantly, "Is the heir at the Xuantian Sect?" Presumptuous. Is that something you can ask? Yunin scolded. He would not know the heir's information, let alone disclose it to the shadow. The shadow misspoke. Li Yingyi lowered his head, adopting a submissive posture. Yunin then provided some details before departing. Li Yingyi watched him leave, weighing the bronze mask in his hands. "You know, in the sect my master never spoke to me in such a tone." Li Yingyi murmured to himself. In the Xuantian Sect, he is revered as senior brotherly, the favored disciple of his master. In the Jiang family, he is a shadow, a tool that can be discarded at any moment. Li Yingyi certainly knows that without the Jiang family, he might have starved during that great snowfall years ago. Without the Jiang family, he could not have risen in the Xuantian Sect. But so what? Should he forever repay the Jiang family and sacrifice himself just because of that? No, Li Yingyi intends to master his own fate. He does not want to be a shadow, he desires to bask in the sunlight openly. From the previous conversation, Li Yingyi could confirm 2 points. First, the Jiang family heir is most likely at the Xuantian Sect. This is easy to guess, for his role as a shadow at the Xuantian Sect is part of the plan. Second, the Jiang family heir possesses mediocre talent. Not allowing him to break through to the supreme realm is meant to avoid drawing too much attention. This information sparked many thoughts in him, each of which could attract the Jiang family's retaliation. He felt no fear, instead he felt exhilaration. As excitement built within him, Li Yingyi took a deep breath to calm his mind. The Jiang family holds the reins of his destiny. He must tread carefully. It's time to write a letter home. At this moment, Shen Ming has begun to focus, considering the present. He came to the Xuantian Sect to seek an opportunity. He cannot expect to remain a mere disciple forever. Furthermore, becoming a true disciple means possessing an entire spiritual mountain. A spiritual mountain equates to a valuable asset akin to prime farmland for ordinary people. If managed well, it promises continuous returns. Shen Ming is currently destitute, lacking even the money to buy seeds, wasting the potential of the spiritual mountain. Thus, he needs his family to send some gold coins and spirit stones. Due to secrecy, he did not use a message jade slip, but preferred to contact home through the elder in charge of passing down teachings. Upon arriving at the elder's residence, he was greeted by Su Lingyue. Sister Su. After the incident at Longmen Mountain, the conflict between the two had been resolved. What troubles Shen Ming is that Su Lingyue keeps staring at his face, trying to uncover some clues. This time, even more so, Su Lingyue scrutinized him up and down. Looking at her half-brother, Su Lingyue found it hard to believe. She has 1,000 questions she wants to ask, but her father mentioned yesterday that Shen Ming does not know his background and believes himself to be an orphan. Have you arranged your spiritual mountain? Not yet. Remember, your performance in the selection can earn you a Great Cave's spiritual mountain. If you are assigned to a small cave's spiritual mountain, make a fuss if our family never suffers losses. Our family? Shen Ming doubted whether he had misheard. Before he could ponder further, Su Lingyue had already. Shen Ming entered the study and met with the elder in charge of passing down teachings, expressing his purpose. He has become a true disciple and wants to contact his family. Someone from the Jiang family came by yesterday. Oh, everything has been taken care of. Just proceed at your own pace. As he spoke, the elder shot him a knowing glance. Shen Ming was somewhat surprised, but also felt it was with, as the heir of the Jiang family would certainly pay closer attention to him. Did my family not leave any resources for me after I became a true disciple? Shen Ming asked in confusion. No, didn't they give you any when you first arrived? The elder also appeared puzzled. This, Shen Ming found it baffling. It shouldn't be the case. Since his family was already aware of his status as a true disciple, they should have sent someone to inform the elder. Yet they did not leave him any cultivation resources. So they expect him to tough it out, huh? Shen Ming felt a surge of anger and wanted the elder to help him send a message. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. The Jiang family intends for him to become the son of the Xuantian Sect. The sect does not inquire about backgrounds or whether you are the heir of a first-rate noble family or the prince of a high-ranking dynasty. It does not matter. This is also a reason for the sect's enduring legacy, as it has disciples from various forces who respond to a call in times of crisis. However, there are strict requirements for becoming the son of the sect. To become the son, one cannot rely on the support of behind Thessine's forces. One must strive as a pure disciple of the sect. The Jiang family has great expectations for him. When the day comes that he becomes the son, it will truly be a return of the king. Elder, I understand. Shen Ming left with excitement. Huh? What did you understand? The elder puzzled thought to himself that the Jiang family must be full of riddles. On the fourth day after the selection of true disciples, Xuantian Square. 7 gathered Shen Ming, Zhang Haoran and I Dai, Fang Qingxue, Xiong Yang Yang Gu, and Li Qin. Today they would journey into the Niyu and formally become true disciples. Each wore an expectant expression. Before long, a flying boat arrived from the inner domain and descended onto the square. A beautiful female disciple stood upon it. She wore a splendid crimson palace gown, threaded with gold, glittering with a quiet radiance. Her face was like exquisitely carved jade, skin whiter than snow, brows like distant inked arcs. Noble and imposing, yet graceful and generous in bearing. Shen Ming recalled the lore about the attire of true disciples. Female disciples in palace garments and male disciples embroidered with python motifs came from the imperial dynasty, either princesses or princes. If a robe bore a family crest, it marked a disciple of a distinguished clan. Clearly the woman before them was a princess. Come aboard, I will take you to your respective spirit mountains, she said, her voice clear, melodious, and pleasing. Fang Qingxue asked, may I know senior sister's name? Lu Rian, call me senior sister Lu. Senior sister Lu, 8th on the Tianbang of the Fengyun list. Fang Qingxue cried out in astonishment. Lu Rian beamed, clearly pleased. The others cast surprised glances. The Fengyun list is divided into the Tianbang and the Dibang. The Dibang is contested by disciples of the Xuantian second realm, the Tianbang by those of the Xuantian third realm. Senior sister Lu was barely 25 or 26, sure to ascend to the supreme realm in time. Shen Ming had not expected Fang Qingxue's seemingly aloof demeanor to conceal such polished sociability. During the recent days of celebration, she had mingled with him frequently. They were all disciples of the Tongtian Peak lineage and had grown familiar with one another. The 7 boarded the flying boat. Lu Rian signaled them to steady themselves, and in the next instant the vessel surged into the sky. Xuantian Square, Tongtian Peak, and the Jumai Spirit Peaks unfolded beneath them. Looking up again, the 7 found themselves aloft the clouds, almost within reach. Shen Ming gazed down upon Xuantian Mountain, his heart filled with serenity. He longed for the day he might himself soar across the heavens. Flight was a power mankind had always dreamed of. Within the Niyu of Xuantian Mountain lay a primeval, untamed scene. No mountain paths, no rope bridges. True disciples traveled by flying boats for convenience and speed. A quarter-hour later they arrived at the first stop, a majestic spirit mountain within Shuiyue Dongtian, one of the 10 Dongtian. The spiritual energy here is richer than even a blessed land. The wild fruits of the fields are spirit fruits. The mist stirred by the waterfall carries spiritual essence. The 7 only glanced around and were already dazzled by the mountain. No wonder this is a spirit mountain of a great Dongtian, Fang Qingxue murmured. They settled at the mountainside where modest houses stood above. Carved into the cliff a stone gate marked a cave abode. Who is Shen Ming? Lu Rian asked softly. This was Shen Ming's spirit mountain, the finest among the 7. Shen Ming stepped forward and received a plaque that was like iron yet tinged with gold. This is the mountain decree of the spirit mountain. It opens the cave abode, marshals the spiritual essence, and serves as the identity token of a true disciple. Lu Rian looked to the other 6. Now I will tell you about the various Dongtian of the Niyu. The 7 pricked up their ears and listened intently. A great or lesser Dongtian is not governed by a single elder, nor does a Dongtian possess a single lord. The proper term is Dongtian Jiling, a Yuanling with self-awareness and wisdom. The Yuanling of the 10 Dongtian are respectively Guang, Yue Shui, Huafeng, Tu, Lei Bing, Mu, and Hua. Lu Rian paused and looked toward Shen Ming. Shuiyue Dongtian belongs to Shui, and you, the 2 Yuanling, are intimate, almost inseparable. Generally, true disciples rarely encounter the Yuanling. Some do not see one for over a decade. If a Yuanling favors a mountain, the spirit mountain gains powerful benefits. Alas, Yuanling are transcendent beings whose affections cannot be fathomed. It is far easier to enrage a Yuanling by wantonly destroying the spirit mountain. Once a true disciple raised a herd of boars that ran rampantly across the slopes. The lay Yuanling was so enraged it struck down a bolt of lightning. For a time, the true disciples dined on roast whole pig every day. Some of the 7 knew the tale, others did not. Shen Ming was greatly astonished. Any questions? While we are all together, I will answer as many as I can, Lu Ruyan said. Her remarks were intended for Shen Ming. After all, this was his spirit mountain. The other 6 looked to him, hoping through his questions to learn about the life of a true disciple. Shen Ming asked what everyone most wished to know: how to unlock the full potential of a spirit mountain. A spirit mountain of a great Dantian is abundant in spiritual essence. Whether you raise spirit beasts or cultivate herb gardens depends on your goal. If your aim is merely to advance your realm, there is no need for undue complexity. If you seek to accumulate resources and wealth for the future, look to the market or the mountain city below and seek cooperation with merchant guilds. They will be willing partners. I will become a Shensi, Shen Ming declared. The sudden proclamation left those present momentarily speechless. Lu Ruyan at first did not know what to say. Never announce your goals before you have achieved them. Especially when your ambition is vast, the astonishment and praise of others grant the mind a premature satisfaction. Gradually, that satisfaction becomes an obstacle. The fear of failure deepens, and one abandons the pursuit. It is not that I cannot do it, but that I do not wish to. One convinces oneself. Most people spend their lives trapped by this mental snare, blending into the crowd. Shen Ming understood this truth, yet an impulse rose within him that he could not keep silent. He felt instinctively that what he was meant to do ought to be spoken aloud. If he held unshakable belief, he could achieve it. He did not know why. Perhaps it was the nature of his Xiantian Xingdi and the Taishang Daodai. At that moment, Lu Ruyan remembered something. I recall. She pondered as she walked up the mountain. The 7, puzzled nevertheless, followed her to a cliff. There stood a withered peach tree. This is it, Lu Ruyan explained. Long ago, when this spirit mountain had no master, the golden peach spirit tree bloomed and bore fruit. Peaches comparable to top-tier spirit pills. Each time it fruited, there would be fierce contention, true disciples fighting without end. In the end, they angered the Shui and Yuanling, and the spirit tree became a dead tree, utterly lifeless. If you wish to become a Shensi, cause this tree to bloom and bear fruit. With the golden peaches aid, no other true disciple could surpass you. Among the 7, Fang Qingxue heard this as a counsel to dissuade Shen Ming. The chance of your becoming a Shensi, she implied, was as impossible as bringing a withered tree back to spring. Shen Ming's eyes shone. He had not expected his spirit mountain to harbor such a tree. Although dead in this vast Xianhuang world, anything remained possible. Only by making the golden peach spirit tree bloom and fruit would he have a substantial chance to become a Shensi. Thank you, senior sister. I will not fail to live up to such hopes, Shen Ming said earnestly. Huh? Lu Ruyan froze for a moment. Wasn't she trying to dissuade him? What lofty expectations are you speaking of? The flying boat ascended once more as Lu Ruyan led the other 6 to different spiritual mountains. At the mountainside, Shen Ming's figure gradually became a small black dot. Was he serious just now, or was he joking with me? Lu Ruyan could not help but ask the others. Some of them were humorous and could joke around with a straight face. Perhaps Shen Ming was exactly like that just now. Xiaoyang and the others looked at Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai, who were quite close to Shen Ming. He is serious. Senior brother Shun is serious. Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai spoke one after another. They had already witnessed Shen Ming's pure heart on the battlefield of the heavenly demon. To be honest, Zhang Haoran admired such a person, deeply unmoved by external influences, steadfast in his beliefs. He no longer harbored the earlier cynicism, maintaining a calm heart. Sister Lu, what are his chances of becoming the son? Xiaoyang asked curiously. Generally speaking, the son is chosen from the direct disciples, those who have grown up in the sect. If you have children in the future, they will also be direct disciples. Disciples from royal family backgrounds are excluded from the position to ensure that the future head of the sect is not influenced by external factors. Many disciples from simple backgrounds aim to become the son, but in the end it always comes to nothing. Lu Ruoyan did not answer directly, but spoke eloquently. Lu Ruoyan sensed something amiss. This implied that Shen Ming lacked a strong background, although he met the conditions to become the son, he had no hope. In an instant, Fang Qingxue pondered many things. Soon after they arrived at the second spiritual mountain located in one of the 36 small caves, the Jade Cauldron Cave. The contours of the peaks are soft and flowing, their greenery, like intricately woven satin, delicate and gentle. A clear stream meanders down the mountain gorge, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This spiritual mountain could be described as a paradise. If not for the comparison with the peak where Shen Ming was earlier, Fang Qingxue would have gladly accepted it. Now she felt somewhat distracted. Regarding the spiritual mountain, what needed to be explained had already been covered beforehand. Lu Ruan set her down and continued to the next destination. From now on it shall be called the Leisure Peak. Shen Ming decided on a name for his spiritual mountain. The term leisure conveys a sense of freedom and unrestrained ease. It bears some resemblance to the path of the limitless. Shen Ming chose this name, contemplating a future free from all constraints, unburdened by external matters, at ease in the universe. From this moment on, he was the true disciple of the Water Moon Cave at Leisure Peak. Open. Shen Ming stood before the cave door, raising the mountain river order high. The immense dragon break stone responded with a rumble, and a refreshing aura rushed forth. The cave stone walls were embedded with gems, radiating a soft glow, illuminating the entire space. The interior of the cave was simply and elegantly arranged, with a stone bed placed in the corner, covered with a layer of soft mats. A stone table and several stone stools were set in the center, and apart from that there was nothing else. Surprisingly, the cave was not enclosed. On the other side was a mountain wall resembling a natural window. One could see a waterfall cascading down like a silver dragon rushing from the cliff's peak, splashing water like smoke and mist. Of course, at the innermost part of the cave, there was a quiet room with a groove in the wall. Upon seeing the shape of the groove, Shen Ming immediately thought of the mountain river order. Placing the mountain river order inside, it fit perfectly. The quiet room closed with a strong barrier isolating the inside from the outside. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath his feet. Shen Ming suppressed the conflict of cultivation, picked up the mountain river order, and went outside to patrol the mountain. The entire Leisure Peak was his alone. In the Xuantian Sect, becoming a true disciple was the pinnacle. In the coming decades, this spiritual peak would be his place of safety and existence. During his patrol, ideas continuously surged in Shen Ming's mind. In the end, he arrived once more at the dead golden peach spiritual tree. In the world of Xian Huang, it is not difficult for a withered tree to bloom anew. However, the golden peach spiritual tree is not an ordinary tree. It is a treasure of heaven and earth. The fruits it bears are comparable to miraculous medicinal pills. The Jiang family possesses a treasure known as the Qingling Rebirth Branch. It looks like a green branch, but is inscribed with mysterious runes. Simply touching the withered wood with it can unleash powerful rebirth energy, allowing the withered wood to sprout new buds at a visible speed and regain vitality. However, the value of the Qingling Rebirth Branch far exceeds that of the golden peach spiritual tree, and its usage is limited. Moreover, if Shen Ming could use the Qingling Rebirth Branch, why would he need the golden peach spiritual tree? He could simply have his family send him the peaches of immortality. There was no choice. After all, his goal was to become the sun. Shen Ming could only think of other ways, aiming at the Yuanling. According to Sister Lu, the Yuanling could change the spiritual aura of the cave. Sister Lu also mentioned that the Yuanling is not human, and merely encountering it is quite difficult, let alone asking for help. Shen Ming did not lose heart. He believed that this tree would surely bear flowers and fruits. In the following days, Shen Ming was busy nonstop. People frequently visited to congratulate him on becoming a true disciple. They were senior brothers and sisters from other spiritual mountains of the Water Moon Cave. They offered Shen Ming many suggestions on transforming the spiritual mountain and shared various amusing tales about the cave. Additionally, they recommended accompanying disciples. There is a limit to the number of accompanying disciples a true disciple can bring. Shen Ming had not used up his quota, and they were thinking of sending people over. Shen Ming politely declined, stating that he had not yet determined what industry to develop on Leisure Peak and did not need any help for now. Then unexpectedly, someone from a business came to visit. They claimed to have been recommended by the senior brothers and sisters of the Water Moon Cave, and Shen Ming could not refuse to meet them. These businesses were from the mountain city in the outer region of the Xuantian Sect. A large cave spiritual mountain is itself a valuable resource. Shen Ming was troubled about how to monetize it, but these businesses were experienced. One business, the Chiyuan Merchant Pavilion, claimed that they could provide manpower to plant spiritual ginseng on Leisure Peak. Shen Ming wouldn't need to do anything, and they would split the profits 7,030. Isn't 30% a bit too low? Shen Ming said. The representative of the Merchant Association wanted to say that 70% was theirs and Shen Ming would get 30. After all, the merchant association had to be responsible for the sales, which were all costs. This is too little. You're deliberately trying to undermine me. The representative of the merchant association realized that Shen Ming's question was actually an expression of dissatisfaction. My lord, then please suggest a number. The representative of the merchant association, whose cultivation level was low, adopted a very humble posture. Let me suggest. Then let's stick with the 70-30 arrangement. Shen Ming thought that one cannot be soft-hearted in business. Since he was in charge, he certainly had to take a strong stance. The representative of the merchant association was taken aback, realizing that this person was treating 70% as his own. This was simply a lion's demand. Naturally, no deal was struck. The representative of the merchant association had 1,000 curses in his heart. He had never met such a greedy true disciple. My lord, I will go back and discuss this. On the surface, he still had to smile. A true disciple of the Xuantian Sect was not someone they could offend. You said it would be a 7,030 split, and let me take the lead, so how did it change? Doing business really is difficult. Shen Ming was baffled. In the Xuantian mountain range, at Black Rock City, 30%. Does that mean we will end up begging on our knees? In the conference hall of the Qiyuan Merchant Guild, the high-ranking officials of the Merchant Guild were filled with righteous indignation. They had never seen such greed from a true disciple. Scattered cultivators, mortals, merchants, and outer disciples co-create a bustling scene. Where there are people, there are transactions. The Xuantian Sect did not monopolize the essentials of life, allowing major merchant guilds from the northern region to set up shop. The Qiyuan Merchant Guild, one of the 3 major merchant guilds in the northern region. In the outer mountain cities, guilds would fiercely compete for the spiritual mountains coveted by true disciples. The spiritual mountains of the cave heavens are not easily found outside. When guilds procure goods from outside, not only is the quality insufficient, but there are also added transportation costs. The Qiyuan Merchant Guild was generous in its dealings with nearly 100 true disciples cooperating. Could it be that he has already partnered with other guilds and is deliberately provoking us? Some speculated. We haven't offended him. Are we just going to give up? That spiritual mountain from the great cave heaven produces top-quality spiritual ginseng. Amidst the chaos, a woman pushed the door open and entered. Dressed in a purple long gown, the hem danced lightly in the wind, resembling a blooming flower. Her brows were like distant green hills with upturned eyes that carried a hint of charm and grace, yet remained dignified and elegant. Her snow-like skin made her exquisite features even more vibrant. Miss, the high-ranking officials of the guild hurried to rise and bow. The Qiyuan Merchant Guild was part of the Su family's enterprise, and this lady Su Yiwer was indeed the daughter of the Su family. You shouldn't say 30%, you should state the exact number. 30% sounds small, but in terms of thousands of spirit stones, he won't think so. Su Yiwer stated. The returning merchant representative lowered his head. If it were anyone else saying this, he would not have accepted. Miss Su was different. Her prowess was well known, and most of the true disciples cooperating with the guild were won over by her. Miss, do you plan to take action personally? Of course, one cannot miss the spiritual mountain of the great cave heaven. Su Yiwer was filled with confidence. Even the seemingly extraordinary true disciples of the Xuantian Sect became her subordinates, obeying her every word. This was because she possessed a great secret. She was born with a charm bone. Unlike those lowly charm arts of the demonic path, using charm arts to alter others' intentions is taboo among the 10 major sects, a grave sin. Being born with a charm bone is different. It works without a trace. Men who fell for her charm believed it was genuine. Even if supreme experts searched their souls, they would find no clues. The next day, Su Yiwer boarded a flying boat and arrived at the inner region of the Xuantian mountain. Others from the Merchant Guild could not freely enter. They needed to register at the Tongtian Peak and offer benefits to the enforcers. Su Yiwer was different, as she had a credential from a certain senior brother allowing her free access. The flying boat hovered above the Xiaoyao Peak. Indeed, this is the spiritual mountain of the great cave heaven. She did not directly order the flying boat to land, but called out loudly from the air. Soon she met the true disciples of Xiaoyao Peak. Su Yiwer first observed the clothing of the true disciples. Their robes bore neither python patterns nor family crests. This indicated that Shen Ming had no background. However, Su Yiwer's keen eye quickly discerned that Shen Ming was not a typical youth raised by an ordinary family. This Shen Ming had never experienced hardship in his life. It was an indescribable feeling, also a gift of Su Yiwer. He was quite handsome. Finally, Su Yiwer scrutinized his face. Come in. Shen Ming, following the courtesy of being a guest, did not refuse. Su Yiwer controlled the flying boat to descend at the mountainside. Has senior brother not yet modified the spiritual mountain? Whatever style you prefer, our guild has craftsmen who can build according to your preferences, Suiware said. Does it cost money? Shen Ming asked seriously. Suiware's smile became slightly unnatural. She hadn't meant to ask that. No need, consider it a gesture from your junior sister. She quickly adjusted, not stating that cooperation could be free, but directly agreeing. As long as gifts are accepted, everything else can be discussed. Forget it. Shen Ming thought for a moment. He did not want to rashly modify Xiaoyao Peak. He had reservations, but they weren't very strong. Suiware analyzed this, thinking that Shen Ming did not want to accept gifts. She should not have asked about money at the start. This true disciple was not skilled in business negotiations. Senior brother, such a large spiritual mountain, even if not deliberately cultivated or planted, can naturally grow heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Suiware said. Indeed, Shen Ming nodded in agreement. That golden peach spiritual tree had indeed grown naturally. There might be potential. Suiware mistakenly thought he had taken a step back and said sweetly, Senior brother, if you have any thoughts, feel free to tell me. I can fully accommodate you. Saying this, she cast him a charming glance. If it were any other true disciple, they would have melted into a puddle by now. Shen Ming suddenly felt a surge of protectiveness, wanting to embrace the woman and wanting to show off his generosity before her. I have a fiancée, oh, I cannot betray her. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, instantly awakening him and dispelling the influence. Suiware, who was waiting for Shen Ming to kneel before her, sensed something was off. You dared to use charm arts on me. Ancient King Fist. In a fit of rage, Shen Ming unleashed a powerful punch. The Xuantian Sect prohibited disciples from practicing charm arts. Not only are they unorthodox, but they also have severe side effects. Charm attacks shake a person's mind and affect their soul. The harm they cause is harder to recover from than direct physical injury. This woman, and he still held on to the thought of treating her as a guest. Unforgivable. Senior brother, I do not practice charm arts but want harm your soul. Suiware hurriedly tried to explain. Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a massive fist knocked her to the ground. With her innate first realm, no matter how many mysterious gates she opened, she could not match Shen Ming. Suiware's eyes filled with stars, her vision darkening, her primal true energy trembling. Come, let's go to the punishment hall to see the Elder of Punishments. Shen Ming grabbed her hair, intending to take her to face justice. Senior brother, I did not cultivate charm arts, but it is beyond my control. Suiware had never been treated so roughly. Feeling Shen Ming's strong grip, she felt as if her hair would be pulled out. Shen Ming coldly snorted. Then that look in your eyes was also natural. Suiware could not explain. That look indeed used her innate charm bone. Even if it did not work, Shen Ming should not have discovered it. Did he possess some special talent? Come, let's see the Elder of Punishments. Shen Ming said coldly. Suiware panicked. Some things when weighed lightly are as light as a feather, but when weighed heavily they are 1,000 pounds. Even if her charm bone would not cause soul injuries, it indeed altered others' intentions. The Xuantian Sect would not tolerate her. The family would send others to take over her achievements. Senior brother, I don't know what happened. Oh, I have always found that men are easily swayed by my words, as if it were innate. In my moment of desperation, I wanted to expedite the deal, which is why I acted that way. Suiware began to play the victim. Oh, could it be that you have a natural charm bone? Shen Ming thought of a special talent. It seems so. Those affected do not exhibit signs of confusion, as with charm arts. Senior brother, I absolutely mean no harm. Suiware began to play dumb. Considering your intent was not to harm others, and there will be no permanent consequences, you may go. Shen Ming finally released his grip. With Shen Ming's hand loosened, Suiware felt her scalp relax, a sense of emptiness settling in her heart. Unaccountably, she felt some disappointment. Senior brother, I wish to apologize. No need. No, senior brother, I must apologize. Without an apology, this matter would be a handle for him, ready to trouble her at any time. Suiware wanted to put today's events behind them and silence Shen Ming. I said no need. What was wrong with this woman? Oh, couldn't she understand human words? Senior brother, this is the Palm Heaven bottle, which can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, condensing spiritual liquid, and has the effect of reviving withered wood and ripening spiritual herbs. The words of refusal were already on his lips, but Shen Ming silently accepted the Palm Heaven. Shen Ming meticulously examined the Xuantian bottle in the other person's mouth, which was porcelain white, with a slender neck and adorned with marvelous spiritual patterns. He was not the kind of person who believed everything he was told. Roaming the world, he held his own understanding of it. Everything exists in a state of conservation, maintaining a balance. For instance, to revive the golden peach spirit tree, one must use treasures of greater value than the spirit tree itself. The initial investment costs were considerable, and one could only recover and profit over time. If someone casually claimed that a single item could revive the spirit tree breaking this balance, it was likely a scam. When Shen Ming first heard about the Xuantian bottle, he thought it was a sign that good fortune was coming his way. He quickly became vigilant. Those who were easily deceived were always like this, only willing to believe what they wished to believe. Does this thing really have the effect you claim, Oi? Shen Ming weighed the Xuantian bottle, his expression filled with skepticism. It was hard to fool him. It turned out that his honesty was merely an act. Suiwei thought to herself and said, "Our Su family rose to prominence relying on the Xuantian bottle, but unfortunately the bottle shattered later, and we had to refine the fragments into replicas. These were distributed among the clan's disciples paired with the moon spirit technique, allowing them to absorb the essence of moonlight each night and condense spiritual liquid. Any disciple who fills the Xuantian bottle will receive a great reward from the family." Shen Ming pondered silently. With so many stringent conditions, everything began to make more sense. "So you're giving me your family's token of trust," Shen Ming said, "because it can't possibly yield any significant results." Suiwei calmly replied, "Cultivating the moon spirit technique is not difficult. The challenge lies in transforming the moonlight into spiritual liquid, and one must possess a wood attribute." "Do you not have it?" Shen Ming asked. "No," she replied. "Then how do you know it will be useful in my hand?" "Yuer doesn't know, but if it can help senior brother, that would be best. If it cannot, it is still a valuable treasure." The clever lie was half-truth, half-falsehood, making it hard to find fault. "How can one know if they possess the wood attribute?" Shen Ming asked. "Senior brother, hold the Xuantian bottle in your palm and silently recite the incantation. If green light appears on the bottle, it indicates feasibility." Suiwei revealed the incantation to him. Moonlight seeps into the meridians like water. Purple chi flows in from the east. All distractions removed to connect with the cosmos. The technique will shine with brilliance. Shen Ming tossed the Xuantian bottle over and said, "Demonstrate it once." Suiwei's lips twitched slightly, but she took the Xuantian bottle, placed it in her palm, and began to circulate the moon spirit technique. A faint green light immediately appeared on the bottle, nearly invisible in broad daylight. "This indicates my wood attribute is weak." Suiwei returned the Xuantian bottle. Shen Ming decided to give it a try, circulating the incantation. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. The Xuantian bottle radiated brilliance, clearly visible even in daylight. "Senior brother, your wood attribute is extraordinary. You are an ideal candidate for cultivating the Xuantian bottle," Suiwei exclaimed repeatedly. Shen Ming's lips curled upwards. After several validations, he began to trust what she said. "Very well, I will treat today's events as if they never happened." "You may go," Shen Ming said. Suiwei felt a sense of relief, having successfully deceived him. The Xuantian bottle is fake. The ancestors of the Su family had fanciful dreams of creating the legendary supreme treasure, which is precisely the Xuantian bottle she initially described. As a result, the Su family invested tremendous effort and resources, but the bottle they manufactured fell far short of expectations. It could not directly absorb moonlight to transform into spiritual liquid. The so-called moon spirit technique developed for this purpose was equally inefficient. The wood attribute claimed by the moon spirit technique was something everyone possessed and did not affect the efficiency of transforming spiritual liquid. Regardless of who it was, converting moonlight into spiritual liquid took years. The transformed liquid did have effects akin to reviving withered branches and hastening growth. However, just one drop was less effective than natural growth over time. Thus, the Su family distributed the bottles to every disciple, hoping that small amounts would accumulate over time. The narrative surrounding the shards of the Xuantian bottle served the purpose of creating hype. One of its functions was just like now acting as a treasure offered as a gesture of goodwill. Therefore, Suiwei did not lie. It indeed was a Xuantian bottle, though it shared the same name as the ancient supreme treasure. The Su family had many such bottles, and she could easily reclaim one upon her return. By then, when Shen Ming discovered the meager amount of transformed spiritual liquid, he would attribute it to his lack of proficiency in the moon spirit technique, much like the temples outside that preach sincerity brings miracles. If it didn't work, it must be due to insufficient sincerity. If there was no spiritual liquid, it must mean the cultivation method was not perfected. "Senior brother, I shall take my leave now." As she departed, she suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. Other men treated her like a precious gem, but this Shen Ming was an exception, showing no tenderness, acting with brute force, and speaking domineeringly. For some reason, he gave Suiwei a feeling she had never experienced before. That heavy punch still throbbed with pain, yet within the pain there was an indescribable sensation. Suiwei took the flying boat reluctantly, leaving the Shaoyao Peak. Shen Ming opened the Xuantian bottle, finding it completely empty, lacking even a drop of spiritual liquid. No wonder she was so quick to give me the bottle. To her, it was just a piece of junk. Shen Ming felt everything. Suiwera lacked the would attribute her comprehension, must have been inadequate, unable to transform spiritual liquid, which was why she gave away the Xuantian bottle. He was different. Just moments ago, he silently recited the incantation, and green light blossomed, revealing his strong wood talent. With the innate holy body and the supreme Tao fetus, converting moonlight and condensing spiritual liquid would not be a challenge for him. Holding on to this thought, Shen Ming awaited the arrival of night. Heavenly forces were very cooperative as the moon hung like a giant disk in the night sky, casting its bright light upon the earth. Shen Ming arrived at the summit of Shaoyao Peak, cradling the Xuantian bottle in his right hand as he activated the moon spirit technique. In an instant, moonlight enveloped him in a layer of silvery radiance, as if he wore a natural divine garment. The moonlight transformed into a refreshing coolness, flowing throughout his body and gathering in the bottle held in his palm. The exquisite Xuantian bottle, which was originally porcelain white, suddenly transformed into a translucent emerald green. Drip. In less than a quarter of an hour, a drop of spiritual liquid fell into the bottle. Soon after drop, followed an unending stream. If Suiwera were here, her jaw would drop. In the Su family, a drop of spiritual liquid represented years of effort from their disciples. In less than an hour, Shen Ming surpassed all the efforts of the Su family disciples. In the late hours of the night, Shen Ming opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He had effectively become a converter, condensing spiritual liquid while depleting his mental energy. Fortunately, he had reaped a bountiful harvest as the spiritual liquid in the Xuantian bottle was about to overflow. Shen Ming approached the withered golden peach spirit tree. Given how easily he had obtained the liquid, he had no qualms about using it. He poured an entire bottle of spiritual liquid down at once. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Shen Ming remained calm. Even with the Jiang family's treasure, instant results were impossible. Life requires time to grow. He returned to his cave to meditate, replenishing his mental energy. At dawn, Shen Ming opened his eyes in the quiet room of his cave dwelling. After meditating, he felt rejuvenated. The Xuantian bottle and the moon spirit art are one entity. The Su family failed in their refinement and had to alter its efficacy into a skill which requires extremely high standards. Shen Ming understood this and found it reasonable. If the Su family had successfully refined the Xuantian bottle, they wouldn't merely be a second-rate family. As he pondered this, Shen Ming suddenly realized something chilling as the hairs on his body stood on end. The Xuantian bottle was missing. He remembered carrying it, yet it was nowhere to be found. In the small space of the quiet room, there was also a Duanlong stone and a prohibition. He searched through his storage pouch, but found nothing. Could it be outside? Shen Ming furrowed his brow, uncertain. As he stepped out of the quiet room, he saw the tilted Xuantian bottle on the stone table. A tongue was continuously licking the bottle's mouth. Shen Ming's hair stood on end. The cave dwelling was like his home. Despite the tightly closed door, something had brazenly intruded. Upon closer inspection, it was a black cat, slender and graceful like a shadow gliding through the night. Its fur was a deep ebony interspersed with faint silver stripes resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Its eyes shone like two emerald jewels, radiating a mysterious glow in the darkness. Shen Ming stayed still, recalling that he had just carried the Xuantian bottle. This meant the black cat had entered the cave without his notice, slipped into the quiet room, and taken the Xuantian bottle from him. Its aim was the residual moonlight spiritual liquid within the bottle. This cat was terrifying. The black cat emitted a satisfied hum and stretched lazily, completely ignoring Shen Ming as it wet the fur on its paws with its tongue, beginning to clean its mouth. Finally, it glanced at Shen Ming with an indifferent look. Without any further acknowledgement, it jumped off the table and leaped out of the cave through a natural window. Outside lay a sheer cliff. As Shen Ming watched, he saw the black cat's body start to dissolve, transforming into shimmering moonlight. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Facing such a being, he felt no anger. It was not difficult to guess the cat's identity. Shuiwei, cave heaven, the moon's spirit. The spirit that other true disciples might not see for decades had come to his cave to steal a bite. The Xuantian bottle contained moonlight spiritual liquid, and the other party was the moon spirit. For a little gluttonous cat, it was a tremendous temptation. After checking the Xuantian bottle for damage, Shen Ming felt relieved. Moonlight spiritual liquid was a no-cost deal. If he could gain the favor of the moon spirit, it would greatly aid him in vying for the title of the god son of the Xuantian. Though the black cat was somewhat impolite, cats were generally like that. If they grew familiar over time, cats would repay kindness. Shen Ming remembered that before his transmigration, he had once fed a stray cat, which later brought a dead mouse to his doorstep as a form of gratitude. He hoped the moon spirit would not bring him a dead mouse. Shen Ming murmured to himself, tidied his thoughts, and exited the cave. The sky was still dimly lit. 4 or 5 hours had passed since he poured the spiritual liquid, and he wanted to check on the status of the golden peach spirit tree. He held little hope, merely wishing to see a hint of green. The original golden peach spirit tree was cracked and frail, as if it had endured endless hardships and torment. The withered branches swayed weakly in the wind, exuding a sense of profound loneliness. As long as there was any sign of improvement, Shen Ming could persevere. However, he underestimated the effects of the moonlight's spiritual liquid. Shen Ming began to suspect he had come to the wrong place. The withered tree from yesterday was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a vibrant peach tree over 10 feet tall. The trunk was slender yet resilient, with delicate patterns subtly visible on its golden bark. The withered tree from yesterday was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a vibrant peach tree over 10 feet tall. The trunk was slender yet resilient, with delicate patterns subtly visible on its The golden spirit peach tree was in bloom, but it would take another 3 or 4 months for the fruit to appear. One bottle of spiritual liquid had brought it back to life. If another bottle were added, it would surely bloom and bear fruit. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and Shen Ming began to anticipate the arrival of nightfall. In the Jade Ding little cave heaven on Ice Clear Peak, Fang Qingxue had not focused on cultivation these days, frequently mingling with her senior brothers and sisters, moving about in various circles. That day, an unexpected guest arrived at her spiritual mountain, Gu Qing. During their time as inner disciples, the two were inseparable, a pair that outsiders considered a match made in heaven. Qingxue, you said that no matter who of us becomes a true disciple, we can be each other's closest companions. Gu Qing exclaimed indignantly. Since he had been eliminated, an invisible wall had formed between them. Fang Qingxue, do you really want to share a spiritual mountain with me, taking turns to cultivate in external blessed lands? As a man, don't you find that dismal? Fang Qingxue maintained her cool demeanor, neither happy nor sad. I am confident in competing for the true disciple title next year. Why don't you come to see me, or even speak to me? You don't even reply to the letters I send. Gu Qing replied. Fang Qingxue's eyes showed deep disappointment. Gu Qing, your light has faded. You can no longer illuminate my path forward. Let us turn our hearts toward the Tao from here on. Gu Qing looked as if struck by lightning, his face pale and devoid of color. How can you say such a thing? Gu Qing shook his head in self-mockery. He had always been at a lower cultivation level than Fang Qingxue. Others said he relied on her. Even on the battlefield of the heavenly demons, he had to depend on Fang Qingxue's strength. Little did they know, over the years, he had given half of his cultivation resources to her. Because Fang Qingxue possessed a special spirit vein, she needed it more than he did. Now Fang Qingxue had become a true disciple. The first sword on the shore was aimed at him, the tool. Fang Qingxue, I know you are determined to pursue the Tao. If you look down upon me now, I have nothing to say. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I only ask you, before making this decision, did you have anyone else's shadow in mind? If it was merely the separation of the two, Gu Qing had no words to say, only thinking himself blind. If a third party was involved, that would mean enmity, that would mean hatred. No. Fang Qingxue answered calmly, her gaze steady. Good. Gu Qing said no more, waving his sleeves as he departed. Not long after he left, Li Qin arrived at Ice Clear Peak. Li Qin was one of the 9 true disciples of this generation. She had become good sisters with Fang Qingxue, these days going in and out together. Qingxue's senior brother Ji is holding a gathering and inviting us to his Xidian Peak. Li Qin exclaimed excitedly. Fang Qingxue's expression, which had been calm, changed slightly. Senior brother, Ji Tian. A true disciple with a grand cave heaven spiritual mountain. That night, Shen Ming sat in front of the golden peach spirit tree, cradling the heavenly bottle in his hand. As the moon spirit art operated, the bottle transformed into a verdant green material, allowing glimpses of the spiritual liquid accumulating drop by drop. Feeling a moment of mental disorientation, Shen Ming paused. The green heavenly bottle appeared semi-transparent, filled to the brim with spiritual liquid. He rose and walked in front of the spirit tree, hesitating briefly before pouring out 1/3 of the liquid. The previous night's bottle had revived the golden peach spirit tree, and another bottle today might drain its vitality. Excess can be detrimental. Shen Ming did not wish to see the peaches ripen only to rot into the soil's nutrients in under a minute. He then placed the heavenly bottle on the ground. Rather than letting the moon spirit surprise him in the cave, it was better to take the initiative. He waited and waited, yet the black cat did not appear. Shen Ming stowed the heavenly bottle and turned back to the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he recalled something and reached for his waist. Sure enough, the heavenly bottle was nowhere to be found. Then he discovered the heavenly bottle on the stone table in the cave where the moon spirit was contentedly lapping at it. Compared to the remnants from last night, today the bottle still contained more than half, and the moon spirit was enjoying it immensely. It withdrew its front legs, its body slightly sinking, and then forcefully straightened its hind legs, its tail gently swaying in rhythm. This time the moon spirit did not leave, but jumped onto the stone bed, resting its head on its paws. It really has no sense of courtesy at all, Shen Ming chuckled in amusement. This cat, given something for free, must sneakily steal it. Now it had taken over his bed. He glanced around the cave, but did not find any return gift from the moon spirit. Shen Ming lost his irritation and entered the inner quiet room to meditate and restore his energy. After finishing, the moon spirit had already vanished. Shen Ming, still concerned about the golden peach, paid it no mind and went out again to check on the peach tree. Just as he approached the golden peach spirit tree, he caught a whiff of a rich medicinal fragrance. Shen Ming's expression brightened, and he quickened his pace, arriving just as the sun rose. The first ray of sunlight illuminated the tree, revealing plump, round golden peaches. They shone with a golden hue like clouds at dawn, emitting a gentle and captivating glow. Each golden peach resembled a piece of exquisite jade. Shen Ming's heart surged with joy, feeling the satisfaction of reaping the rewards after diligent cultivation. Although only 2 days had passed, the spiritual pills were categorized into heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. True disciples could receive yellow-level gathering spirit pills each month. Each golden peach on the spirit tree was comparable to an earth-level spiritual pill. Moreover, they were natural spiritual treasures, not concocted pills. 10-year golden peaches. Shen Ming looked closer and saw that the spirit tree had borne 9 golden peaches, all of them 10-year golden peaches. If they were 100-year golden peaches, they would be considered heaven-level spiritual pills. However, for the tree to bear 100-year golden peaches, it required a transformation of the spirit tree itself. Shen Ming, not being greedy, plucked the 9 golden peaches and placed them into his storage bag. He then hurriedly returned to the cave. Outside the cave stood a stone sculpture of an ancient behemoth, which Shen Ming turned to face inward. This gesture among true disciples represented seclusion, declining visits. Shen Ming aimed to gather momentum and break through to the second realm of innate power. He had to clear the 7 levels of the profound barriers and then successively break through the 8 and 9 levels. After that, the 9 barriers within his body would unify, forming a bridge to enter the divine vault realm. This process typically took true disciples an average of a year, whereas prodigies would take 3 to 4 months. Shen Ming allowed himself only half a month. 9 golden peaches might have an absorption limit for others, but with my innate sacred body, supreme Tao fetus, and cultivation of heaven-level techniques, combined with a top-tier cave, if I were to compare myself to an ordinary person, it would be better to find a block of tofu to crash into. He activated the restrictions of the quiet room, filled with anticipation, and bit into a golden peach. In an instant, a surge of boundless and pure energy burst forth in his mouth, rushing down his throat like a torrential flood. This energy rapidly spread throughout his body, enveloping his meridians in a warm force wherever it traveled. He could sense a blazing fire igniting in his dantian, and the previously calm Wuji true qi began to surge wildly. The thick spiritual energy of the cave also swirled towards him like a vortex. The 8th profound barrier did not smooth out. Under such a state, the barriers shattered directly. The 8th level of the profound barrier. The domineering method of breaking through overwhelmed his meridians, causing aches in his entire body. However, the golden peach worked wonders, healing all his injuries in an instant. This is simply incomparable to any pill, Shen Ming thought as he consumed the second golden peach. The same process occurred again with his body, undergoing tumultuous changes. The Wuji true qi surged again. The 9th profound barrier was just 1 step away. Shen Ming ate the 3rd golden peach. If other true disciples were to witness this scene, they would certainly pound their chests in frustration. If they had 3 golden peaches, they would surely be thrifty, striving to maximize their effects. Shen Ming eating 3 in succession could only be described as extravagantly uninhibited. The 9th profound barrier broke through without a doubt. Next, the breakthrough to a major realm would require meticulous effort. It could not be rushed. Shen Ming was not in a hurry to continue eating golden peaches and devoted himself entirely to the Wuji divine art. The heaven-level technique was sufficient to support him in cultivating to the supreme realm. Each major realm had different heart methods. This technique was a hodgepodge concocted by the Xuantian Sect, infused with unrealistic yet beautiful ideas to the point of contradicting the basic logic of techniques. If it were someone else, they would only end up frustrated cursing, "Who wrote this nonsense?" Shen Ming's assessment was it's a bit difficult. 3 days later, a rumbling sound echoed within him, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The second realm of innate power breakthrough. The 9 profound barriers instantaneously connected, revealing broad and smooth pathways before him. The Wuji true Qi condensed into a bridge leading to the divine vault within the human body. There are 5 divine vaults: liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. There is no specific order. Different cultivators have different first divine vaults. Shen Ming felt his kidneys heating up as if they were about to sprout a pair of wings. After sitting in a confined space for several days, he could not contain his excitement and burst out eager to frolic in the mountains and fields. As soon as the cave door opened, Shen Ming noticed there were many people outside. There were even flying boats in the sky with disciples standing on them watching. Are they here for the golden peach spirit tree? Shen Ming thought instinctively, only to soon realize that was not the case. A fierce battle was occurring in the clearing on the mountainside. Several unknown disciples were surrounding an inner door disciple. The sky was filled with onlookers whispering with glee, and he could hear the name Senior Brother Ji mentioned repeatedly. Shen Ming's face darkened. He did not know what had happened, but a group of people had barged into his carefree peak and were fighting fiercely, causing dust and debris to fly and even toppling trees. This was his carefree peak, not an unclaimed spirit mountain. If they wanted to fight, let them do so. Stop it! That thunderous shout brought the disciples aboard the flying vessel, and both sides locked in combat, to an abrupt halt. Turning toward the source, a striking youth with a stern, icy countenance strode forward with purpose. Who is this, daring to interfere in Senior Brother Ji's affairs? The mountain gate has just opened. He is the master of this spirit-veined peak. He is Shen Ming, the newly appointed true disciple. The crowd understood Shen Ming's outrage. Without warning, a mob had stormed into his home and immediately begun brawling, shattering furniture and defiling sacred space. Even a clay bodhisattva bears 3 sparks of fury. On the ground, the combatants froze mid-strike. One side consisted of 3 men, personal attendants of a certain master. Senior Brother, we act on behalf of Senior Brother Ji to apprehend this man. Our intrusion was admittedly hasty. The tall youth spoke these words, yet his face bore no remorse. His arrogant gaze conveyed not apology, but mere notification. Shen Ming said nothing, instead turning his gaze upon the inner sect disciple they had been assaulting. It's you. He recognized him as Gu Qing of Tongtian Peak. Shen Ming held only a faint impression of Gu Qing, merely that he was ever at Fang Qingshue's side. Now Gu Qing looked battered and disheveled. Seeing Shen Ming, he was equally startled and deeply unsettled. Senior Brother, do you know him? He entered Xuantian Peak unannounced and provoked Senior Brother Ji. Best not meddle in others' affairs, the tall youth remarked. What exactly did he do? Shen Ming asked coldly. He provoked Senior Brother Ji. No, the part before that. He entered Xuantian Peak unannounced. The tall youth paused mid-sentence, then realized with dawning discomfort that they too had entered Shen Ming's spirit peak unannounced and struck first. Such conduct was indeed an affront, but they claimed authority under Senior Brother Ji. So you insist on meddling? The tall youth resolved to escalate pressure. Without another word, Shen Ming threw a single punch, the shockwave rippling outward across 10 meters. The tall youth, though already in the first realm of innate Qi, stood no chance against that blow. Like a cannonball striking stone, his body crumpled inward, crashing violently onto the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. This is the price for entering Xiaoyao Peak unannounced and uninvited, Shen Ming declared. In this world, mercy invites collapse, strength commands respect. He cared not who Senior Brother Ji was, nor what grudges lay buried beneath. This fist declared his stance, unyielding, unapologetic, absolute. The effect was immediate and profound. Silence fell across all quarters. A flying vessel slipped away silently, bearing news to Xuantian Peak. Now, let us hear what truly transpired. Having cowed the 3 from Xuantian Peak, Shen Ming stood with hands clasped behind his back, gesturing for Gu Qing to speak. Only now, after asserting dominance, could truth be weighed without appearing weak. Gu Qing had not expected this turn. A moment's reflection reassured him he and Shen Ming had never crossed paths, not a single word exchanged. Yet grief surged within him, and the story spilled forth. After parting ways with Fang Qingxue, Gu Qing had burned with unresolved resentment. Rumors reached him that Fang Qingxue grew ever closer to Senior Brother Ji of Xuantian Peak. Enraged, Gu Qing breached the inner realm's sanctum without proper credentials. Coincidentally, senior brother Ji loved grand gatherings and hosted one that very day. Gu Qing infiltrated the assembly only to witness Fang Qingxue seated beside Ji, intimate, composed, occupying the honored position. A man of fierce resolve, Gu Qing leapt forth and hurled scathing accusations, calling Fang Qingxue heartless and faithless. Facing a cultivator far superior in cultivation, he issued a solemn challenge, a life-or-death duel, in 3 years' time. Hearing this, Shen Ming's expression flickered. This was the plotline of a protagonist. But senior brother Ji refused to follow convention. 3 years. I'll break your legs now. Realizing peril, Gu Qing fled aboard his flying vessel, while Ji dispatched his personal attendants in pursuit. Panicked and disoriented, Gu Qing's vessel crashed onto Xiaoyao Peak, and the pursuers descended instantly, sparking violent confrontation. Just then Shen Ming emerged from seclusion, walking straight into the storm. He violated sect law. By all reason and precedent, the fault lies entirely with him, interjected another attendant from Xuantian Peak, seizing the moment now that Shen Ming knew the full account. If Shen Ming had previously lacked context, surely he'd now reconsider. So he thought, "Did I grant you permission to speak?" Another punch sent the man sprawling beside his comrade, both writhing in agony. The sole remaining attendant met Shen Ming's gaze and flinched, stumbling backward, hastily clamping a hand over his own mouth. "I will escort you to the Hall of Rewards and Punishments," Shen Ming told Gu Qing. Gu Qing voiced no objection. It was infinitely preferable to falling into Xuantian Peak's hands. Too late. A singular flying vessel blazed across the heavens like a radiant star. Unlike common vessels, its keel was carved from rare Zijin Xian wood, its deck paved with flawless white jade, polished to mirror-like brilliance, spotless and serene. Upon it stood a powerfully built youth, his true disciple robes embroidered with the Ji clan's crest, a circular insignia centered upon a phoenix poised for flight, feathers black as ink gleaming with metallic luster. Ji Tian, the heir of the Ji clan. His vessel did not hover, but descended directly onto Xiaoyao Peak. With a single bound, Ji Tian closed the distance, arriving before Shen Ming in an instant. The two groaning attendants forced themselves upright. Ji Tian let out a contemptuous snort, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade, fixed squarely upon Shen Ming. "I know you, Shen Ming. First among this year's true disciples," Ji Tian declared. Fang Qingxue approached from the vessel. She was the one who had revealed Shen Ming's identity to Ji Tian. "I am friends with your Watermoon Cave's senior elder brother. I'll grant him that courtesy and overlook this incident, provided you surrender the man," Ji Tian stated. "What offense did Gu Qing commit?" Shen Ming asked. The tall youth felt a strange familiarity in the question. He trespassed upon Xuantian Peak. Recalling his earlier misstep, the tall youth whispered urgently into Ji Tian's ear. Ji Tian grasped Shen Ming's intent and sneered. "So you presume upon talent. Believe your gifts render you untouchable. Let me enlighten you. I ranked first in last year's true disciple selection. Tell me, do you know how long it took me to break through to the second realm of innate qi after becoming a true disciple? How long? 3 months. Ji Tian stood tall, chin lifted high, implying Shen Ming might excel among inner sect disciples, yet remained insignificant among the true disciples of the inner realm. 3 months is commendable. You needn't feel inferior, Shen Ming replied. Huh. Everyone nearly stumbled, staring in utter disbelief. Shen Ming blinked. Had he misunderstood? He had become a true disciple less than a month ago, and his actual cultivation spanned fewer than 7 days. Hearing Ji Tian recite his 3-month breakthrough with such dramatic cadence, Shen Ming had assumed it was a humble boast about perseverance and hardship. This newcomer is truly bold. The disciples present all shared this thought. Ji Tian had already shown restraint, not pursuing the matter of Shen Ming knocking over 2 of his close disciples. Shen Ming sought to avenge the intrusion into his Xiaoyao Peak. At this moment he withdrew, and no one would say a word. Moreover, Gu Qing couldn't let go of his remaining pride, and did not seek Shen Ming's help. Yet Shen Ming provocatively remarked, causing Ji Tian to feel no need for self-deprecation. Completing a major breakthrough in 3 months, was there any need for self-doubt? However, these thoughts were all based on Ji Tian's perspective. Ji Tian, the heir of the Ji family. They who revered power measured Shen Ming's actions based on this. They had to bow and scrape before Ji Tian, while Shen Ming's unyielding stance was simply unacceptable. You wish to be my enemy. Ji Tian felt his authority severely challenged, and hostility shifted completely from Gu Qing to Shen Ming. Hitting a sore spot, Shen Ming realized he had misspoken. How old are you? He asked. 17. By some strange twist of fate, Ji Tian answered this question. Though you broke through a major realm in 3 months, you are only 17 at the second stage of innate. There is much potential ahead. Shen Ming began to placate him. How old are you? Tian furrowed his brows in uncertainty. Not yet 16, Shen Ming replied. Are you saying you reached the second stage of innate before me? Tian was still trying to understand his reasoning, similar to Gu Qing's earlier 3-year agreement. No, I have already reached the second stage of innate. Shen Ming thought this was absurd. He circulated his Wujishan qi, which surged forth through the bridge of the mystical gateway, whipping up a fierce wind around him. We are not the same. There's no need to compare yourself to me. Tian's face turned ashen, his pupils burning with rage. Xuantian finger. Unable to endure further, he unleashed an overwhelming force with his right hand grasping for Shen Ming's shoulder. You with such an attitude. How will you ever conquer the Tao? Shen Ming was baffled. He had been speaking calmly, but now it had turned to violence. However, he understood that there are always unpredictable people in the world. Some wake up with a belly full of anger, irritated by everyone they see. It's fine, a good beating can improve such individuals. Ancient King Fist. Shen Ming erupted from his position, unleashing a powerful punch without holding back. The two streams of true energy collided like dragons, sending shockwaves that created a tempest. The low-flying boat rapidly ascended. Gu Qing, Fang Qingxue, and 3 close disciples could not keep their eyes open, their bodies instinctively moving backward. Is he really at the second stage of innate? Gu Qing and Fang Qingxue were no longer calm. When they heard Shen Ming claim to be at the second stage of innate, they thought he was merely provoking Tian. Only after colliding strongly with Tian did they realize Shen Ming was serious. He had stepped into the second stage of innate in less than a month of becoming a true disciple. Fang Qingxue at the 9th level of the mystical gateway had yet to touch the bottleneck of a major realm. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you have the confidence. Perfect. I no longer need to waste words with you. Tian unleashed his full might, no longer holding back. He reached upwards with his right arm, and a heavy iron spear soared from his boat, landing steadily in his palm. The Hunyuan spear, a celestial-grade spiritual weapon, shattering mountains and rivers. The martial technique he used was also celestial-grade. As the heir of the Ji family, all his skills were top-notch. The spear's might was grand and imposing, sweeping towards Shen Ming. The nearby stone lantern lightly brushed against the spear's aura, immediately shattering into pieces. Shen Ming's eyes narrowed, so they dared to destroy in front of him. Wuji ascending clouds. He wielded an empty hand to draw his sword, and the Mingxin sword responded, appearing in his palm at the moment the sword intent formed. The person and sword united as if it were a natural phenomenon. Tian immediately felt a pressure assaulting him from all directions. The fierce sword wind tore through his spear's might. The lethality of this strike was sharply diminishing. In contrast, the might of the opponent's spear increased. Tian silently sneered, pressing his clasped hands downward, releasing terrifying gale force. Taishu Gale, the Ji family's ultimate technique capable of refining the source true energy into gale force comparable to divine weapons. It was rumored that upon reaching the imperial realm, a breath of Taishu Gale could extinguish an entire dimension. Shen Ming from the refining body realm had yet to learn the Jiang family's Hengyu classic at the Xuantian Sect. Of course, even if he mastered it, he wouldn't be able to unleash it. His goal was the son of the Xuantian Sect. From the perspective of the sect, if the disciples from noble families fought for the son using family techniques, wouldn't the sect become a vassal? Sword 3 flying. Shen Ming countered with the Wuji sword technique, transforming his sword into a dazzling glow of cold light. This strike combined with the Yutian step, his form agile, his steps light, as if he had merged with the sword. The person and sword appeared as a streak of cold light, soaring, breaking free from the constraints of the ground. Lively and lethal, it was like a ghost, dazzling to behold. Tian realized that his Taishu Gale was being diminished, as if it were tofu bit by bit. What source true energy is this? Does he possess some special physique? Why is he able to suppress the Taishu Gale? Tian was now flustered. The Taishu Gale was not only mysterious, but itself an unstoppable torrent. Generally, when source true energies collide, they would shatter instantly. Yet the Wujishan qi within Shen Ming's sword edge could actually withstand it. Moreover, under the exquisite sword technique, it gradually suppressed Tian. Tian began to exert all his strength, his spear striking out like a dragon. The one involved was confused while the onlooker was clear. To outsiders, Tian was already at the end of his strength. Fang Qingxue stood dazedly in place, swallowing hard due to extreme shock, her throat visibly moving up and down with a faint gulp sound. Among the many true disciples, she selected Tian not just for his lineage, Tian himself was extraordinarily powerful, unmatched among peers. But now Shen Ming was firmly in control, causing Fang Qingxue, who had been telling herself to maintain her ice-cold beauty, to lose her composure. The disciples watching from the boat were incredulous, hands on their heads filled with an indescribable excitement. They were not merely standing by Tian's side. They also delighted in seeing an unknown youth defeat a strong opponent. Now they felt Shen Ming's initial attitude was quite reasonable. With such strength, there was no need to consider Tian's face. Whoever was stronger they would side with. Sword for annihilation. Shen Ming seized the moment, unleashing an even stronger sword intent that completely shattered Tian's Taishu Gale and his inner defenses. With a clang, the heavy iron spear fell to the ground. The Mingxin sword halted before Tian's chest. Tian opened his mouth to say something to regain his composure, but found that nothing he said would help. He fell silent and turned to leave. "Did I allow you to leave?" Shen Ming called out to him. Tian, enraged, turned back. In a spar between disciples, what else could be done to determine victory and defeat? "You and your people will repair the stone lantern and the pavilion," Shen Ming said. "What a joke to come to my Xiaoyao Peak and wreak havoc and expect to leave just like that. Stay behind and clean up the mess." Tian smiled in anger, opening his storage bag and casually spilling out a large pile of spirit stones and rare treasures. "Isn't it just about compensation? Why speak so grandly? Although he cannot defeat you now as the heir of the Ji family, his future is limitless." Fang Qingxu's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of envy towards Shen Ming, as these were treasures she longed for. "You dare to throw garbage around?" Shen Ming angrily charged forward, raising his fist. Tian was not knocked down by a single punch, but staggered back several steps. "You..." Tian had never seen someone like this not playing by the rules. "I won't pursue his matters." He said that Gu Qing offended him. What does it have to do with him? Shen Ming was taken aback, as he had always been angry about these people barging into Xiaoyao Peak. What happens to Gu Qing will be decided by the punishment hall. As for the fight, it was not because of him, but because Tian was unpredictable and suddenly attacked him. At that moment, a flying boat landed on Xiaoyao Peak. An extraordinary figure stepped out. The white robe of the true disciple was embroidered with lifelike golden python patterns that shimmered with a mysterious light under the glow. Wearing a magnificent crown with a stern face, he exuded an innate dignity, as if he could see through all worldly matters. The atmosphere seemed to freeze the moment he appeared. Mo Zun, the senior brother of the Shuiyue cave. The title of senior brother and sister refers to a true disciple who has reached the third realm of innate within a cave. They are revered and also responsible for maintaining order within the cave. "What a ruckus! What kind of decorum is this? What if you disturb the Yuanling?" Mo Zun said in a deep voice. He was not speaking to anyone in particular, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Mo Zun hailed from the great Yin dynasty. His demeanor was high and mighty, possessing a commanding presence. Tian's eyes lit up. This was the senior brother he mentioned earlier, with whom he wanted to befriend. The great Yin dynasty had a close relationship with Tian. To some extent, the dynasty sought to please the Ji family. Thus, in the Xuantian Sect, Mo Zun had been particularly attentive to him. Tian was ready to go report the matter. "I already understand what happened." Mo Zun waved his hand to interrupt Tian, his gaze fixed on Shen Ming. "In Shuiyue Cave, both Yuanlings prefer tranquility. You recklessly knock people down, being rude and lacking decorum." Mo Zun admonished. "Is that your final word?" Shen Ming asked. In the argument, he couldn't prove himself, trying to clarify right and wrong. He directly seized upon the flaws in the other's words and retaliated. The Yuanling of the moon had stolen his moonlight spirit liquid for 2 consecutive nights. Where was the decorum? Outrageous. Mo Zun said in a deep voice. He understood that there was no need for explanation. He directly pressed on with his authority. The third realm of innate meant absolute authority in speech. Fortunately, a beautiful figure in red appeared just in time. It was Su Lingyue, one of the outstanding disciples of Xuantian. She was also the senior sister of Shuiyue Cave. Fang Qingxue thought of the rumors about the inner disciples. Su Lingyue was pursuing Shen Ming. It seemed she had not given up. Mo Zun, this is not the great Yin dynasty. Stop putting on airs as a prince here. After saying this, she gave Shen Ming an approving glance. He performed well and did not bring shame to the Su family. Senior sister Su, if you protect him like this, how can I maintain order in Shuiyue Cave? Mo Zun's eyebrows furrowed slightly. You can choose not to protect him. No one is forcing you, Su Lingyue said. It was originally a voluntary act with no explicit demands. The Yuanling of the moon will be very displeased, Mo Zun said. Su Lingyue snorted coldly, knowing that Mo Zun had some means to communicate simply with the Yuanling. There was once a true disciple with a bad character who angered everyone in Shuiwei Cave, and the Yuanling of Shuiwei had not punished him for a long time. Later Imozun came and issued a serious warning to that true disciple. That night the spiritual essence of that true disciple diminished sharply. After that Imozun held a high reputation in Shuiwei Cave. Just now Imozun reprimanded Shen Ming, saying that his behavior was outrageous and would anger the Yuanling. The disciples of Shuiwei Cave felt that Shen Ming was in deep trouble upon hearing this. "Stop talking nonsense, just tell me what you plan to do," Su Lingwei said. With this statement the atmosphere noticeably softened. Imozun arrogantly said, "We'll turn a big issue into a small one and a small one into nothing. Since no blood has been shed, well, let it go at that." It sounded fair, and Ji Tian glanced at Gu Qing, too lazy to pursue it further. Shen Ming thought for a moment there was nothing wrong with it. "However, you must repent for your actions. You disrupted the tranquility of Shuiwei Cave not towards me, but towards the Yuanling." Imozun's tone changed as he fixed his gaze on Shen Ming. "Are you the representative of the Yuanling?" Shen Ming asked. "Do you mean to say that it is disrespectful to the Yuanling?" Imozun exclaimed. "No wonder you are from the dynasty. You are so good at playing the blame game," Shen Ming said. "Remember what you said, or do not regret it." Imozun said. The people present immediately thought of that previous true disciple. It was as if they could see the moment when the spiritual essence of Xiaoyao Peak dwindled. Su Lingyue, uncertain whether Imozun could truly do this, felt a bit indecisive. Just then Shen Ming felt something at his feet. Looking down, the elusive Yuanling of the moon appeared at his feet, its body resembling a soft fur ball constantly rubbing back and forth. Its head bobbed left and right with affectionate and urgent movements, its tail held high and curled, its gem-like eyes were filled with indifference and a hint of annoyance. Shen Ming could tell that this annoyance was not directed at him, but rather at Imozun. The Yuanling of the moon shook its head in a very human-like manner. Shen Ming understood what this meant. It was urging him to unleash his full potential. Moreover, apart from Shen Ming, no one else could see the Yuanling. No wonder the other true disciples rarely saw the Yuanling. This Imozun has always relied on the fear of others riding on the coattails of the Yuanling. The Yuanling wouldn't care about such matters, and Imozun's actions were quite clever, showing love and respect for the Yuanling. "Unfortunately, he bumped into me today. The Yuanling has dined and stayed here for free for 2 nights. I am the debtor of the Yuanling." "Imozun," Shen Ming called out. Imozun, who had just made a harsh remark and was about to leave, paused at the sound of his call, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Indeed, when it came to Yuanling's true disciples had no choice but to adopt a believe it or not attitude. He came from the dynasty skilled in manipulating others, understanding human weaknesses. No matter the environment, he could always become a leader. After understanding the characteristics of the cave's Yuanling, he quickly devised a plan. He secretly approached the true disciple who had offended everyone, threatening and enticing him to cooperate in putting on a show. The Yuanling was the emperor, and he was the loyal minister conveying the emperor's message. Anyone who disagreed with him was disloyal to the emperor. Over time, servility took root in people's hearts, stabilizing his position as senior brother. Of course, not all true disciples fell for this trick. This method would filter out the clever ones. As long as those people did not undermine his authority, it was sufficient. "Regretting now? I'm afraid it is already too late," Imozun said coldly. A bright smile crept across Shen Ming's lips. The disciples present, like Imozun, all believed that Shen Ming had given up. Regarding the Yuanling, it is not a matter of fear of 100 failures, but the fear of just one. Once the spiritual essence wanes, it will affect decades of future cultivation. "Imozun, you should apologize." To everyone's surprise, Shen Ming spoke up. "I should apologize." Imozun doubted his own hearing. "You wield the authority of the Yuanling to oppress other true disciples. The Yuanling is already angered. I am now giving you the opportunity to apologize," Shen Ming said. He spoke without changing his expression, for in his eyes it was the truth. To others, however, it was a different story. This was simply turning the heavens upside down. Imozun was both angry and amused, too lazy to say another word. At this moment, he wanted the other party to appear as a ridiculous clown. Su Lingyue felt somewhat awkward, believing Shen Ming was too young and his bluster too forced. Imozun boarded the flying vessel, and Ji Tian sneered in disdain, following closely behind. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of disorientation. It was as if an earthquake had struck and the spiritual energy of the Xiaoyao Peak surged upwards. Several ancient trees in the mountains shot up from the ground, rising over 100 feet high, as if they were aiming to pierce the clouds. The stream in the mountains increased, its flow rushing and leaping, sending splashes of water everywhere resembling a silvery ribbon dancing in the mountains. The mist from the waterfall contained a hint of coldness, forming a natural cold pool. This cold pool was highly beneficial for cultivation as the coldness tempered the practitioner's body, allowing the flow of spiritual power within to run more smoothly and unobstructedly. Wildflowers bloomed in clusters, vibrant and colorful, emitting a captivating fragrance. A gentle breeze passed, causing petals to flutter as if a splendid rain of flowers were falling. The birds sensed this positive change and flocked from all directions. The most exaggerated of them all were the golden peach spirit trees deep within Xiaoyao Peak. During the day, they began to glow, resembling a dazzling lighthouse that emitted brilliant light. The golden peach spirit tree. It is that golden peach spirit tree. Wasn't it said to have withered? Not only has it revived, but it is also undergoing transformation. Everyone rushed to the base of the golden peach spirit tree. The entire tree seemed to be enveloped in a layer of resplendent golden radiance, its branches appearing even more robust against the backdrop of the golden light. Is it really this powerful? Shen Ming himself was taken aback. After its transformation, the golden peach spirit tree would be able to bear golden peaches after 100 years. Prior to this, no matter how much Shen Ming nurtured it with spiritual liquid, the peaches would only ever be of 10-year quality. This was the upper limit of the spirit tree's quality. Now the Yuan Ling of the moon had directly elevated this spirit tree to a new level. No wonder they say that the Yuan Ling is the master of the cave heavens. Golden peaches. This tree has already borne golden peaches. Hot gazes turned towards Shen Ming, filled with jealousy and greed. Once true disciples had quarreled over golden peaches, causing chaos. Even now, despite Xiaoyao Peak belonging to Shen Ming, it did not diminish their greed. Do you have golden peaches on you? Mo Zun changed his previously arrogant demeanor, fixating his gaze on Shen Ming. So what if I do? Shen Ming replied with amusement. This question stumped everyone. Indeed, Xiaoyao Peak was Shen Ming's spiritual mountain, and all spiritual entities belonged to him. If they attempted to seize it, they would be violating sect rules, directly alarming the punishment hall. The spirit tree bears 9 fruits each time. You can eat a maximum of 4 at once and sell the others to me. Mo Zun said. As the senior brother of the Shuiwei Cave Heaven, I can guarantee that no one will dare to covet your golden peach spirit tree. Goodness, you are the only one coveting the golden peach spirit tree. Mo Zun snorted coldly and continued, your spiritual mountain lacks a great formation. If others take advantage of your absence or retreat, they could easily sneak in and set fire to it. Do not underestimate the malice of human nature. Shen Ming never underestimated this point, but hearing it from Mo Zun's mouth was quite laughable. Is this really the time to say that? He retorted. Due to the changes at Xiaoyao Peak and the golden peach spirit tree radiating golden light, everyone had forgotten what had happened previously. Shen Ming was demanding an apology from Mo Zun. After Mo Zun ignored him, the spiritual essence of Xiaoyao Peak underwent a transformation. Hearing Shen Ming's words, it seemed like more than just a coincidence. Could it be that Shen Ming represented the side of the Yuan Ling? Was the change at Xiaoyao Peak something Shen Ming had actively caused the Yuan Ling to achieve? Mo Zun's brows furrowed tightly. To be honest, he had indeed been momentarily taken aback. But soon a look of disdain appeared on his face. People only measure others by their own thought patterns. Cowardly individuals cannot understand bravery. They only see it as recklessness. Selfish individuals also cannot understand selflessness. They only see it as foolishness. Mo Zun believed that Shen Ming, like him, was creating a situation through some means. Perhaps Shen Ming had reached some agreement with the Yuan Ling to change the spiritual essence of Xiaoyao Peak. But then what? Did he think he could use this to represent the Yuan Ling and suppress himself? Please, this whole act was something he had already played out before. Just because the Yuan Ling helped you elevate your spiritual mountain does not mean it will help you punish others. The Yuan Ling does not possess such logical reasoning. At this moment, someone hurriedly arrived aboard a flying vessel above Xiaoyao Peak. Mo Shixiao. Where are you, Mo Shixiao? The newcomer shouted. I am here. For some reason, a sense of unease surged within Mo Zun. Mo Shixiao, something bad has happened. The visitor, a close disciple of Mo Zun, rushed to him. Mo Zun snorted coldly, and an invisible true energy struck the person's chest. Panic in front of outsiders. Do you want to embarrass me? Mo Zun said coldly. Mo Shixiang, something has happened at Longhao Peak. A sudden demonic wind has destroyed the spirit plantation, and the Tianling pool has inexplicably withered. The newcomer said with a sorrowful face. Once these words were spoken, it stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone looked towards Shen Ming. Their greed and jealousy swept away, leaving only awe. No way, are you serious? Mo Zun panicked. Longhao Peak was his spiritual mountain. The spirit plantation there cultivated rare spiritual materials such as ice lantern flower, year-black spirit ginseng, and dragon blood fruit. It was one of his main sources of income. As if that were not enough, the Tianling pool of Longhao Peak was the most miraculous. Just bathing there every day could help break through cultivation realms. Now it was all gone. Mo Zun's eyes were bloodshot. The things he often used to intimidate others had actually happened to him. Who on earth is Shen Ming? In his rage, he did not dare to explode. If he continued to offend, perhaps he would lose his spiritual mountain. Such matters had no place for reasoning, as the higher-ups of the Xuantian Sect could not find the Yuanling. Indeed, everything exists in balance. Shen Ming, however, remained the most composed. The rising spiritual essence of Xiaoyao Peak came from Mo Zun's Longhao Peak. I apologize, Mo Zun said with difficulty. It's too late. Shen Ming did not give him that opportunity. Mo Zun's whole body trembled, his heart beginning to bleed. Meanwhile, Ji Tian felt a wave of relief, thankful that his spiritual mountain did not belong to Shuiyue Cave Heaven. Otherwise, with the direct conflict between him and Shen Ming, the outcome would only be more tragic. Everyone disperse. Shen Ming was somewhat weary and waved his hand. Both those on the ground and the disciples in the flying vessel dared not disobey. Disciples who had gathered to watch gradually dispersed. Mo Zun and Ji Tian, two hapless souls, rushed ahead of everyone else, their faces clouded with gloom. Su Lingyue, Fang Qingxue, and Gu Qing remained motionless. Senior brother Shen, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused. You've been dragged into this misunderstanding entirely because of me. Fang Qingxue spoke softly. Within her, restless yearning surged. She was nearly consumed by obsession with everything on Xiaoyao Peak, the golden peach spirit tree, the frosty abyss. Regret gnawed at her. She cursed her earlier misjudgment. How much better it would have been had she cultivated favor with Shen Ming from the very beginning. Outwardly, Fang Qingxue maintained her aloof, icy composure, as if today's turmoil were nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding. She knew well that some men were irresistibly drawn to precisely this kind of quiet, wounded dignity. You may go now. Best clarify matters thoroughly. Shen Ming issued his dismissal without hesitation. I have nothing further to say to such a woman. Gu Qing tossed these words over his shoulder before striding away. Fang Qingxue's heart stirred. She feigned tears welling in her eyes, then turned and fled toward a distant ancient tree, sobbing softly in solitude. Yet after minutes of careful performance, no footsteps drew near. With a furtive glance from the corner of her eye, she saw Shen Ming walking side by side with Su Lingyue, already retreating into the distance. Yet after minutes of careful performance, no footsteps drew near. With a furtive glance from the corner of her eye, she saw Shen Ming walking. She seemed deeply distressed. Surely she'd prefer to be left alone to compose herself. Shen Ming recalled women often saying they needed time to be still. Su Lingyue suppressed a private smile. Being a woman herself, she saw through Fang Qingxue's petty theatrics instantly. Sister Senior, why did you appear here today? Shen Ming asked curiously. Such commotion couldn't go unnoticed, and as it happened, I was already within the celestial realm. Su Lingyue replied casually. In truth, ever since she'd come to believe Shen Ming was her younger brother, she had watched over him closely. She knew the celestial realm teemed with hidden rivalries and treacherous schemes, and feared he might be outmaneuvered. Now, however, it seemed her concern had been unfounded. Who would have imagined Sister Senior possessed such magnanimity? Shen Ming mused aloud. Their interactions had been few. Since declaring he already had a fiancée, they'd met only once atop Longmen Mountain. He'd assumed Sister Senior harbored resentment born of unrequited love, only to realize belatedly that he'd projected his own assumptions onto her. A comfortable silence settled between them before a new subject emerged. How did you accomplish it? Su Lingyue asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Having grown up in the Xuantian Sect, she had never even glimpsed a primordial spirit of a grand celestial realm. Shen Ming named the heaven-holding vessel and explained how the moon primordial spirit delighted in spirit liquid. Instantly, Su Lingyue concluded Shen Ming could speak utter nonsense with flawless, unblinking sincerity. She'd long heard rumors of the Qiyuan Trading Pavilion's heaven-holding vessel. If its powers were truly so extraordinary, it would have ignited a blood-soaked frenzy across the realm. Yet the great cultivators and titans of the northern cultivation world remained utterly indifferent, proof that legend had wildly exaggerated its capabilities. She chose not to expose him, not to press further. Shen Ming, meanwhile, choked on unspoken words. He'd been preparing to reveal that the heaven-holding vessel manifested miracles in his hands solely because he bore the innate sacred body and the supreme Tao embryo. But since she asked nothing, he held his tongue. Boasting outright would have reeked of arrogance. Together they wandered the trails of Shaoyao Peak, savoring the mountain's subtle transformations. No interdomain cultivator's spirit mountain rivals yours. Once word spreads, disciples will fight tooth and nail for the honor of becoming your personal attendant. Not necessary, for now. Shen Ming possessed a spirit tree bearing century-old golden peaches. He lacked for neither resources nor future security. As heir to the Jiang clan, he carried that confidence naturally. Then you truly let senior sister Lu wait in vain. Su Lingyue teased. Senior sister Lu? Lu Qianqian. What about her? Shen Ming blinked, utterly bewildered. Now it was Su Lingyue's turn to stare in astonishment. She'd assumed the two had already made arrangements. Then she recalled Lu Qianqian was after all a lady. Reserved, dignified. She'd never declare her desire to become his personal attendant outright. And her brother, a wooden block, utterly oblivious. Poor Lu Qianqian. Su Lingyue wondered whether she ought to play matchmaker. Truly, you have a fiancé. She needed clarity on this point. Her principles demanded it. So Sister Senior still hasn't given up on me, Shen Ming mused, wryly, nodding firmly. Yes, I do. Very well then. Su Lingyue abandoned the notion instantly. If Lu Qianqian arrived at Shaoyao Peak, it would amount to gilded seclusion, and she'd be reduced to little more than a go-between. Sister Senior, I intend to become a divine progeny. Might I ask for your counsel? Shen Ming said. Divine progeny. Not a bad ambition. But what exactly do you wish to embody, eh? Su Lingyue's reaction lagged. She, a core disciple, had never even contemplated such a title. Then almost immediately she chided herself for overreacting. Shen Ming was her brother, illegitimate son of the Xuantian Sect's transmission elder, yet undeniably a core disciple. He cultivated a heavenly tier cultivation art, and had already broken through to the second realm of innate ascension at a tender age. Setting his sights upon the divine progeny title was hardly unreasonable. Su Lingyue began envisioning the possibility, and her eyes slowly kindled with fierce, luminous hope. Truth be told, it was genuinely thrilling to contemplate. Should that day ever arrive, she, the elder sister, would feel profound pride and fulfillment. Excellent. I fully support you. Our Father as a supreme elder grants you innate patronage from the highest echelon. Su Lingyue declared. Our Father. Shen Ming froze. Had Sister Senior misunderstood something? That was never his intention. Senior sister, I do have a fiancé. He felt compelled to reiterate, refusing to become the sort of man who neither accepted nor declined, drifting indifferently through entanglements. Stop right there. Su Lingyue realized her blunder instantly. Shen Ming remained unaware of his true lineage. This time she didn't flare with anger, merely offered him a beautifully disdainful upward flick of her eyes. My support stems solely from conviction in your capability, and from our shared integrity, she affirmed. Shen Ming exhaled deeply. Sister Senior's vision was truly vast. Then, my deepest gratitude, Sister Senior. Shen Ming bowed slightly. Let us discuss this properly to become a divine progeny first. Su Lingyue patiently began outlining the path. Beyond tending their spirit mountains, true disciples of the Xuantian Sect devoted themselves exclusively to three sacred trials: the storm cloud rankings, the demon sealing pagoda, and the heaven demon battlefield. The essence of true disciplehood is distilled within these three arenas. Seek rare elixirs and treasures in the heaven demon battlefield, grasp profound Tao principles by ascending the demon sealing pagoda, refine one's martial Tao through the storm cloud rankings. To qualify for divine progeny candidacy, one must claim first place on both the heaven and earth rankings, slay a great heaven demon within the heaven demon battlefield, and ascend to the 9th tier of the demon sealing pagoda. Only upon fulfilling all these conditions may one be named a divine progeny candidate. No wonder the title of Xuantian Sect divine progeny commanded such awe. It demanded nothing less than transcendent genius. The competition won't be merely fierce, it'll test resolve itself. You won't falter, will you? Su Lingyue asked. Only such intensity merits my absolute commitment, Shen Ming replied. Now that's spirit. Su Lingyue beamed. This was the fierce, unyielding vitality the Lao Su family embodied. At that moment, a startling thought struck her. Could all this be part of Father's grand design? No wonder he'd earlier justified himself before the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Peak. Father's ambitions extended far beyond appointing a mere peak master. Su Lingyue was astonished. Such vaulting ambition had lain utterly concealed beneath his serene, unassuming exterior. Achoo! On Daqiang Peak, the transmission elder rubbed his nose, puzzled. I've sneezed more in recent days than in the past several decades combined. Must be some wild woman pining for you again, his wife retorted, dripping with sarcasm. The transmission elder groaned inwardly. Acquiring the nirvana pill would prove far more arduous than anticipated. In the Xuantian Sect, within the inner domain, lies the Tongtian Purple Mansion, a small world that encompasses not only the spiritual mountains of the true disciples, but also the grand abode of the elders. The Tongtian Purple Mansion belongs to the elder Xian Yuan, one of the esteemed elders of the Xuantian Sect, who rarely uses his real name, for they are the true pillars of the sect. Xian Yuan, the former master of Tongtian Peak, is now the granduncle of Luo Tiandu. At this moment his purple mansion is bustling with activity. In the resplendent palace, the master of Tongtian Peak, the master of Wanjian Peak, and two elders are present. Tiandu, since Shen Ming is a sword cultivator, let's leave him to Wanjian Peak. Xian Yuan appears as a kind and amiable old man, but Luo Tiandu knows that this granduncle was far more fiery in his youth. In the past, when the demonic path set a trap to ensnare Xian Yuan's beloved companion, he single-handedly broke through the encirclement of the demonic path to rescue her, becoming a legendary tale in the northern region. Such a ruthless person, yet he has grown old and now possesses a benevolent demeanor. Granduncle Shen Ming is not primarily a sword cultivator. His innate true qi is comparable to that of the exceptionally gifted. Luo Tiandu stated. He is already aware of the events that transpired at the Xiaoyao Peak today. The minor skirmish among disciples is hardly noteworthy. The key point is that Shen Ming managed to fully neutralize the Tai Su Gang Qi unleashed by Ji Tian. One must understand that the Ji family's Tai Su Gang Qi is incredibly potent, impervious to all forms of attack, adept at evading both the substantial and the insubstantial. When Shen Ming's sword met the attack, he should have experienced a clash of shockwaves and tearing forces. Yet he dissolved it entirely with his innate true qi. This is not something an ordinary sword cultivator could achieve. You do not know what innate true qi he cultivates, nor how to nurture him. The master of Wanjian Peak, Xie Tianjin, remarked. As long as Elder Su knows it's sufficient, Luo Tiandu replied. The transmission elder is neutral and does not belong to any specific lineage. This explains why Luo Tiandu has not expressed any opinions since Shen Ming became a true disciple. He believes that the transmission elder has his own plans. It has been a long time since the two peak masters have contested over a true disciple like this. Another elder present chuckled. He was emaciated, his loose robes hung like rags on a frame, with sunken cheeks and eyes that sparkled vibrantly. Xianjian, the master of Xie Tianjian. Over these days, Xie Tianjian has been eager to secure Shen Ming, but he could only seek his master's intervention due to Luo Tiandu's obstruction. Elders of the Xian lineage are not easily seen upon request. Xie Tianjian had begun sending messages half a month ago, and only now was able to meet. Upon hearing that a disciple could awaken the Xuantian sword's manifestation and gain enlightenment on the sword path before the steel in the demon war battlefield, Xianjian immediately brought Xie Tianjian to visit Xian Yuan, hoping to persuade the master of Tongtian Peak to release Shen Ming. Xian Yuan was very agreeable. Upon hearing this, he summoned Luo Tiandu, leading to the earlier conversation. Tiandu, whether from Tongtian Peak or Wanjian Peak, all are disciples of the Xuantian Sect. There is no need to harm the harmony. Xian Yuan stated. With the granduncle saying so, Luo Tiandu was left with no recourse. A long-lost smile appeared on Xie Tianjian's face, as if he had just won a battle. Then I must thank my old friend. We shall take our leave now. Xianjian was satisfied and departed the Tongtian Purple Mansion with Luo Tiandu. Xian Yuan noticed the changing expressions of Luo Tiandu and couldn't help but ask, is that disciple truly so remarkable? Is he better than your son Luo Cheng? Granduncle, that disciple aims to compete for the title of Son of Heaven, and with Luo Cheng, they would represent the twin pillars of Tongtian. Luo Tiandu replied, You are too young. Granduncle has seen far too many prodigies. In my time, I could barely be considered a second-rate prodigy, but those first-rate prodigies who have reached this day can be counted on one hand. Too many are fleeting blossoms, not worth the effort to worry about. Xianjian is a great sword cultivator. Doing him a favor will be something you will be grateful for in the future. All right, I must prepare for my turn at the Demon Suppression Tower. You may return. Luo Tiandu sighed internally. Regardless of status or experience, once a person ages, they tend to become stubborn. The Xuantian Sect, being one of the top 10 sects in the northern region for centuries, has seen countless prodigies. During the earlier conversation, the granduncle did not even ask for the disciple's name, clearly not wishing to exert himself to remember. However, Luo Tiandu has a hunch. Shen Ming is extraordinary. Although both Tongtian and Wanjian are disciples of the Xuantian Sect. If it involves the competition for the Son of Heaven, that is an entirely different matter. Whichever lineage's disciple becomes the son will benefit that lineage. Unfortunately, Luo Tiandu had no means. He wanted to say, "Old Ding, you will regret letting such a prodigy go." If he truly spoke it, he feared he would be met with a beating. That old fellow Xin Yuan is quite clever. This favor will be hard to repay. Let's hope that Shen Ming is as remarkable as you say. Xian Jian too worries about making a bad deal. Master, come with me to Xiaoyao Peak, and you will see for yourself, Xie Tianjian urged. No need. Xian Jian smiled and shook his head. Kings do not meet kings, regardless of the sword path. He comprehends it bears no relation to my own. The sword path represents a legacy. Xie Tianjian felt somewhat regretful. Otherwise, Shen Ming could not only become a disciple of Wanjian Peak, but also his junior apprentice brother. I am to become a disciple of Wanjian Peak. At Xiaoyao Peak, Shen Ming was bewildered upon receiving the news. Previously, he had thought that the disciples of Wanjian Peak were all pretentious. Now it seems he has become a sword cultivator disciple. Shen Ming never considered himself a pure sword cultivator. A sword cultivator breaks through realms with the sword and enters the Tao through the sword. During the selection of true disciples, he comprehended the sword path before the stone wall, directly breaking through the seventh profound barrier. This is what it means to break through with the sword. However, it was only that once his main focus was on cultivating the boundless true qi. Of course, Shen Ming does not hold animosity towards sword cultivators, nor looks down upon them. He simply believes his core innate talent surpasses that of sword path talent. As for his sword path talent, it still stands out. He can only blame the disciples of Wanjian Peak for being unambitious. If these words were to be spoken, the disciples of Wanjian Peak would surely spit blood in anger. Soon Shen Ming ceased to be entangled in his thoughts. Regardless of which lineage's disciple he becomes, it does not hinder his bid for the Son of Heaven. Moreover, Wanjian Peak is far more generous than Tongtian Peak, gifting him a heavenly grade spirit sword. Shen Ming named it the Mingxin sword. As for the original earthly grade Mingxin sword, he kept it in his storage bag as a backup. A name of iron, a spirit, sword of flowing water. This is also one reason Shen Ming feels he is not a pure sword cultivator. Other sword cultivators would find it impossible to do such a thing and would consider it a form of desecration. With a heavenly grade spirit sword in hand, Shen Ming does not rush to practice his sword techniques. Breaking through to the second innate realm brings about a qualitative change in everything. During his duel with Ji Tian, he discovered that his boundless true qi could be further refined. Thus, Shen Ming decided to challenge the Demon Suppression Tower. Su Lingwei once mentioned that the true disciples of the inner domain revolve around the Fengyun list, the Tianma battlefield, and the Jinyao Tower. The first two are not suitable for Shen Ming, as he has just stepped into the second stage of the innate realm. The second stage is called the Divine Concealment Realm. The 5 divine concealments correspond to the 5 organs of the human body. True disciples on the Fengyun list have at least filled 2 divine concealments. The Tianma battlefield is exceedingly perilous, unlike during the selection, where there are high-ranking sect members to protect. Every year, true disciples die therein, so challenging the Jinma Tower is the most suitable option. No loss occurs in case of failure, but success allows one to learn the true techniques. The 9 supreme skills of the Xuantian Sect each have higher-level true methods. For instance, Xuantian Finger corresponds to the Xiankong Profound Art, while Yutian Step corresponds to the Taiching Yutian Step. These true techniques cannot be learned by non-true disciples. Shen Ming previously had a Deputy Master's Jade Token to learn supreme skills, but he couldn't learn true techniques. That night, Shen Ming did not cultivate the Moon Spirit technique to absorb moonlight. The Golden Peach Spirit Tree can now bear fruit after 100 years with both good and bad aspects. The good aspect is that the 100-year Golden Peach is comparable to a heavenly grade spirit pill, while the bad aspect is that the fruit requires more time to mature. The term 100 years does not refer to the growth period, but represents quality. Within this cave heaven, without the need for spiritual liquid irrigation, the next fruiting period of the Golden Peach Spirit Tree will take at least 10 years. Shen Ming does not need the 100-year Golden Peach right now. Hastening its ripening with spiritual liquid might lead to the fruit rotting in the ground and easily attracting thieves. In the dead of night, Shen Ming was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a heaviness on his chest. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw a pair of glowing eyes staring at him. The spirit of the moon was lying on his chest. Its eyes were slightly squinted, glancing at him with a hint of arrogance. The corners of its mouth seemed to curl up slightly, as if proclaiming that Shen Ming was about to face great misfortune. Shen Ming was initially astonished, then he noticed the Zhuang Tian bottle on the stone table. There was not a single drop of spiritual liquid inside, as he had not converted any moonlight today. Suddenly the spirit of the moon let out a crisp cry, sounding both urging and complaining. Shen Ming sensed a hint of grievance, as if it was accusing him of being ungrateful. So during the day he increased the spiritual essence of the Xiaoyao Peak, but at night he didn't provide any food. Shen Ming found it amusing and had no choice but to pick up the Xuantian bottle and go outside the cave, beginning to gather spiritual liquid under the moonlight. The spirit of the moon sat beside him, its two paws side by side. Soon the porcelain-white Xuantian bottle transformed into a semi-transparent jade green with droplets of spiritual liquid condensing inside. This time Shen Ming did not wait for the spiritual liquid to fill up, but ended the exercise early. The spirit of the moon eagerly leaned in, starting to lick the spiritual liquid inside. Shen Ming furrowed his brows. During the process, he heard a faint cracking sound. Upon careful inspection, he discovered a small crack on the Xuantian bottle. Counterfeit. Shen Ming's gaze turned cold. He wanted to summon Su Yu'er from the Qi Yuan merchant pavilion to demand an explanation. However, upon reflection, he realized it might not be her fault. The Su family had more than one Xuantian bottle, distributing them among the disciples to accumulate resources over time. Naturally, items produced in bulk cannot compare with genuine ones. Given his extraordinary talent, converting 3 bottles of spiritual liquid in 3 nights equated to a lifetime's accumulation for a disciple, it was understandable that the Xuantian bottle couldn't withstand it. Shen Ming did not know where the genuine items were, but he thought that a single Xuantian bottle from the Su family could fill up 3 times. A 100-year golden peach, conservatively estimated, would require 5 times. Thus he planned to ask Su Yu'er for 2 more Xuantian bottles. At this moment the spirit of the moon left contentedly with 1/3 of the spiritual liquid still remaining in the bottle. Your appetite is getting smaller each time. This is good, as it saves me from serving you every day in the future. The next morning Shen Ming instructed someone to notify Su Yu'er from the Qi Yuan merchant pavilion to come to Xiaoyao Peak, while he headed to the Jinma Tower. The Jinma Tower stood tall at the center of the inner domain. From afar the tower resembled a massive mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. The base of the tower was broad and sturdy, like a gigantic pedestal firmly rooted to the earth. What an exaggeration! Shen Ming was astounded as he landed on the spacious plaza aboard a flying vessel. The flying vessel was standard equipment for true disciples, and he had already learned to maneuver it. Outside the Jinma Tower, many disciples were scattered about. Today the elder on duty at the Jinma Tower was being replaced, causing the opening time to be slightly later than usual, and the disciples waited outside. Due to the vastness of the area, even low whispers could be heard from afar. Shen Ming suddenly perked up. He heard his name. These disciples were discussing the events that occurred at Xiaoyao Peak yesterday. The Ji family's heir was defeated, and Mo Zun faced setbacks, leading to an increase and decrease in the spiritual essence of the 2 spiritual mountains. Each of these 3 matters could serve as a topic for conversation, let alone when combined with a common protagonist, Xiaoyao Peak Shen Ming. Shen Ming couldn't help but smile, his mood uplifted. However, not all discussions were positive. That Shen Ming acts erratically, lawlessly. Even Tongtian Peak dares not take him in, throwing him to Wanjian Peak. It's fortunate he wields a sword, or he would have been discarded. A male disciple spoke authoritatively, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Those around him were unaware, astonished. Typically, true disciples resided in the cave heavens and could not easily change their affiliated spiritual peak. If a significant offense is committed, one is directly expelled from the spiritual peak. Therefore, some questioned the validity of the male disciple's claims. If you don't believe me, you can check the roster. Shen Ming is currently a disciple of Wanjian Peak. This male disciple stated. It was based on this point that he concluded Tongtian Peak had tolerated Shen Ming. Despite his loud assertions, he had no evidence, merely expressing his desires and opinions. He was envious of a newcomer stealing the spotlight, jealous that a newcomer had such a good spiritual mountain. Wherever people gather, societal norms cannot be avoided. Shen Ming sighed and walked toward that male disciple. There is a saying about how one's words about others reflect on themselves. What others say is their business, and one should focus on oneself. Shen Ming thought this was nonsense, and since his ears were also on his own head, if he heard unpleasant words, he would strike back. Are you so sure you know that Shen Ming? I've seen him a few times in the inner sect. He's quite annoying. What? Don't you believe what I'm saying? The male disciple took Shen Ming's inquiry as a challenge, growing more fervent. What's your name? Wu Yu. That's strange. I don't recall anyone by that name. Shen Ming replied. My. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, not yet reacting, when he saw a massive fist coming towards him. He had become a true disciple last year, and had been in the innate second stage for over half a year. His heart's divine concealment was already one-third full, belonging to the early stage of the first concealment. Shen Ming, like him, was also in the first divine concealment, not yet reaching the early stage, merely having just begun. However, with this punch, Wu Yu was unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Wu Yu was both shocked and furious, not expecting that the person he had spoken ill of would confront him, nor did he anticipate Shen Ming would strike without hesitation. What? Didn't you say I was lawless? Why are you surprised to be hit? Shen Ming stood with the light behind him, the sunlight outlining a golden silhouette. Little did they know the person they were talking about was right beside them. The disciples, waiting idly for the demon suppression tower to open, found it amusing. What a brute. He just strikes without warning. A beautiful female disciple wrinkled her delicate nose. Who isn't talked about behind their back? Who hasn't been the subject of gossip? Countless petty people exist, yet true strong ones should ignore these voices and forge ahead. No, he is quite clever, a male disciple chuckled beside her. Don't be fooled by his careless demeanor, he possesses great wisdom. By clarifying his identity, he rendered Wu Yu's earlier remarks null and void. Wu Yu confidently spoke ill of others, yet he couldn't even recognize the person standing right in front of him. Moreover, Shen Ming's final words were truly astute. He criticizes others for being lawless, yet he is astonished when he gets beaten. One could say this reflects both great wisdom and folly. Wu Yu got up from the ground furious. What are you so arrogant about? There are more people backing me than just myself. If I were in the third stage of foundation establishment, would you dare utter a single word? The male disciple looked on with anticipation. Wu Yu's silver tongue was quite impressive. When reason fails, one resorts to sheer nonsense. Now it was time to see how Shen Ming would respond. If you were in the third stage of foundation establishment, naturally I would wait until my cultivation catches up before I strike. You, being this weak, dare to provoke others and invite trouble upon yourself. Shen Ming said, seriously, delivering another heavy punch that knocked Wu Yu down. The square erupted in laughter and cheers. Wonderful. The male disciple's eyes lit up. Shen Ming's words were sincere, as if they came from the heart. Wu Yu's face turned ashen, resembling that of pig liver. He felt too embarrassed to stay any longer. Shen Ming indifferent shooed away a pesky shadow, showing no sign of anger or joy. Shen Shitty. At that moment, a pair of siblings approached. The male disciple appeared to know Shen Ming for many years, wearing a cheerful smile. The female disciple frowned, displaying a hint of reluctance. The two were of similar age and looks, differing only in gender, suggesting they were siblings. Shen Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He did not recognize these two individuals, yet their enthusiastic attitude left him unsure. My apologies, I am Tang Lu, and this is my sister Tang Yan. This is our first meeting. Tang Lu said. Senior brother and senior sister, Shen Ming greeted with a smile. Tang Yan remained silent, merely humming in acknowledgement. Shen Shitty, I saw those two punches you threw earlier. They were quite remarkable. What is that technique called? Tang Lu inquired. Ancient King's Fist. I wonder what kind of legendary figure this ancient king is. Hearing such a domineering name piqued Tang Lu's interest. It's an ancient ape from the Spirit Beast Mountain, Shen Ming replied. Tang Lu was momentarily speechless, then after a while he awkwardly said, Shen Shitty, you are indeed amusing. Shen Ming did not elaborate. Each time he mentioned that an ancient ape had taught him this fist technique, others invariably doubted him. What he didn't know was that the ancient ape was unaware of this matter. Is this your first time at the Demon Suppression Tower, Shen Shitty? Tang Lu wanted to get to know Shen Ming, not with any particular motive. He had long desired to make a close friend, someone who understood him without needing words. The two could share a knowing smile over seemingly nonsensical words. Unfortunately, Tang Lu had yet to find such a person. Hearing Shen Ming's sharp retorts earlier gave him a sense of familiarity. Yes, senior brother. When will the Demon Suppression Tower open today? Shen Ming asked. It should be soon. You arrived just in time for the rotation of the Elder. This is a good thing, as the Demon Suppression Tower is about to start a new round. The Demon Suppression Tower has 9 levels, each more arduous than the last. The challenges within change every 3 months based on the Elder's style. Shen Ming inquired further about the Demon Suppression Tower. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, there are no suppressed celestial demons, nor any members of demon sects. The so-called suppression refers to the disciples challenging the tower. The 9 supreme true arts will launch attacks against us in various forms. Tang Lu paused for a moment before continuing. This rotation's elder is Xian Yuan, so it should be the Divine Elephant Suppression Prison Technique. Divine Elephant Suppression Prison Technique is one of the true arts of the Xuantian Sect. It is an unparalleled combat technique with immense power. Shen Ming had hoped for the supreme tranquil sky step, as he had mastered one of the 9 ultimate skills, the sky step. However, he soon realized that the divine elephant suppression prison technique could better refine his infinite true chi. True arts are not only useful for combat, but also enhance a practitioner's foundational true chi. Suddenly, a phenomenon occurred at the demon suppression tower. A giant elephant's projection appeared as if a deity had descended from the heavens, colossal beyond imagination. Its limbs resembled towering pillars exuding unparalleled strength. Its mountain-like head was held high, letting out a deafening roar with sound waves spreading like surging tides. The giant foot lifted as if it was about to crush the earth. Many disciples in the square, including Shen Ming, found themselves within the range of its stomp. It felt as though an enormous mountain was pressing down, leaving nowhere to hide. Fortunately, it was just a projection causing no real harm. Shen Ming felt the might of the divine elephant suppression prison technique, capable of suppressing everything. The tightly shut doors of the demon suppression tower slowly began to open. Strangely, the waiting disciples did not move, but instead gazed up at the sky. Shen Ming found it odd, but patiently waited. One by one, flying boats appeared in the sky, landing in the square. True disciples disregarded the waiting crowd, walking into the demon suppression tower with heads held high. This is the rule of the demon suppression tower. The top 10 disciples from the previous cycle can enter before others 15 minutes prior to its opening each day. Tang Lu explained. Shen Ming did not expect such a rule. Just then, a true disciple about to enter halted right in front of him. "Are you Shen Ming?" he asked coldly. "Yes." The true disciple snorted and entered the demon suppression tower without looking back. Shen Ming was still puzzled when he heard Tang Lu say beside him, "Shen Shidi, do you have a grudge with Meng Xiaobai?" Meng Xiaobai. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Meng Xiaobai specializes in the demon suppression tower, refining his foundational true chi through different true arts. He makes it into the top 10 every cycle, and this time the divine elephant suppression prison technique suits him perfectly. Tang Lu suggested, "Why don't we wait a bit? Once Meng Xiaobai goes up to the second level, we can enter to avoid any conflicts." Challenging the tower occurs simultaneously, and disciples can trip each other up. "No need, let's go," Shen Ming replied, not wanting to trouble a newly made friend. After the other disciples began to move, he resolutely walked towards the demon suppression tower. "You do have some courage," Tang Yan remarked, somewhat surprised. Wu Yu and Meng Xiaobai were not on the same level, yet Shen Ming treated them equally, showing he was not one to bully the weak. As soon as she said this, Shen Ming turned around, looking at her with an odd expression. "What?" Tang Yan's expression became a bit unnatural. Surely her words were not wrong. "Great. Senior sister, I thought you were mute. Turns out you just don't like talking," Shen Ming said sincerely. After all this time, he had thought Tang Yan was mute. Tang Yan. In the demon suppression tower on the first floor, the vast space is devoid of any pillars, with the ceiling nearly 100 meters above the ground, resembling another realm rather than an indoor setting. The ground resembles a chessboard with intersecting lines forming small squares, each measuring 100 meters in length and width. The disciples who entered stand in different squares, soon to face the onslaught of ancient giant elephants. Though not as towering as the projection earlier, the massive beast still looms large, its colossal body akin to a moving mountain peak, crashing back and forth to deliver trampling attacks. In the center square, a tall disciple lets out an angry roar, grasping the sword-like ivory with both hands. The ivory possesses an astonishing length, resembling a divine weapon. The disciple appears small before the giant elephant. However, a powerful force continuously erupts from his body, electric sparks dancing along his arms. In the end, the disciple executes a shoulder throw, lifting the giant elephant high before slamming it down onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, the elephant shatters into countless specks of light. The disciple absorbs all these light points, and behind him a unique phenomenon manifests. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, he lifts his chin. His body begins to rise, as if merging with the ceiling, disappearing from sight. This signifies his successful breakthrough to the second floor. Lei Qianjue, the Thunder Body, ranked first in the Earth ranking, Zhou Liang remarks. First in the Earth ranking. Shen Ming raises an eyebrow, recognizing it as one of his goals. Let's get started. The three individuals step into their respective squares, and Shen Ming immediately feels an indescribable heaviness in his footsteps. It feels as if two massive hands are pressing down on his shoulders. The gravity here is 3 times that of normal. Realizing this, Shen Ming's pressure ignites his Buddhist potential. At the moment he stands at the center of the square, the giant elephant manifests, immediately raising its massive foot high before stomping down. Shen Ming abandons the idea of drawing his sword and channels his Wujizenki, preparing to clash with his fists. The power of this punch is such that even a real elephant would be sent flying. Yet Shen Ming feels his footing sink and waves of subtle power ripple from his punching arm. The giant elephant bellows wildly, swinging its body, relentlessly applying pressure. It is worth noting that in the demon suppression tower, this pressure is not determined by one's cultivation level. This pressure directly impacts the disciple's source true chi. Whether one can diffuse it or counterattack hinges on the disciple's mastery of their source true chi. Of course, generally speaking, disciples with higher levels of cultivation have a more effortless command over their source true chi, giving them a significant advantage. Shen Ming's Wujizenki operates under immense strain, causing his kidney's divine reservoir to heat up. That's it. Shen Ming is immensely excited, breaking through to the second stage of the innate realm, yet he hasn't fully mastered Wujizenki. The divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique repeatedly assaults his Wujizenki. It feels like a heavy hammer striking iron, each blow solidifying the technique. Shen Ming even senses that his Wujizenki is on the verge of transformation. Break for me. Shen Ming shouts, his Wujizenki spiraling as it transmits through his fist to the giant elephant's body. Ultimately, after exerting all his strength, the giant elephant collapses with a resounding crash, turning into starlight points. So fast. The siblings Zhou Liang and Zhou Yan are astonished as they are regulars at the demon suppression tower. Before they could even begin, Shen Ming, a first-timer, has already completed his challenge, successfully scaling the tower. Despite Shen Ming's many insights gained from the earlier confrontation, to outsiders it merely appears as though he threw a punch culminating in a second explosion of source true chi in less than half a minute. Shen Ming enters a focused state, undistracted. Under the weight of gravity, the light points transformed from the giant elephant surge into his body. Each light point contains the essence of the divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique. Feeling the confrontation with the giant elephant, he absorbs these essences, striving to master the true technique. The amount he can absorb depends on his understanding. However, a dangerous scene unfolds quickly. A phantasmal phenomenon bursts into the square where Shen Ming stands, charging toward him. The Battle of Elephants. This phantasmal manifestation is the embodiment of the divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique that the disciple has comprehended. If a disciple in the tower harbors competitive intent, they can manifest an apparition to attack. When they collide, the losing apparition will dissipate. This is known as the Battle of Elephants. The problem is Shen Ming is still absorbing the divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique, and those light points have yet to coalesce into his own manifestation. Someone intends to disrupt Shen Ming's comprehension by leveraging the rules of the Battle of Elephants. For cultivators, this is a significant taboo. Zhou Yang and Zhou Yan look over and see a true disciple stepping into the square where Shen Ming stands. He stands tall with a sharply chiseled face, a prominent nose, and slightly pursed thin lips, exuding a hint of harshness. Knowing full well I am on the first floor and still daring to come in, you truly think nothing of me. It is none other than the true disciple Meng Xiaobai. He has not forgotten the incident with his personal disciple Huang Qi. In the Jinxiao cave, he clashed with Shen Ming and was expelled from the sect. Among so many personal disciples, Huang Qi was the most promising. However, he did not expect Shen Ming to become a true disciple this year. If it weren't for the major commotion at Xiaoyao Peak the day before, he wouldn't have known. Now encountering Shen Ming in the demon suppression tower, he finds Shen Ming completely unguarded, acting carelessly, as if he believes him to be a magnanimous person. He wants to comprehend the divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique. Dream on. Too much. Zhou Yan looks down on such behavior. As Shen Ming is about to be struck by the giant elephant, the light points surrounding him begin to accelerate, transforming into a towering apparition. Faced with the sudden impact, Shen Ming's apparition thrusts out vehemently. With a loud bang, both apparitions recoil. The tie result is unacceptable for Meng Xiaobai. The critical point is that Shen Ming absorbed all the light points on his first try manifesting the giant elephant. He himself took 3 attempts, each taking longer than Shen Ming's. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Ming, pulled from his focused state, feels the essence of the divine elephant suppression of the abyss technique and is in high spirits. Meng Xiaobai glares coldly at him. The divine elephant's personal demonstration. If it weren't for your giant elephant's charge inspiring me, I wouldn't have been able to grasp it so quickly. Shen Ming indeed faced obstacles earlier, but upon seeing the opponent's giant elephant charging, he seized the inspiration. Earlier outside the demon suppression tower, this senior brother had an unkind expression, leading him to believe he had enmity with him. It turns out he was thinking too poorly of others. Meng Xiaobai's expression fluctuates. This kid truly knows how to cut deep. He clearly intended to interrupt Shen Ming's enlightenment, but framed it as assisting his breakthrough. Coupled with the tie result, he loses face. Zhou Liang wishes he could applaud. A single phrase from Shen Ming leaves others feeling humiliated, truly admirable. If you have the skill, come to the second floor. Saying this, Meng Xiaobai rises, heading toward the second floor of the demon suppression tower. All right. Shen Ming thinks, realizing his senior brother may have a bad temper, but he is quite good-natured, motivating him to move forward. Shen Jr. brother, are you going to challenge the second floor next? Zhou Liang hurriedly asks. True qi refinement has its limits, just as a person cannot eat a year's worth of meals in one sitting. Yes, what is the highest record of a disciple's single attempt? Shen Ming inquires. 6 floors. Then there's no problem. Shen Ming feels confident, believing that no matter how high the other person's talent is, it cannot surpass his own. However, Zhou Liang fails to clarify that the disciple who challenged 6 floors in one attempt did so after numerous trials and accumulations. This is Shen Ming's first time. Ignoring this fact, Shen Ming firmly believes it will be an easy Soon Shen Ming's body began to levitate, and he did not resist as he ascended to the second layer. Seeing this, Zhou Yin immediately started to challenge the giant elephant. I want to see how far he can go. Facing Zhou Liang's puzzled expression, Zhou Yin explained. Haha, as expected of my sister, we siblings are in this together. Zhou Liang was also unwilling to miss out on such an amusing event. In the demon suppression tower, the second layer was not much different from the first. The overall space had shrunk a circle, and each square still measured 100 meters long. As soon as Shen Ming arrived, he saw Meng Xiaobai challenging the giant elephant. This senior brother possessed a remarkable amount of true energy, far from ordinary. Although he couldn't lift the giant elephant like Lei Qianjue, he could still engage it heat in. With punch after punch, Meng Xiaobai shattered the giant elephant of the second layer. This time, the giant elephant transformed into numerous light particles. The divine elephant suppression technique considers the human body as 840 million particles, each containing the force of the giant elephant. Passing the first stage indicates that the disciple has absorbed 300 particles. Each layer would double the amount. The second stage required 600. Meng Xiaobai specialized in the demon suppression tower and was quite experienced. Completing 2 stages in one go was not difficult for him. You really came. As Meng Xiaobai absorbed the 600 particles, the extraordinary phenomenon he conjured grew even more imposing. Senior brother is impressive achieving this so quickly while I just arrived. Shen Ming jumped into the adjacent square, equally eager to try his hand. Mock me all you want. Meng Xiaobai took his words as sarcasm. If we are talking about speed, Lei Qianjue had already reached the 4th layer. What could he possibly count as fast? Are you trying to continue battling the elephant beside me? Meng Xiaobai pondered Shen Ming's intentions this time, not rushing to act, wanting to observe closely. Too much effort leads to breakage. The disciple's fundamental true energy is understood as a piece of iron refined through the divine elephant suppression technique. Everything has its limits. Shen Ming's fundamental true energy had just been refined and couldn't sustain itself indefinitely. Shen Ming focused entirely, confronting the giant elephant of the second layer. He now wielded the divine elephant suppression technique with 300 particles, and using it in conjunction with Wuji True Qi gave him an overwhelming sense of confidence. The giant elephant of the second layer launched a fierce assault, becoming even more troublesome. Shen Ming landed punch after punch, the sounds of collision resembling thunderclaps. Ultimately, with steadfast determination, the giant elephant of the second layer transformed into 600 light particles. Shen Ming, unperturbed, began to absorb earnestly. Nearby, Meng Xiaobai furrowed his brow, his hands opening and closing several times, yet he held back the urge within. He disdainfully thought that he wouldn't use the same trick twice, especially since it had no effect. He believed that Shen Ming could not absorb all 600 light particles, thus unable to enter the 3rd layer. When the time came for him to face his provocation, he could only roar in frustration. With this thought, Meng Xiaobai patiently awaited. Destroying the giant elephant was one thing, absorbing the light particles was another. He didn't believe Shen Ming's talent was so outstanding with limitless absorption. Just as he thought this, a towering phenomenon emerged around Shen Ming, seemingly even more extraordinary than his own. Shen Ming appeared to be performing a trivial task, exuding an air of nonchalance. Senior brother, shall we battle the elephant? Shen Ming inquired. Meng Xiaobai narrowed his eyes into slits, his lips pressed tightly. Naturally, he wanted to knock Shen Ming flying with a single elephant. However, just moments ago in the 1st layer, their phenomena had been evenly matched. He didn't want to get embroiled in a drawn-out battle, with Shen Ming here waiting for the disciples from the first layer to come and watch the spectacle. Meng Xiaobai sought absolute superiority. Getting entangled with a newcomer was rather embarrassing. Meng Xiaobai felt frustrated that they were in the demon suppression tower, where his advantage in cultivation could not be displayed. If it were a contest for the rankings, he would have already trampled Shen Ming underfoot. Continue. Suddenly Meng Xiaobai thought of something, smirking coldly as he pointed at the ceiling. He had to make Shen Ming understand the true gap between them. By the third layer, Shen Ming would definitely not be able to ascend further, and he would be left watching him reach the fourth layer. No problem. Shen Ming's goal was the sixth layer, so he wouldn't stop. Both flew up simultaneously, their gazes clashing, their spirits high. Not long after the Zhou siblings arrived at the second layer. Where is everyone? They saw neither Shen Ming nor Meng Xiaobai. Could it be over already? Thinking of this, Zhou Liang spoke. Sister, how do you think it will turn out? Isn't that an obvious question? Zhou Liang chuckled. Although they were friends with Shen Ming, the outcome was plain to see. Shen Ming might have already exited the demon suppression tower, and Meng Xiaobai had gone to the third layer. In the demon suppression tower, the 10th layer. This layer was where the rotating elders stayed, technically not part of the demon suppression tower. Here a series of bronze mirrors displayed scenes from each layer. Lei Qianjue truly lives up to his reputation as a 5 thunder body. He's indeed formidable, having already reached the 5th layer now. His phenomenon is interwoven with electric arcs. If he masters the divine elephant suppression technique, he could capture a true dragon in the future. 2 senior elders discussed Lei Qianjue at the 5th layer, focusing on whether he could reach the 6th. In the entire 5th layer, there was only Lei Qianjue. The Xianyuan elder remained aloof, not participating in the discussions. As the leading elder of the Xianyuan generation, he ranked first among the 3 elders on duty. Elder Xuanyuan, do you think Lei Qianjue can reach the 6th layer? The elder in a white robe to his right asked. Difficult. He has been struggling with the divine elephant suppression technique for several years. Even if he reaches the 6th layer, it wouldn't be impressive. Elder Xianyuan replied. That's true, mainly due to the particle doubling. The earlier layers are manageable, but the 5th layer is a watershed moment, the white-robed elder remarked. The first layer required 300 particles, the second layer 600. The difference was doubled, but only a difference of 300. The gap between the 5th and 6th layers was a full 5 million particles. Many disciples felt this design was unreasonable. It was unlikely for anyone to reach the 9th layer. The current highest record is the 8th layer set by Luo Cheng, the chief disciple of Xuantian Peak. The elder in the black robe on the left spoke. Elder Xianyuan is the head of Xuantian Peak. Luo Cheng is currently one of the candidates for the Divine Sun. The white-robed elder attempted to flatter him. Don't speak of matters that lack substance, Xianyuan interrupted this trend in time, arrogantly declaring. Until one becomes a supreme, they are all mere ants. I have traversed the northern domain for so many years, what kind of prodigy have I not seen? Yes. The 2 senior elders in white and black robes continuously agreed, knowing Elder Xuanyuan's temper. Saying he was relying on his seniority was somewhat excessive, but it was fitting to describe him as stubborn and fond of rebutting others. Even if Luo Cheng was the chief disciple of Xuantian Peak and one of the record holders of the Demon Suppression Tower. However, if someone else said it, Xianyuan would refute it. Living in his era, it seemed that no prodigy existed in this era that he could command. In the Demon Suppression Tower, the 3rd layer. Senior brother, shall we battle the elephant? Shen Ming asked. Meng Xiaobai gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed. He had already heard such words in the 2nd layer. He had expected to make Shen Ming feel the gap in the 3rd layer. Who would have thought that Shen Ming faced no obstacles and absorbed over 1 million particles from the 3rd layer? He was even faster. Meng Xiaobai almost couldn't keep up. He has already reached his limit, definitely at his limit. Let's go to the 4th layer. In the Demon Suppression Tower, on the 4th level. There are very few disciples who can reach this level in a single day, with only 7, including Shen Ming and Meng Xiaobai. They stand outside the squares, filled with ambition. The 4th level has 2,500,000 particles, over 100,000 more than the 3rd level. They are not like Lei Qianjue, who thinks about challenging the 6th level. Being able to pass the 4th level is already satisfactory for them. Preparations must be made before the start. Shen Ming stepped into the center of a square, waiting for the start. Several surprised gazes turned towards him, noticing a stranger among them, filled with curiosity. What gives him such confidence? Meng Xiaobai, is he your friend? Someone asked Meng Xiaobai, who had come up together. Yes, he's a friend of mine. Meng Xiaobai coldly smiled. Seeing Shen Ming like this, he did not wish to show weakness and stepped into the adjacent square. The last 2 to arrive were the first to start. The others became curious, wanting to see what was happening. Two massive creatures soon appeared. The giant elephant of the 4th level possesses 2,500,000 particles towering over them, with 2 long and thick tusks. As it charged and trampled, energy gathered at the tips of its tusks, and the accelerating buzzing reached a critical point resembling a dragon's roar. The power of the dragon elephant. God elephant suppression technique comes from ancient times, derived from the observations of a supreme being who comprehended the god elephant. The ancient god elephant could turn the tides, wielding the power of the dragon elephant, causing fallen stars. 840 million particles are all the power of the giant elephant. The different quantities of particles correspond to giant elephant, dragon elephant, primal elephant, and god elephant. The 4th level already represents the power of the dragon elephant. Shen Ming spread his wujizenki throughout his body, forming an invisible shield to avoid the giant elephant's trampling. With a loud rumble, the giant elephant missed its step, but the terrifying power of the dragon elephant still emanated from the ground. Shen Ming's foot trembled, losing balance as the ground before him rolled like water. During this time, a continuous stream of energy gathered between the giant elephant's tusks and shot out. Shen Ming's expression changed. He did not expect this creature to attack from a distance. Immediately, he mobilized his wujizenki, gathering it in his palms to block this torrent of energy. In an instant, Shen Ming retreated repeatedly, his feet scraping deep grooves in the ground. He hasn't prepared enough for this. Seeing Shen Ming in a fluster, the disciples of the 4th level couldn't help but think. This newcomer completely lacks knowledge of the dragon elephant's power. His courage is commendable. In contrast, Meng Xiaobai, familiar with the situation, gathered his original true qi in his lower body to maintain balance and avoid the energy shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Xiaobai dashed beside the dragon elephant and struck with a heavy fist. During this moment, he glanced at Shen Ming out of the corner of his eye, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. This is the effect he desired. To let Shen Ming witness the chasm between them and feel despair. Watch this suppression fist. Meng Xiaobai gathered the god elephant suppression technique he had mastered in his hands and struck with a heavy punch. With a single hit, the massive body of the dragon elephant swayed slightly. Meng Xiaobai frowned as ripples spread from the point of impact, dissipating all his strength. At this moment, he heard gasps of surprise around him. The disciples of the 4th level are all on the same level as him. To elicit such a reaction from them brought joy to Meng Xiaobai, who thought it was a sign of his improved fist technique. Without a word, he continued to punch until his arms felt sore, finally managing to topple the dragon elephant. Although he did not explode it, the dragon elephant was struggling to get back up. Meng Xiaobai could not hide his pride. He did not rush to attack, tilting his chin up, relishing the attention of others. The gasps continued, but Meng Xiaobai gradually felt something was amiss. Why are they still gasping after he finished punching? Meng Xiaobai looked up, his expression changing. The disciples of the 4th level were not looking at him at all. All eyes were on Shen Ming, the gasps arising because of him. Misunderstanding the situation, Meng Xiaobai's toes exerted force as he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, subtly glancing towards Shen Ming. What? Meng Xiaobai soon gasped in surprise. Shen Ming had just faced the dragon elephant's shockwave and seemed about to be thrown out of the square. Now he was advancing step by step against the rainbow-like torrent of energy. With his head held high and arms naturally hanging, each step he took resonated like thunder. Upon closer inspection, one could see the wujizenki visibly before him, as well as the unique phenomenon behind him. How is this possible? The disciples had a consensus about the dragon elephant of the 4th level. No matter what, one must dodge the shockwave. Whoever encounters the shockwave will be eliminated. But now Shen Ming broke this common understanding, confronting the dragon elephant amidst the shockwave. He advanced step by step, unstoppable. Why is this happening? Meng Xiaobai could not comprehend. The demon suppression tower did not allow for the advantage of realms, let alone Shen Ming just stepping into the 2nd realm of innate. The gap between disciples depends on the combination of original true qi and the god elephant suppression technique. Does he possess some special talent? The disciples of the 4th level thought. It doesn't seem so, but it's just that his original true qi is powerful. Special talents usually have obvious characteristics, such as the flame mark on the forehead of Shao Chun with the Taiyin spirit vein. Shen Ming did not have those, yet this lack instead revealed his extraordinary nature. Shen Ming knew what was happening. He had comprehended. The pressure from the previous dragon elephant's shockwave was precisely the reason he came to challenge the demon suppression tower. Stepping into the 2nd realm of innate, it was not just the wujizenki that needed to solidify. The mysteries of martial arts also bring an uncomfortable sensation, as if scratching an itch through the boot. Now the shockwave solidified the Wujizenki, dispelling the confusion in his heart. Wujigong's second level, the beginning of things, the initial Wujizen has arrived. Combining the particles from the previous 3 levels, an astounding transformation occurred. He directly lowered his arms, allowing the massive energy impact to strike him like 1,000 thunderstorms, steady and unshakable. The turbulent winds whipped through his black hair. With each step he took, there was an aura of stabilizing the world. Finally, Shen Ming arrived just 5 steps away from the dragon elephant. Such a short distance caused the shockwave to go out of control, and the dragon elephant shattered like glass. Wow, this is even more intense than Lei Qianjue. The disciples who had witnessed Lei Qianjue's breakthrough gave such comments. Meng Xiaobai's expression darkened. The dragon elephant on his side had already gotten back up, and shockwaves began to gather between its tusks. At this moment, Meng Xiaobai hesitated, wanting to confront Shen Ming Heiden. But at the moment the energy took shape, he chose to back down. This punch could directly send him flying. Is this really the same level of difficulty? Meng Xiaobai began. Looking again, Shen Ming had already started absorbing 2,500,000 particles. Meng Xiaobai's heart sank. The result he wanted might turn against him. When that time comes, Shen Ming would soar to the 5th level, and he could only watch helplessly from below. Thinking of this, Meng Xiaobai exerted all his strength. Shen Ming comprehended the essence of the 2nd level of the 9 extremes divine art, shifting his initial goal. Today I will strive to reach the 9th level and fully master the divine elephant suppression technique. The demon suppression tower ranges from 1 to 9, encompassing the entirety of this profound technique. Disciples have 3 months to delve into the study, and once the 3 months are up, the tower will present a new technique. Among the 9 profound techniques, the divine elephant suppression technique is the most challenging. Because the particles of the divine elephant exhibit geometric superposition, no disciple has managed to master it in 3 months in one go. Shen Ming disliked procrastination, and if he had confidence, he would act. This confidence stemmed from the boundless qi. Boundless, it knows no limits. Whether it be 1,000,000 particles, 10 million, or even 100 million, Shen Ming regarded it all as a single particle. No matter the actual quantity, as long as one believes in a single particle, then it is indeed one. This is the 2nd level of the 9 extremes divine art. Within less than 10 seconds, Shen Ming seated calmly absorbed 2.5 million dragon elephant particles. The extraordinary phenomenon surrounding him emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The disciples on the 4th level were left dumbfounded. Each level consists of 2 steps: defeating the giant elephant and absorbing the particles. Being able to defeat the giant does not guarantee that one can absorb all the particles. Both feats must be accomplished to pass. This new face had shattered the dragon elephant in an unprecedented manner and absorbed the particles in such a short time. He undoubtedly possessed a special talent, and not just any ordinary talent. They speculated wildly about various exaggerated physiques: chaos, divine body, innate Tao embryo, and the 9 orifices, exquisite Tao heart. At this moment, Shen Ming was supposed to advance to the 5th level, but he waved his hand, causing his soaring body to halt in place. He wanted to wait for senior brother Ming. Meng Xiaobai encouraged him, all the way concerned about his progress. How could he proceed first? Stimulated, Meng Xiaobai ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit, and with a 70% confidence, he finally defeated the giant elephant. He was currently absorbing over 2 million particles. The light points of over 2 million particles condensed into a light sphere, slowly revolving around him. It resembled a grinding wheel, gradually compressing the particles onto his original true qi. Senior brother Ming cannot fully absorb the particles. Shen Ming, having just experienced this, could tell at a glance that Meng Xiaobai was unable to do so. He remembered when he was on the 1st level he had not yet adapted, and senior brother Ming had applied pressure using the elephant technique to assist him. Meng Xiaobai also realized he could not succeed in passing the level. He focused on the demon suppression tower, practicing 3 profound techniques, with the Taiji Xuanjian technique as the main one and the other 2 as supplementary. Distributing the 84 million particles of the divine elephant suppression technique across 9 levels, doubling each layer, is simply impossible later on. This was Meng Xiaobai's understanding of this profound technique, so his goal for these 3 months was to challenge the 5th level, while the 4th level was a hurdle to conquer. At this moment he knew he could not absorb the particles, and guessed that Shen Ming had experienced the same during his first entry. That doesn't count, and at most it's a tie. Meng Xiaobai was quite satisfied with his performance today, striving to absorb the particles. Even if he couldn't absorb all of them at once, he could still prepare for the next attempt. Senior brother Ming, I'll lend you a hand. Suddenly, he heard Shen Ming's voice. What the heck? Meng Xiaobai, unable to focus like Shen Ming, opened his eyes upon hearing the voice, his expression changing drastically. Shen Ming's phenomenon charged towards him. After absorbing the particles from the fourth level, Shen Ming's phenomenon grew a pair of sharp teeth, like divine weapons, its form immense. He had been waiting for this. Meng Xiaobai felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and completely lost his composure. Shen Ming chose to engage him in the elephant technique while he was absorbing particles, using their own tactics against them. How foolish of him to have wavered when he heard Shen Ming repeatedly call him senior brother, thinking Shen Ming was truly sincere. As a result, just when he was most vulnerable, and during a crucial moment, Shen Ming struck decisively. The timing was both swift and ruthless. With the arrival of the phenomenon, the particle sphere surrounding Meng Xiaobai dispersed. He was unable to transform pressure into motivation, his mind left with only one thought: don't come over. With a thunderous crash, Meng Xiaobai was ruthlessly trampled by the phenomenon. In the demon suppression tower, the phenomena of the disciples represent the suppression technique, with the elephant technique being a contest of suppression. Meng Xiaobai undeniably lost, and he didn't even last a round. He lay sprawled out, resembling a puddle of mud, his gaze shattered. After such an event, all the particles he had absorbed from the fourth level were expelled. Having barely defeated the giant elephant was all in vain. Next time he entered, he might not perform as well as today. Senior brother Ming, I thought you could break through under pressure, but I didn't expect you to panic. Shen Ming remarked. You still have a knack for rhyming, don't you? Meng Xiaobai rose in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Reflecting back, he realized he had been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. They'll be waiting for you outside. Outside, he was at the second realm of innate, filled with the third divine store. Senior brother, rest assured, I will master the divine elephant suppression technique and come back to discuss with you later. Shen Ming assumed he meant to continue engaging in the elephant technique outside. All right. They'll be waiting for you. Let's see how impressive you are. Meng Xiaobai nearly ground his teeth, stepping out of the bounds. Having failed to pass the level, he could only leave the demon suppression tower. The scene he dreaded the most still unfolded. Shen Ming soared, heading for the fifth level. The gap was like a chasm. The next moment, Meng Xiaobai appeared outside the demon suppression tower. Senior brother Ming, Zhou Liang, and Zhou Yin, the siblings, were outside. They hadn't passed the third level and had exited early. Not seeing Shen Ming outside, they inquired with others and learned that neither Shen Ming nor Meng Xiaobai had emerged. The siblings immediately perked up, thinking Shen Ming and Meng Xiaobai were competing on the fourth level. Indeed, that was the case, but they did not expect that Meng Xiaobai had come out while Shen Ming still had not. Could it be that Shen Ming had already advanced to the fifth level? Meng Xiaobai snorted coldly, not replying, pondering whether to leave quietly, yet he was curious about what Shen Ming could achieve. Thus he positioned himself at the edge, adopting a cold demeanor that suggested keep your distance. In the demon suppression tower at the 10th level, another disciple has come to the 5th level. The two supreme elders in black and white noticed an additional disciple at the 5th level. Previously, the only one at the 5th level was Lei Qianjue, their focus of attention. What a fuss, it's just the 5th level, Xianyuan dismissed, closing his eyes to meditate. Oh, I've never seen this disciple before. Could it be their first time here? Shen Ming from the Carefree Peak, this year's true disciple. Today is his first challenge of the Demon Suppression Tower. First challenge, and he reaches the 5th level. Listening to the astonished remarks of the two supreme elders, Xianyuan initially felt displeased. As he continued to listen, he involuntarily opened his eyes. Reaching the 5th level on the first day, such a talent is worth some attention. It remains to be seen whether he has come to sightsee, or if he can actually pass the challenge. The 5th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. One can clearly feel that the space has shrunk by half. For an individual, it still seems endless. When Shen Ming arrived, Lei Qianjue was just breaking through this level's dragon elephant. Lei Qianjue was about 22 or 23 years old, with a tall and sturdy physique resembling a giant stone. With broad shoulders and thick arms, his brown skin exuded a primitive and wild aura. His eyes sparkled with flashes of lightning, as if concealing an endless storm. The fallen dragon elephant's body was entwined by arcs of electricity, like a spiritual serpent. With a crack, the dragon elephant exploded, its 5 million particles of light dazzling. Lei Qianjue was oblivious to Shen Ming, fully focused on absorbing the particles. Shen Ming did not disturb him and chose a slightly distant space, striding towards the center. Lei Qianjue has finally dealt with the dragon elephant and is now starting to absorb the particles. The new disciple will begin too. On the 10th level, two supreme elders in black and white eagerly watched. Suddenly, the elder in black noticed Xianyuan's gaze and asked, Elder Xianyuan, are you looking forward to it? Xian Yuan immediately squinted his eyes and turned his head to the side, responding with his attitude. The elder in black was accustomed to it and continued to watch the scene in the bronze mirror. In front of Shen Ming, a larger and more robust dragon elephant rose from the ground, its tusks rolling with powerful energy. With a crack, this energy exploded, spreading in all directions. However, Shen Ming did not dodge or evade. Instead, he lunged towards the dragon elephant. Demon Suppression Fist. Demon Suppression Fist, the fundamental application of the true technique, unleashes a force as vast as mountains and seas. Boom. With a punch, he struck the tusk, causing the dragon elephant's body to tremble violently before it began to collapse. The 5th-level dragon elephant fell. Shen Ming showed no signs of surprise and began to absorb the particle light. The two elders in black and white at the 10th level were frantically crowding around the bronze mirror, incredulous. One punch. Just one punch. And he shattered the dragon elephant. Look, he is going to absorb all 5 million particles. Hearing the words of the two supreme elders, Xian Yuan, who had his eyes closed, let out a hum, finding it truly boring. Are the two old ones like 3-year-old children, trying to scare themselves with such tactics? Are they hoping to see him lose composure? The problem is what they said is simply too exaggerated. Lei Qianjue fought for most of the day, yet a newcomer took down the dragon elephant with a single punch. And he can absorb all the particles. He had never seen a genius like this. It simply couldn't exist. After successfully absorbing 5 million particles on the 5th level, Shen Ming combined his experience from the previous 4 levels and had already mastered the true technique's moves. He reached out and conjured a spear taller than a person of deep purple-black hue. First move, Spear of the Underworld God. Formed from the condensed power of countless giant elephants, it radiated energy waves reminiscent of ancient divine elephants. Shen Ming looked around, but couldn't find a suitable target to test its power, reluctantly retracting the spear. Suddenly, he felt a scorching gaze. Lei Qianjue appeared at his side, his expression fervent, and he had barely absorbed 1/10 of the dragon elephant's particles on the 5th level. He was still planning to continue challenging for the next 3 months to successfully reach the 6th level. Caught off guard by Shen Ming's ability to absorb everything at once, he shouted, "Please guide me, senior brother. Senior brother, your cultivation level is higher than mine. I have just become a true disciple," Shen Ming replied. Lei Qianjue was taken aback as he felt Shen Ming was too young. He had never seen anyone like him before, but hadn't thought much about it. In martial arts, the accomplished serve as teachers. In the Demon Suppression Tower, you are my senior brother. Please guide me, Lei Qianjue said. Of course. Shen Ming generously raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Everyone's fundamental true energy is different, and their methods of absorbing particles vary. What Lei Qianjue sought to learn was not how Shen Ming specifically did it, but how he thought to do it that way. One finger indicated that the answer lay within. 1. Lei Qianjue's body trembled, his eyes bursting with brilliant light, as if he had indeed gleaned much from it. I have learned. Firmly remembering this insight, Lei Qianjue left the Demon Suppression Tower and arrived at the outer square. As soon as he emerged, numerous disciples surrounded him. Everyone knew that Lei Qianjue was determined to conquer the divine elephant suppression technique, attempting the 6th level today while waiting for the results. I have already broken through the 6th level dragon elephant and absorbed 1/3 of the particles. Additionally, with the guidance of a senior brother, I will surely succeed within 3 months. Lei Qianjue was a straightforward person and spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, some felt regret, while others offered consolation. Regardless, breaking the dragon elephant could be considered half a success. Wait. Suddenly, a disciple reacted, noticing that what Lei Qianjue said afterwards didn't seem right. Senior brother, wasn't it just you on the 5th level? Could there be someone else who reached the 5th level today? Yes. Look at me. I didn't ask for the senior brother's name, Lei Qianjue replied. At that moment, an uncertain voice rang out from the crowd. Senior brother Lei, is that person well-proportioned, remarkably talented, and exuding a unique transcendent aura? Exactly. That's him. Zhou Yang, do you know this senior brother? Lei Qianjue exclaimed in delight. His name is Shen Ming, one of this year's 9 true disciples. Zhou Yang replied awkwardly. The crowd was astonished. Since he was a newcomer, why did Lei Qianjue refer to him as senior brother? In martial arts, the accomplished serve as teachers. He is stronger than me and has already gone to the 6th level. It's no problem for me to call him senior brother, Lei Qianjue said. The crowd suddenly realized, but then felt their scalp tingling. Senior brother Lei, are you saying Shen Ming is challenging the 6th level? Zhou Yang's expression was remarkable. Back at the 1st level, Shen Ming had asked him about the best record of the Demon Suppression Tower. He had mentioned the 6th level, and at that time Shen Ming was serious and full of fighting spirit. Zhou Liang couldn't bear to remind him of the difficulty of ascending to the heavens. Yet Shen Ming truly made it to the 6th level, the 10th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Elder Xian Yuan, this disciple has reached the 6th level, the Elder in Black reported. I don't find this boring. Xian Yuan's brows furrowed. This joke had gone too far. Suddenly his eyes widened genuinely, seeing Shen Ming's figure in the 6th level through the bronze mirror. Were you serious just now? Xian Yuan exclaimed. Elder Xian Yuan, have we ever joked about this? The Elder in White said helplessly. Elder Xian Yuan, what do you think of this disciple's talent? Seeing his reaction, the Elder in Black's eyes sparkled with cunning as he intentionally asked a question. Xian Yuan took a deep breath, spending several seconds calming himself and controlling the changes in his facial expression. Is this really his first time, he asked. Attempting the 6th level for the first time is different from having cleared it once. The chief disciple of Xuantian Peak, Luo Cheng, reached the 8th level after a long accumulation. Absolutely true, we have already confirmed it, the Elder in White replied. Then indeed he is. The Elder in Black said, Elder Xian Yuan, he is the new disciple who transferred from Xuantian Peak to Wanjian Peak. Don't you remember? What a... Xian Yuan was about to say, then he is indeed a prodigy, but upon hearing this his eyes went wide. Is this disciple the one that Xian Jian wanted earlier? Luo Tiandu, oh Luo Tiandu, why didn't you clarify things and let such a disciple slip away? Wasn't he supposed to be a sword cultivator? Where is the sword? Xian Yuan completely forgot that Luo Tian emphasized that Shen Ming's greatest advantage was not in the sword path. At that time Xian Yuan did not pay attention, stubbornly believing that a warrior who mastered the sword path would focus entirely on it. Staying at Xuantian Peak was pointless. It would be better to give it to Wanjian Peak and do a favor for Xian Jian. Now Shen Ming had not used a sword from beginning to end and had mastered the most unsuitable and difficult true essence of a sword cultivator. This meant that Shen Ming was cultivating a heavenly level technique possessing powerful original true qi. Heavenly level techniques are not something everyone can master. If given to a fool, they might never understand it in their lifetime. Intelligence has its limits, so those who can deduce heavenly level techniques often possess special talents. Regardless of which type Shen Ming was, it was beyond Xian Yuan's expectations and validated Luo Tian's words. The sword path was not the sole path for Shen Ming. Elder Xian Yuan, he has reached the 6th level. The Elder in a white robe said. The 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower had millions of dragon elephant particles, which required human activation. Xian Yuan sat down again, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while he arrived in front of the bronze mirror at the 7th level and said loudly, Shen Ming, I see you as a rare talent. It would be best for you to master the divine elephant suppression technique in one go. How about directly challenging the divine elephant? This message successfully reached the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The two senior elders in black and white exchanged glances, contemplating Xian Yuan's intentions. Elder Xian Yuan, this seems a bit inappropriate. The Elder in Black said. What's inappropriate? We are rotating in shifts here, isn't it about making adjustments based on the situation? Xian Yuan replied. But it always involves reducing the difficulty. Ooh, I've never seen it increased. The Elder in Black said helplessly. If a true disciple performs excellently in the Demon Suppression Tower, only being one step away, they can reduce the particles and lower the difficulty. Xian Yuan, on the contrary, directly increased the difficulty. The 5th and 6th levels had dragon elephant particles, while the 7th and 8th levels also had dragon elephant particles. The 9th level had divine elephant particles. In other words, Xian Yuan was allowing Shen Ming to challenge the 9th level, skipping 3 levels. What was his intention? The black and white elders were utterly baffled. Little did they know Xian Yuan's actions were to maintain his own image. Just like the earlier question from the Elder in Black, Shen Ming was a disciple given up by Xuantian Peak. It was still Xian Yuan's decision, disregarding Luo Tian's persuasion. If such a disciple were to pass the 6th level and create history, where would he put his old face? As an old cultivator, his stubbornness often led to unexpected outcomes. He did not feel sorry for it. Occasional failures were something every warrior had to experience. Okay, thank you, Elder. Shen Ming's voice came from the 6th level, filled with sincerity. You see, he has no objections. Xian Yuan said. There was no choice. The two senior elders in black and white had to comply. At the 6th level, Shen Ming was overwhelmed with emotions. The elders of the Xuantian Sect were indeed tireless in teaching, adapting to the talents of their students. He had just complained about the trouble of climbing level by level, but the elder directly recognized his talent and made the appropriate arrangements. Indeed, his talent shone like a firefly in the night, so bright and outstanding. Bang! As the elders manipulated, the ground of the 6th level changed, and the squares began to overlap. The ceiling kept rising, and when it reached a certain height, it transformed into an arching dome. In the end, Shen Ming seemed to stand in a world all alone. This was the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. An ancient divine elephant rose from the ground, towering like a mountain, its enormous feet resembling pillars holding up the sky. Every inch of its body exuded a majestic and heavy aura, its tall physique almost reaching the heavens, making one look up in awe. Its eyes, like the sun and moon, sparkled with profound and regal light. Every hair on its body was like forged steel, tough and hard, radiating a cold, piercing light. The ancient divine elephant, with a single long cry, could shatter the stars. With a single step, it could cause the earth to quake. Underneath, Shen Ming was like a tiny figure. With a casual swing of its long trunk, it could crush him. Speaking of it, the current true disciples had never seen the divine elephant. If they saw it, they would surely feel despair at first sight. Shen Ming's expression was calm. As the saying goes, one proof lasts forever. Whether it was the giant elephant, dragon elephant, yuan elephant, or divine elephant in his heart, they meant nothing. With 800 million particles, he saw only one. This was not a whimsical idealism, but rather an insight into the martial arts realm. In the real world, there truly existed such an ancient divine elephant. To touch, it would mean death. The divine elephant in the Demon Suppression Tower was a manifestation of the true essence, not bound by cultivation levels. What was compared was the original true chi and comprehension. When Shen Ming came for the first time, his original true chi had been tempered through the first 3 levels. In the eyes of other disciples, this was already the limit, and they needed to go back and accumulate. It was just like the principle of needing to digest after eating. But was it really like that? Wuji Shun Gong's second layer, the beginning of all things, initially limitless. This is also why Wuji Shun Gong is said to be a technique concocted by the Xuantian Sect based on beautiful fantasies. It is too beautiful, unreasonable, and goes against the common sense of martial arts. Yet in Shen Ming's hands it shone brightly. Beautiful fantasies became reality. Shen Ming stepped forward, grasping the enormous tusk of the ancient divine elephant, with one hand exerting force with his 5 fingers. The towering ancient divine elephant cracked, transforming into countless particles of light. Shen Ming, following the momentum, clenched his fist, and 800 million particles of light instantly converged in his palm. With a resounding boom, it felt as if a world had opened up within him. The small divine elephant suppression technique was mastered. At the 10th level of the Demon Suppression Tower, the 3 senior elders trembled as if they had developed a tremor. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xian Yuan spread his arms wide, completely losing composure, shouting, "It's fake, it's all fake." As if hearing the doubts, Shen Ming unleashed the divine elephant suppression technique. His unique phenomenon appeared out of thin air, resembling the true form of the ancient divine elephant, reappearing, resonating with the entire Demon Suppression Tower. Outside in the courtyard, the disciples felt the Demon Suppression Tower suddenly shake. Then the entire tower transformed into an ancient divine elephant, charging skyward with unstoppable momentum, aiming to shatter the heavens. All the disciples were momentarily stunned. Hadn't the opening of the Demon Suppression Tower already manifested a phenomenon before? In the next second, they saw that the ancient divine elephant's movements were different. The previous phenomenon symbolized the opening of the Demon Suppression Tower. This time, it was an attack. This is the 6th move. Someone thought of something, exclaiming in surprise, but due to overwhelming emotions, they couldn't finish their sentence. Someone has shattered the divine elephant, breaking through the 9th level, mastering the 6th move, divine elephant collapsing the heavens. Lei Qianju's voice echoed like a bell, spreading to every corner of the courtyard. Everyone trembled. Previously, there had only been that one person in the 6th level. The answer was clear, although they did not know why they suddenly reached the 9th level, ruling out all possibilities. The least likely possibility was the truth. Xiaoyao peeked Shen Ming. Beside the square, Ming Xiaobai took a moment to regain his bearings, and without a word he piloted his flying boat away. He was at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm and was confident he could crush the newly advanced Shen Ming. But that was in the past. Now Shen Ming had cleared the Demon Suppression Tower in one go. Who could determine his true combat power? Lacking absolute certainty, Ming Xiaobai was reluctant to make a rash attempt. Not far into his flight, a long rainbow overtook him from behind. Upon closer inspection, Ming Xiaobai quickly bowed in greeting. The figure within the long rainbow was none other than the elder Xian Yuan, who should have remained in the Demon Suppression Tower. It was uncertain where he was headed now. Ignoring Ming Xiaobai, he didn't even spare him a glance. We must hurry, we must hurry. Xian Yuan repeated in his heart as he arrived at the purple mansion of the inner domain. The purple mansion of 10,000 swords. The residence of Elder Xinjian. The entire small world was suffused with sword energy permeated by an aura of death. The gaunt Xinjian emerged from the palace. Upon seeing him, his expression softened, saying, "You're in such a hurry, I thought a strong enemy was attacking our sect." "Ha ha ha, just joking. Where would such a strong enemy come from now?" Xian Yuan concealed his urgency and said, "I just suddenly thought of something I wanted to discuss with an old friend." "Feel free to speak. Do you remember the disciple named Shen Ming?" "Of course I remember. Old friend, after you left Luo Tian has repeatedly persuaded me describing the prospects of the twin heroes of Tongtian. I pondered for a moment and concluded that the next sect master must come from Tongtian Peak. If there are indeed two candidates for the sun, it would increase our chances significantly," Xian Yuan said. He wanted to persuade Xianjian to bring Shen Ming back before the news of the demon suppression tower spread. Xianjian was bewildered. He knew Xian Yuan was someone who valued reputation highly, and that words once spoken were like water poured out. Why was he suddenly saying all this? Xian Yuan sincerely said, "Old friend, I later learned that Shen Ming indeed possesses some skills." "Well then," Xianjian said helplessly. Hearing this hint, Xian Yuan's face showed joy. Just then another person arrived at the purple mansion of 10,000 swords. The Lord of 10,000 Swords Peak, Xie Tianjian. "Master." Shen Ming cleared the 9th level of the demon suppression tower on his first try, fulfilling one of the conditions for the sun. "I think our 10,000 Swords Peak can also compete for the sun," Xie Tianjian said. As soon as this was said, both elders were left in stunned silence. Xian Yuan's expression froze, and Xuantian's words caught in his throat. "I wondered why you suddenly came to me," Xianjian said irritably. "You old fox playing tricks with me. Old friend, consider it a favor to me. He mastered the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique in one day, while sword cultivation is merely a branch for him," Xian Yuan said stubbornly. "No way." Xuanjian's temper flared. If they had talked properly from the start, he might have hesitated. But trying to deceive him before the news broke, Xianjian waved his sleeve and turned away. Xian Yuan stamped his foot, casting an annoyed glare at Xie Tianjian. Shen Ming was not someone who had mastered the true techniques of swordsmanship. Why was he so agitated, rushing to report? Xie Tianjian listened to their conversation and understood what was happening, feeling secretly relieved. Left with no choice, Xian Yuan returned to the demon suppression tower. Unexpectedly above the tower, many elders had gathered, including 2 from the Xian lineage. They had all sensed the commotion at the demon suppression tower and came to investigate. The elder in black robes was saying something that made them burst into laughter. As Xian Yuan approached, the elder in black robes immediately fell silent, while the other elders wore expressions that were a mix of smiles and knowing glances. "Xian Yuan, having known you for so many years today, I finally realize how noble you are, letting such a genius go without a fight. I can only lament my inferiority." "Who says otherwise?" "Xian Yuan, I admire you greatly." The 2 elders from the Xian lineage teased with feigned seriousness, while the other elders wore expressions of satisfaction, though internally they were laughing wildly. Xian Yuan puffed his cheeks in anger. The worst situation had indeed occurred. Where is Shen Ming? He couldn't care less, wanting to persuade Shen Ming to return to Tongtian Peak. As long as the disciple was willing, he would do everything possible to compete with Xianjian. "The sect master has summoned him," the elder in black robes said. "The sect master is here." Xian Yuan did not expect this. Of course, a true inheritor clearing the demon suppression tower on the first day would stir the sect master's desire to take him as a disciple. "It's fortunate you, Xian Yuan, have managed to restrain yourself from taking in disciples. You old scoundrel. Know when to stop," Xian Yuan exclaimed angrily. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm just complimenting your noble character. You're clearly mocking me and haven't stopped." Saying this, the 2 elders from the Xian lineage were about to come to blows, and the nearby elders hurriedly intervened. The disciples in the square watched the elders make such a fuss over a disciple. Their feelings were complex. At the demon suppression tower, all the disciples had already left because sect master Liang Mingshi had appeared here. "Shen Ming, do you have a master?" Liang Mingshi smiled warmly, his gaze carrying a hint of fervor, as if he were gazing at a precious jade. "No," Shen Ming shook his head. "Come, extend your hand," Liang Mingshi said excitedly. After all these years, this esteemed sect master of Xuantian Gate had a desire to take in a disciple. He grasped Shen Ming's outstretched arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the great world of Xuanhuang, assessing a person's talent and foundation was a task with a high threshold. The elder responsible for imparting teachings could do it, and naturally this esteemed sect master could too. Moreover, it stemmed from a unique bloodline ability that was far superior to the methods of the teaching elder. Spirit eye technique. It could pierce through falsehoods and see the essence. Special talents are divided into explicit and implicit. Explicit special talents are easily identifiable. The cultivator of the corresponding techniques will exhibit physical characteristics. For instance, Lei Qianjue with the body of 5 thunders would have lightning in his eyes when emotionally stirred. Clearly, Shen Ming did not belong to this category and was likely to have an implicit talent. For example, divine beings or the supreme bone. Regardless of which type, the spirit eye technique could discern them. The next moment, Liang Ming's smile stiffened as he said, "Give me your other hand as well." Shen Ming extended both hands. Liang Ming's eyes shone with a mysterious light as he scrutinized Shen Ming from head to toe. After a long while, he fell silent and lowered his hands, turning his back to Shen Ming. His chin slightly raised, his expression was forlorn. He couldn't see, he was unable to discern a person's talent. For the first time in his life, he couldn't perceive someone's aptitude. No matter how he looked at it, Shen Ming appeared to be an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person achieve such remarkable feats today? This was his dilemma. The spirit eye technique could not reveal Shen Ming's talent. Liang Mingshi dismissed the thought of taking him as a disciple. If he couldn't even see the foundation of talent, how could he have the qualifications to take a disciple? He wanted to leave quietly, but felt it would confuse the disciple. After some thought, he said, "This is the Thunder Boots, a reward for your outstanding achievement today." Thunderous boots, a heavenly spiritual treasure. Light and soft, its hue may be golden, with shimmering patterns resembling electrical currents on the surface, and the soles inscribed with wind and thunder runes. It significantly enhances a cultivator's speed, and during battle, when infused with one's source true qi, it can instantly dash a considerable distance. Combined with Shen Ming's practice of one of the 9 ultimate skills, skywalking step, it is like a tiger gaining wings. The two returned outside the square where Master Liang Mingshi floated away. Disciples like Zhou Liang gathered around, seeing the heavenly spiritual treasure in Shen Ming's hand, and upon hearing it was a reward from the master, they felt both envy and admiration. In the sky, the elders were somewhat astonished that the master left just like that. Wasn't it agreed that there would be disciples accepted? Accepting disciples is a significant matter requiring a grand ceremony witnessed by the entire sect. It now seemed like he had given up, but the reasons were unknown. The 2 elders of the Xian character generation exchanged glances. They were not only there to watch the excitement, but also to see which disciple was so remarkable, and if they had a master. With the master not accepting disciples, if they rashly took in Shen Ming, they would somewhat be crossing a line. After thinking it over, they decided to play it safe. Xian Yuan was eager to approach Shen Ming, but the elder in the black robe was right there waiting for this moment. Coupled with the earlier ridicule, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus they watched as Shen Ming left the demon suppression tower, piloting the flying boat back to the Carefree Peak. Coincidentally, just as they returned, they saw a figure flying out from Carefree Peak. A thief. Shen Ming immediately went to intercept, and upon seeing the familiar red figure, he slowed down. "Junior brother, where have you been?" Su Lingyue asked. "Demon suppression tower. Why didn't you wait for me?" Su Lingyue said somewhat sulkily. She now considered herself Shen Ming's foremost supporter, wanting to compete for the position of the sun. She earnestly said, "Among the disciples of the demon suppression tower, various tricks can be played. Your first challenge must leave a deep impression on the elders to garner more support. Sister, there's no need to worry, the elders should have been impressed." Shen Ming smiled knowingly and said, "I have already challenged the demon suppression tower, fulfilling one of the conditions to become the sun." He recounted the events at the demon suppression tower. Halfway through, Su Lingyue's little cherry lips had already fallen agape. "That's not funny." Naturally, she did not believe it. The Carefree Peak and the demon suppression tower were quite far apart. She had been waiting at the Carefree Peak, unaware of the turmoil on the other side. Shen Ming understood that it was difficult for others to believe. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother explaining. But senior sister was different as she stood on his side. Divine elephant shattering heaven. He directly executed a move that only those who completed the 9-layer challenge could master. Outside the demon suppression tower, the divine elephant suppressing prison technique did not manifest any exaggerated phenomena. However, as one of the 9 true arts, its power was indeed extraordinary. The source true qi spread throughout his body, coalescing into 800 million giant elephant particles. Su Lingyue involuntarily stepped back. Despite being at the 4th level of the divine concealment realm, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Her apricot eyes revealed disbelief. Shen Ming charged out, each step seeming to carry 1,000 pounds of force, ruthlessly trampling the earth, as if it were about to crack. Su Lingyu's skin prickled. Facing such a charge, she felt a twinge of insecurity. Could it be that Shen Ming could disregard the 4 realms of divine concealment and knock her to the ground? No, she wasn't that weak. It was just that Shen Ming's mastery of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique was extraordinary. 800 million particles were divided into giant elephants, dragon elephants, primal elephants, and divine elephants. Shen Ming had just broken through to the first level of divine concealment. Limited by his cultivation realm, he could only manifest the giant elephant. However, he had already reached the realm of the divine elephant. As his realm improved, there would be no bottlenecks or obstacles. Thus, this strike had the might of a divine elephant overwhelming her. Shen Ming halted, unwilling to cause destruction at the carefree peak. He wanted to spar with his senior sister for a test, but she seemed not to have that intention. Don't talk nonsense, I want to be alone. Su Lingyue, lost in thought, boarded the flying boat, leaving the carefree peak. Who are you looking to fight? Shen Ming wanted to verify today's gains through practical combat. He thought of Meng Xiaobai. However, he realized he didn't even know the name of Meng's spiritual peak or which cave sky it was located in. What Shen Ming didn't know was that a flying boat was entering the inner region heading towards the carefree peak. Brother Lu Feng, please take care of this. It's truly out of necessity, but please don't have a falling out with Shen Ming. A charming woman said sweetly, this is someone else's sect, it's not in your favor. It was Su Yiwerer from the fortune chamber. On the flying boat, there was also a tall young man dressed in a long robe, holding a folding fan. Miss Su, do you know how many true disciples the Xuantian Sect has? Lu Feng asked. How many? I don't know either. Lu Feng lightly replied, in the myriad cave heavens and countless spirit mountains, the number of true disciples is uncountable, regardless of their status. As long as the number exceeds 1,000, it isn't worth mentioning. Su Yiwerer understood the meaning of this and gently nodded. It turned out that this morning Su Yiwerer received a message from Shen Ming. He must have discovered that the Tian bottle couldn't condense much green liquid and called me here to demand an explanation. Su Yiwerer thought this way disciples of the Su family were all the same, working hard for half a month without being able to condense a single drop of green liquid. The last time Su Yiwerer planned her explanation, she would say that everyone has limited talent and the cultivation difficulty of the moon spirit technique is quite high, so not being able to condense it is normal. To prevent Shen Ming from getting angry and embarrassed, she called for help. Lu Feng, also a second-rate family scion, was at the second level of the divine concealment realm. She didn't mean for Lu Feng to help her take revenge or teach Shen Ming a lesson. She didn't have the guts for that. It was to avoid a repeat of last time when Shen Ming had pulled her by the hair and beaten her. Although that experience was quite novel, it was better not to repeat it. Most importantly, to prevent Shen Ming from demanding compensation with an inflated request. If possible, I'd prefer to avoid a fight. After all, we are here for business. Su Yiwerer said. Rest assured, if he doesn't know the situation, I'll teach him a lesson, striking neither too heavy nor too light, so he won't have the face to report to the elders. Even if he does report, it will be about a business dispute. The Xuantian Sect can't just brazenly kill us, right? With so many true disciples and numerous conflicting parties, can the Xuantian Sect really handle it? Lu Feng thought to himself that it wouldn't do to avoid confrontation. He wanted to complicate matters. That way, if he were punished by the elders of the Xuantian Sect, the favor Su Yiwerer owed would be even more valuable, giving him more opportunities to be close to her. This is called a self-inflicted scheme. Shen Ming, right? Then it's your misfortune. Lu Feng thought, while opening his folding fan, gently fanning himself in the cold winter air. The two harbored their own ulterior motives as they arrived at Shen Ming's carefree peak. Upon seeing the two, Shen Ming finally remembered to notify Su Yiwerer to come, intending to request 2 more Tian bottles. He mastered the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, breaking through realms with martial prowess. He only needed to consume a century-old golden peach to reach the second level of the divine concealment realm in a short time. You came at the right time, Shen Ming exclaimed excitedly. Su Yiwerer, just stabilizing the flying boat, felt a tightness in her chest. This momentum, as she expected, was indeed to demand an explanation. This kid is quite arrogant. Lu Feng closed his fan, clapping it against his palm, his eyes narrowing. Shen Ming disliked false pleasantries and superficial remarks. Upon seeing Su Yiwerer arrive at such an opportune moment, a single remark slipped from his lips. Su Yiwerer and Lu Feng, taken aback, assumed it was a provocation. Senior brother Shen Ming, did you call for me because of the Zhang Tian bottle? Su Yiwerer got straight to the point. Indeed, Shen Ming did not expect this woman to be so astute. Senior brother, the moon spirit technique combined with the Zhang Tian bottle is the cultivation task for the disciples of the Su family, and it is normal that there will be no results for a period of 10 years. Sui Wei began to weave her tale, anticipating that Shen Ming would question her why she hadn't mentioned it earlier. She would respond that she believed senior brother Shen Ming to possess extraordinary talent. If Shen Ming were to become furious, it would be Lu Feng's turn to step in. Then you truly have it tough. Shen Ming expressed some sympathy, noting that it took the Su family disciples 10 years to fill a small bottle, while he could do it in a single night. Last time I thought. Sui Wei blinked, realizing something was amiss. However, why did the Xuantian bottle shatter? Shen Ming began to lay the groundwork. If one were to ask for the Xuantian bottle right off the bat, it would be easy to fall into a passive position. One must be subtle. Sui Wei frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought she understood. I see he is unwilling to admit that he cannot condense spiritual liquid, so he claims there is a problem with the Xuantian bottle. Such small tricks cannot escape her notice. Senior brother, you jest. The Xuantian bottle is a spiritual treasure. It generally does not break from minor impacts, even if it rolls down a mountain. Sui Wei replied. Do you not believe what I say? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. Sui Wei appeared to be somewhat aggrieved, lowering her head in silence. Go ahead, senior brother Lu Feng. Shen brother, as a man, do not bully Miss Su. Lu Feng interjected immediately. Who are you? Lu Feng, a direct descendant of the Lu family at the second level of the divine concealment. Lu Feng introduced himself with great seriousness. Shen Ming felt somewhat perplexed, sensing something was off. Senior brother Shen, the Xuantian bottle is a counterfeit. Its lifespan is limited. It can only shatter if it is filled with a bottle of spiritual liquid. Sui Wei spoke appropriately. Their back and forth was naturally aimed at hoping Shen Ming would take the hint and not make a fuss over the Xuantian bottle. If there were any other requests, they could sit down and discuss. Shen Ming threw the Xuantian bottle over. After Sui Wei caught it with her delicate white hand, she discovered there were thin cracks appearing on the bottle's surface, causing her to freeze. Did he really condense spiritual liquid? No, that is impossible. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, no one understood better than her that the Xuantian bottle was just a gimmick. He came prepared, using special means to damage the bottle and create a false impression. This left Sui Wei somewhat frustrated. Senior brother, it might have been a mistake during refining. I will compensate you with another one. Sui Wei had some elements of petulance in her tone. You only want to return the Xuantian bottle and demand other compensation, right? Then I will give you another one. After all, this is mass-produced in the Su family. The eldest daughter of the Su family is so easy to talk to. Shen Ming's initial plan was certainly not to take something for free. He intended to conduct a transaction. The Xiaoyao Peak and Golden Peach were his capital, and he did not expect Sui Wei to directly offer a new one. How generous. That would certainly be good. Shen Ming did not hold back, agreeing to it. Now it was Sui Wei's turn to be somewhat surprised, unsure if this was just anger talking. Wait a moment. Lu Feng, seeing that both of them were about to reach a consensus, said, If I heard correctly, Shen brother, you took someone else's item, broke it, and still want them to give you a new one. Isn't that a bit too domineering? Shen Ming frowned. It was Sui Wei who suggested providing a new one, yet the accompanying person was unhappy. Are these two putting on a show for themselves here? Sui Wei was anxious. If she could resolve Shen Ming's issue with just a Xuantian bottle, that would be ideal. Senior brother Lu, it's all right. It was our last time that the quality of the Xuantian bottle was inadequate, she said. No way. How can I watch you suffer such injustice? Lu Feng immediately moved closer, blocking the two with his body. Sui Wei was in a state of panic. This was not how she envisioned it. Shen Ming understood everything all too well. This Lu Feng was Sui Wei's suitor, persistent and unyielding. Sui Wei had no choice but to bring him to Xiaoyao Peak, and without a word gave him a new Xuantian bottle, hoping he would take action to teach Shen Ming a lesson. At this moment, Sui Wei's anxious and angry expression was the best evidence. While there was a suspicion of her leading the trouble away from their earlier conversation, it was clear she did not feign interest in Shen Ming to provoke Lu Feng. Within Shen Ming's acceptable range plus the Xuantian bottle, there was nothing more to discuss. Leave Xiaoyao Peak. This is a matter between Miss Su and me, Shen Ming stated. Just waiting for you to say this. Lu Feng finally awaited this moment, opening his folding fan and hand, coldly stating, What if I don't leave? Shen Ming's gaze flickered. Out of a man's instinct, the two moved to a more open area. Senior brother Lu. Sui Wei was nearly on the verge of tears. If I leave, he will surely escalate his actions. Do not believe his words. Someone like him requires a lesson to be learned. Lu Feng said. Upon hearing this, Sui Wei felt it made some sense and could only observe from the side. Although you are at the first level of divine concealment, you have just broken through. Counting it up, I am 2 levels above you. Lu Feng declared proudly. If you have any sense, do not seek unnecessary suffering. Since you are this confident, I shall go all out. Shen Ming had never fought against someone at the divine concealment level. Upon hearing this, he did not dare to be arrogant and prepared to give it his all. Divine Elephant Smash. Without further ado, he unleashed his most powerful offense. You overestimate yourself. Lu Feng waved his folding fan, and a strong gale rose from beneath his feet, forming a fierce gale. Let me show you what a first-level difference truly means. Just as he was feeling pleased, an unstoppable torrent rushed toward him, directly crushing and deforming all of his gale. Lu Feng's original true energy became uncontrollable, like a wild bull that had broken free. This was merely an exchange. He had not yet endured the real offensive. In the next moment, it was as if Lu Feng saw an ancient divine elephant charging at him, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a crack, his folding fan shattered into pieces, and his body flew out like a kite, with its string cut landing with a distinct sound of bones fracturing. I hope he isn't dead. Shen Ming hurriedly stopped, retracting the divine elephant suppression technique. No matter what, if he killed someone like this, the elders would come to hold him accountable. Fortunately, he could hear Lu Feng's pained groans. Take him away, and remember to bring the Xuantian bottle, Shen Ming said to Su Yuer beside him. Su Yuer's delicate body trembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable thrill. Lu Feng at the second level of divine concealment was thus sent flying, utterly defeated. The image of that domineering figure delivering blows remained etched in her mind, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She also understood that this was Shen Ming's warning. If she dared to bring someone again, next time it would not be so simple. Su Yuer dragged the half-conscious Lu Feng onto the flying boat and departed directly. Shen Ming pondered over whether he should thank her for helping him deal with his pursuer. The next day, the entrance of Shao Yao Peak was bustling with activity. After a night had passed, the news that a disciple had successfully conquered the 9 layers of the demon suppression tower on the first day spread throughout the inner domain. At Xuantian Peak in the Xuantian Grand Hall, the chief disciple Luo Cheng rarely saw his usually imposing father wearing a face full of worry. My Shirshu master's uncle has betrayed me. My Shirshu has betrayed me. This morning, Luo Tiandu received the news and immediately wanted to rush to Xianyuan Zifu to confront his Shirshu. However, he reconsidered, realizing he could not defeat him and had to suppress his anger. Father, in the end, there can only be one godly son, Luo Cheng said earnestly. Even if Shen Ming remained at Xuantian Peak and forged the twin heroes of Tongtian, there could ultimately only be one godly son. Luo Cheng's meaning was clear: having just one was enough. Facing his father, Luo Cheng, who was usually calm, spoke with a hint of resentment. Father, do you not believe in me? He asked. Cough, cough. Who knows what means the final godly son will use to compete? Having one more person could provide one more source of support, Luo Tiandu replied. As a martial artist, one must forge ahead without relying on others, Luo Cheng stated. No matter the obstacles, he believed he could overcome them. Luo Tiandu nodded. His son's attitude comforted him greatly. In the inner domain, in the ice cave, on a towering snow-capped mountain, a woman stood atop the peak as if sculpted from ice and snow, her skin surpassing snow in whiteness, almost transparent. The fierce cold wind of the mountain brushed past her, yet she remained unmoved. Her figure was tall and elegant, her plain white long dress fluttering in the wind, blending seamlessly with the snow-capped mountain. She stood there quietly, and the surrounding ice and snow seemed to grow colder in her presence, emanating an aura of majesty that deterred anyone from approaching. Nalan Li, one of the candidates for the divine position. In this endless atmosphere of cold desolation, a stunning figure appeared, her looks not inferior to Nalan Li's. One of the senior sisters of the inner domain's cave, Lu Rian. It's freezing. It's freezing. Nalan, the inner domain cave is the coldest place in your Ling Mountain. Nalan Li raised her flawless jade hand, and the cold wind on the peak immediately dissipated, allowing the warm winter sun to shine down. Nalan, someone completed the Demon Suppression Tower challenge on the first day and mastered the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Lu Rian said. Indeed, Nalan Li replied. Lu Rian understood that her friend was usually concise with words, as saying indeed was already a high compliment. Among the 9 true arts, the Divine Elephant Suppression technique was the most difficult to practice. He, like you, became a true disciple in his first year and aims to become a candidate for the godly son, potentially your great rival. Lu Rian said, it was during my last visit to fetch him that I thought my junior brother was dreaming. Oh, Nalan Li said. Lu Rian pouted, intending to stir her friend's emotions. However, Nalan Li was just like that. At the Moon Shadow Peak, Li Yingyi heard about this matter. This shadow from the Jiang family had been investigating for days, trying to confirm the identity of the Jiang family's heir within the sect. The heir could not be an outer disciple. he must be an inner disciple. This year, a total of 108 inner disciples were recruited. After investigation and filtering, Li Yingyi found 36 possible candidates. Shen Ming from Xiaoyao Peak was among those 36. Now Li Yingyi removed Shen Ming from the list. If the Jiang family's heir had such talent, there would be no need for him to be a shadow or to lurk within the Xuantian Sect. Faced with the constant stream of visitors, Shen Ming felt overwhelmed and decided to close the door to guests, focusing his thoughts on the golden peach spirit tree. On the following day, Su Yuer sent a new Xuantian bottle. Together with the old bottle that had already developed cracks, there were a total of 2. The Su family is quite generous. We can collaborate more with the Chiyuan Trading Pavilion in the future. Su family's generosity was beyond his expectations. Although he had punched the one named Lu Feng away, it was undeniable that the Xuantian bottles were genuine treasures. Next time he'll trade the golden peach for the 3rd bottle. To grow a 100-year golden peach, 3 Xuantian bottles were necessary, requiring 10 consecutive nights of pouring spiritual liquid. This was no small task. Operating the moon spirit technique every night would lead to mental fatigue. Moreover, continuous practice required increasingly longer recovery times during meditation. On the 5th day, Shen Ming had to sleep during the day to make up for it. The moon spirit technique from the Su family has flaws. No wonder the people of the Su family cannot condense spiritual liquid. Shen Ming confirmed this point. Relying on his talent, he could ignore the flaws, but it drained his mental energy. When the 100-year golden peach matured, he did not plan to use the Xuantian bottles. On the 5th day, the disturbances began to calm down, and the number of disciples visiting Xiaoyao Peak decreased. However, another significant event spread among the inner domain's true disciples. In Songyin Prefecture, a spirit treasure is about to be opened. The northern domain has 13 prefectures governed collectively by the 10 major sects. Songyin Prefecture belongs to the Xuantian Sect, Xiang Sect, and Longyuan Sword Sect. The spirit treasure that is about to be opened can be considered the backyard for disciples of the 3 sects. The true disciples from the inner domain were eager to enter the spirit treasure to seize opportunities. Shen Ming was unaware of this news, fully focused on the golden peach spirit tree until 7 true disciples from Wanjian Peak came to visit. The 7 5 males and 2 females all possessed extraordinary demeanor and outstanding appearances. Junior brother Shen, it's so crowded here. We finally get to meet you today, the leading young sword cultivator said enthusiastically as he introduced himself. The 7 swords of Xuantian. As they introduced this identity, pride was evident on their faces. All 7 were sword cultivators and mastered the Xuantian sword, Dao being fellow disciples. Later, they earned the title of the 7 swords of Xuantian, known as Changhong Bingpa, Yinghua Binliai Qingguang, and Xianfeng. Upon hearing these names, Shen Ming felt a sense of familiarity. The speaker was the senior brother Changhong, sword master Yi Jifeng. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, Shen Ming said warmly. Yi Jifeng was at the 4th level of divine concealment, while the other 6 were at the 3rd level. The 6 swords looked at Shen Ming with curiosity, clearly having heard about this junior brother before. Junior brother Shen, have you heard that the spirit treasure is about to be opened? Yi Jifeng said. It is rumored that there is a sword washing pool within the spirit treasure containing profound sword intent that would greatly benefit our sword path. We 7 swords are preparing to set out together and specifically came to invite our junior brother to join us. I see, Shen Ming said. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I do not have plans to venture out at the moment. Currently, he planned to consume a 100-year golden peach and directly reach the 2nd level of divine concealment. The 7 swords were taken aback. If Shen Ming had said he needed to think about it for a while, they would have understood. To outright refuse, was he being straightforward, or did he look down on them? Junior brother, it's not about training. With our 7 swords protection, there will be no danger. This is the intention of the master of Wanjian Peak, Yi Jifeng said. This indeed was the intention of Xie Tianjian, who thought that since Shen Ming was now a disciple of Wanjian Peak, he should blend in with the other sword cultivation disciples. It was just right to take advantage of the opening of the spirit treasure to let the 7 swords take him out to see the world. Upon hearing about this junior brother's accomplishments in the demon suppression tower, the 7 swords were all very interested. Now seeing him unwilling to join them, it was inevitable that they felt displeased. Ziyun's sword Ling Xuyan, one of the 2 female disciples, and the youngest, showed her displeasure most clearly on her face. Junior brother, there are many opportunities in the spirit treasure. We cultivators must seize the moment. Our relying solely on the sect is not enough, Bingpa Sword Qincharan said. Thank you for the goodwill, senior brothers and sisters. I truly have no plans, Shen Ming said. I will not go. No special reason is needed. The spirit vault lies outside Shen Ming's current plans. The 7 senior brothers and sisters acted out of goodwill, and he gratefully acknowledged their sincerity. Yet learning to decline is also one of life's essential lessons. Shen Ming is neither dull nor rigid. He knows his seniors will feel disheartened, but that remains their own emotion. The Xuantian 7 swords were indeed disgruntled, having eagerly rushed here upon Master Xie Tianjin's word to escort this junior brother into the vault. They found him utterly ungrateful. Junior brother Shen, surely you fear the peril within the spirit vault. A cultivator cannot rely solely on innate talent. Without daring to contend with others, how shall you ever vie for the title of divine progeny? Ziyun's sword Ling Shuyan could restrain herself no longer and resorted to provocation. Shuyan. Changhong's sword Yi Jifeng immediately rebuked her, yet said no more, instead glancing sideways to observe Shen Ming's reaction. The spirit vault is not a life-forbidden zone. Its lethality falls short of certain death, yet danger lurks at every turn. Even among sect disciples, murderous theft of treasures has occurred. Were it truly risk-free, nearly all top-tier disciples would have already set out. Shen Ming felt no anger. Against provocation, the wisest response is silence. Senior brothers and sisters, I am preparing for breakthrough. I have limited time and energy, Shen Ming said. Yi Jifeng's disappointment was unmistakable. The other 6 swords sighed or shook their heads. No apology is necessary. We arrived unannounced. We cannot force you against your will. Yi Jifeng said. Then we shall take our leave. Bingpa's sword Qin Charan lost interest. The Xuantian 7 swords departed aboard their massive flying vessel. Once beyond the boundaries of Shaoyao Peak, Ling Shuyan remarked, he has just broken through to the second realm of innate qi, precisely the moment when cultivation demands confrontation. How could he possibly shut himself away again for another breakthrough? Clearly it is but an excuse born of fear. There is no need for such discourtesy. Some martial obsessives are precisely like this. Their hearts dwell solely in refining techniques and scriptures. Comprehending profound principles brings them greater fulfillment than defeating rivals. Yi Jifeng spoke thus. As leader of the Xuantian 7 swords, he upheld decorum, even if inwardly unsettled. Yet he is a sword cultivator. How can a swordsman forge mastery behind closed doors? How shall he contend for the title of divine progeny? Another sword added, enough. If he refuses, we shall go alone. Qin Charan declared. Shortly after the Xuantian 7 swords departed, 2 more visitors arrived at Shaoyao Peak. What brings you both here? Shen Ming greeted them warmly. It was Ni Dai and Zhang Haoran. Having become true disciples, they had secluded themselves in Ling Mountain to cultivate and break through to the second realm of innate qi. In total, less than 2 months had passed, and still neither had succeeded remaining at the Xian Pass realm. Aware of Shen Ming's recent extraordinary feats, they arrived at Shaoyao Peak somewhat reserved. Shen Ming's progress was astonishing. Within the blink of an eye, the gap between them had widened immeasurably. To them, he had already become a lofty, untouchable figure. Yet seeing the genuine smile upon Shen Ming's face eased their minds. They knew he remained unchanged, not one to look down upon others due to differences in realm or status. We're heading to the spirit vault. Will you join us? Zhang Haoran asked. You haven't even reached the second realm yet. Won't that be too strenuous? Shen Ming replied candidly. Precisely because we haven't reached it, yet we must go, Zhang Haoran countered. We seek opportunity. If we do not seize it now, we shall fade into obscurity, becoming merely one nameless disciple among countless true disciples in the inner domain. And you? Shen Ming turned to Ni Dai. Zhang Haoran's boldness was unsurprising, but Ni Dai had always struck him as less impulsive. Senior brother Shen Ming, I am an orphan. I must grasp every opportunity. Ni Dai said. Shen Ming paused, startled. His misunderstanding stemmed from preconception. He possessed the golden peach spirit tree. The Zhang family would safeguard his future. He held the spirit vault in contempt. The opportunities it offered were but a fraction of the Jiang family's treasure vault. Yet Ni Dai's simple words, I am an orphan, struck him deeply. The Tao path is ruthless, only the strong prevail. To avoid fading into insignificance, one must wager life itself. Shen Ming straightened his spine and declared, May your martial path flourish gloriously. Indeed, he still had no intention of joining them. To accompany them out of pity, or with a condescending sense of duty, would be the gravest insult. Ni Dai and Zhang Haoran were both flustered, and then profoundly moved. Their reactions stood in stark contrast to those of the Xuantian 7 swords. Soon after, Ni Dai and Zhang Haoran departed together. Watching their retreating figures, Shen Ming was seized by a sudden thought. In this world, every parting may well be eternal. I ought to drink myself into oblivion, Shen Ming murmured to himself. Zhang Haoran, having flown only a short distance, halted. What is it, senior brother Zhang? An Idai asked. We should have drunk our fill. Zhang Haoran smiled, shook his head, and resumed piloting the flying vessel onward. 3 days later, Shen Ming slept soundly beneath the golden peach spirit tree. 9 consecutive nights spent cultivating the moon spirit art had severely drained his vitality. Lately, he had complained more than once that the Su clan ancestors were all gluttons, and once he attained the rank of great sovereign, he would certainly revise this art. No, better yet, he would create a complete perfected heaven-holding vessel, eliminating the need to serve as mere absorber and converter. Meanwhile, Shen Ming lay quietly beneath the golden peach spirit tree, snow falling silently across the land, enveloping all in serene stillness. A soft thud struck his head. Dazed, he lifted his gaze, then slowly lowered it, only to freeze mid-breath upon seeing the golden peach resting peacefully upon the grass. Its lustrous sunbright gold hue shimmered with radiant fullness. Its rich, intoxicating fragrance filled the air. At a glance, Shen Ming recognized it, a century-old golden peach. It had ripened sooner than expected. His 2 heaven-holding vessels were already shattered. He had planned to ask Su Yuer for another. This time he would not accept it freely. He would repay her with golden peaches. What an unexpected turn. 9 century-old golden peaches, each rivaling a celestial-grade spirit pill. They had begun falling spontaneously. If left unpicked, they would rot where they lay. Shen Ming gathered them all into his spatial storage pouch. Next came a process almost identical to his previous breakthrough into the second realm. Shen Ming entered his cave residence, sealed the entrance with the dragon-blocking stone, activated the tranquility formation, and swallowed 1 century-old golden peach without hesitation. The 5 divine treasuries, metaphorically 5 vessels, must each be filled by the cultivator. Their fullness determines cultivation stages: initial, middle, late, and ultimate perfection. A newly ascended second realm cultivator is not even considered initial, merely a novice at the threshold. This was no grand realm transcendence, no earth-shaking upheaval. 1 century-old golden peach sufficed to propel Shen Ming's cultivation directly from novice to middle stage. Without hesitation, he consumed a second golden peach, advancing to late stage. True to his bold nature, he immediately ate a third. Yet this time he failed to reach ultimate perfection. Instead, his stomach churned violently. In the next instant, he involuntarily vomited up most of the fruit, leaving it wasted upon the ground. Any other disciple witnessing this would have wept blood. It was sheer desecration of the sacred. Faced with this predicament, Shen Ming resolved to consult the transmission elder. Just as he stepped out of his cave residence, he saw flying vessels crisscrossing the sky, in constant procession, accompanied by resonant sonorous bell tolls. Senior brother, what has happened? Shen Ming stopped a passing disciple to ask. The spirit vault has been compromised. It was a demonic sect trap. Disciples from the 3 great sects are trapped inside, suffering catastrophic casualties. The spirit vault has been compromised. It was a demonic sect trap. Disciples from the 3 great sects are trapped inside, suffering catastrophic casualties. The Xuantian Square was filled with anxious disciples peering towards the Grand Hall. From time to time, true disciples and various peak masters emerged, summoning troops and leading a large group to assist in the Spirit Vault. The Spirit Vault in Xuantian State is known as the Xuantian Spirit Vault, which contains a dormant volcano. This morning, the volcano erupted, the ground cracked, and darkness descended. The demonic sects of Moshenzong Xiumin and Longmo sects suddenly attacked, trapping the disciples of the 3 sects inside. Supreme-level powerhouses set up a formation in the volcanic ash, hunting down the innate realm demonic cultivators. The formation overlapped with the Spirit Vault's restrictions, allowing only innate realm cultivators to enter. Clearly, the demonic sects were waiting for the 3 sects to come to rescue, intending to start a great battle in Xuantian State. The intentions of the demonic sects were not difficult to discern, but the 3 sects had no choice but to act. Shen Ming arrived at Xuantian Square and strode into the Grand Hall. In the center of the hall lay a magical dynamic scroll, surrounded by everyone. Within the scroll was a landscape of mountains and rivers, the terrain clear with light spots that did not match the painting style, each labeled with a name. Shen Ming realized this was the map of Xuantian Spirit Vault, with the light spots representing the trapped disciples. The demonic formation will be handled by the elders and peak masters. The Spirit Vault has 2 layers of restrictions. The outer layer can be entered by innate 3rd realm cultivators, while the inner layer can only be accessed by innate 2nd realm cultivators. The trapped disciples, due to the volcanic ash and formation, could not discern direction, requiring us to bring guiding spiritual treasures for the rescue. The locations of the trapped disciples are determined by tokens. The demonic sect may have seized these tokens to set traps, so we must be cautious. Disciples should find their teams based on their respective spiritual vein peaks and act together. Do not act recklessly. Deputy Master Ren Fengqi stood in the center of the grand hall, repeatedly emphasizing. Shen Ming looked around at disciples from various peaks, gathered formulating plans based on the locations of the trapped disciples. Xiamen is adept at using poison. Immediately go and obtain antidote pills. Those heading in that direction come with me, shouted the master of the Xuantian Peak, marking a line on the scroll. This line represented the rescue route of Xuantian Peak, indicating that many trapped disciples, primarily from Xuantian Peak, were along this path. Shen Ming noticed he was late. The routes for the 9 peaks, including Xuantian Peak, had already been drawn out. Subsequent disciples wishing to assist would have to follow these 9 routes. The endpoint of Xuantian Peak's route is the Xuantian 7 swords, which are the main targets for rescue. However, there were only 6 light spots, indicating that one had already been lost. Shen Ming continued to gaze at the landscape, scroll his eyes scanning the names beside each light spot. These light spots were bound to the identities of the disciples, essentially acting as life lamps. Just because a light is on does not guarantee survival, but an extinguished light surely indicates a loss. When he found the names of Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai, the tension that had gripped Shen Ming released with a sigh. He was still very concerned about the safety of his friends. However, Shen Ming discovered that the situation was not optimistic. Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai were located in the deepest part of the spirit vault. The rescue routes from different spiritual peaks either missed the mark or did not delve that deep. The main reason was that Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai had not become primary rescue targets, which meant their respective peak masters had not formulated routes for them. Such unfortunate disciples on the map were not limited to just Ni Dai and Zhang Haoran. Senior brother Shen, I am an orphan. It is because I have nothing that I must fight for. Shen Ming recalled Ni Dai's words during their parting, his eyes flashing with determination. He would go rescue them. He would head to the Shurian Spirit Vault. Shen Ming channeled his original true Qi, leaving a straight path on the scroll that led deep into the Spirit Vault. Who wants to come with me? Shen Ming looked towards the other true disciples. Along his path, there were also isolated disciples, friends with others in the Grand Hall. They had just faced the same predicament as Shen Ming, which was the absence of their friends and relatives from the 9 peak rescue routes. Seeing Shen Ming draw a line, they could not help but be astonished. Seeing him alone, their expressions immediately dimmed. The 9 rescue routes were led by the peak masters and elders of each spiritual peak, accompanied by senior brothers and sisters of the innate 3rd realm. A single innate 2nd realm disciple charging in alone. That would be a joke. Shen Ming, do not be reckless, Deputy Master Ren Fengqi said sternly. Master, only innate 2nd realm cultivators can enter the innermost area. I am of no difference alone, Shen Ming replied. Can it be the same? Without the peak masters and elders, you may encounter innate 3rd realm cultivators in the outer layer. Even if you enter the inner layer alone and isolated, how will you face the hordes of 2nd realm demonic cultivators? Ren Fengqi said. I will cut through them. Shen Ming said without hesitation. You are only at the 1st level of the divine concealment. Do you know there are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels above? Ren Fengqi said. In this world, there is no such thing as certainty before taking action. Only by acting can there be hope, Shen Ming replied. You even want to lecture me about principles? Ren Fengqi felt a headache coming on, yet looking at Shen Ming's determined face, he held back the words that almost came out. He glanced at the route Shen Ming drew, which did not align with the 9 main rescue routes at all. Who are Zhang Haoran and Ni Dai? Ren Fengqi asked, looking at the 2 names at the end of the route. Friends. Just friends. Ren Fengqi was somewhat surprised, thinking it would require a closer relationship for Shen Ming to take such a great risk. Friends are enough, Shen Ming simply stated. Understood. Wait for me a moment. As the Deputy Master, Ren Fengqi wouldn't truly let Shen Ming set out alone. Similarly, as Deputy Master, he also had to consider the disciples' requests. He walked to the depths of the Xuantian Grand Hall, returning after a quarter of an hour. Ren Fengqi drew a route of a different color on the Spirit Vault scroll, which closely overlapped with Shen Ming's route. There are disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect trapped along this route. You can accompany them to reach the center point. After finding the people, do not return on the same path, but merge with the Xuantian Peaks route. Ren Fengqi said. Thank you, Master, Shen Ming replied sincerely. A hint of a smile emerged in Ren Fengqi's eyes. Shen Ming was likable, unlike others who called him Deputy Master. You still have my jade token, right? Go and collect enough supplies and guiding compasses. The supplies include various healing pills, protective gear, and weapons. Next, a great battle awaited. Shen Ming took all he could gather. In the urgent situation, the Xuantian Sect activated the teleportation formation, directly transporting people outside the spirit vault. Shen Ming remembered the position of the Longyuan Sword Sect's team, stepped into the teleportation formation, and with a whoosh it was as if he had submerged into water, disappearing without a trace. He really went. Some true disciples exchanged glances, as they had thought Shen Ming was just putting on a show, because they themselves did not have the courage to act alone. A massive melee unfolded among the three sects and three demonic sects, and the spirit vault became a battleground of carnage. The Xuantian Spirit Cavern is located on a coastal island. The island is vast, seemingly forming its own realm with undulating mountains, dense forests, and cascading waterfalls. The Xuantian Spirit Cavern is located on a coastal island. The island is vast, seemingly forming its own realm with undulating mountains, dense forests, and cascading waterfalls. The heavy volcanic ash blocks the sunlight, casting the entire island into the eerie prelude of perpetual night. Above in the sky, amidst the volcanic ash, warships are lined up, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. These warships are massive and imposing, their metal hulls gleaming with a cold light in the dim glow. On the ship's banners flutter embroidered with mysterious runes. These are formation pieces gradually forming a great array above the island. A chilling and terrifying power is woven into a massive net, the smoke seeming to be manipulated by an invisible hand, beginning to twist and contort. Slowly the smoke converges into the shape of a gigantic skull, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a strange red light. On the warship, a monk clad in a robe chants incantations, the array's glow growing increasingly sinister as black lightning flickers around the skull. This is the Netherworld Great Array, forged by the Xuantian Sect, Zio Gate, and Longmo Sect. It transforms the entire island into a stronghold awaiting the three major sects to attack. In contrast, the situation on the ground is not as dire. The demonic forces deliberately opened a gap, allowing the reinforcements from the three major sects to enter and exit. In the southwest direction, an open space holds three people anxiously waiting. Two women and a man, each carrying a long sword, exude a dignified aura. Why hasn't that disciple from the Xuantian Sect arrived yet? The young man paces back and forth, burning with impatience. The two women occasionally glance around, equally anxious. The three are disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect, having come to assist the main force. Upon arriving, the elder in charge ordered them to wait here for a disciple from the Xuantian Sect. The trio is bewildered as the current situation is chaotic and urgent, leaving no time for sect cooperation. With no choice, they must follow the elder's orders. We can't rush. We can't participate in the outer battles, so we will wait for the elder and senior brother to open a breach, and then we will directly enter with the Xuantian Sect disciple. Among the three, the leader is a woman at the third level of the divine concealment realm, dressed in a pale yellow long dress, her beauty remarkable. Yang Mingxiao, a true disciple of the Longyuan Sword Sect. Sister, how can we not be anxious? The male disciple starts to speak. Before he could finish, a figure of a young man appears in a flash. Dressed in a green robe that flutters in the wind, he stands tall like a pine tree. The young man is striking, with eyebrows like swords and eyes sparkling like cold stars, yet also bearing a sharp intensity. This person must be a swordsman. The three disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect think simultaneously. However, unlike a pure swordsman, the young man possesses an indescribable aura. Credentials. Yang Mingxiao warns, snapping back to reality. This is a battlefield, and they must be extremely cautious. The young man reveals his identity token as a true disciple of the Xuantian Sect, along with a jade plate from the vice sect leader. It is indeed Shen Ming from the Xuantian Sect. I am Yang Mingxiao of the Longyuan Sword Sect. This is my junior sister Yushan and my junior brother Lin Ping. Yang Mingxiao presents her identity token. After confirming, Shen Ming replies, "Thank you, everyone." The trio, seeing his extraordinary demeanor and polite manner, puts aside their earlier impatience. Our elder and senior brothers and sisters are already assaulting the perimeter. We should also move, Yang Mingxiao says. Shen Ming realizes there are only three people here, as the vanguard team has already set off. It's impractical to leave everyone behind waiting for just one person. Why did you come alone? Yushan inquires. Shen Ming does not hide the truth and explains the situation. The friend he intends to rescue happens to be along the rescue route of the Longyuan Sword Sect. Yang Mingxiao and the others catch on. What if we weren't here? Lin Ping couldn't help but ask. Shen Ming truthfully explains that it was the vice sect leader who, knowing his determination, used personal connections to contact the elder of the Longyuan Sword Sect. In other words, he originally planned to go alone. Yang Mingxiao shows a look of surprise. Yushan's eyebrows slightly raise, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Being loyal and righteous is something everyone will admire. Being loyal and righteous, while also handsome, makes one even more admirable to women. What a boast, Lin Ping mutters, inwardly thinking of how unrealistic it is to charge into the depths of the spirit cavern alone and rescue someone. All right, we need to hurry, junior brother Shen, stay alert. Yang Mingxiao confirms their entry into the spirit cavern's range, ready to push forward with full force. The reason for reminding Shen Ming is that their sword practitioners have swift speeds. If Shen Ming cannot keep up, they would have to slow their pace. Okay. As soon as Shen Ming hears this, he immediately employs the Skywalker step, darting out like a flash of lightning. Yang Mingxiao and the others have no time to think further and quickly channel their true energy. As a result, no matter how hard they try, they can barely catch a glimpse of Shen Ming's figure. Yang Mingxiao feels a bit awkward. So this is the amazing movement technique. No wonder he dares to enter alone. Lin Ping suddenly realizes. A quarter of an hour later, the group advances 30 miles, entering the outskirts of the spirit cavern. Shen Ming suddenly halts, observing a thrilling battle unfolding in the sky. It is a battle of heavenly supremacy. The dazzling golden sword radiance stretches dozens of feet, brilliant enough to seem capable of tearing apart the heavens. That light shines like the blazing sun, exuding an aura of sanctity that is inviolable. Each swing of the golden sword radiance stirs up a gale, the very space trembling in response. On the other side, a blood-red serpent swirls, emanating a thick scent of blood, moving through the air like a massive python. The two powerful figures confront each other in the sky, their momentum overwhelming. The golden sword radiance and the blood-red serpent clash repeatedly, producing resounding booms. It's our elder Jin Yao. The other side is the blood-red serpent from the Longmo Palace. Yang Mingxiao exclaims excitedly. The relationship between the Longyuan Sword Sect and the Longmo Palace is akin to that of the Xuantian Sect and the Xuantian Sect, both being archrivals. Is this the battle of heavenly supremacy? Shen Ming feels exhilarated. Who wouldn't yearn for such prowess? Heavenly supremacy, the supreme of the heavens. The Longmo Palace does not only have the blood-red serpent guarding this place, there are also demonic cultivators at the third level of the innate realm in the outskirts of the spirit cavern. The three continue forward and see disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect at the third level of the innate realm confronting the enemy. One figure catches Shen Ming's attention, surrounded by 8 blade-like weapons without hilts. The 8 blades move in harmony with him, cutting down one demonic head after another. That's senior brother Linghu. He's using the 8 styles of flying swords. It's one of our Longyuan Sword Sect's true techniques, Yang Mingxiao says. Senior brother Linghu notices them and calls out, the others have already entered the inner domain. You should go too. The 4 quickly take action, intending to stop the demonic cultivators who are swiftly being cut down by the blades. The inner realm of the Spirit Vault is the interior of the original Spirit Vault. Aside from the formations laid down by the demonic path, there are also the restrictions and prohibitions inherent to the Spirit Vault itself, preventing anyone above the innate second stage from entering. At the moment he entered the Spirit Vault, Shen Ming felt the world quiet down significantly, even though the earth was ablaze and the sky was filled with swirling smoke. Yet he could not hear the thunderous sounds of battle from the Supreme Realm. The 4 of them slowed their pace, trying to avoid the woods and walking on the open ground. Yang Mingxiao thought about joining up with the disciples who had entered ahead, but as they passed a mountain ridge, they were ambushed. 9 figures clad in armor appeared like ghosts, standing atop the ridge with a commanding view. Their armors varied. Some were as dark as ink, others as blood-red, some as shadowy blue, others shimmering with purple light, some thick and earth yellow, others with eerie green glows, some flashing silver, and others blazing orange, each exuding an aura of malevolence and eeriness. Each face bore the traits of demonic path cultivators, sinister and brutal. There are still 4 stragglers. Have they fallen behind? It's hard to say if you're lucky or unlucky to encounter us. The others erupted into sinister laughter, their weapons itching for action. How could we have been ambushed first? Lin Ping was somewhat flustered. They from the Longyuan Sword Sect should have encountered their fellow disciples, but now, could it be that the others were all wiped out? The 9 fiend dragons, the 9 most brutal disciples of the Dragon Demon Palace, each one at the second level of the divine concealment. Yang Mingxiao recognized the 9, and her delicate face tightened. She was at the 3rd level of the divine concealment, while Yushan and Lin Ping were at the 2nd level, and Shen Ming was at the 1st level. Follow me to break through. Yang Mingxiao immediately made the best arrangement. Yushan and Lin Ping regained their composure. As sword cultivators, even in a disadvantaged position, they could carve out a bloody path. As for whether Shen Ming could keep up, that was beyond their concern. Let me do it at a time is of the essence. Shen Ming disagreed with the breakout plan, as chasing after each other would waste time and likely lead them off course. In the incredulous gazes of the three, he stepped to the front. A first-level divine concealment leading the charge. Commendable courage. The first fiend wearing a mask had eyes devoid of eyebrows filled with a savage expression. Shen Ming slapped his storage bag, and 9 long spears flew out lined up in front of him. Initially, everyone thought they were some divine weapons. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were ordinary yellow-level spirit weapons, causing the 9 fiend dragons to burst into laughter. Lin Ping pondered whether he should take the opportunity to escape. Divine Elephant Divine Prison Technique Spear of the Underworld. Outside the demon suppression tower, his primal true energy could not condense a single energy spear. However, by using the spears as spirit weapons, he gathered 840 million particles of giant elephants, causing the ordinary yellow-level spirit weapons to unleash the might of heavenly-level spirit weapons. They surged to over 10 meters in length, shimmering with sharp light, the spear tips glinting coldly, as if they could pierce through all things in the world. Shen Ming swung his arm fiercely, and the spears shot out like lightning. In that instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The first fiend barely had time to widen his pupils before the spear was upon him. The hard armor crumbled before the spear like paper easily pierced through. The first fiend was dumbfounded, disbelief filling his eyes. He looked down at the large hole in his chest, blood gushing from his mouth, and then slowly fell down. Spear of the Underworld. And more was to come. Shen Ming unleashed both hands without even aiming, throwing all 8 remaining spears away. The other 8 fiend dragons took different measures in the next few seconds. Some tried to rally, while others tried to evade. Neither approach was effective as the spear of the underworld pierced through their chests. Retrieve. Shen Ming slapped his storage bag, and the bloodstained spears all flew back. These were the supplies he had received, yellow-level spirit weapons with limited lethality, but capable of being retrieved from a distance. Indeed, they were common, yellow-level spirit weapons. Shen Ming had received 13 when he went to collect them, all of which were in his storage bag. He circulated his true energy, cleaning the blood off the spears before retrieving them back. Let's continue. What's wrong with you all? Shen Ming turned around and saw Yang Mingxiao, Yushan, and Lin Ping staring blankly, their faces filled with astonishment. Shen Shidi, are you really at the first level of divine concealment? Yang Mingxiao's hesitant Shidi was filled with doubt. The 9 fiend dragons were a great threat to the true inheritors of the Xuantian Sect. Despite only being at the 2nd level of divine concealment, these 9 were inseparable, working in perfect harmony, able to fight and flee, all clad in armor forged by the Dragon Demon Palace, making them extremely difficult to kill. Many disciples of the Xuantian Sect had perished at their hands. Now seeing them being slaughtered one by one was shocking. Whatever cooperative skills or armor for survival seemed non-existent. The spears locked onto their lives, leaving no hope. Yang Mingxiao, at the 3rd level of divine concealment, had to flee before the 9. After all this, Shen Ming remained unflustered, calm as a breeze. Is that so? Are the 9 really powerful? I thought there was just an advantage in numbers, Shen Ming said. He was not surprised by this outcome. He had once knocked back Lu Feng, who was at the 2nd level of divine concealment when he had just entered. After consuming 2.5 century-old golden peaches, his cultivation reached the late stage of the 1st level of divine concealment. The 2nd level of divine concealment was hardly worth mentioning. The 3 from the Xuantian Sect finally realized what kind of character had come from the Xuantian Sect. Yushan's eyes brimmed with water, her red lips slightly parted. He was not only handsome with a sense of justice, but also possessed the strength of a prodigy. If not in the midst of battle, she would have wanted to become acquainted. The 4 of them crossed the hill, stepping over 9 bleeding corpses, finally understanding why the demonic path had ambushed them here. Beneath the hill was a stone forest where over 20 disciples from the Xuantian Sect were trapped in a formation. The 9 fiend dragons were sweeping through the formation, ensuring no external attacks, but ended up losing their lives before their comrades in the formation. Yang Mingxiao and the others did not understand the formation, but seeing their fellow disciples locked in fierce battle, they did not think much further and charged in, embodying the sword cultivator's relentless spirit. Shen Ming still thought about waiting a moment, but then realized this was not a matter of time. There were very few young disciples proficient in formations, including himself. It was simply a choice of whether to take action or not. Shen Ming did not hesitate and followed them in to fight. On the other side of the stone forest, upon seeing the four suddenly charge in, a practitioner from the Dragon Demon Palace cursed, "What are the 9 fiend dragons doing? How could they abandon their posts?" He never imagined the 9 fiend dragons would be annihilated in under half a minute. He thought they had gone elsewhere to hunt. "Rest assured, young master, my illusory true formation is not afraid of numbers. This is not an ordinary illusion formation, but a heart formation stimulating a person's inner feelings and confusing their judgment. When one thinks it's fake, it becomes real. When one thinks the enemy comes from the left, they actually come from the right. If someone with an unstable mind and scattered thoughts enters, they might end up killing themselves." Nearby, an old man with white hair spoke with pride. Being present in the spirit vault indicated his cultivation was only at the innate second stage, which at his age was considered far behind others. However, he was quite pleased with his mastery of the formation. The stone forest is complex and maze-like. Tall limestone pillars stand densely, resembling a forest made of stone. The stone peaks vary in shape. Some are sharp and steep like blades, while others are tall and straight, resembling towers. Over 20 disciples from the Longyuan Sword Sect huddled together on guard against a sneak attack from the enemy. Do not trust your eyes, sense the sword chi among each other, and leave no openings. The leading disciple, named Wang Chao, was at the 4th level of the divine concealment realm and came from a family well-versed in formations. The illusionary true formation is a type of illusion array that specifically targets the mind and cannot be disrupted. At this moment, he spotted the figures of Yang Mengxiao and the others, his heart leaping with joy. The illusion array cannot completely isolate the inside from the outside. Intruders can remove the array flags and break the formation directly. Although he did not know the location of the array flags, Wang Chao was confident he could find them if only Yang Mengxiao would cooperate. Before he could utter the words, Yang Mengxiao and the others rushed into the formation. "You just barged in like this. Didn't you see there was a formation here?" Wang Chao exclaimed. "Senior brother, we sword cultivators must forge ahead without hesitation," Yang Mengxiao replied. Wang Chao was at a loss for words. He himself was also a sword cultivator. He noticed that Shen Ming was a newcomer and was about to inquire when he saw the limestone pillars starting to move, heading towards them. "Don't panic, the pillars can't really move, it's an illusion," Wang Chao said. However, when the massive pillars approached, the disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect still fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. Devils from the Longmo Palace surged out, using the illusionary true formation to create a situation that was both real and unreal, making it hard to decipher. Immediately, screams echoed. At the edge of the stone forest atop the highest pillar, an old man declared proudly, "Now they are all fish in a barrel." "Indeed, Elder One, annihilating this support team will earn you great merit," replied a cold youth beside him. Like the Longmo Palace, the Xuantian Sect also has 6 divisions, 8 factions, and 4 groups. The youth was the young master of the Blood Dragon Sect Blood Demon, and he was ambitious, intending to achieve great gains in this battle. The first step is to annihilate a support team. The illusion array is not like a killing formation. It can eliminate enemies in a short time, relying on its difficulty to detect, which is why the Longyuan Sword Sect team is deeply trapped in the formation. Now it was like boiling a frog in warm water, just waiting for the disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect to fall. Suddenly, Blood Demon and Elder One noticed an anomaly. A boy not resembling a disciple of the Longyuan Sword Sect was moving alone within the formation. Undoubtedly, he became the target of the devils within the array. 2 devils used the illusionary true formation to flank the boy and launched a fatal strike. Seeing the boy frown, he swung his sword with force, and the 2 devils at the divine concealment realm died on the spot. My Blood Demon lowered his gaze, his expression sinister. The scene just now seemed like the illusionary true formation had malfunctioned, with the 2 devils offering their heads right under the nose of another. This person must be adept in the sword path, with a firm resolve not wavering. "Young master, killing such a genius would indeed be a great achievement," Elder One said immediately. Upon hearing this, Blood Demon agreed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill him first." "Leave it to me," Elder One replied. Elder One manipulated the array flags, concentrating the power of the illusionary true formation in the area around the boy. The pressure on Wang Chao and the others significantly reduced as the pillars moved to another person's side. "Who is he?" Wang Chao asked. "A disciple from the Xuantian Sect accompanying us," Yang Mengxiao replied. "It seems this person is skilled in breaking formations, attracting the concentrated fire of the Longmo Palace. We should take this opportunity to remove the main array flag." Wang Chao naturally would not wait idly. He immediately took action, leading the other disciples in a search. However, the Longmo Palace had long anticipated this, and no matter how they searched the stone forest, they found no trace of the array flags. Wang Chao returned to his original position, secretly anxious. The Xuantian Sect disciple could not hold out much longer. By then their fate would be dire. Should they take the chance to break through? Wang Chao was confident he could lead half of the group to charge out, but as a sword cultivator, how could he do such a thing? Senior brother Wang, it seems we might not need to. Yang Mingxiao said, her tone strange. What do you mean? Wang Chao looked up and was shocked. The disciple from the Xuantian Sect named Shen Ming was surrounded by 8 moving pillars with countless devils attacking from them. Even as an observer, it was difficult to see the movement trajectories of the devils. At one moment, as a devil rushed forward, several clones appeared amidst the changes in light and shadow. If they imagined themselves as Shen Ming, they would definitely feel dizzy, unable to distinguish the real from the fake, falling victim to the devil's repeated assaults. However, the reality was quite different. Shen Ming remained calm, his long sword creating beautiful arcs. The sword's momentum was fierce like a tempest. He completely ignored the illusionary true formation. Every move was precisely executed, effectively blocking the enemy's attacks, while swiftly countering. Wherever the sword's shadows flickered, the devils fell one after another. One devil created more than 10 shadows, appearing real and fake, performing different actions. As a result, Shen Ming seemed to have opened his heavenly eyes, turning his sword back in a swift strike, hitting the true body. He's as strong as a war god. The disciples of the Longyuan sword sect were in awe as they struggled against the illusionary true formation. Shen Ming faced the fully unleashed illusionary true formation and was remarkably powerful. He is not only proficient in formations, but is practically a formation master. Wang Chao, with a certain understanding of formations, knew that Shen Ming's ability to achieve this was not only due to his exceptional mind, but also because he was adept in formations, allowing him to see through the illusion. What he could not comprehend was that formations typically require experience. How could someone as young as Shen Ming possess such extraordinary sword skills? It couldn't be that he started training right after birth. What the disciples of the Longyuan sword sect did not know was that Shen Ming was actually confused. Where's the formation? Why don't I see its power? Why are these devils rushing into my sword? He did not understand. When he first entered the formation, he was somewhat nervous. But was it really just this? The illusionary true formation confuses the senses and shakes the heart. What he saw was all false. The devil who created 10 clones was full of confidence, thinking Shen Ming wouldn't be able to find the true body. Shen Ming believed only what he saw. In his eyes, there were no clones at all. The devil charged over, full of flaws and carelessness. Has he always been this brave? Shen Ming pierced through the devil's throat with a single sword strike, completely baffled. In the end, he concluded, what a trash formation. On top of the tall pillar, blood demon was as grim as water, his gaze seemingly capable of killing. Elder Wan's face was pale, drenched in cold sweat. No matter how he examined it, the illusionary true formation was operating normally. No matter how he verified, the boy showed no signs of possessing treasures to resist the formation's influence, genuinely bearing its effects. It's over. The study of formations has ceased to exist. In the blink of an eye, dozens of demonic cultivators stationed within the formation perished under the edge of Shen Ming's sword. Instead, the illusionary true formation became an aid for Shen Ming. The formation flags are hidden among those rocky pillars. Finally, Wang Chao realized he had made the mistake of being blind to the obvious. Seeing the rocky pillars crashing towards them, everyone thought to dodge, but the formation flags they were searching for were right inside. Now, with no demonic cultivators to interfere, Wang Chao led the disciples in shattering each rocky pillar. Of the 9 rocky pillars, 6 were illusory, and the formation flags were among the remaining 3. With that, the formation was completely shattered. Run! Blood Demon saw the situation was dire, and without hesitation chose to evade the danger. Elder Wan beside him remained indifferent, standing foolishly in place, ignoring the impending crisis. Has his Dao heart shattered? Blood Demon sneered. The only thing Elder Wan could be proud of was this formation. That scene completely crushed him. Over there, Wang Chao noticed the two over here and shouted, "Don't let them escape." Blood escape technique. Blood Demon snorted coldly. When it came to evasion techniques, he truly feared no one. Once the technique was activated, he transformed into a mist of blood, soaring with the wind like a released kite, covering 100 meters in just a few breaths. Even if Wang Chao and the others could keep up, they couldn't strike him. The young master of the Dragon Demon Palace must possess a wealth of information, Wang Chao grumbled. He'll handle this. Shen Ming agreed with logic and took a step forward. The 9 heavens walk ascending step. With a single stride, he covered over 100 meters, drawing a perfect arc in midair as if he were flying. With another step down, he landed beneath the blood mist transformed by blood demon. Divine elephant suppression technique spear of the underworld god. Moving at high speed, Shen Ming hurled 2 long spears piercing through the blood mist with great force. The blood mist had no physical form. The spears passed through it, thinning the mist. As the blood mist recondensed and fell to the ground, blood demon revealed his true form. His complexion was pale, and his internal true energy surged uncontrollably. The previous spears had inflicted considerable damage. You dare to chase me alone? Blood demon was seething with rage. Shen Ming had shown remarkable prowess within the formation, but he was merely at the first layer of divine concealment. He was at the 4th layer of divine concealment. Die for me. Blood fiend magic light. Blood demon pointed from a distance, his fingertip bursting forth with dazzling blood light that transformed into arrows shooting out. The power was immense, not inferior to the spear of the underworld god. Moreover, it was extremely vicious, with strong penetrating power that could ignore most protective true energy. Once struck, it could dissolve the enemy's true energy and corrode flesh and blood. Shen Ming was unable to dodge the attack from the 4th layer of divine concealment. Divine elephant suppression technique, 2nd style, underworld god's protection. 84 million giant elephant particles under the impetus of limitless true energy transformed into a brilliant and resplendent battle robe emanating a powerful pressure. Disciple of the Xuantian Sect. What are you doing here? Seeing Shen Ming's profound technique, blood demon recognized his origins and raged. Even so, you must die. Blood demon grinned maliciously. He knew that the 2nd style of the divine elephant suppression technique was the strongest defensive style capable of withstanding all fierce attacks. However, his blood light was exceedingly insidious and could penetrate defenses. The blood light struck the underworld god's battle robe, immediately causing violent ripples within. The blood light continued to seep inward, touching Shen Ming's entire body. Die. Blood demon seemed to already envision Shen Ming's face twisted in pain and despair. In the next second, Shen Ming indeed frowned, as if stung by a mosquito, but then it vanished. The limitless true energy effortlessly neutralized the toxicity of the blood light. With the mastery of the limitless divine technique, the limitless true energy could forge an impervious divine body immune to all evils and poisons. Shen Ming dared to take this hit because he was confident in the powerful resistance of his limitless true energy. Blood demon's eyes nearly fell out. If he hadn't hit, it would have been one thing. He had clearly seen the blood light strike Shen Ming. Even if most of its power was neutralized by the battle robe, just the contact would still cause toxic damage. An impervious body to all poisons. Blood demon wondered if Shen Ming possessed such a special talent. Thinking back to Shen Ming's performance within the formation, an inexplicable toothache struck him. When did the Xuantian Sect have such a figure? As Blood Demon was about to take further action, he saw a group of disciples from the Longyuan Sword Sect arriving. Are you trying to bully the few with the many? Have you no shame? Blood Demon cursed loudly. What is there to discuss with you heretical scum? Wang Chao at the 4th layer of divine concealment was confident he could take down Blood Demon in an unknown fight. However, time was of the essence and could not be wasted. Shen Ming realized he had nothing more to do. The disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect vented their anger, each delivering blows that left Blood Demon battered and bruised. During this time, they continually pressured Blood Demon with questions about his intentions. You're quite tough? Spill it. They'll make it quick for you. Wang Chao angrily scolded. Why don't you just ask? How do I know what I should confess? Blood Demon cursed angrily. Didn't I ask? Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback, looking at a nearby disciple. Senior brother, it seems he didn't. Wang Chao shrugged, continuing to swing his sword, justifying, this is how our sword cultivators operate. In the end, Blood Demon revealed the plans and deployments of the Dragon Demon Palace in the Spirit Cave. Wang Chao kept his word and granted him a swift end. Brother Shen, don't be so aggressive next time. If you go up alone and Blood Demon retaliates in his death throes, it won't be worth it. Then Wang Chao said solemnly, thank you for your assistance, Brother Shen. At the 4th layer of divine concealment, he could refer to Shen Ming as junior brother. This address was a heartfelt mark of respect. In battle, this is how it should be. No need for thanks, Shen Ming replied. Brother Shen's righteousness. Wang Chao wished he could give him a thumbs up. They sword cultivators admired individuals like him. At that moment, disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect brought Elder One over. The formation master was nearly driven mad upon seeing Shen Ming. He shouted, how did you do it? How did you do it? Do what? Shen Ming was puzzled. Why were you unaffected by the illusionary true formation? Elder One exclaimed. If Shen Ming possessed a treasure or had someone guiding him, he wouldn't know what to say. However, Shen Ming slaughtered his way through the formation, and even when the formation flags were nearly smoking, it made no difference. Are you talking about the formation just now? Speaking of which, what was your formation for? Shen Ming inquired. Elder One spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this question, collapsing to the ground. Senior brother, he's dead, a disciple of the Longyuan sword sect remarked. He brought this upon himself, he deserves this fate, Wang Chao said nonchalantly, casting a more serious glance at Shen Ming. This brother Shun is remarkable. He kills not just physically, but also psychologically. Elder Wan's Dao heart was already shattered, and by asking such a question, he was destined to go mad if he didn't die. However, this is exactly how those of the demonic path should be treated. Shen Ming was puzzled. He truly didn't know what that formation was for. In the stone flames, spirit abode at the abyss cliff. Towering cliffs pierce the clouds, steep and treacherous. Jifeng's white robe is stained with dirt and blood, and his right sleeve hangs empty. The master of the long rainbow, sword the foremost among the 7 swords of Xuantian, no longer possesses his former grace. Yet he still stands tall, his face stern. His one remaining arm grips the long sword tightly, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light. His garments rustle in the wind. A sword cultivator can only die standing, not kneeling. The ice soul sword Qin Sharon stands beside him, her expression heavy. Among the 7 swords of Xuantian, only 6 remain, as Jifeng has lost his sword arm. The losses are devastating. The youngest Zi Yun's sword Ling Shuyan has pale lips. Though uninjured, she lacks the courage to grasp a sword. If she had known, she would not have come. She repeats this thought in her mind. To force this group of elite disciples of the Xuantian Sect into such a state is certainly the work of a formidable enemy. The demon heaven sects Mo Lei Min and Yuing Min, led by their young masters, have surrounded them with nearly 100 men. The 7 swords of Xuantian lead the other disciples in and out, holding their ground at the abyss cliff. At this moment, time is not on their side. The identity tokens of the Xuantian disciples have been stolen by Yuing Min, meaning the sect is unaware of their whereabouts, and the reinforcements may head in other directions. Not knowing the meaning or the duration of their stand is the greatest test of the human heart. At this moment, a mysterious light suddenly appears in the spirit abode, tearing through the dark sky like lightning. Faint sounds of sword cries resonate, crisp and distant like the roar of dragons and tigers. The disciples of the Xuantian sect look from the cliff's edge and see a crack appearing in the distant ground. Even from 10,000 meters away, as sword cultivators, they can feel countless sword energies surging out from the fissure. These sword energies are extremely fierce, slicing the air into fragments as they pass. They intertwine and weave in the sky, resembling a magnificent yet perilous storm of swords. Sword abyss. Jifeng and Qin Sharon exchange glances, both revealing bitter smiles. The sword abyss was originally their destination, with the sword washing pool located within it. Although the spirit abode is a trap of the demon path, it is indeed a spiritual hiding place. Sword abyss. Ling Xian gazes blankly, almost uncontrollably, walking toward the towering cliff, saved just in time by a nearby disciple. Senior brother, if we enter the sword abyss, these sword energies can enhance our power. Ling Xian exclaimed. A sword cultivator in the sword abyss naturally enjoys a unique advantage. Jifeng purses his lips tightly, remaining silent. Qin Sharon said helplessly, the people of the demon path are lying in ambush below, and when we break through, we can confirm that the sword abyss is guarded by the demon cultivators of the Dragon Demon Palace. If we charge, and we would have no chance of survival. In the spirit abode, flying ships cannot be used. Ling Shuyan is nearly at her breaking point, her face full of despair. Brother Shun, the Dragon Demon Palace has trapped our sect's disciples in the sword abyss. This is a declaration of war against us. It must be the young master of the blood sword sect of the Dragon Demon Palace, wanting to compete with us in swordsmanship. Over here in the stone forest, the disciples of the Dragon Abyss sword sect have taken a break and are about to continue their actions. Wang Chao opens the map he obtained from Blood Demon Z, pointing to the sword abyss. Beyond the sword abyss lies your destination. I will have Yang Meng Xiao and the others continue to advance with you. The disciples of the Dragon Abyss sword sect to be rescued are all in the sword abyss. According to the initial plan, Shen Ming will separate to rescue each group. Due to recent events, Wang Chao allows Yang Meng Xiao to continue accompanying Shen Ming, lending him a helping hand. This is a tough task for Yang Meng Xiao and the others, with risks to their lives. Are you willing? Wang Chao asks the 3. The one with the least say, Lin Ping, speaks first. He had initially harbored doubts about Shen Ming. Now he is eager to fight alongside Shen Ming. Life is worth it for that moment of glory. Lin Ping thinks this way. Yang Mingxiao remains the calmest as she follows the arrangement, but is unsure if Yushan is willing. She knows this little junior sister is quite self-centered. Between sects we must advance and retreat together. Who would have thought that Yushan's face turns red, her gaze fiery, even somewhat impatient. You clearly have your eyes set on him. Yang Mingxiao secretly rolls her eyes. Shen Ming feels moved. The light of the righteous path shines upon the earth. There are still many good people in the world. The Dragon Abyss Sword Sect was willing to bring him along from the start, and now they are giving him 3 helpers. Although he had just contributed, it was still unexpected. Brother Wang, I cannot divide your combat strength. I will go with you to the Sword Abyss and rescue the disciples of the Dragon Abyss Sword Sect first. Brother Shen is righteous. Wang Chao exclaims excitedly, slapping Shen Ming on the shoulder. However, the sword energies in the Sword Abyss greatly benefit sword cultivators, not just us, but also the ones from the Blood Sword Sect. Brother Shen will face significant disadvantages there. He says, "Don't worry, I have some understanding of swordsmanship as well," Shen Ming replies. Brother Shen understands swordsmanship. Wang Chao finds Shen Ming increasingly likable, almost wanting to swear brotherhood with him. Indeed, Shen Ming had used a sword in the formation, and his swordsmanship level is not low. However, sword techniques and sword principles are different. Brother Shen may not be aware of the distinctions. Only those who have touched upon the sword principles can receive the enhancement of sword energies. Wang Chao does not shatter this notion, as Shen Ming's intentions are good. They are sword cultivators, not reckless fools. Just then the Sword Abyss erupts with a surge of sword energies. Let's set off, rescue the disciples of my Dragon Abyss Sword Sect, and then we will go together to save the disciples of the Xuantian Sect. There is no time for further words. Wang Chao waves his hand, leading the charge. The other disciples express no objections. With Shen Ming demonstrating such righteousness, how could they as sword cultivators lose face? Thus a group of sword cultivators makes their way toward the Sword Abyss. The Sword Abyss is actually a mysterious crack in the ground, forming a gorge below. An underground river has flooded the gorge, and within the depths of the mountain wall stands a grand and majestic palace. 2 massive stone doors are tightly closed with stone pillars at the entrance, resembling the arms of giants intricately carved with detailed patterns. Perched atop the stone pillar is a young man. His facial features are sharp, a rebellious smile always playing at his lips, and beneath his eyes is a shade of red like blood. That red is vivid and dripping, akin to burning flames or fresh crimson blood. One hand casually rests on a sword as red as fire. The Blood Sword Sect's young master Duan Shui. Young master, the disciples of the Dragon Abyss Sword Sect have arrived. A armored attendant appears beside him. Finally arrived, have all the arrangements been made? Duan Shui says. Young master, rest assured the sword energies here will not benefit them in the slightest. They will be worse off than ordinary martial artists here. Duan Shui laughs loudly, feeling somewhat impatient. The Sword Abyss stretches hundreds of zhang long, and is 13 zhang wide, its depths unfathomable due to the underground river. At this moment the water surface churns constantly, emitting white steam. Volcanoes erupt and magma flows beneath the earth, scorching the land and boiling the rivers. Steam and sword energy blend together, creating a scene that is both dreamlike and ethereal. Shen Ming and the group from the Longyuan Sword Sect have a clear goal, heading straight towards the center point of the most intense sword energy. Soon they see the gigantic stone door on the mountainside. The stone door is half open, with no sight of the demonic cultivators from the Dragon Demon Palace outside. Without a doubt, they must have set up defenses inside. Charge! Wang Chao, embodying the characteristics of a sword cultivator, took the lead and dashed down the mountainside, rushing into the stone door. The disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect followed closely behind, each channeling their source true energy to stimulate their sword energy. The robes of these disciples bore patterns of various renowned swords. At this moment these patterns seemed to come alive, forming sharp gleams around them. As they entered the stone hall, the demonic cultivators launched a surprise attack from the shadows, various hidden weapons raining down. 8 style of renowned swords. Wang Chao shouted loudly, and the disciples around him manifested numerous ethereal sword edges, neutralizing all the attacks. Their senior brother Ling Hu employs the 8 styles of flying swords, wielding 8 real flying swords. Wang Chao and the other disciples are at the 2nd level of the innate realm, unable to reach that level. These spiritual swords are a manifestation of true energy. Impressive, Shen Ming sincerely praised. Indeed, the top 10 sects each possess considerable prowess. The demonic cultivators from the Dragon Demon Palace ambushed here all wield swords, yet they are no match. Wang Chao can manifest 8 sharp swords. Even a slight approach can make the enemy's flesh fly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 demonic cultivators from the Dragon Demon Palace fell under the sword's edge. However, this is just the beginning. This area is a hall with a staircase leading downwards, and gigantic stone pillars rise like towering trees, supporting a seemingly endless dome. The passages are wide and long enough to accommodate thousands of troops. The ground is paved with enormous stone slabs, each one seemingly bearing the weight of time and mysterious power. It's actually an underground palace, or rather a cave dwelling where that powerful being plowed the earth with a sword for 100 zhong and then excavated this space underground. A single person wouldn't need such a large space. This must be on a sect scale. Why did the sword sect choose to be underground? It's dark without sunlight. Won't that be stifling? It must be that something extraordinary lies beneath the ground, which is why it was built around it. Are you saying the sword washing pool? It's very possible. As the disciples of the Longyuan sword sect discussed and explored the underground palace, the rich sword energy continued to guide them forward. At this moment, Shen Ming felt a loosening of his realm. Before setting off, he had consumed 300-year-old golden peaches in succession, intending to break through to the second level of the divine storehouse. However, after consuming the third peach, he vomited it out, leaving his realm stuck in the late stage. Before setting off, he had consumed 300-year-old golden peaches in succession, intending to break through to the second level of the divine storehouse. However, after consuming the third peach, he vomited it out. The group continued downward where they could see magma flowing slowly, steam rising. Unexpectedly, everyone felt a refreshing sensation. Look over there. At the bottom, there stood a willow tree that seemed to be made of steel with a small pool beneath it. This was precisely the sword washing pool that sword cultivators yearned for. In the dim space, the sword washing pool shone like a brilliant pearl, quietly emanating a mysterious glow. The refreshing sensation came from the pool, preventing this area from being affected by the volcano. We've been waiting for a long time. Duan Shui led 9 sword bearers from the Blood Sword Sect out of the dark. Duan Shui, the young master of the Blood Sword Sect at the 4th level of the Divine Storehouse, masters the Blood Demon Sword Dao and can exert the power of a 5th level of the Divine Storehouse here. Beside him are the 9 Demon Sword Servants. Just like the 9 Evil Dragon, they are the elite of the Blood Sword Sect. Yang Mingxiao had been accompanying Shen Ming, explaining all this to him. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming paid little heed, as the 9 evil dragons could be taken down with a single spear. With the enhancement of sword energy here, they are a level higher than the 9 evil dragons, Yang Mingxiao said. They do seem quite weak. Shen Ming thought she was expressing this sentiment and nodded in agreement. He had also gained significant benefits equivalent to an increase of 3 levels in the Divine Storehouse. Yang Mingxiao was taken aback. Was she implying that the 9 demon sword servants were weak? You all are quite slow. Duan Shui's voice revealed madness and malice. Stop with the nonsense. Where are my Longyuan sword sect disciples? Wang Chao scolded. Aren't they right here? Duan Shui pointed toward the sword washing pool. In the sword washing pool, countless swords were plunged in, but there were no figures to be seen. In the next moment, Wang Chaos' eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his face as he roared, Duan Shui, you beast. The other disciples of the Longyuan sword sect glared with fiery eyes. Shen Ming looked closely and frowned. In the sword washing pool, there were several spinal swords. They were made by forcibly pulling out human spinal cords and using them as swords inserted into the sword washing pool. The bloodstains on them resembled dark red silk, emanating a nauseating stench. Red droplets of blood slowly slid down the sword body, dripping into the pool and creating small, yet chilling ripples. Such demonic practices, utterly insane, deserve death. This scene ignited Shen Ming's primal disgust and fury. He. This is the expression I wanted to see. This is the expression. Duan Shui admired their expressions and laughed madly. Wang Chao charged out with his sword, but at the moment he drew it, horror appeared on his face as the 8 ethereal swords around him vanished into thin air. Your Longyuan sword sect disciples have polluted the sword washing pool. As your own kind, you will gain no benefit here. On the contrary, you will be repelled. Duan Shui said with a cold smile. Malicious. The faces of the Longyuan sword sect disciples changed dramatically. This person was truly unscrupulous. Leave. Wang Chao gritted his teeth. He wanted to tear Duan Shui apart, but knew this was not the right place for a fight. This is a method more insidious than a formation. Leave. You Longyuan sword sect disciples have 18 of your kind in our hands. With 8 spinal swords in the sword washing pool, I wouldn't mind adding 10 more. Duan Shui guessed what he would plan and said, let's do this. We have 10 people here, 1 versus 1 in a sword duel. If you win one, you can take one captive. If you lose, two more spinal swords will be added to the sword washing pool. The expressions of the Longyuan Sword Sect disciples fluctuated. They could not condense their sword gleams, their strength worse than usual. The 9 demon sword servants of the Blood Sword Sect had the enhancement of sword energy. With the balance, shifting a sword duel would undoubtedly lead to death. However, they were sword cultivators and could not stand by and do nothing. They'll go. Wang Chaos gaze locked onto Duan Shui, his resolve to die firmly set. He would fight this young master to the death to create hope for the others. He'll go. Shen Ming stepped forward ahead of the disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect, his cold gaze sweeping over the 10 from the Blood Sword Sect like a chilling wind. Together you all go. Who are you? Duan Shui snapped, his voice laced with irritation. An inexplicable unease stirred within him at the sight of this enigmatic youth, the once unshakable sense of absolute control beginning to waver. Shen Ming, disciple of the Xuantian Sect. Shen Ming replied coldly. The Xuantian Sect? Then it's of no consequence. A sardonic grin spread across Duan Shui's face. The Xuantian sword path pales beside the Longyuan sword path. To play the hero here at the sword cleansing pool, do you even dare? Wang Chao fretted inwardly. Duan Shui wielded the combat strength of a divine treasury 5th rank cultivator here, while Shen Ming's mastery of the sword remained uncertain. The disparity in power was unmistakable. Shen Ming spoke no further. With Mingxin's sword drawn, an overwhelming sword aura surged forth from him, compressing the very air around him. Sword chi erupted in all directions, shrieking like razors through the wind. Even the waters of the sword cleansing pool churned violently. Fully 8 of the ambient sword chi converged upon him. Sword chi within any given region remained constant in total quantity, yet now it streamed relentlessly toward Shen Ming. Instantly, Duan Shui and his 9 companions felt their own enhancements ebbing away. This isn't the Xuantian sword path. What sword path is this? Duan Shui's voice cracked, betraying his fraying composure. The depth of one's sword cultivation directly determined the magnitude of sword chi amplification one could command. The abrupt shift in sword chi revealed the chasm between their respective sword paths. In that moment, the blood erosion sword path of the Xuantian Sect proved not merely inferior, it was unworthy even to polish Shen Ming's boots. This is the Wuji sword path. Shen Ming's voice resonated softly, not loud, yet piercing with an ineffable authority. The Longyuan Sword Sect delegation stood stunned. You call that merely familiar with swordsmanship? Their astonishment stemmed not only from the display, but from the fact that none among them had sensed such a peerless swordsman standing quietly beside them. Shen Ming had never concealed his use of the sword, yet his earlier displays of martial ferocity had all been techniques from the divine elephant-suppressing hell art. So they'd assumed he wielded the blade as nothing more than a mundane weapon. At that moment, Duan Shui's heart hammered wildly. Young master, fear not. He is low in cultivation. Even with sword chi enhancement, he'll reach no higher than divine treasury 4th rank. To challenge 10 at once. Utter folly. The first sword of the 9 demon sword attendants, the armored retainer, spoke calmly. Well said. You go first, Duan Shui commanded. Silence. Beneath his mask, the first sword's expression twisted in silent, furious exasperation. He dared not underestimate Shen Ming, and with a single glance he signaled the other 8 attendants to advance together. Wait! Shen Ming's voice cut through the tension. Both sides froze, startled by the sudden pause. Hesitation. Have you found your weakness? Duan Shui's eyes gleamed, convinced he'd seized an opening. Where are the disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect? Shen Ming demanded. With a flick of his hand, Duan Shui summoned 10 Longyuan disciples beside the sword cleansing pool. Their eyes were bound with cloth, a strange, intricate chain bound them in a single line. Shen Ming glanced at Wang Chao. Having witnessed the demonic sect's cruelty firsthand, caution was imperative. These are my Longyuan Sword Sect disciples. Wang Chao cried out, elated. Shen Ming gave a slight nod. No more hesitation. In a blur of motion, he shot forward, launching a direct assault upon the 9 demon sword attendants. Arrogant fool. Though already unnerved, the 9 demon sword attendants erupted in fury upon seeing Shen Ming treat them as mere afterthoughts, charging headlong into their midst. All cultivated the blood erosion sword path, every blade they held, regardless of form, glowed crimson. Beware, their blood erosion sword path consumes vital essence. Any wound it inflicts will bleed uncontrollably. Wang Chao warned urgently. As sworn enemies of the Longmo Palace, the Longyuan Sword Sect knew the 9 demon sword attendants' secrets, while those spinal swords lining the pool were likely not extracted, but rather slowly devoured from living flesh, leaving only bare spines behind. Sword 5 Illusion. Shen Ming slashed. Brilliant sword chi shot forth like lightning. The Wuji sword path comprised 13 forms, each ascending in destructive potency. His last recorded strike had been Sword 4 Annihilation. After breaking through to the second realm of innate cultivation, his focus had shifted entirely to the profound truths of his core scripture, leaving Sword 5 and 6 unrefined. His blade light fractured into star-like ribbons, sweeping forward with irresistible dominion. 9 swords devour the sun. Though forged in blood and carnage, the 9 demon sword attend. His blade light fractured into star-like ribbons, sweeping forward with irresistible dominion. 9 swords devour the sun. Though forged in blood and carnage, the 9 demon sword attendants refused passive death. They roared in unison, raising their 9 blades. Crimson surging sword light coalesced into a ravenous celestial hound, its maw wide open, poised to swallow all existence. Yet Shen Ming's sword strike rose like an unbreachable wall of sword chi. Upon impact, the crimson light shattered, instantly splintering into oblivion. The 9 demon sword attendants stared dumbfounded. Their once vaunted ultimate technique had crumbled before Shen Ming's blade, as easily as brittle glass. Both power and sword mastery had been utterly eclipsed. Divine Treasury 4th rank strength. Duan Shui recoiled in shock, but quickly regained composure, discerning the truth beneath the spectacle. This Xuantian Sect disciple, constrained by his innate realm, could only amplify himself to Divine Treasury 4th rank. Duan Shui himself stood at that same rank. Without augmentation, he still commanded 9 elite warriors. The advantage remained his. Even with a gap in sword cultivation, victory was not impossible. Steady yourselves, fall back. Duan Shui bellowed, rallying the near-defeated attendants to his side. Blood sacrifice. Duan Shui commanded. Demonic sects spared no mercy, for others nor for themselves. The 9 demon sword attendants hardened their resolve, swiftly forming a circle, chanting incantations and weaving intricate hand seals. An eerie crimson radiance rose from their bodies as the blood sacrifice commenced. Blood poured from their mouths, nostrils, and eyes, coalescing into a scarlet river flowing inexorably toward their young master. Duan Shui stood at the center, eyes blazing with manic resolve, his hands wreathed in churning, devouring crimson light, as if poised to consume the world itself. That was your strongest strike just now, wasn't it? Now it's my turn. His features contorted, descending further into madness. Blood shadow devouring world sword. The blade descended with a howl like wailing specters. Thick, cloying blood scent flooded the air. The world itself seemed drowned in crimson. Wang Chao's heart leapt into his throat. The sheer force of Duan Shui's strike verged on exceeding the upper limits of the Divine Treasury realm. Who told you that was my strongest strike? Sword 6 Absolute. Shen Ming's face remained impassive, his gaze devoid of fear. He launched Mingxin's sword itself, not as a blade in hand, but as a flying sword. Its light blazed like a falling star, trailing a luminous wake as it pierced the crimson veil without resistance. Duan Shui stood frozen. His famed intuition rarely failed, especially when observing opponents after his attendants had struck first. From Shen Ming's prior conduct, he had confidently deduced his limits. Yet the Wuji sword path possessed no ceiling. What is this accursed sword paths? The 2 swords clashed, and the blood severance was undoubtedly like an egg striking a rock, its blood-corroded blade dim and lifeless. The person was sent flying, colliding with 3 weak sword servants who were undergoing blood sacrifices. Thanks to the hard stone walls of the underground palace, only spiderweb-like cracks were left, otherwise it would have crumbled. Even so, blood severance lay like a pile of mud slumped on the ground. Did he cry, eh? Wang Chao focused his gaze and saw tears sliding down the corner of blood severance's eyes. Immediately afterward, the remaining 6 blood demon sword servants were overwhelmed and eliminated by the disciples of the Longyuan sword sect. Wang Chao approached blood severance, and after consulting with Shen Ming, his killing intent was palpable. Blood severance did not plead for mercy, instead letting out a mad laugh, filled with self-mockery compared to his initial laughter. After countless schemes, he ended up colliding with a reasonless fellow. Where could he seek justice? Wang Chao struck with his sword, severing his throat, avenging his junior brothers and sisters. Over there, Yang Mengxiao rescued the Longyuan sword sect disciples shackled by chains. Blood severance seemed to feel victory was assured and did not harm these captives. Once the blindfolds were removed, they saw Wang Chao, Yang Mengxiao, and the others bursting into tears of joy. I knew the sect would not abandon us. Why are you crying? Sword cultivators bleed, but do not shed tears. Wang Chao snapped coldly, yet he couldn't bear to look at the 8 spine swords being washed in the sword cleansing pool. Senior brother Shen, I have an unreasonable request. Please allow us to collect the bodies of the fallen disciples. Wang Chao said. Of course, why would this be a request? Shen Ming said, puzzled. Wang Chao explained the reason. They needed to pull out the spine swords from the sword cleansing pool to find the other remains in the pool. Completing this process would inevitably damage the spirit of the pool. As a great contributor, it would affect his progress. Or senior brother Shen, you could first cleanse the sword intent while we wait nearby. Yang Mingxiao stepped forward and then saw Shen Ming rarely showing anger. I entered the spirit repository solely to save people. The sword cleansing pool is also the burial ground for the disciples of the Xuantian Sword Sect. Out of respect for the deceased and for their fight against the demonic path, I cannot cleanse the sword intent here. Shen Ming said solemnly. Wang Chao shuddered, his pupils trembling violently. After witnessing the power of Shen Ming's limitless sword path, he understood Shen Ming's purpose for coming to the sword abyss. While saving people, it was also reasonable to refine sword intent. But now Shen Ming's words made him feel ashamed, realizing he had underestimated the noble intentions of a gentleman. He suddenly understood what it meant to look up to a towering mountain. With Shen Ming's realm, it's no wonder he could cultivate such a sword path. Senior brother Shen, from now on, in any matter we will not hesitate to assist. Wang Chao said, following that he personally led the people collecting 8 complete corpses from the sword cleansing pool and placing them into storage bags. As he had guessed, after some commotion, the spirit of the sword cleansing pool vanished, and the sword energy that pervaded the area dissipated. The once calm surface of the water now stirred like it was being disturbed by an invisible giant hand creating waves. The pool water gathered towards the center at an astonishing speed, forming a rapidly spinning whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool continued to sink as if the stopper of a bucket had been pulled, causing the pool water to surge out. Without the support of the sword energy, Shen Ming found that his kidney divine repository had reached perfection. Let's go. Look quickly. Just as everyone was about to leave, they saw a brilliant sword light shining forth. It turned out that the bottom of the sword cleansing pool was gradually becoming visible. In the center of the dried-up bottom lay a block of ice, quietly resting there. The sword soul, the essence of the sword cleansing pool. This sword soul was as clear and transparent as ice crystals, as if sculpted from the purest snow and ice. Its shape was irregular, yet possessed a naturally harmonious beauty. Every edge seemed to have been carefully polished, emitting a sharp aura. Young man, your talent in swordsmanship is outstanding, but what is rare is your exceptional wisdom. This sword sovereign appreciates you. A mysterious voice echoed in the air from within the sword soul. Although it did not name anyone specifically, the disciples present all knew who it referred to. The sword soul rose into the air, flying towards Shen Ming. At the moment it left the sword cleansing pool, the entire underground palace began to shake violently, and the magma started to churn. Not good. This place is going to collapse. Wang Chao couldn't care less about envy and ran outside. Shen Ming couldn't move his feet as the sword soul released ice crystal-like energy enveloping him. His opened eyes seemed to gaze into the void, reflecting a strange light. Senior brother, what should we do? Yang Mingxiao asked anxiously. Wang Chao swung his sword at Shen Ming, but the ice crystal shield directly deflected the blade. This is his opportunity. He is much safer than us. Let's go. After confirming the strength of the ice crystal shield, Wang Chao finally led the others to leave. They had not gone far when the stone columns shattered and the dome collapsed. After confirming the strength of the ice crystal shield, Wang Chao finally led the others to leave. They had not gone far when the stone columns shattered and the dome collapsed. Relief. However, she was still worried about how Shen Ming would escape from below the ground. At the moment the sword soul flew and Shen Ming's consciousness arrived in a strange white space. Don't worry, your physical body is absolutely safe now. Once you absorb the sword soul, you will soar to the sky and return to the surface directly. A mysterious figure stood quietly, exuding an indescribable aura. His silhouette was hazy like mist, as if merged with this strange space. The almost imperceptible outline made it hard to grasp his true form. The mysterious man's face was indistinct, shrouded in a layer of enigmatic light. May I ask how to address you, senior? You may call me Xuantian Sword Sovereign, the founder of the Xuantian Sword Sect. The mysterious man said, the sword cleansing pool is the foundation of my Xuantian Sword Sect, nourishing the sword soul. The sword soul can perceive the human heart and awaken the divine sense. Xuantian Sword Sect. Shen Ming had never heard of it. That was many years ago. At that time the sword sect suppressed the ancient ferocious beastly Huijiao. Both sides suffered heavy losses and subsequently declined. The mysterious man said, "All right, my divine sense cannot exist for long. You may ask me 3 questions." Shen Ming's eyes brightened, and he asked why the earlier incident caused half a golden peach to be spat out. The mysterious man was taken aback. Was such a simple question a sign of suspicion? "Do you know about the ancient holy body?" "Naturally I do. The number 1 physique takes nearly 100 years to become an emperor. Do you still hope to break through in one breath? Moreover, because the ancient holy body is so powerful, the heavenly Tao imposes 10 shackles. All resources in this world are constant. If the ancient holy body were so easy to become an emperor, it would break the balance of the heavenly Tao. If you wish to break through a realm in one breath, you must complete the path of balance, which means defeating or killing enemies of the same realm. Must it be through killing to break through? Isn't that too brutal? However, it does align with the law of conservation of energy," Shen Ming murmured deep in thought. He did not notice that the mysterious man claiming to be Tianyuan's sword sovereign had an evil fire flickering in his eyes. "Huh, he believes it. He believes it." The mysterious man internally shouted in excitement. He was not Tianyuan's sword sovereign at all, but the ancient ferocious beast Li Huojiao. There was no mutual destruction. The Tianyuan sword sovereign easily suppressed him and sealed his divine soul. Over the long course of time, the sword sect declined, and the whereabouts of the sword sovereign became unknown. Yet this fragment of his divine soul survived. He conceived a perfect method of revenge. Distorting the great path of the Tianyuan sword sovereign, he would cultivate a demonic star to bring eternal disgrace to the name of Tianyuan. In ancient times, a tale was passed down. The Buddha said the Dharma is the right path and no power can. The demon king said, "In your time of decline, I will have my disciples infiltrate your temple, don your robes, and corrupt your Dharma, twisting your classics." At this moment, Li Huojiao aims to become the demon king, distorting the Tiantian sword Tao. Years ago, the Tiantian sword master eradicated him with a single strike, extracting his soul and sealing it deep within the sword sect, until time eroded the seal, causing him to awaken. He discovered that the sword soul sustained this world, waiting for a fated person. Li Huojiao speculated that the Tiantian sword master anticipated this day, wishing to leave behind a spark of himself in such a manner. He devised a plan lurking within the sword soul. What puzzled him was that the sword soul had a high standard. In the years since its awakening, dozens of sword cultivators had come to this place, yet none gained its approval. Until today, Li Huojiao took the opportunity to speak, impersonating the Tiantian sword master. Seeing Shen Ming lost in thought due to his twisted reasoning, he secretly reveled in delight. Suddenly, he noticed Shen Ming's heart beating powerfully within this realm of consciousness. The heart's divine abode. Shen Ming successfully filled the second divine abode, reaching the second level of the divine abode realm. "Thank you, senior, for resolving my doubts," Shen Ming said sincerely. The words of this senior unraveled his uncertainties. Since stepping into the second innate realm, he had not only failed to defeat enemies of the same realm, but had scarcely engaged in any noteworthy battles. He foolishly imagined reaching the second level of the divine abode directly. The heavens would not allow it. However, since entering the spiritual abode, countless demonic cultivators had perished beneath his sword, all of them at the divine abode realm. The 9 calamities, evil dragon, the 9 demon sword attendants, and several minor henchmen. These demonic cultivators transformed into the nourishment of heaven and earth, and combined with the senior's words, it was only natural for him to break through. The century-old golden peach that he had consumed was thoroughly absorbed and digested. The kidney's divine abode reached perfection, while the heart's divine abode remained in its initial stage. What on earth? Li Huojiao was baffled. He was laying the groundwork, planting a seed in advance. Yet this human race broke through on the spot. Most importantly, his gaze was clear and peaceful. If he genuinely accepted the path of slaughter, it should not be this way. Li Huojiao pondered, perhaps this human race was already on the verge of breaking through. The second question, Li Huojiao said. 3 questions, no matter what was asked, would always lead in one direction: slaughter. Shen Ming spoke of the matters concerning the moon spirit art, hoping this powerful being could improve the technique. The heavenly bottle. Accelerating the spiritual liquid. Li Huojiao felt uneasy. Were the humans of this era really that powerful? Achieving the effects of the supreme treasures through techniques? He did not believe such things and asked, "Is this technique practiced by you alone? Or can others practice it too?" "Including myself, there should be several dozen people," Shen Ming replied, knowing that the disciples of the Su family all practiced the moon spirit art. Li Huojiao's heart sank. Would that human race not dominate the world? In this context, did the demon race still have space to survive? Forget it. The flames of hatred dispelled these thoughts. Oh, Li Huajiao only knew revenge. Li Huajiao pretended to want the moon spirit art. He could not understand a single word of the human race's technique. However, at his level, he could directly perceive its essence. The moonlight is the power of extreme, transforming from your body into the heavenly bottle, consuming vitality. This is not a flaw of the technique, but a flaw of the human race. Li Huajiao said. All right. Shen Ming felt somewhat regretful. You can practice the divine refinement technique. This method nurtures the soul and can indeed compensate for your practice of the moon spirit art. Li Huajiao said. The divine refinement technique? Yes, this is an ancient secret art that can strengthen the divine soul, yielding endless benefits. Please, senior, teach me. So easily deceived. Li Huajiao sneered repeatedly, directly imparting the so-called divine refinement technique. The divine refinement technique does not refine the soul, but rather the ancient divine sovereign. This is the most wicked and evil method of the ancient demonic beings. For the third question, let me ask you, you want to know how to absorb the sword soul to the greatest extent, right? Coincidentally, you can absorb the sword intent from the sword soul through the divine refinement technique, achieving double the results with half the effort. Li Huajiao said. This is his plan. The first question planted the seed of slaughter. The second question was to have the divine refinement technique imprint the will of slaughter deep within the soul, thoroughly refining the spark left by the Xuantian sword master. Above the sword soul, he poured all his heart and blood to condense the seed of killing intent. Once Shen Ming absorbed the sword intent, he would become a killer disguised as a member of the Xuantian sword sect. The reason for such complexity was that Li Huajiao knew the cunning of the human race. They would not easily trust others and would conduct various tests. If he had allowed them to refine the sword soul right away, they might have discovered the clues. However, what Li Huajiao said and what Shen Ming believed, he preemptively stated the third question. With warm-heartedness, we are the model of our generation. Shen Ming felt admiration, a wisp of divine soul, still contemplating passing on knowledge to future generations. Most people do not care about the floods after their death. However, it is precisely because such heroes stand up and pass down the torch that the human race can grow strong. Thank you, senior. He did not forget that there was still a battle outside. To leave this space, he needed to absorb the sword soul quickly. Shen Ming sat cross-legged, silently reciting the divine refinement technique, beginning to refine the sword soul. Li Huajiao confirmed there were no mistakes and could not help but feel bored. So easily deceived, there was no sense of achievement. In Li Huajiao's plan, the visitor should have asked questions tentatively, then he would act displeased, adopting an attitude of being ready to disappear at any moment. So easily deceived, there was no sense of achievement. In Li Huajiao's plan, the visitor should have asked questions tentatively, then he would act displeased. Li Huajiao knew this was a sign of the sword soul being refined little by little. This human race has talent that rivals the Xuantian sword master. He felt inexplicably panicked. Once the sword soul was refined, his remnant soul would also disappear, completely vanishing. It's all the Xuantian sword master's fault. I will make you infamous for eternity. At this moment, his rage reached its peak. Watching Shen Ming radiate a light akin to the sword soul, Li Huajiao felt as if he was witnessing scenes of slaughtering the heavens and earth. Not knowing how long had passed, the originally boundless realm of consciousness was left with only Shen Ming and Li Huajiao standing opposite each other. Shen Ming seemed to have become the sword soul, filled with pure sword intent. Thank you, senior. He opened his eyes, his gaze resembling two sharp swords. Wait a moment. Li Huajiao saw that his eyes remained clear and tranquil, leaping 3 zhang high in place. Without caring about exposure, he rushed to Shen Ming, inspecting him meticulously inside and out. Where is my killing intent seed? It's gone. The killing intent seed, which he had poured his life's effort into condensing, was akin to a force of law. Shen Ming should have had blood-red eyes radiating an overwhelming ferocity, eager to slaughter all enemies. Yet there was nothing. The killing intent seed had been completely erased, leaving no trace behind. What tremendous power. This human race looked at him innocently, as if saying, "What killing intent seed? You never mentioned it." Shen Ming felt ashamed. It turned out that the senior had left a surprise within the sword soul, and he had been careless enough not to notice it. The seed of the inner demon sounded like no serious matter, but in any case, it was someone else's heartfelt intention. Senior Tianyuan, please rest assured. Although I have not mastered what you mentioned, I will not waste the essence of the sword soul. I promise you that in the future I will use the name Tianyuan to create my own strongest sword technique. When I become an emperor in the future, I will use the Tianyuan sword to slay Li Huajiao and bring its corpse here to pay tribute. These words came from the heart, filled with sincerity. Because the senior said that the Tianyuan sword sect and the Li Huijiao were both severely injured, leading to their decline. It is understandable that he would loathe the Li Huijiao. Having received this opportunity, he naturally had to repay it by slaying another Li Huijiao. What did you say? The Li Huijiao's eyes nearly bulged out. A ridiculous thought surfaced in his mind. This human was the reincarnation of the Tianyuan sword sovereign, deliberately coming here to provoke him. I will use the Tianyuan sword to slay the Li Huijiao. Shen Ming shouted loudly. I will kill you. The Li Huijiao disregarded everything else, revealing its true form, transforming into a raging ball of flames that rampaged like a storm. Its massive and distorted body flickered in and out of sight amidst the fire, with a ferocious dragon head and eyes shining with bloodthirsty light, resembling two malicious fireballs. This was not its true form. In this consciousness space, it did not possess any tangible harm. Senior, so this is what the Li Huijiao looks like. I have noted it down. Shen Ming was very touched. This senior was still willing to burn themselves at the end to show him what the Li Huijiao looked like. This sword will show the senior my determination. Shen Ming was determined to perform well. The sword soul was the essence of the washing sword pool. The will of the sword contained within it was the accumulation of countless years of the Tianyuan sword sect, making it a treasure for sword cultivators. Shen Ming comprehended the rudiments of the Wuji sword Dao on the battlefield of the heavenly demon and did not make any further progress afterward. Now he directly crossed over from the formation of the sword path to minor success to major success until his sword heart became clear. He possessed a pure sword heart. This was also why the second divine cavern was the heart divine cavern. This sword originated from the depths of his heart, with all his Wuji, true Qi gathering together. Sword Xian. In the consciousness space, no tangible attack could be made. This sword was meant to let the senior see his determination. The Li Huijiao clawed and gnashed its teeth, wishing to restore its true form and burn this human to ashes with a breath of red flame. It disregarded everything, wanting to destroy Shen Ming's consciousness and disturb his soul deep within. Then it realized how ridiculous it was. The soul of this human seemed to have entered a universe. At this moment, the Li Huijiao understood why the seed of the inner demon was ineffective and why humans could possess such incredible techniques as the moon spirit art. The outside world had not changed. It was this human who possessed incredible power. The reason he is mentally exhausted is that there are others among humans who practice the moon spirit art, and he has some doubts about its technique. Being able to ignore the refining God technique and the seed of the inner demon is because he truly believes in me. Telling a lie too well is not necessarily a good thing. In that instant, the Li Huijiao forgot its hatred, forgot its anger. All that remained was the sense of achievement from unraveling the mysterious veil of the world. This is amazing. I am gradually understanding everything. Then Shen Ming struck down with his sword, completely refining the sword soul, and this consciousness space ceased to exist, scattering the Li Huijiao's soul. Outside, the towering sword abyss collapsed, rocks shattered, and the earth mourned. In the rolling river, hot steam occasionally erupted. The Dragon Abyss Sword Sect group arrived at a stable high ground, looking at the once grand underground palace now reduced to ruins, exchanging glances. We should have taken him with us just now, even if we had to carry him out, Yang Mingxiao said. It's useless. The shield released by the sword soul cannot be broken, nor can it be shaken. That is a precautionary measure. Wang Chao said, don't worry, there will definitely be corresponding arrangements, and he will be able to escape. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of sword light soared into the sky from the ruins. That sword light was dazzling and brilliant, with powerful sword qi spreading out like a surging tide, sending the stones in the ruins flying. Look, Yang Mingxiao with keen eyes saw a familiar figure within the sword light. The others focused their gaze, and it was none other than Shen Ming. Shen Ming soared directly into the sky, and those below looked up in awe. Is he really soaring in midair? Shen Ming stood high in the sky, sword qi swirling around him, forming a powerful aura that kept him aloft. His clothes billowed in the wind, hair flying, exuding an extraordinary aura. The intertwining sword light and sword qi shot straight into the clouds, painting a magnificent picture in the sky. Being in the midst of it felt like a deity had descended. Is it really this extravagant? Wang Chao, although confident that Shen Ming could escape, did not expect such extraordinary display. At the Tianxian cliff, the trapped disciples of the Xuantian Sect took notice of this. Just now, when the sword abyss collapsed, they all felt the ground tremble slightly and had been paying attention. Look, is there a person flying up there? Ling Xuyan, no longer resembling a sword cultivator, exclaimed in surprise, pointing vigorously at the figure in the sky and asking others. This time the others reacted no better than her. Above the sword light, there was indeed an extraordinary figure, but it was too far away to see clearly. Someone has obtained the opportunity of the sword abyss. Xuantian said that sword light is righteous and not demonic. It seems to be a disciple of the Dragon Abyss Sword Sect rescuing someone, thus obtaining an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ling Zuyan's eyes turned red with envy. The opportunities gained in times of danger are often incredibly precious. Just by seeing this person being able to soar above the ground, one could tell how remarkable they were. Why is it not me? Why isn't it a disciple of the Xuantian Sect coming to save people? Ling Zuyan's beautiful face lost all its charm, her eyes bulging, saying, "Let's go rescue them. Let the disciples of the Dragon Abyss Sword Sect come over. It's too far. And besides, others may not be willing." Xuantian said. Rescuing others could put oneself in danger, and the three major sects were all too preoccupied with their own affairs. In their positions, they might not necessarily lend a hand. Let's give it a try. However, even if the hope was slim, they still wanted to give it a shot. What if? In the sword light high in the sky, Shen Ming listened to the whistling wind by his ears, his face solemn and his body tense. How am I supposed to get down? He knew this was the means of escape for the sword soul, but if he lost the support of the sword light, he would fall to his death. In the next moment, the sword light really began to descend rapidly, including him. In less than 2 seconds, he returned to the ground from hundreds of meters high. At the last moment, the sword light beneath his feet transformed into intricate spiritual patterns, absorbing the impact. Shen Ming instinctively took a step forward and landed steadily. That was exhilarating. The members of the Longyuan Sword Sect rushed forward, then suddenly halted, their eyes fixed on Shen Ming. Compared to before, Shen Ming had undergone a transformation. Like a sword cleansed of impurities, his sharpness was fully revealed. Even with a normal expression, Shen Ming exuded an unapproachable aura. Has he attained clarity of the sword heart? As sword cultivators, they could immediately discern the change in Shen Ming. Refining that sword spirit was akin to having the sword intent cleansed 100 times. As a true disciple of the Longyuan Sword Sect, Wang Chao had already mastered the Longyuan Sword Dao, yet he was still some distance away from achieving clarity of the sword heart. Even without being in the sword cleansing pool, he is no match for those at the 4th level of divine concealment, and an ordinary 5th level divine concealment practitioner cannot withstand his sword's edge. Wang Chao remarked. The term ordinary 5th level divine concealment referred to those martial artists without special talents and lower grade techniques. Senior sister, I wish to give him the sword flower. Do you think it's appropriate? Over there, Yushan resembled a girl in the throes of first love, her cheeks flushed. The sword flower was a button on their robes. In the Longyuan Sword Sect, if a female disciple admired a male disciple, she would present this button. Conversely, a male disciple could also request that sword flower from a female disciple he liked. Initially, the sword flower symbolized respect, but later it took on a hint of romantic ambiguity between the genders in the Longyuan Sword Sect. Yang Mengxiao was taken aback. The proud Yushan had actually considered this step. However, when she looked at the current Shen Ming, she immediately felt relieved. Shen Ming's tall and proportionate physique, along with his handsome face, gave him an extraordinary presence under the enhancement of clarity of the sword heart. This is inappropriate. We are currently in the spirit concealment, and the battle has not yet ended. Do not rush, Yang Mengxiao advised. Upon hearing this, Yushan also found it reasonable and suppressed her restless heart. Then Yang Mengxiao took a deep breath, approached Shen Ming, and removed her sword flower button. Shen senior brother, this is the sword flower which represents respect in our sword sect, as well as gratitude for your timely rescue. Yushan's chest heaved rapidly, her expression quite spectacular. Sister, and you were in sync, yet you were playing tricks with her. Especially when she saw Shen Ming smile and accept it. Yushan stamped her foot in frustration, vowing never to pay attention to senior sister Yang again. Everyone, are you willing to follow me to eliminate the demons? Shen Ming straightened his expression and declared loudly. It is our duty. We will charge into fire and water. Wang Chao and the other disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect did not hesitate to express their stance, including the 10 disciples who had just returned from the gates of hell. Their gaze toward Shen Ming was incredibly fervent, with only one thought: as sword cultivators, this is how it should be. At Tianshan Cliff, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect sent out a distress signal, initially filled with hope, but then falling into a state of anxiety. Will the Longyuan Sword Sect truly come to their aid? It's better to rely on oneself than to ask others. I prepare for a desperate battle. Changhong's sword, Yi Jifeng spoke coldly. I have decided to break out. We cannot wait here to die. Yes, break out. Charge. Let's go. The disciples of the Xuantian Sect had no objections. Rather than suffer like this, they would prefer to die in battle. Chuan, you will lead Shui Yin and the others out through the escape route. Yi Jifeng said softly. Senior brother. Qin Chuan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with struggle. The so-called escape route naturally meant risking their lives in exchange. As the leader of the 7 swords of Xuantian and your senior brother, this is my mission. Yi Jifeng's face was filled with determination. He had already made up his mind. All right. Qin Chuan agreed, verbally thinking about dying alongside senior brother Yi. There were more than 20 disciples of the Xuantian Sect on the cliff, over half of whom were injured. Everyone, do not allow the demonic cultivators to look down on us. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Xuantian Sect. Saying this, Yi Jifeng was the first to charge down the mountain with the other disciples close behind. Even Ling Shuyan followed suit, sword in hand. At the foot of the mountain, the Demon Thunder Sect and the Shadow Ghost Sect, along with 2 young masters, totaled more than 30 people, completely blocking the escape route and setting up various deadly traps in the dense forest. As they descended the mountain, Yi Jifeng felt an overwhelming aura of slaughter that suffocated him. In the end, the disciples who can break out will probably be fewer than 5. Thinking of this, Yi Jifeng's expression turned gloomy. He had already done his best in this final moment. Let's make it a bloody fight. Yi Jifeng took the lead and charged forward, holding his sword in his left hand. At this critical moment, from another direction in the dense forest, sounds of battle and screams echoed, most of the screams emanating from the demonic cultivators. One could still see dazzling sword lights, one of which was like a swimming dragon rampaging through the forest, causing trees to crash down. Clarity of the sword heart. It's that sword cultivator who gained the opportunity earlier. The Longyuan Sword Sect really has come to aid us. Yi Jifeng was overjoyed. The other disciples of the Xuantian Sect felt a wave of dizziness as their emotions surged. Kill. Avenge the fallen. Yi Jifeng's killing intent surged, even more resolute than before. The group charged into the dense forest, forming a pincer attack with the reinforcements from the Longyuan Sword Sect. The Demon Thunder Sect and the Shadow Ghost Sect were caught in a pincer attack, especially under the onslaught of that swimming dragon-like sword light, which was nearly unstoppable. By the time the disciples of the Xuantian Sect and the Longyuan Sword Sect converged, the Demon Thunder Sect and the Shadow Ghost Sect were completely annihilated. The 2 young masters fell in a pool of blood, killed by the same sword. The one who struck that blow killed the 2 young masters at the 4th level of divine concealment with a single move. Upon seeing the wounds, Yi Jifeng could tell how exquisite that sword strike was. Thank you to all the members of the Longyuan Sword Sect for coming to our aid. Yi Jifeng expressed his gratitude while searching the crowd for the sword cultivator who had executed that strike. No need to thank us. Your Xuantian Sect disciples are so righteous. How could our Longyuan Sword Sect let you down? A tall young man stepped forward from the Longyuan Sword Sect, whom Yi Jifeng recognized as Wang Chao. Our Xuantian Sect. Qin Chuan seized on this point, her face displaying curiosity. How, you all still don't know? Then let me explain it well. It was Wang Chao and his companions who had rushed over from the Sword Abyss, recounting Shen Ming's deeds. The matter of the Blood Demon was briefly mentioned, as it was not worth discussing compared to what had happened at the Sword Abyss. He said that Shen Ming had fought 10 alone by the sword cleansing pool, instantly killing the Blood Sword Sect's Duan Shui and obtaining the sword spirit opportunity. These 2 young masters were also killed by his sword. In total, 4 young masters from the 2 demonic sects have fallen to his blade. Wang Chao stated. Yi Jifeng and the others exchanged glances as if listening to a mythical tale. The sword cultivators of the Xuantian Sect were all at the myriad sword peak, straining their brains, but could not recall who it might be. What is the name of that disciple you mentioned? Qin Chuan asked directly. Shen Ming. Wang Chao said loudly. Hiss. The 2 words exploded like thunder in their ears, and Yi Jifeng and Qin Chuan exchanged astonished looks, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Who did you say? You mean Shen Ming. How could he be in the spirit concealment? How could he be with you? Ling Shuyan pushed to the front, her face full of madness. It was said that the friend he was trying to save was not in any of the 9 routes of the Xuantian Sect. He originally planned to venture in alone. It's truly impressive. When he entered, he had not yet gained any opportunity, merely at the 1st level of divine concealment, yet he intended to kill his way to the deepest part of the spirit concealment. Wang Chao said. Ling Shuyan seemed as if she had been punched in the chest, staggering back several steps. She had once mocked Shen Ming for only focusing on cultivation and not daring to fight. Recalling her own behavior, she truly felt ashamed. Where is he now? Qin Chuan asked. He went to the depths of the spirit concealment with my 2 junior sisters, both to save people and to hunt down demonic cultivators of the young master level, allowing us to continue uniting everyone and counterattack the demonic sect. Wang Chao concluded. In the outer region of Shiyan in the heavenly domain, numerous flying ships of the demonic sects floated like stars amidst the dark clouds, with one massive ship resembling a fortress in the sky. The ship was enormous and imposing, akin to a giant steel beast, its hull adorned with sharp edges and fierce decorations. A towering tower stood on the deck. At the highest level of the tower, several Earth-level supremes from the Xuantian Sect, Zi, Yu Min, and Long Mo Palace sat at a long table. For this operation, the three demonic sects had mobilized a considerable force with 9 sect leaders present. At this moment, the leaders of the Xuantian sects, Mo Lei Min and Yuing Min, as well as the Shui Jian Min of Long Mo Palace, wore grim expressions. The life lamps of their sons had extinguished one after another, signifying their deaths on the battlefield. Individuals from the demonic sect are inherently cold-hearted, often engaging in fratricidal conflicts. The anger of the 4 sect leaders far outweighed their sorrow. The death of their sons meant that years of cultivated resources would go to waste. Gentlemen, please restrain your grief. There are no battlefields without casualties. Seated in the main position was a middle-aged man from Ziyu Min, a demon cultivator clad in a luxurious robe. The purple fabric shimmered with a strange glow in the faint light, intricately embroidered with complex and bizarre patterns, showcasing his extraordinary status. His face was majestic yet stern. From Ziyu Min, he was Zi Jin. Unlike Xuantian Sect and Long Mo Palace, the internal structure of Ziyu Min placed a higher status on its leader, who was responsible for coordinating this operation. It's easy for you to say you haven't lost a son. The leader of Long Mo Palace, Duan Tian, slammed the table in anger. Cooperation among sects was difficult, although the demonic factions had allied. The atmosphere was still charged. Zi Jin's words were less of consolation and more akin to mocking. He snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. His son Zi Yin possessed the grandeur of an emperor. With a cultivation of the 5th level of divine concealment and innate fire talents, he was unlike those worthless sons of yours. All right, back to business. It's time to put an end to this farce. In the core area of the Lingsong at the erupting volcano, over a dozen disciples of the Xuantian Sect traversed through the thick smoke, carefully avoiding the lava beneath their feet. These disciples were all at the 1st level of the innate realm, the Xinguan stage. Such combat strength would be mere cannon fodder in this Lingsong, yet they had somehow sustained no casualties. This was all thanks to one of their true disciples. Zhang Haoran. Senior brother Zhang, you are a good person, said a female disciple beside Zhang Haoran, her face smeared with dirt, yet her beauty still shone through. Why are you insulting me for no reason? Zhang Haoran retorted angrily. I meant to say that senior brother Zhang is truly kind. If it weren't for us, you could have left alone. The female disciple hurriedly clarified. Zhang Haoran was extraordinarily swift, avoiding entanglements and charging forward unimpeded even by those at the 2nd innate realm. However, he did not abandon them, delving deeper into the core area to evade the demon cultivators of the Xuantian Sect. Abandoning fellow sect members would violate sect rules. Who told me to encounter you? Zhang Haoran said coldly. He was heartless and devoid of sentiment, unwilling to be labeled a good person. Suddenly Zhang Haoran's expression changed, and he shouted, "Quick, disperse." The Xuantian Sect disciples behind him immediately retreated to a safe distance. In the thick smoke ahead, several demon cultivators from Ziyu Min appeared. The Xuantian Sect seldom interacted with Ziyu Min, yet they had unfortunate luck to collide on the path, igniting a chase. "Ni Dai," Zhang Haoran shouted. He called out Ni Dai's name, but it was not in the manner of calling someone. 2 disciples of Xuantian Sect brought Ni Dai forward. Ni Dai remained motionless, perfectly still. Her body was encased in a layer of translucent crystalline substance, as if covered by a delicate spider's web. Every covered area shimmered with a mysterious glow. The pale red crystal tightly cocooned her like a silkworm in a cocoon. The sharply defined crystal emitted a chilling aura, its surface glinting with a sharp cold light, resembling countless hidden blades. Zhang Haoran gripped Ni Dai's ankle, with both hands charging into the midst of the demon cultivators, his legs propelling him as he spun in place. Ni Dai whirled alongside him, and the two became a tornado. The demon cultivators wielded sharp weapons and donned sturdy armor, but even the slightest contact with this tornado would leave them shattered. It turned out that during a recent ambush, Ni Dai had sustained serious injuries, bleeding profusely. After delivering her moving last words, Ni Dai did not perish. The blood that flowed out transformed into delicate crystalline threads, spreading across her body, continuously growing and thickening. Ultimately, the crystal became indestructible, protecting the unconscious Ni Dai. By a stroke of luck, Zhang Haoran discovered that he could still wield it, as a weapon. Zhang Haoran and the others speculated it was related to the Bing Fa Ju that Ni Dai had cultivated. Ni Dai herself had transformed into a divine weapon. Her destructive power was formidable, capable of disregarding the disparity in realms. Divide into two groups and wipe out all the enemies. After several demon cultivators from Ziyu Min had fallen, they hesitated to confront them directly, redirecting their target towards the disciples of Xuantian Sect. Zhang Haoran grew increasingly anxious, yet he had no time to change course. If he stopped, the lurking demon cultivators would deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps, as that female disciple said, he should have taken Ni Dai and left. He had never been a good person walking alone with no friends in Xuantian Sect. He had done his best, it was those disciples who were dragging him down. If even one of them had been at the second innate realm, he wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. No. In the end, a figure materialized. If it had been him, he would absolutely not have left. He must protect, not for others, but to guard his own heart. How he was perceived by others was irrelevant, or what mattered was his self-perception. His primal true chi was named Haoran True Chi, not only resonating with his name, but also possessing its own characteristics. Haoran True Chi embodied righteousness, majestic and grand. With a single thought, the world expanded, and Zhang Haoran instantly felt his first divine concealment overflow, stepping into the second innate realm. In an instant, the spinning tornado resembled a whirlwind soaring upwards. The demon cultivators who had maintained a safe distance were caught off guard and ruthlessly slaughtered. Zhang Haoran abruptly halted, emerging from the winds to eliminate all the demon cultivators targeting the disciples of Xuantian Sect. Senior Brother Zhang, you broke through. The disciples of Xuantian Sect were overwhelmed with joy, weeping tears of relief. This is truly a miraculous escape. With Senior Brother Zhang so strong, we will surely make it out, another disciple said. Zhang Haoran's confidence soared as well. With Ni Dai in hand, carving a bloody path was not difficult. Strong? How strong can it be? Just then a mocking voice echoed. Zhang Haoran and the others looked over, and their joy evaporated. Another group of demon cultivators from Ziyu Min appeared. The leader among them was at the 5th level of divine concealment. Ziyu Min Ziyin. It's unfair. A disciple cried out in despair. Zhang Haoran had just broken through to the 1st level of divine concealment. Even if the incoming enemies were at the 2nd or 3rd level with Ni Dai in hand, there was still hope. But now, facing someone at the 5th level of divine concealment, how could they fight? Ziyin can be considered a remarkable talent among the top 10 sects. At just under 20 years old, he has reached the 5th level of divine concealment. With his strikingly handsome features and long black hair, casually tied back, a few rebellious strands fall over his forehead. Wearing a purple robe adorned with flame-like patterns, he exudes an aura of wildness and defiance. He leads the elite forces of the Zio sect stationed at the volcano, encountering Zhang Haoran and his companions. A group of mice dares to run over here. With a sweeping glance, Yin noticed that only Zhang Haoran is at the 1st level of divine concealment, and a cold smirk crept onto his lips. From a distance of more than 10 meters, he struck out with a palm. His original true chi transformed into a clawing purple beast hurtling through the air. Zhang Haoran grit his teeth, swinging the reverse butterfly to block. With a thunderous boom, the purple flames erupted, leaving the crystalline reverse butterfly unscathed, while Zhang Haoran's arms bore the brunt of the impact. Ziyin raised an eyebrow. As someone from the demonic path, he had never seen anyone wielding a person as a weapon. It's a shame you are still on the righteous path. Refining people into divine weapons is more demonic than we are, he declared. Zhang Haoran did not argue. He was certain that the reverse butterfly could still harm the opponent. He aimed to unleash the tornado technique again, pushing his leg technique to the limits. With the reverse butterfly, he had a fighting chance. Of course, it was merely a chance. Based on the rebound force from earlier, he would still be buried beneath the flames. With no other choice, Zhang Haoran refrained from further words. Ziyin seemed to sense his intent, snorting coldly as a majestic steel spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear was pitch black, its tip alight with purple flames. With a thud, he slammed the spear onto the ground. Instantly, the ground erupted with lava splattering everywhere, the burning flames turning purple. This scene left Zhang Haoran feeling utterly powerless. Such a disparity was not something courage and confidence could bridge. Ziyin could be said to have the power to eliminate them all with a single spear strike. Kneel on the ground and bind your hands, and perhaps you can survive, Ziyin commanded. Not a chance. Zhang Haoran retorted coldly. Then go die. Ziyin was indifferent. He had initially thought that having more captives would be beneficial. Since they were uncooperative, they would be reduced to cinders. With a swing of his spear, the ground cracked open and lava erupted, swiftly advancing towards Zhang Haoran and the others. Suddenly Zi Yin sensed something. A sword flew past, landing in front of Zhang Haoran and the others. The overwhelming sword energy Suddenly Zi Yin sensed something. A sword flew past, landing in front of Zhang Haoran and the others. The overwhelming sword energy dispelled the heat, countering the invisible spear strike. A figure swiftly followed, moving with incredible speed, leaving 2 trails of golden flames beneath their boots. Finally made it, the newcomer said, gazing at the astonished Zhang Haoran and the others with a warm smile. Shen Ming. Zhang Haoran had never expected to see him here. Shen Ming shouldn't even be part of the reinforcement team. He appeared out of nowhere, wearing a completely relaxed and pleasant expression that was incongruous with the dire situation. It was as if he were merely out for a stroll and had encountered an enemy. What brings you here? You came alone. Just me. Their question and answer exchange sent Zhang Haoran's pupils trembling uncontrollably. Why? He knew that Shen Ming was currently a rising star in Shueyue Cave, attracting much attention. We are friends, Shen Ming replied. Zhang Haoran's heart trembled. He had previously thought that sacrificing oneself for others was a foolish act. But at this moment, he genuinely contemplated the idea of giving his life for Shen Ming someday. One at the 2nd level of divine concealment, and one at the 1st level performing deep brotherhood here. Ziyan shouted. Shen Ming picked up the Mingxin sword, and in an instant a sharp sword energy radiated from him, causing the temperature in the area to plummet. Sword heart clarity. This kind of commotion was not something an ordinary sword cultivator could achieve. No wonder, but unfortunately you are facing me, the 5th level of divine concealment with the 9 nether demon flame physique. Under this volcano you have only one path, death. As he spoke, Ziyan channeled his original true qi, causing the flames of the lava behind him to all turn purple, illuminating the sky and accentuating his extraordinary figure. Makes sense, let's go. Shen Ming did not hesitate, turning to lead the disciples of the Xuantian Sect away. Zhang Haoran and the others instinctively followed, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. Did I give you permission to leave? Ziyan shouted. Do we need your permission? Shen Ming did not stop, heading directly down the mountain. He was here to save people, and besides, the others had the terrain to assist them, while he had to look after over a dozen disciples. Fighting here was not just foolish, it was dangerous. Ziyan's eyes widened as he looked at the surrounding demonic cultivators. What are you all standing around for? His task in the spirit concealment was not to hunt. Moreover, the Zio sect and the Xuantian sect were relatively unfamiliar with each other. However, this Xuantian sect disciple was truly infuriating. He could not let them leave without taking action. You all go, someone is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Shen Ming turned back and drew his sword to block the pursuit of the demonic cultivators. You all go. Zhang Haoran turned the reverse butterfly upside down, grabbing its legs and preparing to swing. What happened to the reverse butterfly? Shen Ming finally realized that this humanoid weapon was the reverse butterfly. It's a long story. I will help you deal with the minions. As he spoke, Zhang Haoran began to spin in place, transforming into a tornado. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. This combination technique was truly unexpected and highly effective, causing the demonic cultivators to avoid getting close. Still dare to be distracted? Die. Ziyan rushed in with his spear, his demonic energy surging around him like a black whirlwind, swirling around himself and the spear. Demonic break spear. Wherever the spear tip passed, the space seemed to twist, producing a series of roars. Purple flames erupted, causing the ground's lava to explode. Sword 7 Truth. Shen Ming did not underestimate the situation and unleashed his sword with all his might. The sword energy surged like a raging river, colliding heat-in with the black spear light. The two powerful forces collided, erupting with a deafening roar. The ferocious purple flame spear energy was gradually worn down under the impact of the sword energy. Explode. Ziyan directly activated his innate power. His 9 nether demon flame could detonate the enemy's true qi. The sword energy was a type of sword energy, and the purple demonic flames spread out like a spider web, resembling countless fire points on the verge of causing an explosion. With a crack, it was unclear what happened. The infinite sword energy completely shattered his demonic flames. This spear attack caused no damage at all. The disciples of the Xuantian Sect had already descended the mountain, and Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran exchanged glances, simultaneously retracting their moves. The two of them displayed unparalleled agility, easily evading the demonic cultivators. Ziyan instinctively prepared to pursue them, but a nearby demonic cultivator said, "Young master, there is no terrain to assist you below the mountain. It is unfavorable for you." Upon hearing this, Yin was enraged, striking the person down to the ground with a palm. I am at the 5th level of divine concealment. Ooh, I can't be outmatched by someone at the 2nd level. Today, it's either death or survival. Beneath the volcano lies a scorched earth. Volcanic ash falls like snowflakes. Oh, any ordinary person here would undoubtedly perish. The innate martial artists ignore the scorching waves of heat. Even if they step into the lava, they would only sustain minor injuries if they quickly withdraw. Yang Mingxiao and other disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect are here to provide support. Disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect. Zhang Haoran and others are greatly surprised, thinking that the ones coming to assist are disciples of the Xuantian Sect. When did the Longyuan Sword Sect become so close to their Xuantian Sword Sect? Let's leave here first, Shen Ming said. This is not a place for conversation. Want to leave? Do you think this is a tea house? You can come and go as you please. Xian arrived in a flurry, seeming like a fireball crashing to the ground, blocking everyone. Xian. Yang Mingxiao's delicate face changed slightly. Ooh, such a troublesome demonic cultivator is recognized by the sect's disciples who understand how formidable he is. Shen Ming's expression changed, surprised. You actually dare to chase after us? Moi. Everyone looked at him, and Xian wore a face full of astonishment. With such a strong enemy chasing them, Shen Ming spoke as if the opponent was seeking death. Shen Ming was genuinely surprised. Just earlier on the mountain, Jianqi faced the opponent's demonic breaking spear, and he had a good idea of the situation. With the terrain on their side, it would at most end in a stalemate. Moreover, he had to be wary of Zhang Haoran and others to prevent other demonic cultivators from launching sneak attacks. Now it's different. At the foot of the mountain, the lava has solidified, and there are several innate second realm disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect nearby to form a formation. Thus the pursuing Xian appeared to him as if saying, if you don't kill me today, you shall not leave. Formation. Shen Ming commanded, his fighting spirit soaring. Yes. Yang Mingxiao recalled his previous feats, and her apprehension toward Xian dissipated. The disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect arranged themselves, protecting Zhang Haoran and the others within. With this, Shen Ming didn't have to divide his attention to them. I'll take care of him first, then turn you into charred remains. Xian sneered repeatedly, undoubtedly provoking him. Despite the standoff, as long as he dealt with Shen Ming, he could easily take down the others. Demonic explosive spear. After having clashed on the mountain, Xian unleashed a thunderous spear without the need for probing. The steel spear burned with purple flames, constantly rumbling. Though he didn't know why it had failed to detonate Shen Ming's original true energy, just now it didn't matter. He could actively create an explosion. This time, lacking lava and terrain, the ground did not ignite with purple flames. Sword 8. Shen Ming thrust his right hand forward, the Mingxin sword shimmering with cold light, slicing through the air like a silver lightning bolt, tracing a beautiful arc. The opponent's 9 nether demonic flames have explosive effects, making Sword 8 the most suitable response. Speaking of which, it was Shen Ming's first time choosing a counter strategy based on the enemy's technique. In the past, it was either a punch, a collision, or a sword strike to defeat the enemy. The Mingxin sword resembled a long rainbow, compressing the air into an invisible conical shape, colliding with the demonic explosive spear. The noise was so great that it seemed the volcano was about to erupt again. Amidst the raging flames, Xian emerged unscathed, wielding the long spear, his black hair wild and his face fervent. With a wave of his hand, Shen Ming summoned the Mingxin sword back to his palm. Neither side gained an advantage. You are impressive, Shen Ming said, his gaze stern and voice cold. Xian's eyes widened. How could he be the one to say that? Who exactly is at the 5th level of the divine concealment? Typically in such a level skip challenge, it would be the higher level party that makes such remarks. How could someone at a lower level say this? Shen Ming was not provoking, he was genuinely excited. Finally, there was a decent battle worthy of his all-out effort. That sword just now was your limit, but that spear just now was not my limit. Burning heaven spear, netherworld obliteration. Xian shouted loudly, and the purple flames on the long spear blazed brightly, obscuring its original material, transforming it into a purple flame-long spear. As the spear was unleashed, the purple flames surged like a tide, burning through space, creating cracks, as if opening a passageway to the netherworld. Sword 8. Shen Ming summoned the Mingxin sword, its sword light transforming into a long rainbow. Ha ha ha, do you have no other moves? It's over for you. Xian laughed triumphantly. He based this spear on the earlier Sword 8. At this moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Shen Ming assumed a charging stance and shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. During his charge, the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by the powerful aura he emitted, producing a series of explosive sounds. Divine elephant crashing heaven. 800 million particles erupted in an instant, its power more terrifying than a flying sword. That force seemed capable of shattering the sky and demolishing the earth. Ui. Xian looked again at the flying sword still dazzling and felt his scalp tingle. With the original true energy activating the technique, a person seemed to be in the midst of a moving spiritual weapon unable to launch a second attack. Shen Ming, like this, what difference was there from having a clone? The flying sword arrived first, detonating the 9 nether demonic flames, the energy's backlash carrying astonishing destructive power. Contrary to Xian's expectations, this sword was insufficient to deal with him. He had retained 50% of the spear's power. In his plan, he would be able to slay this disciple of the Xuantian Sect. However, what he faced was the divine elephant crashing heaven, whose impact was even more exaggerated than the flying sword. With a loud bang, it sounded like a meteor colliding, deafening. The 9 nether demonic flames ignited the earth, and the divine elephant surged upward. The steel-long spear slipped from his grasp, his arms weakly drooping. He endured the earth-shattering impact, yet still stood firm. Shen Ming's clothes were scorched by the flames, his long hair disheveled, also having suffered a significant impact. The two exchanged glances as Shen Ming's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand to catch the Mingxin sword and swung it down. Wait! Xian screamed in horror. This was not the expected outcome. However, the sharp, heavenly-grade spirit sword easily severed his throat. Xian is dead. Yang Mingxiao and Zhang Haoran and the others did not expect Shen Ming to kill such a demonic prodigy with such overwhelming might. Shen Senior brother, how did you manage to launch 2 moves simultaneously, both being powerful techniques? Yang Mingxiao asked, holding the puzzling thoughts from when Xian died. Isn't that quite normal? Can't you do it? Shen Ming expressed surprise. Then he realized that every move and technique usually has intervals. Launching them simultaneously is akin to using both hands to fight each other, defying the principles of martial arts. That's because your techniques are lacking, Shen Ming concluded. The Wuzhigong had not stated such restrictions. Xian is indeed formidable. He even made me bleed. Yang Mingxiao and the others exchanged glances, looking at him, who was only slightly injured, unsure of what to say. The news of Xian's death quickly reached the demonic ship in the sky. Inside the tower, there was a profound silence as everyone looked at the somber-faced Xian. The next moment, the leaders of the Demon Thunder Sect, Shadow Sect, Blood Sword Sect, and Blood Demon Sect all stood up, simultaneously speaking in unison. Master Xian, take care of yourself. Go investigate. Who did this? Zijin did not heed the 4 sect masters, his voice cold. Xuantian Sect's Xuantian said coldly. Previously, they learned that their son died in the spirit vault when the life lamp extinguished. Who the murderer is remains unknown. On the battlefield, there is no time to pursue the murderer. These were Zijin's exact words. Faced with the doubts, Zijin coldly said, find out who killed the 4 young sect masters. At this moment, Xuantian and his 3 companions had no objections. Soon the news arrived, and all the sect masters at the long table stood up. The 5 young sect masters all fell by the same person's hand. The disciple of the Xuantian Sect, Shen Ming. The masters of the Ziyu Sect and Long Mo Palace glared at the master of the Motian Sect. The main task of the Motian Sect is to deal with the Xuantian Sect. We suffered heavy losses as well. The 2 masters of the Motian Sect shouted angrily. What's wrong with this Shen Ming? Xuantian was feeling frustrated as their Long Mo Palace had no connection with the Xuantian Sect. This child must not be left alive. He should be killed here. Zijin said coldly. At this moment, the other sect masters had no objections, forgetting about revenge. If such a disciple were to rise, it would be a great threat to the demonic path. Within the spirit vault, there were 7 young demonic cultivators of equal caliber to Ziyin. If these 7 joined forces, they could ensure this genius's downfall. However, just as Zijin was about to give the order, bad news came. The demonic cultivators within the spirit vault sent a distress signal, including those 7 top-tier individuals. What's going on? Zijin inquired. Disciples from the 3 major sects in the spirit vault have united under Shen Ming's leadership to hunt our people. Our people are calling for help. The 9 sect masters exchanged glances. This was a reversal of offense and defense. The personnel we arranged far exceeded that of the sects, and even with their reinforcement team and the advantage of the terrain, how could it be so easily overwhelmed? Zijin shouted. Until now, their focus had been on the supreme-level powerhouses of the sects, believing that the spirit vault was carrying out a one-sided massacre. That Shen Ming is a sword cultivator, 1 sword per opponent. Those at the 5th level of the divine concealment have no distinction under his sword. Sword cultivator. Now the masters understood. Sword cultivators are like this, too rigid, and they break easily, yet their killing power is formidable. Then let's take them down together, bury the spirit vault. Zijin gritted his teeth. Your son died inside, but our son is still alive. Immediately 3 sect masters opposed him. Zijin felt troubled, as if a great force had been lost. At this moment, a deafening and penetrating bell rang out in the sky. Xuantian bell. The 9 sect masters rushed out of the tower, only to see 10,000 rays of golden light dispersing the dark clouds. A golden bell appeared in the sky with rings of golden bell patterns resembling ripples on water continuously spreading outward. The surrounding demonic warships touched the ripples and exploded into dust. The purest and most vigorous power ruthlessly tore apart the grand formation laid by the demonic path. Behind the Xuantian bell, the Xuantian Sect's leader Liang Mingshi appeared, raising his right hand gently in a gesture of support. A king-level spiritual weapon. The Xuantian Sect's treasure requires several supreme beings to activate. How could he possibly carry the treasure out alone? Dominating realm. He has reached the dominating realm. The 9 sect masters turned pale, once again glaring at the master of the Motian sect. The Xuantian sect produced a being at the dominating realm, and Motian sect received not a whisper of news. The master of the Motian sect looked wronged. Their intelligence indicated that this current leader of the Xuantian sect possessed gentlemanly demeanor and did not love conflict. Over the years, facing the threats from the Motian sect, they retreated time and again. Who could have imagined that such a person would break through to the dominating realm? The innate 3 realms are the supreme of heaven and earth. Beyond, that is the dominating realm. The combat power at the pinnacle of the northern region, even among first-rate families, consists of ancient monsters who do not meddle in worldly affairs. How could Liang Mingshi of the Xuantian sect be so young, yet hold up the sect and push through the 3 demonic grand formations? The tide has turned. We shall perish together. Zijin made up his mind, and the rest of the sect masters had no objections, with 2 of the masters abandoning ship. With the toll of the bell, the steel ship broke in 2. The 2 masters who hadn't escaped turned to a mist of blood. The supreme realm is utterly powerless before the dominating realm, especially with this dominating realm holding a king-level spiritual weapon. Do you have any last words? Liang Mingshi still maintained his gentle and refined demeanor, looking down at Zijin and the others. Zijin, filled with grief and rage over his son's death, faced such a desperate situation and laughed maniacally. You can't kill me. With a shout, scorching flames appeared in patterns across Zijin's body, supreme-level power surging forth. With a loud bang, he transformed into a tremendous fireball that exploded. Who can kill you? Liang Mingshi murmured, lifting the Xuantian bell to avoid the explosion's range. Suddenly, he realized that Zijin's actions were not merely a self-detonation. Inside the spirit vault, the earth suddenly trembled violently. The once surging and flowing magma seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, oddly surging, as if gathering strength to erupt. A deafening roar echoed, and a massive black hand abruptly emerged from the depths of the volcano. That hand seemed forged from the hardest rock, with a rough surface covered in hair-like spikes, standing erect, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. A blazing red column of magma shot up into the clouds, igniting the sky. The ground of the spirit vault began to crack with fissures resembling gaping abysses. Shen Ming and his group were stunned by this scene. A single hand was larger than the volcano itself. Such immense terror existed in the world. He thought of the Tian Yuan sword sect, which likely perished to suppress such an existence. Senior brother Shen, what should we do now? Yang Mingxiao asked. Facing an apocalyptic scene, the demonic cultivators became insignificant nuisances. The sky was collapsing, and there was no way to retreat. Look quickly. Shen Ming pointed at the sky, where flying boats and warships, as well as the supreme beings of heaven and earth, disregarded the restrictions of the spirit vault and came towards them. The spirit vault collapsed, and the restrictions ceased to exist. The dominating realm, Liang Mingshi, swept his divine sense across the entire spirit vault to locate the positions of the 3 major sect disciples. He then used his divine sense to inform the 3 major sects, and the supreme beings rushed to rescue them at the first opportunity, aiming to save the people before the world collapsed. Before Shen Ming could react, he found himself and the other Xuantian sect disciples on a Xuantian warship. Yang Mingxiao and the other disciples of the Long Yuan sword sect were on a massive flying sword. In the urgent situation, there was no time for farewells. Yang Mingxiao, Yushan, and the others waved goodbye from the flying sword. After ascending to a certain height, Shen Ming looked down. That colossal hand supported the ground as if propping up its body. Shen Ming could not imagine what kind of catastrophe would ensue if such a thing truly emerged. At that moment, from the direction of the sword abyss, a brilliant sword light erupted, and an astonishing sword struck heavily against that black hand. Within the sword light was the sword intent of the Tian Yuan that Shen Ming recognized. Under the impact of the brilliant sword light, the hand fell weakly, and the existence beneath the volcano sank along with the spirit vault. Everyone sighed in relief. The Xuantian great ship, the most powerful warship of the Xuantian Sect, resembled a floating city in the sky. Spaceships landed on the deck, and the disciples returning from the spirit vault completely relaxed at this moment. Next, they felt a sense of pride. Their master single-handedly defeated the 3 great demon sects, resolving this crisis. The uppermost level of the great ship. The masters of the 9 peaks arrived one after another, all having experienced fierce battles, lacking the usual detachment of the sect, yet showcasing their immense power at the supreme realm. I killed 5 elders from the demon heaven sect. The master of the divine casting peak spoke in a low voice, his injuries the most severe. He had already taken healing elixirs, and a halo emanated from his body. 3, 2. The other peak masters successively reported their kill counts. This time the demon heaven sect is severely weakened. With the master breaking through to the dominator realm, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Thank the heavens, Xie Tianjian said coldly. I agree, it is time to unleash our wrath. Luo Tiandu also stated. Today's events had completely ignited their fury, and a thunderous counterattack was necessary. At this moment, the deputy sect master Ren Fengqi spoke up. No rush, let's first tally the casualties among the disciples. In anxious anticipation, each peak counted their numbers. 13 dead, 24 injured. One could clearly see the masters of the 9 peaks letting out a sigh of relief. A total of 136 disciples had gone to the spirit vault, and this casualty rate was unexpectedly high. Elder Jin Yao from the Longyuan Sword Sect sent a message praising our disciples' exceptional talents and promising a bright future. The vice sect master of the Xiang Gate expressed gratitude, thanking our disciples for leading the hunt against the demon cultivators. The 2 messages sparked a heated discussion in the conference hall. Which peak's disciples did this? Ren Fengqi asked curiously. The masters of the 9 peaks looked at each other, all wanting to know which peak's disciples had achieved such feats to receive praise from the Longyuan Sword Sect and the Xiang Gate. After a long while, no one stepped forward. No one is claiming such a great achievement. Ren Fengqi wondered, his mind suddenly moving, thinking of someone. Go call Shen Ming here. Shen Ming, the disciple who mastered the divine elephant suppression technique in a day. Isn't he only at the first level of the divine concealment? Several peak masters looked at Xie Tianjian with eager eyes. Xie Tianjian frowned. When leading the reinforcements, he did not count Shen Ming due to his realm. Therefore, he was unaware that Shen Ming had arrived. It is like this, Ren Fengqi explained the situation. He acted together with the disciples of the Longyuan Sword Sect, thus fitting this description. I don't believe it's him, the master of the divine casting peak said. Well, no, once we ask. Ren Fengqi chuckled lightly. A moment later, Shen Ming pushed the door open and entered. At first glance, the peak masters and the vice sect master confirmed it was him. All were already in the supreme realm, their discerning eyes immediately recognizing Shen Ming's extraordinary nature. Shen Ming, tell us about your actions in the spirit vault, Ren Fengqi said. Shen Ming nodded, assuming the sect wanted a debrief, and recounted the events in detail. Hearing that he intercepted the blood demon child and aided the Longyuan Sword Sect disciple Wang Chao in killing him, the peak masters were greatly astonished. You have guts, praised the master of the divine casting peak. It was a very dangerous feat for Shen Ming to catch up to the blood demon child, who was at a higher realm than him, relying on the sky wanderer's step and his heavenly spirit boots. Heard that he obtained the sword soul in sword abyss, mastering the sword heart clarity, and killed Duan. Xie Tianjian's excitement was hard to conceal. His efforts over several months to have Shen Ming become a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Peak were not in vain. Finally, it was Shen Ming who killed Xiang beneath the volcano. Even with the previous descriptions, hearing that Shen Ming had killed Xiang, who was at the 5th level of divine concealment, the peak masters were all stunned. Seeing the peak masters' reactions, Shen Ming earnestly said that Xiang was indeed formidable, forcing me to use all my strength. The peak masters exchanged glances, wondering if this kid had gone too far. Such matters cannot be fabricated. There were numerous witnesses at the time, and the truth could be easily verified. Master of Tongtian Peak Luo Tiandu, hearing him say he won using divine elephant collapsing heaven strike, could not help but close his eyes and lift his chin. The elder was confused. Otherwise, Shen Ming would still be a disciple of their Xuantian peak. Ren Feng's eyes lowered as his gaze flickered. Shen Ming, do you know of Xuantian Sect? The sudden question shocked the masters of the 9 peaks, their expressions filled with astonishment. I don't know. The sect master breaking through to the dominator realm is currently the youngest dominator in the northern region, but once the news spreads it will undoubtedly shake the world. For this, the Xuantian Sect will hold the Xuantian Grand Ceremony, and at that time the top 10 sects, major families, and ancient cities from all directions will come to celebrate. Though they claim to come to congratulate, they cannot escape the spirit of competition. The third level of the innate realm's elder brothers and sisters, candidates for the Son of Heaven, will participate in the battle. Even those at the second level of the innate realm will face challenges. The one to fight is Xuantian Sect. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, it means to defeat the disciples of other forces at the second level of the innate realm, to raise the reputation of our Xuantian Sect. Shen Ming summarized. It was evident that this was a spuro-thement decision by the deputy sect master, and the masters of the 9 peaks had differing opinions. Do you have confidence in defeating them? Ren Fengqi asked with a smile. Naturally, Shen Ming replied. Good, go rest for now. We will discuss it further when we return to the sect. Ren Fengqi stated. After Shen Ming left, more than half of the peak masters voiced their objections. At the Xuantian Grand Ceremony, the disciples sent by the top 10 sects will at least be at the level of Xiang. Especially the Tai sect, which has always considered itself the top among the 10 sects. Now that the sect master has become the youngest dominator, they will undoubtedly send their strongest disciples. They did not look down on Shen Ming, and they all believed he had a promising future. However, Shen Ming was still at the second level of divine concealment with room to rise in the third level of the innate realm. The Xuantian Grand Ceremony is most likely to be held this month. Who is in favor, who is against? Ren Fengqi did not argue, but simply asked. Among the masters of the 9 peaks, 3 were in favor: Luo, Tiandu, Xie Tianjian, and the master of the divine casting peak. 3 opposed and 3 abstained. Well, adding me makes it 4-3. It is settled then, Ren Fengqi said. At this moment, the voice of the sect master Liang Mingshi came. Ren Fengqi and the 9 peak masters immediately stood up. Even if they could not see the person, respect was due to a dominator. With so many people standing, perhaps not everyone would be remembered, but if someone did not stand, it would be clearly noted. Have the casualties been tallied? 13 dead, 24 injured, Ren Fengqi reported truthfully. That makes 37. The demon sect will lose 37 supremes because of this. Under Liang Ming's calm voice lay boundless killing intent. 37 supremes. Was this to uproot the demon heaven sect? 3 days later, Liang Mingshi, the sect master of the Xuantian Sect, holding the Xuantian bell, single-handedly entered the lairs of the demon heaven sect Dragon Demon Palace and Purple Ghost Gate, annihilating a total of 37 supreme realm experts. Among them, the supreme realm of the demon heaven sect was completely wiped out. Of the 10 demon paths, only 9 remained. Once the news broke, the northern region trembled, and various forces immediately sent their congratulations. The Xuantian Sect announced that it would hold the Xuantian Grand Ceremony on the first day of the new year. In the northern region at the Tai Sect, a colossal mountain gate towers into the clouds, adorned with mysterious runes and exquisite patterns. On either side of the gate, 2 massive stone pillars stand like heavenly columns, with vivid dragons coiling around them, their scales shimmering with a golden light. The Tai Sect prides itself as the foremost among the 10 great sects, striving to create a mountain gate reminiscent of the legendary Heavenly Gate. Within the gate, ancient trees rise to the sky, and an ethereal aura permeates the air. The architecture is resplendently adorned. The palaces exude grandeur, solemn and majestic. The disciples of the Tai Sect don magnificent robes, more distinguished than the royal dragon robes of any dynasty. In the inner domain, a dazzling scene unfolds, accompanied by cheerful laughter. It's Senior Brother Gu. Why are you so happy? You don't know? At the Xuantian Grand Ceremony, Senior Brother Gu will outshine all and showcase the talents of our Tai Sect. Gu Chang'e at the second level of the innate realm with a divine concealment of 5 layers. In the Tai Sect, he is undoubtedly the top of the earth ranking. At the second level of the innate realm, no one can rival him. Dressed in a moon-white long robe, Gu changes, sleeves flutter gently in the breeze. He stands tall like a pine tree, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, emanating a sharp yet restrained aura. What a splendid Xuantian Grand Ceremony! Gu Chang'e paced back and forth, exhibiting a departure from his usual composure. He has always aspired to defeat all the young talents of the northern region at the second level of the innate realm and break through to the third level undefeated. Unfortunately, the northern region is vast, divided into 13 states, each a realm of its own. The only opportunity for all the prodigies of the northern region to gather is the Qianlong ranking, which is intended for those at the third level of the innate realm. Gu Chang'e had considered challenging the 10 great sects one by one, but was scolded by his master for doing so. Now at the Xuantian grand ceremony, the clouds of destiny gather and all forces converge. It is precisely the stage Gu Chang'e has long anticipated. He also knows that the higher-ups within the sect are quite dissatisfied with the Xuantian patriarch and are planning something significant at the grand ceremony. The timing, the location, and the support of the people are all in his favor. Gu Chang'e feels he is the protagonist of this era and everything is prepared for him. In the northern region at the Jiang family on Shukong Island, Jiang Tianxing and Qin Qing learned of the news regarding the Xuantian grand ceremony and were overjoyed. Great! On the first day of the new year, we can go to the Xuantian Sect to see our son, Qin Qing said. Jiang Tianxing did not oppose, as a young master of the Xuantian Sect had emerged, allowing the head of the Jiang family to go and congratulate him without raising suspicion. However, just as the couple was preparing, the ancestral elder of the Jiang family conveyed a message. You need not go, the supreme elder will take Jiang Changkong there. Jiang Tianxing's face flushed as he said, Elder, for such an important matter, how can I, as the head of the family, not go? The Xuantian grand ceremony is a rare opportunity to measure the strength and potential of each faction. Jiang Changkong possesses the Void Emperor body, which can represent our Jiang family. Or do you prefer to have Jiang Daoxian take Jiang Changkong instead? The elder's words left Jiang Tianxing speechless. How could he possibly take Jiang Changkong to the Xuantian grand ceremony? As for Jiang Daoxuan, he is Jiang Changkong's father. If these two were to represent the Jiang family at the grand ceremony, then he as the clan leader would indeed have nothing to show for it. Do you know which supreme elder will take Jiang Changkong? Elder Yuyan. The elder knew he would ask this. Jiang Tianxing let out a sigh of relief. Among the supreme elders, Yuyan was uninterested in power struggles and had always remained neutral. The elder's decision to have Elder Yuyan take Jiang Changkong indeed aimed to showcase the Void Emperor body without favoring anyone. As the clan leader, he must also consider the interests of the Jiang family. After the elder left, Qin Qing appeared despondent, her eyes filled with endless sadness. Madam, do not be upset. Like the dynasties and families, there are 3 tiers. The Tianlong kingdom belongs to the first tier of dynasties. The current Tianlong king is a remarkable leader with great strategies and the national strength, Qin Qing said. Jiang Tianxing was left speechless. The world of the survival of the fittest is indeed cruel. In the northern region at the Tianlong dynasty, like the dynasties and families, there are 3 tiers. The Tianlong kingdom belongs to the first tier of dynasties. The current Tianlong king is a remarkable leader with great strategies, and the national strength is growing stronger. However, the Tianlong king is not satisfied with this. In the Supreme Golden Palace, the Tianlong king is conversing with his children. Tengge, our Tianlong kingdom was originally a great ancient dynasty, but unfortunately we failed in the last era's contention for the Tao and fell to the first tier. You possess the emperor body of humanity, and the hope of returning to the great ancient dynasty rests upon you. Wang Ting not yet 20 exudes an air of nobility and coldness, with confidence and decisiveness reflected in his gaze, embodying the aura of a king in every gesture. Beside him stands a girl of 15 or 16, stunningly beautiful, clad in a water blue long dress, the hem fluttering in the wind, as if intertwining with the surrounding clouds and mist. With a delicate nose and naturally rosy lips, her skin is as white as snow, exuding a faint glow as if sculpted from the purest ice and snow. Upon hearing that all hope rests on her younger brother, the girl pursed her lips. The Tianlong king looked at her and said, Yunshi, the Jiang family has received news that the son of the Jiang family with whom you have a betrothal is a waste body. Moi. Wang Chun and Yunshi looked at each other in astonishment. It cannot be wrong that Jiang Ming has not been seen since his comingafage ceremony, and it is rumored he has been sent to the Xuantian Sect. The Tianlong king said, Father, where did this news come from? Yunshi asked. From the Jiang family. Father, are you implying that the Jiang family wants to use this to eliminate the current family head? The Tianlong king said, Yes. Even so, this king does not care, but great era is approaching and strength is paramount. Since he is a waste body, he has no right to appear before this king. The Tianlong king asked, Father, do you want me to withdraw from the marriage? Yunshi inquired. No matter how one withdraws from the marriage, it will offend the Jiang family. Even if the family head changes, it is still difficult to find someone to withdraw from the marriage. The last statement made the Tianlong king a bit helpless. With nearly 10,000 disciples of the Xuantian Sect, it is impossible to find them. Then, Father, what should I do? Yunqi asked. Do not cancel the betrothal with the Jiang family. They are an indispensable ally for our rise. However, we can consider another candidate, such as Jiang Chongkong. He is also going to the Xuantian Sect, and should not be hard to find to seize the opportunity. Yunqi understood her father's intent, but did not provide a clear answer. Go and prepare for the Xuantian grand ceremony. The Tianlan king waved his hand. The siblings exited the supreme golden palace, and Yunqi appeared deep in thought. Sister, you don't plan to heed father's words. Wang Ting understood his sister somewhat. Her beauty was only skin deep, and her heart held her own thoughts. If I were to embrace the emperor body solely because of a waste body, what would I become? Moreover, if Jiang Ming had the ambition to improve, what does it matter if he is a waste body? Without their father present, Yunqi expressed the thoughts in her heart. Yunqi returned to her moon-holding palace, and after confirming that no one was around, this enchanting princess revealed a stern expression unseen by outsiders. Everything is proceeding just as it did in my past life. If such thoughts were to leak out, it would cause a tremendous uproar. Because the current Yunqi comes from 20 years later. She has been reborn. Half a year ago, Yunqi opened her eyes and found herself back in the moon-holding palace, which should have long been reduced to ruins, having escaped from the dark and perilous tomb of the emperor. She returned to the year when she was 16 on the eve of that turmoil. The ancient clan did not invade the northern territory, and the human race thrived as the overlords of the 13 states. At first, Yunqi could not believe this was real. She had not yet achieved sainthood and could not live a second life. Even if she could not reverse the flow of time and return to the past. Initially, she thought she was trapped in an inner demon or enduring endless torment in a delusion. After months of repeated confirmation, she finally accepted that everything was real. The headmaster of the Xuantian Sect became a sovereign realm master, the youngest to do so, marking the peak of the Northern Territory's human race. Yet from that moment on, prosperity must decline, leading the human race toward decay. At the Xuantian grand ceremony, external forces and the small western heavens made their appearance. Officially a celebration, but in truth they aimed to destabilize the Tao foundations of the younger generation in the Northern Territory with the Transcendence Sutra. Soon after, a certain elder from the Tai sect went mad and recklessly unleashed the heavenly demon battlefield of Tai. The 9 layers of the heavenly demon battlefield erupted, causing a minor catastrophe. Initially, the Northern Territory blamed all of this on the Xuantian Sect, believing it had attracted the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The truth was the ancient clan was secretly instigating chaos to plunge the Northern Territory's human race into turmoil. The ancient clan had always been a grave threat to the human race. In the ancient times, they fed off the human race, and the two factions fought endlessly. Later, when external demons invaded, the two clans were forced to unite, achieving a fragile peace. Countless years passed, and the ancient clan stirred once more, meticulously plotting to conquer the Northern Territory. The human race of the Northern Territory was plunged into darkness. Yunqi was the last person of the human race to resist, placing her hopes of driving away the ancient clan on the Sin Emperor and exploring the Sin Emperor's tomb. It was there that she triggered a certain restriction, leading to her rebirth. In her final memories, there was a towering figure pointing a finger at her, wearing an inscrutable smile. Yunqi did not understand what it meant, thinking, why couldn't he just say it plainly? Regardless, she returned to the very beginning of it all. For her, no marriage pact mattered. The ancient clan was the true enemy. In her past life, she followed her father's arrangements, changing the marriage partner of the Tianlan dynasty to become the fiancé of Jiang Chongkong. As a result, Jiang Chongkong betrayed the human race and became a general of the ancient clan, acting more ruthlessly than the ancient clan itself. Fortunately, they never married, having barely exchanged a few words. Otherwise, if her partner were such a disgusting person, it would be like swallowing a cockroach. As for her original fiancé, now the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Ming, she did not have a deep impression of him. This Jiang Ming was indeed a waste. After being sent to the Xuantian Sect, there was no news of him anymore. In this life, I will rely on myself. Drive away the ancient clan. Become an eternal emperor. With this determination, Yunqi no longer cared about what kind of physique her fiancé had. Xuantian Sect, Xuantian Hall. Upon returning to the sect, Shen Ming was not focused on the Xuantian grand ceremony. He and Zhang Haoran carried the reverse butterfly to find the deputy sect master. Ren Fengqi listened to Zhang Haoran describe the situation, placing his hand on the crystal enveloping the reverse butterfly. The reverse butterfly seemed to be in a deep sleep, wearing a peaceful expression. Why does it smell of blood? Ren Fengqi asked in confusion. Zhang Haoran explained that this was their combined technique that had killed numerous demonic cultivators. In the future, try not to use it, or others might think our Xuantian Sect is refining humanoid weapons. Even the demon faction would find it a bit extreme. Rin Fengqi said. Zhang Haoran felt a bit regretful as he swung the reverse butterfly, and no one dared to approach the Shinsong realm. Master, what is the current situation of the reverse butterfly? Shen Ming asked with concern. The reverse butterfly has a special bloodline power that erupts at the moment of life and death. This is quite rare and requires a dangerous situation to unleash a strong will to achieve it. Rin Fengqi said. At that time we were ambushed, and the reverse butterfly activated the weapon destruction technique, transforming itself into a spiritual weapon. Zhang Haoran spoke with a hint of emotion. She is in a state of metamorphosis, a special talent awakening. However, the impact was too great, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. If placed in the spiritual mountain of the small cave heaven to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, she could awaken in about 10 years. If placed in the spiritual mountain of the great cave heaven, it would take about 3 years. Shen Ming, there is a spiritual pool on your Xiaoyao Peak. Soaking there for a year would suffice. However, doing so. Then let's put her in the spiritual pool, Shen Ming said directly. Rin Fengqi wanted to point out that doing so would mean 2 exceptional geniuses sharing the spiritual essence of one spiritual mountain. Of course, the spiritual mountain of the great cave heaven is enough for 2 Shansong realm cultivators to share, let alone the enhanced spiritual essence of Xiaoyao Peak. Shen Ming agreed without hesitation, leaving Rin Fengqi both surprised and admiring. Thus, Shen Ming and Zhang Haoran carried the reverse butterfly toward Xiaoyao Peak. The headmaster wishes to see you, Rin Fengqi said. He'll go, you can meet the headmaster. Zhang Haoran said. All right. Shen Ming tossed him the mountain river order and went to see the headmaster. Zhang Haoran was taken aback. He meant to take the reverse butterfly to Xiaoyao Peak and wait. Who knew Shen Ming would directly hand him the mountain river order? This was an immense trust. Zhang Haoran Shen Ming's character is pure, sincere, and easily deceived by treacherous people, so he needs someone truly sincere by his side. Rin Fengqi said. Zhang Haoran shuddered, a conflicted expression on his face, saying, Deputy Sect Master, do I have that qualification? You child, must you always add the word deputy? Rin Fengqi appeared slightly helpless, but still said, Your speed in becoming a true disciple and entering the Shinsong realm is only second to Shen Ming, faster than the heir of the Ji family by half a month. Do you think this is merely luck? What is it then? Zhang Haoran's heart raced. You possess a heart of righteousness. However, your childhood experiences made you hesitant to trust others, fearing that kindness would be betrayed, thus sealing away this heart of righteousness until you met Shen Ming. Rin Fengqi said. Zhang Haoran recalled that each time he broke through it was by overcoming his inner demons and believing in himself. Deputy Sect Master, I still feel that the mortal world is not worth it. If the path of righteousness is bright and majestic, I fear I cannot achieve it. People like Shen Ming are few and far between. That's normal. If you comprehended the truths of the world at your age, that would be unexpected. Do not think, instead act, experience, and make mistakes, but never deviate from your own heart. Rin Fengqi said with a light laugh. Zhang Haoran seemed to understand, as the deputy sect master said at his age, merely thinking would not lead to understanding. He carried the reverse butterfly and headed towards Xiaoyao Peak. The Xiantian Zifu, the sect master's residence. There were no gilded palaces, no ostentatious adornments. Only a crystal-clear stream murmuring softly over smooth stones, its melody pure and celestial. The water danced playfully between jagged rocks, bursting into frothy white blossoms. In the distance, undulating mountains wreathed in mist rose and receded like breath, peaks drifting in and out of view as if painted with inkwash elegance. Even the sect master's dwelling was but a modest hermitage. Within its rear courtyard stood numerous artistic works, landscape, painting, stone carvings, and intricate, sandable architectural models. Sect Master Liang Mingshi wore solemn feathered robes that shimmered with a faint ethereal radiance. Tall and statuesque, he possessed an otherworldly grace, refined, noble, and peerlessly handsome. A trace of reluctant resignation lingered upon his features. Is this perhaps a bit excessive, eh? Liang Mingshi murmured. Around him stood 9 senior elders bearing the character Xian in their names, aligned in solemn formation. 3 ancient generation elders, long secluded from the world, stood in a single row, each emanating an overwhelming aura of indomitable power. Mingshi, you are the youngest sovereign realm cultivator in the northern region, and the very hope of our Xuantian Sect. Elder Ili declared. Were our cultivation progress swifter and more sovereign realm masters emerged, such grand ceremony would not be necessary. Liang Mingxi replied. The senior elder's eyes twitched involuntarily. They had all long been stalled at the peak of celestial supreme sovereign, and only their deep familiarity with the sect master's temperament kept them from challenging him outright. Exasperating. Neither fully human nor wholly divine. Liang Mingxi sighed, his brow furrowed with quiet concern. The Xuantian grand ceremony will draw many attendees, I presume. In truth, though others believe the sect master detached from worldly affairs, he simply disliked crowds. This aversion stemmed from his upbringing. Gifted since childhood, he had always been the center of attention, scrutinized by countless eyes wherever he went. He found it suffocating, and held no illusion that he advanced too swiftly. Rather, he believed others moved far too slowly. Sect master, just speak less and act inscrutable, one senior elder advised. That I excel at, Liang Mingxi replied with a slight nod, his silence alone enough to evoke awe and mystery. Thereafter, the Xuantian Sect's senior leadership finalized the protocols for the grand ceremony. No flaw could be tolerated in so momentous an event. Upon its conclusion, Liang Mingxi retained Elder Shen Yuan. Elder Shen Yuan was bewildered until Shen Ming arrived at the Xuantian Zifu. A dull ache throbbed behind his temples. Lately, the younger disciples from Tongtian Peak had taken to shaking their heads whenever they saw him, their faces silently declaring, "The elder has lost his wits." He regretted it himself, but the deed was done and retreat impossible. Now he wondered what purpose the sect master had in keeping him behind. Shen Ming, your performance within the spirit vault was exceptional, earning high praise even from the Longyuan Sword Sect and the Ziyang Gate. Few disciples could achieve such distinction. This is the Xuantian robe, a heavenly tier spirit treasure, impervious to fire and flood and resistant to even the deadliest toxins. As he spoke, Liang Mingxi produced a resplendent feathered robe, silken soft to the touch, yet unyielding as tempered steel. When light fell upon it, the robe shimmered with iridescent, dreamlike halos, hypnotic, enchanting. Shen Ming recognized this as a reward, but his brows knit together in quiet disapproval. Displeased, Liang Mingxi asked with a gentle smile. It's too ornate. I'd stand out too much, Shen Ming replied frankly. A spark of delight lit Liang Mingxi's eyes. Then let us try this azure gold battle armor instead. Also a heavenly tier spirit treasure, its deep azure base exuded a cold, enigmatic majesty. Forged from rare celestial metal, its plates interlocked seamlessly, yet retained the supple drape of fine cloth. Accept it. As a Xuantian disciple, one must possess no fewer than 3 or 4 heavenly tier treasures. Thank you, sect master, Shen Ming said sincerely. Indeed, the Xuantian sect had treated him exceedingly well. Save for a few exceptions, every elder and disciple had proven kind and upright. A single heavenly tier treasure is insufficient. You slew Ziyin, the demon path's most wanted fugitive, thus earning additional rewards. You cultivate the divine elephant subjugation art. I have instructed Elder Shen Yuan to guide your enlightenment. At those words, Elder Shen Yuan finally grasped why he had been summoned. It was reasonable. Shen Ming had earned a senior elder's personal guidance through meritorious deeds. The divine elephant subjugation art was one of the supreme techniques originally refined on Tongtian Peak, making Elder Xuan Yuan's guidance both fitting and appropriate. Yet given recent circumstances, an inexplicable unease stirred within him. Enlightenment? Shen Ming asked, puzzled. The divine elephant subjugation art opens 840 million elephant microparticles within the human body. Its mastery marks readiness to ascend the 9 floors of the demon-subduing pagoda. Upon completion, one returns to the origin, to further open dragon elephant microparticles atop each elephant particle, then primal elephant particles upon those, until the entire body resonates with divine elephant particles. That is true consummation. I have reached the primal elephant realm, Elder Shen Yuan explained. I shall now guide you once through the opening of dragon elephant particles. How much you absorb depends entirely on your own cultivation foundation. Your elephant force sent Ziyin flying, Liang Mingxi added. If you solidify dragon elephant particles, you will stand unassailable even among spirit treasury realm cultivators. How much he can absorb in such short time? His accumulation is still insufficient. Elder Shen Yuan began, then paused, recalling Shen Ming's astonishing feat within the demon-subduing pagoda, and dared not speak with certainty. Opening dragon elephant particles depended not on insight or spiritual energy, but sheer accumulation. Surely this youth won't attempt to awaken all 840 million at once. Elder Shen Yuan amended his thought inwardly. The enlightenment itself posed no risk. but guiding such an immense awakening in one session would leave him utterly spent. Shen Ming's gaze burned with fervent intensity. Elder Xuanyuan's heart lurched. He strongly suspected the youth was deliberately provoking him. With the sect master watching, Shen Ming's gaze burned with fervent intensity. Elder Xuanyuan's heart lurched. He strongly suspected the youth was deliberately provoking him. With the sect master watching, he stepped behind Shen Ming. "Begin," Liang Mingshi signaled. Elder Xuanyuan placed his hands upon Shen Ming's shoulders and activated the divine elephant subjugation art. Outside the demon-subduing pagoda, a majestic primal elephant manifestation still coalesced in the air. Simultaneously, Shen Ming's body trembled, every elephant microparticle within him pulsing rhythmically. With each pulse, golden motes flickered across his form, signifying the birth of a new dragon-elephant particle. 840 million pulses, and Shen Ming would ascend to the second layer of the divine elephant subjugation art. Elder Xuanyuan realized his earlier apprehension had been unwarranted. He had guided many, including Luo Cheng. Even the most gifted rarely surpassed 100 million pulses. His old habit resurfaced. What genius haven't I seen in my lifetime? 1,000, 5,000, 100 million, 300 million. Elder Xuanyuan broke into cold sweat. His eye sockets hollowed, his spirit visibly fraying. Elder Xuanyuan, do not overexert yourself. Liang Mingshi interjected, unable to watch further. Master, please step aside. I'll continue from here. Rest well. Shen Ming, sensing the elder's exhaustion, volunteered the words himself. To Elder Xuanyuan, those two sentences felt like oil poured onto flame. Who exactly is undergoing enlightenment here? So now it's me who mustn't overexert. Who do you think you're underestimating? Elder Xuanyuan gritted his teeth and unleashed his full strength. Elder Xuanyuan's selflessness is truly extraordinary. Others claimed he refused to instruct disciples. Clearly rumors hold no truth. Liang Mingshi watched astonished. Shen Ming's heart warmed. He had never met Elder Xuanyuan before, yet the elder was giving everything for him. Truly kindness still abounds in this world. Truly kindness still abounds in this world. Enlightenment is the coveted reward that every true disciple dreams of. The Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Supreme level walks the path once traversed by his disciples, embodying the very essence of the sect's legacy. It can save disciples 3 to 5 years of arduous training, and for those with slightly greater talent, it could even be 10 years. Naturally, such good fortune is not something everyone can enjoy. One must have made significant contributions. Shen Ming, having a pivotal role in the spiritual vault, received a reward of enlightenment. The effect of this enlightenment depends on the elder's condition or mood. Liang Mingshi was intentionally watching from the side, having heard that Xuanyuan had recently been distracted from the younger disciples. Little did he know he was gravely mistaken. Elder Xuanyuan was more serious than he had imagined. At this moment, Shen Ming had already completed 790 million dragon elephant particles radiating brilliant golden light, forming a nascent shape of the dragon elephant. Xuanyuan looked as though he hadn't slept in a month, with dark circles appearing under the eyes of a heavenly supreme. Despite this, Xuanyuan gritted his teeth and did not stop. With such a supreme elder, how can we worry about the sect not flourishing? Liang Mingshi sighed. Xuanyuan gritted his teeth, staring intently at the golden dragon elephant particles surrounding Shen Ming. This kid must be nearing his limit. Xuanyuan thought, suppressing a surge of frustration to push Shen Ming to his utmost. There has never been a case where a supreme elder enlightened someone only to collapse themselves. Yet as he watched Shen Ming nearly solidify the form of the dragon elephant, Xuanyuan found himself truly at a loss. Shen Ming, I have already used 40% of my energy. Your endurance thus far marks you as an exceptionally rare true disciple with limitless potential. In truth, Xuanyuan had already expended a full 100% of his energy, but he was keenly aware of appearances, thus claiming only 40%. The purpose of this statement was to set up for what was to follow. Shen Ming, to what extent have you reached? He saw that Shen Ming was responsive and sincere, eager to uncover the truth. 9/10. Shen Ming replied honestly. Few, not too outrageous. Upon hearing this answer, Xuanyuan felt a wave of relief. He was worried he might collapse first. Looking at the nascent shape of the dragon elephant surrounding Shen Ming, he thought it fitting to complete the process. Allowing Shen Ming to master dragon elephant particles was quite reasonable. Perhaps it could even become a celebrated tale. With this thought, Xuanyuan felt less fatigued. Finally, after 840,000 surges, Shen Ming manifested a golden dragon elephant shimmering with a mysterious metallic sheen emanating a chilling divine might. However, Xuanyuan noticed he could continue further. Shen Ming was still expanding upon the foundation of dragon elephant particles, embarking on the creation of yuan elephant particles. Shen Ming, to what extent are you now? Xuanyuan's voice had begun to slip out of control. 13/10. Shen Ming replied frankly. Where did the 13/10 come from? Huh, isn't it a 100-point system? People from the Xianyuan world had never heard of a 100-point system. 9/10 meant 90%, at most 100%. Once Xianyuan realized the meaning behind the 100-point system, he exploded in rage. His tightly wound heart finally gave way as his yuan elephant dissipated into thin air. Xianyuan collapsed to the ground, his face completely drained of color, his essence depleted. You. Xianyuan trembled as he raised his right hand, pointing at the infuriating Shen Ming. Elder, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Shen Ming quickly supported the elder, grasping his arm with heartfelt sincerity. He felt a twinge of regret for not being able to continue creating yuan elephant particles. But one must learn to be content, especially given the elder's pathetic state. Xianyuan rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Sect leader, Shen Ming hurriedly said. It's fine guiding others won't endanger your life. Just rest for a while. However, Elder Xuanyuan, at your age, to exhaust your mental energy for your enlightenment of me, this kindness, you must remember. Yes, from now on the Xuantian Sect is my home. At this moment, Shen Ming's sense of belonging to the Xuantian Sect reached an unprecedented height. Even in the Zhang family, it was doubtful any supreme elder would be willing to take such a step. Shen Ming personally carried Elder Xuanyuan back to his purple mansion. Elder Xuanyuan gradually awoke. When he finally opened his eyes, seeing Shen Ming's face, he rolled his eyes again. Shen Ming felt a pang of guilt, and not wanting to disturb him further, placed the elder on the bed and left. Back at the Carefree Peak, Shen Ming found Zhang Haoran, who was seen struggling by the spirit pool. What's wrong? Shen Ming asked curiously. If I put the reverse butterfly completely into the spirit pool, I'm afraid it will drown, but if I leave its head out, won't that be a bit too frightening? Zhang Haoran said seriously. The spirit pool radiated a layer of shimmering brilliance, with the crystalline reverse butterfly blending seamlessly into the water. If only its head were above the water, it would resemble a human head floating on the surface. It's fine, I am the only one on Carefree Peak, so I won't scare anyone. Shen Ming thought about how if the reverse butterfly woke up to find itself submerged, it might panic. You should come often to check on it to avoid any accidents. Cultivating by the spirit pool will also be beneficial for you, Shen Ming advised. All right. Zhang Haoran nodded and left Carefree Peak. Since returning from the spiritual vault, he had been busy with the reverse butterfly, and now this outcome finally put his mind at ease. Shen Ming stepped outside his cave, eagerly practicing the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. The power of the dragon elephant surpassed that of the giant elephant by more than just a small margin. Under the same realm, when encountering Xian again, there would be no need to rely on Sword 8 to weaken the opponent's offensive. A single strike of divine elephant collapse would be enough to defeat him. Above Carefree Peak, flying vessels continuously passed by. Some female disciples pretended to pass by casually flying around, finally catching a glimpse of the true figure. It turned out that what happened in the spiritual vault had already spread within the inner domain. A true disciple at the divine vault level had advanced deep into the spiritual vault, rampaging and making the disciples of the three major demon sects cry out in despair. In total, 5 young sect masters had fallen under his blade, including those as strong as Xian, who was at the 5th level of the divine vault. Immediately, images of the top 10 of the Fengyun ranking flashed in the minds of the disciples. For instance, the top-ranked Lei Qianjue, the second-ranked Chen Shi, and the third-ranked Qin Mu. When their identities were revealed, it turned out to be this newly arrived true disciple. Carefree Peak, Shen Ming, a first-level divine vault disciple who stormed into the spiritual vault. Due to this bravery, he obtained the Sword Soul opportunity. Furthermore, he became the Xianyuan son of the Grand Xianyuan ceremony. One piece of news after another challenged the common sense of many true disciples. Even if the statements were made with utmost certainty, even with witnesses from the 3 sects, they felt it defied logic and wanted to witness it firsthand. Because it was so exaggerated, they did not dare to directly descend upon Carefree Peak to seek help from him. Thus, disciples pretending to pass by lingered around Carefree Peak. Just then, Shen Ming condensed 840 million dragon elephant powers and delivered a heavy punch. The sound of breaking air resembled the roar of dragons and tigers carrying immense force, shocking all around with an unstoppable majesty. The hovering disciples were all shaken, their scalps tingling. It's real. This power was the best evidence, surpassing 1,000 words. The 27th day of the 12th lunar month. Tongtian Peak, one of the 9 spirit peaks of the Xuantian Sect, soared skyward, already the tallest spirit peak, now towering 10,000 zhong, high, piercing the clouds. The Xuantian Grand Ceremony would be held atop its summit, modeled after the legendary Peach Banquet of Immortals. Though several days remained before the ceremony, the Xuantian mountain range had already become the most vibrant place in the northern realm. The 9 mountain cities beneath the outer peaks overflowed with crowds. Cultivators from the 13 provinces brought diverse wares, and major merchant guilds thrived amid the bustle. In a single day, the Xuantian Sect earned more than it had in several years combined. Notably, most forces residing in the mountain cities had received no formal invitation. They had simply arrived unbidden, drawn by the spectacle. Entry to the Xuantian Grand Ceremony required at least second-tier strength. Invited sects arrived by air, descending upon the 8 main peaks aboard an array of flying treasures. Grandfather, how lively it is! On Daqiong Peak, a grandfather and granddaughter strolled along the mountain path. The elder appeared 70 years old, of average stature, outwardly unremarkable. The girl, 11 or 12, was already a vision of nascent beauty, her delicate porcelain-like face brimming with innocent charm. The Xuantian Sect's arrangement of its mountain gate is truly ingenious, unconventional, and singular in conception. The elder glanced left and right. Bystanders assumed he merely admired the scenery. In truth, his bright eyes reflected invisible formation patterns woven into the air. His name was Guan Sheng, a sovereign-rank wandering cultivator. He had earned the Xuantian Sect's invitation due to his peerless mastery of formation arts. He also had an elder brother skilled in divination, but whose moral character was base. The 2 brothers had long since severed ties. As the pair wandered with cheerful curiosity, calamity struck without warning. 3 colossal starships, like primordial leviathans, ripped through the void with thunderous force. They did not fly in. They tore open space itself, arriving via instantaneous spatial transmission. The lead vessel, immense and radiant, shimmered with an arcane light, as though forged from stellar iron. The other 2 were no less imposing, one wreathed in violet mist within which lightning crackled ominously, as if commanding the very authority of heaven and earth. The third emitted a frigid sapphire glow as though drawn from the deepest polar abyss. Its presence sent shivers of bone-deep cold across the land. This spectacle was visible throughout the entire Xuantian mountain range. The Tai sect has arrived. All instantly recognized the 3 flagship vessels, the Sun, Moon, and Stars. Our 3 elders coming. No wonder they're the Tai sect, truly overbearing. They seek to assert their supremacy as the foremost of the 10 great sects. The youngest sovereign-rank master hails from the Xuantian sect. They surely chafe at that. An unwritten rule governed relations among great sects. When invited as guests, no more than one supreme expert could attend. Yet all 3 elders aboard the Tai sect's Sun, Moon, Stars vessels stood at the threshold of sovereignhood. Their approach reeked of intimidation, as if delivering a declaration of war. Upon the decks, Tai disciples stood tall and arrogant, gazing down upon the Xuantian sect's central peak with haughty disdain. Clad in sumptuous brocade robes, they resembled noble scions far more than sect disciples. Xuantian sect cultivators who witnessed them responded with icy silence. Master, why does it feel as though the Xuantian and Tai sects are at odds? Xia asked. The Tai sect stands aloof and imperious. Other sects avoid them entirely, unwilling to invite misfortune. Indeed, beyond the northern realm's youngest sovereign-rank master, the 2 sects had clashed before. Both possessed versions of the celestial wander steps. The Xuantian sect's Yutian Bu and the Tai sect's Tai Qing Yutian Bu recovered from the same ancient ruin. Their trial cultivators had jointly devoted themselves to deciphering the technique. Yet only the Tai sect achieved a breakthrough, completing the full Tai Qing Yutian Bu. At the time, the Xuantian sect's trial cultivator accused the Tai sect of hoarding insights and deceiving them, while secretly fabricating their own findings. What was the truth? Xia asked. To display their preeminence, the Tai sect always seeks out Xuantian disciples during grand events to discuss the Tai Qing Yutian Bu. Hearing this, the elder paused deliberately, inviting his granddaughter's opinion. It sounds as though the Xuantian sect misunderstood the Tai sect, and the latter willingly taught them. Xia replied thoughtfully. Haha, little Xia, do you know that each time such exchanges conclude, every Xuantian disciple cultivating the authentic Yutian Bu regresses instead of advancing? The elder said. Xia's face paled. Still too young to fathom the depths of human. Xia, evil men never inscribe the word wicked upon their foreheads. Some speak endlessly of benevolence and virtue while committing atrocity after atrocity. The elder said. Then, grandfather, How do I tell good people from bad? His expression dimmed. The human heart was like an unfathomable abyss. Even after a lifetime, he dared not pronounce judgment on virtue or vice. Listen to their words, you observe their deeds. As he spoke, a wave of astonishment erupted across the Xuantian mountain range. From the starships, the three elders of the sun-moon stars emerged. All were venerable elders with snow-white hair, yet exuded overwhelming majesty. Erect as ancient pines, their gazes sharp and unyielding. Robed in garments that shimmered with celestial radiance, they strode upon empty air. Each step resonated with surging stellar energy. Behind them stood the Xuantian Sect's senior disciples, the top cultivators of the third realm of innate qi. The younger generation cared not for titles or names, but solely for who ranked upon the hidden dragon list. In the northern realm, the hidden dragon list bore unquestionable authority. Only those ranked among its top 10 in the third realm of innate qi were universally hailed as true prodigies. The Xuantian Sect claimed precedence in all things. 3 of its disciples occupied the list's first 5 positions. Today, all 3 had arrived. Zhou Mutian, ranked first, Li Wentian, third, and Dantai Jin fourth. All in their early 20s, resplendent as radiant stars. Behind them stood another youth, exceptional even among such brilliance, flawlessly handsome, clad in snow-white robes embodying transcendent elegance and unearthly grace. Gu Chang'e, the so-called invincible master of the second realm of innate qi. Such bold claims, to proclaim oneself invincible. Beyond every man lies another, above every heaven looms a higher sky. None dared boast of invincibility, for tomorrow a stronger foe might appear at one's door. Such a grand display. The Xuantian Sect intends to steal the spotlight. Elder Guan murmured under his breath. The Xuantian Sect had arrived early in overwhelming force, its intent unmistakable and unapologetically displayed. Grandfather, does the Xuantian Sect have anyone on the hidden dragon list? Xia tugged gently at her grandfather's sleeve, whispering. Having witnessed the Xuantian Sect's domineering arrival, and recalling her grandfather's earlier remarks about the Yutian Bu, and most importantly, having enjoyed lavish hospitality as guests of the Xuantian Sect, the child instinctively sided with them, viewing the Xuantian Sect as irredeemably villainous. Yes, the second-rank cultivator is Nalan Li of the Xuantian Sect. 5th is their Liangyi. As for the second realm of innate qi, I cannot imagine anyone capable of challenging Gu Chang'e. He had traveled across all 13 provinces of the northern realm and once witnessed Gu Chang'e in combat. Indeed, the youth bore the unmistakable aura of invincibility. In the inner domain at the Carefree Peak, Shen Ming stepped out of his cave dwelling clad in a blue and gold battle robe, the fabric shimmering with intertwining glows of blue and gold. With each step he took in his Thunderstrider boots, faint arcs of electricity flickered. A Mingxin sword hung at his waist, unsheathed, yet not revealing its sharpness, yet by instinct he could sense it was a formidable blade. The 3 heavenly-grade spirit treasures could not compare to Shen Ming's own exceptional presence. He had a striking appearance, his features as chiseled as if carved by a knife, with distinct contours. His long jet-black hair was casually tied back, swaying in the breeze. Outside, a beautiful young girl awaited, her gaze fixed intently on the young man, unable to tear her eyes away. Her eyes shone with astonishment and infatuation, her cheeks gradually flushing, the rosy hue creeping up like the twilight glow on the horizon. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly the girl slapped herself and thought, Su Lingyu, how can you be so beastly towards your own brother? Shen Ming ascending to become the Xuantian Sun brought the utmost joy to Su Lingyu. It gave her a sense similar to that of parents hoping for their children to succeed. She actively sought to assist him, bustling about. Including Shen Ming's attire, such significant matters required an impeccable image. Now seeing Shen Ming's demeanor and presence, Su Lingyu felt relieved. Given a few more years, Shen Ming would not lose to the prodigies on the potential dragon ranking. Confirming this, Shen Ming switched into the standard attire of an authentic disciple. The grand ceremony of the Xuantian festival would commence in 2 days. Today was merely to ensure that no mistakes would occur. At that moment, a luxurious flying vessel arrived above Carefree Peak. From the Ji family, Ji Xian. I have heard that the Xuantian Sun has taken care of my brother Ji Tian, and I have come to express my gratitude. A cool voice reverberated across the Carefree Peak. Su Lingyu frowned slightly. She recalled when Shen Ming had just become an authentic disciple and had clashed with Ji Tian, the heir of the Ji family. At that time, Ji Tian had left in disgrace, no longer daring to make a move. Unexpectedly for the Xuantian festival, the Ji family sent Ji Tian's elder brother Ji Xian. He was in the third stage of the innate realm, ranked 9th on the potential dragon ranking. Rest assured he won't dare to act recklessly. Su Linghua spoke. As the flying vessel descended, Ji Xian did not land on the ground. Dressed in black battle attire, he appeared to be just over 20 tall and handsome, with an outstanding demeanor. Ji Tian stood beside him, a provocative expression on his face. Xuantian's son, Shen Ming, broke through to the second layer of the innate realm in a month and single-handedly entered the spirit vault. Ji Xian's voice was cold, cutting through the air. However, that does not signify anything. Until one reaches the third stage of the innate realm, except for the restricted spirit vault, one has no qualification to move freely in the northern region. Today's achievements do not guarantee tomorrow's brilliance. The way of heaven is fair. Cultivators do not all reach the same endpoint. Your enemies will not let go of their grudges simply because you are young. The treasures of the vault will not delay their opening because of your youth. Catastrophes will not cease because of your age. Remember this, Shen Ming of the initial stage of the divine vault. Ji Xian's words were concise, yet powerful, each word striking like a hammer to the heart. Su Linghua immediately sensed something was amiss. These were words meant to undermine one's resolve in martial arts. This was far worse than physical confrontation, yet she could not retaliate. Words can sometimes be as light as a feather, and at other times swift as a blade. Shen Ming, do not listen to him, Su Linghua urged. Oh, I actually find what he said quite reasonable. Shen Ming's response was unexpected. This remark reminded him of the Black Hand in the Xuantian Spirit Vault and the Tianyuan Sword Sect that was obliterated through the river of time. Since returning, he had felt something, albeit not clearly. Ji Xian's harsh tone seemed provocative, but actually unraveled his confusion. Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Shen Ming. It felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. He did not believe Shen Ming's displayed attitude, thinking it was merely a facade to impress Su Linghua. Faced with such a person, he suddenly found it uninteresting. Suddenly, everyone heard a dull sound like thunder rumbling in the clouds. Upon closer inspection, the sound emanated from Shen Ming's chest. Su Linghua, standing on the ground, immediately felt a surge of immense power. "Junior brother, you broke through," she exclaimed. Shen Ming placed a hand on his chest, feeling the power surging within his divine vault, his lips curling up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "What you just said inspired me, helping me progress from the initial to the mid-stage of the divine vault," he stated. Su Linghua confirmed repeatedly, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Ji Tian's expression was one of disgust, as they had come to cause trouble, yet it turned into helping someone break through. Upon reflection, although his brother's words were a bit harsh, they were not without reason. Could it be that his brother was genuinely helping? This is a sly and cunning person. Ji Xian's expression remained unchanged as he reached a conclusion in his heart. His words meant to undermine Shen Ming's momentary glory had no effect. Instead, Shen Ming achieved enlightenment on the spot, breaking through. This showcased his monstrous talent, allowing for a sharp retort, turning Ji Xian's words into empty talk and a joke. "So you want to flaunt your talent, huh? Then let's see if you are worthy." Ji Xian's heart stirred, and he proclaimed, "If the Xuantian son possesses such talent, please bestow upon me some insights into your extraordinary phenomena." As soon as he finished speaking, a vast aura erupted, and a true dragon manifestation ascended behind him. Though there was not a hint of wind, Su Linghua felt as if she were in the midst of a storm, as if she might be blown away at any moment. That was the might of the dragon striking at the soul. The true dragon manifestation. Ji Xian's unique talent manifestation. In the third stage of the innate realm, one could further develop one's unique talents and gain powerful manifestations. These manifestations possessed immense pressure and mysterious abilities. Ji Xian, having failed in one scheme, hatched another. Summoning the true dragon manifestation, he did not intend to attack, but merely to instill fear. Su Linghua struggled under the pressure, feeling quite unwell. Shen Ming, who faced the full brunt of the dragon's might, could very likely lose his mind and become a fool. However, Shen Ming appeared unaffected, carefully observing Ji Xian's true dragon manifestation. Ji Xian realized this and recognized that Shen Ming was not simple. He was not relying on spirit treasures nor leveraging his advantage in realm. It was a complete lack of fear against his true dragon manifestation. This is impossible. In legends, only the ancient sacred body could transcend any manifestation and remain unaffected by its authority. But Shen Ming could not possibly be the ancient sacred body. Your manifestation still has much room for improvement. Shen Ming offered his evaluation, genuinely feeling that Ji Xian's true dragon manifestation was ordinary primarily because Ji Xian had not yet mastered it. Of course, directly telling someone the truth can hurt their pride. Phrasing it differently made it much more tactful. Ji Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, especially upon hearing Su Lingyu's silver bell-like laughter. He had completely become a joke. Ji Xian glared at Ji Tian, his face filled with reproach. Ji Tian looked wronged. How could he have known Shen Ming would be like this? On the eve of the new year, above the Xuantian Sect, radiant clouds unfurled like a dream-woven tapestry. The sound of gongs and drums resonated, their mighty beats thundering like a tempest, stirring the hearts of all. The massive gongs and drums roared like ancient beasts, each sound shaking the mountains and rivers. At the peak of Xuantian, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, cheers and shouts intermingling, soaring into the sky. Guests had gathered as the Xuantian Sect held a grand welcoming ceremony today. Talented individuals and prodigies from all corners arrived to congratulate the youngest master of the northern region. From the first-rate aristocracy, the Ji family and Ji family were present. Led by the elder of the half-step master realm, they brought their most outstanding disciples. Ji Xian from the Ji family possessed the bloodline of the supreme, true dragon. Jiang Changkong from the Jiang family bore the physique of the Void Emperor. Among the first-rate dynasties, the Tianlan dynasty, the Daxia dynasty, and the Four Symbols dynasty were present. Among them, the most eye-catching were the brother and sister duo from the Tianlan dynasty. Wang Tung, the emperor body, alongside his sister, a prodigy, who had continuously broken various cultivation records. In just half a year, he advanced from the third stage of the divine concealment realm to the late stage of the innate third realm. It was rumored that Yunqi practiced a lost imperial scripture. All 10 major sects were present, and their disciples occupied half of the potential rankings. When these figures appeared in the sky, they triggered waves of cheers. The situation was almost unchanged from her previous life. The Taiyi sect would dominate the event tomorrow, followed by a strike from the Little Western Heaven. Today, the Taiyi sect would hold a ceremony at Tongtian Peak, humiliating the Xuantian sect. Yunqi walked through the Xuantian sect, her mood peculiar. Her long waterfall-like black hair cascaded down her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze. Dressed in a palace gown, her flowing skirt resembled mist, and with each movement it seemed to stir the spiritual energy of the world. Her skin was as white as snow, radiating a pure and holy glow as if sculpted from the most pristine spiritual jade. Her exquisite features showed no flaws, with brows like distant mountains, a delicate nose, and lips that were naturally red. In her previous life, she had attended the grand ceremony of Xuantian. At that time, she was merely at the second stage of the innate realm, a princess of remarkable beauty. In the current Xuantian sect, even a brick could potentially hit a princess. Yunqi gazed at the excited men and women moving about, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. In her previous life, she too was oblivious to the impending danger. She still remembered the day of the explosion at the demon battlefield, when countless demons surged forth, turning the Xuantian mountains into a river of blood, as if the apocalypse had descended. She must stop all of this. The decline of the Xuantian sect signified the decline of the human race in the northern region, and it must be curbed at its roots. She could not directly approach the Xuantian sect's leader, as she could not explain her rebirth. Such an astonishing matter would be hard for anyone to believe if she spoke of it. Moreover, even if she didn't warn them, the Xuantian sect would certainly take precautions against any possibilities on the critical day tomorrow. The key fortune teller Wu Daoqing. On the day of the grand ceremony, Wu Daoqing predicted great secrets at the Xuantian sect's demon battlefield related to the Taiyi sect's treasure, which is the opportunity for Liang Mingxi to break through to the master realm. The 3 elders of the Taiyi sect, known as Sun, Moon, and Stars, went completely mad, insisting on entering the demon battlefield. The Xuantian sect, holding a clear conscience, allowed them to enter and investigate. Those who went down were all of the supreme realm, and Yunqi was unaware of the specific situation, only knowing that Elder Xingzuan lost his mind, triggering a heavenly tribulation in the demon battlefield. Years later, when the ancient clan invaded, fortune teller Wu Daoqing became the front line for the ancient clan, and only then did people realize it was all a plot. Yunxi's goal on this journey was to eliminate Wu Daoqing. This person was inherently despicable and fond of beauty, if she was confident she could kill him. However, plans rarely match reality. Yunqi encountered her first problem. She did not know where Wu Daoqing was. Wu Daoqing was a wandering cultivator, and the Xuantian sect could have arranged him in any one of the spirit peaks. She walked through the mountains, pondering a solution. Unintentionally, she arrived at Tongtian Peak, where a group of talented youths had gathered. The disciples of the Xuantian sect were confronting those from the Taiyi sect. After listening for a while, Yunqi realized, just like in her previous life, that the Taiyi sect was holding a ceremony here. Holding a ceremony in someone else's territory was a direct slap in the face dominating the event. The purpose of the Taiyi sect this time was precisely to overshadow the Xuantian sect nitpicking at every opportunity. Their reasoning was grandiose. They claimed that taking advantage of such a rare event as the Xuantian Grand Ceremony, they wanted to impart the martial classics to the guests from all directions. The martial classics was hailed as the #1 strange book of the northern region, a treasure of the Taiyi sect. While it was impossible to actually teach it, they could at least use it to preach. The martial classics was hailed as the #1 strange book of the northern region, a treasure of the Taiyi sect. While it was impossible to actually teach it, they could at least use it to preach. If the Xuantian sect were to stop them, they would be labeled as petty. The higher-ups of the sect reached a consensus and tacit understanding, but the disciples below were not concerned with such matters. The disciples of the Xuantian sect could no longer hold back and directly came to disrupt the event. Regrettably, they left in disgrace as the Taiyi sect brought out the Taichin Yutian Bu to challenge the Xuantian sect's Yutian Bu. If you are not convinced our two sects can continue to comprehend the Yutian Bu, just as Yunshi thought, a disciple from the Taiyi sect shouted. Zhou Muchan, the younger brother of Zhou Mutian #1 on the potential dragon, ranking a standout among the second stage of the innate realm in the Taiyi sect. Unfortunately, the Taiyi sect had a Gu Chang'e overshadowing all his glory. Yunshi gently shook her head, for her now such disputes among youths were truly too childish. The Xuantian sun has arrived. Just as Yunshi was about to leave, she heard the excited voices of the Xuantian sect disciples. It seemed the Xuantian sun was capable of subduing the Taiyi sect's pride. Yet Yunshi knew that the Xuantian sun Lei Qianjue excelled in the divine Elephant Town prison technique and was not adept in Yutian Bu. A glimpse caught her off guard, and Yunshi trembled, filled with disbelief. The one surrounded by the disciples of the Xuantian sect was not Lei Qianjue, but a uniquely charming and extraordinarily handsome youth. Is he the Xuantian sun? Yunshi asked a nearby disciple of the Xuantian sect. The disciple of the Xuantian sect, annoyed by the Taiyi sect's actions, was about to respond when he saw such a beautiful girl and immediately said, "Yes, he is the Xuantian sun. But he is not Lei Qianjue." Yunshi said, her cherry lips slightly parted. No one said Lei Qianjue was the Xuantian sun, the disciple replied, confused. The Xuantian sun had always been Shen Ming. In ancient times, the title sun was bestowed upon those of high virtue and reputation, a tradition that continued to this day. Xuantian the sun, representing the consensus among disciples of the second stage of the innate realm. There was one and only one. Youngsis' scalp tingled and her heart raced. She had made the mistake of preconceived notions. In her previous life, the Xuantian sun was Lei Qianjue. But that did not mean it was the same in this life. In this life, it was a disciple named Shen Ming. Yunshi could not believe it. Ever since her rebirth, everything had unfolded as she knew it. She had never been wrong. But now, the river of time had diverged. At this moment, the figure of the disciple, named Shen Ming, loomed large in her pupils. Who is this person? On Tantian Peak in the Xuantian Square, Shen Ming's expression was stern, with a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Taiyi sect establishing a teaching ground in their territory was truly an affront. As the Xuantian sun, he could not stand idly by. Are you the Xuantian sun? Zhou Muqin, around 17 or 18 years old, had well-defined features and upward slanting narrow eyes that made his provocative expression particularly irritating. You Xuantian sect are too selfish. In merely delivering teachings, don't you want to hear the martial classics? Your Xuantian sect disciples would surely want to listen. Zhou Muqin pointed towards the Xuantian sect disciples in the crowd behind him. Shen Ming looked over and saw that they were all young disciples, likely deceived by the other side, or perhaps truly unable to discern the priority. Senior brother Shen, look, the elders haven't said anything. A female disciple from the inner sect of Xuantian stepped forward to advise. Senior brother Zhou and the others mean well discussing martial arts. Shen Ming frowned. He could tell from the girl's words that she held admiration for the Taiyi sect disciples. The Taiyi sect flaunted its strength to attract those who idolized power. Fortunately, not all Xuantian sect disciples were like that. Zhang Shui, come here. The girl's senior brother reprimanded her. Zhang Shui silently walked away, her expression one of great grievance. Everyone, do you want to hear the martial classics? Shen Ming asked the visitors in the square. Shen Ming declared loudly. On what basis are you speaking for me? Zhou Muqin shouted. What? The generous Taiyi sect disciples are willing to lecture. Shen Ming declared loudly. On what basis are you speaking for me? Zhou Muqin shouted. What? The generous Taiyi sect disciples are willing to lecture at my Xuantian sect. They should speak for 3 days and nights at their own home. Shen Ming remarked. Zhou Mukin was infuriated, especially as he saw the onlookers looking at him with eager anticipation. He forced a cold smile, pretending to remain calm. When arguing with someone, one must never be hasty. Then I will begin with the Xuantian Sect and teach you the insights of Taichin Yu Tian Bu. Zhou Mukin countered. Heh. Shen Ming knew from his senior sister Su Lingyue about the conflict between the Tai Sect and the Xuantian Sect regarding Yu Tian Bu. He didn't believe that the other side would truly impart their insights. They would surely mix in falsehoods. Can falsehoods be cultivated? Certainly not, Shen Ming thought. Aren't you afraid? Zhou Mukin said with a smug smile. A true disciple of the Xuantian Sect reprimanded. Who doesn't know that you fabricate stories and still dares to be proud? Then how about this? Let us compete. If you defeat me, I will make a martial oath and teach you Taichin Yu Tian Bu. If you cannot, you must allow me to lecture here. Zhou Mukin said. Agreed. Shen Ming accepted. The martial oath certainly wouldn't be false. Zhou Mukin laughed inwardly. A martial oath couldn't be faked. However, the insights of Taichin Yu Tian Bu were rooted in the martial classics. Without the martial classics, one could not grasp the true techniques. His martial oath was to impart insights on Taichin Yu Tian Bu without mentioning the martial classics. This was Zhou Mukin's small cleverness. The fight is about to begin. The crowd in the square was extremely excited. No matter how intense the verbal sparring, it was nothing compared to the reality of fists and feet. They instinctively stepped back, clearing a large area in Xuantian Square. The Tai Sect's Gu Chang'e concealed the brilliance of all the second-level disciples. However, Zhou Mukin was not weak and was at the 5th level of divine concealment. Zhou Mukin of the Tai Sect has a nickname, the Invincible Dust King. The Invincible Dust King. Is he stronger than Gu Chang'e? I only said invincible, not that he wins. It turned out that Zhou Mukin practiced immovable as a mountain, a top-tier defensive technique. No wonder his challenge was so misleading. It was intentional. Someone realized. The Xuantian Sun divine concealment. 2nd level. Shen Ming mobilized his true essence, and everyone discovered the cultivation level of this Xuantian Sun. Gasps erupted like a tsunami. Was this a bit too playful? Of course they wouldn't think that the Xuantian Sun was ordinary. He surely had some special talent. But what talent could bridge the gap of 3 levels? If Shen Ming were at the 3rd level of divine concealment, they would be more attentive and waiting. As for the 2nd level of divine concealment, ha ha ha. Zhou Mukin seemed to see the greatest joke. He had just proposed a duel, and yet with immovable as a mountain he battled to a standstill against the Xuantian Sun. Who would have thought that this Xuantian Sun had such low cultivation? Mountain-suppressing style. Zhou Mukin directly attacked large and bold, his true essence surging forth as if a mountain was pressing forward. A martial artist primarily focused on defense actively attacked, showcasing his confidence. Likewise, his flaws were numerous. Shen Ming glanced and formulated 13 counter-strategies in his mind. With so many flaws, he didn't even know where to start. Tai Sect disciples shouldn't be this inadequate. Could it be deliberate? Shen Ming wanted to respond with an ancient king fist, but felt it was inappropriate. Divine elephant crashing heaven. Roar. The power of the dragon elephant when unleashed would roar like a dragon. In an instant the surrounding air twisted, and Shen Ming leaped off the ground, soaring out. The crowd seemed to see an ancient divine elephant charging out from chaos, emanating endless majesty and power. As if a meteorite collided, Zhou Mukin fully received this strike in midair. With a loud crash, the ground collapsed and rocks fell. Zhou Mukin crashed heavily to the ground, and sounds of bones cracking could be heard. His hair was disheveled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He still wanted to pretend nothing happened. However, as soon as he got up, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd looked at each other. They weren't ready, and it was already over. I thought you were intentionally leaving flaws. Had I known, I would have held back. Shen Ming felt a bit scared. Fortunately, this person had sufficient defense, and he did not use all his dragon elephant particles. Otherwise, he would have truly killed the person on the spot. Next time, be more cautious. You have too many flaws, Shen Ming kindly reminded. Zhou Mukin's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Senior brother Zhou. Disciples of the Tai Sect rushed forward, some feeding him medicine, while others charged at Shen Ming. Can't take a loss. On the Xuantian Sect side, Lei Qianjue, with eyes full of lightning, led his disciples to surround Shen Ming. That Zhang Shui was among them too. It is human nature to admire strength, yet those easily dazzled by it often fall prey to those who boast. Zhang Shui was the type to stand with whoever was stronger. Shen Ming's earlier strike shattered the illusion the Tai Sect had created. The disciples of the Xuantian Sect and the Tai Sect were on the verge of confrontation. Enough. In the end, it was Zhou Mukin who stopped his fellow disciples. After taking a healing pill, his complexion improved considerably, but he was unable to mobilize his true essence and felt weaker than before. Xuantian Sunyu. Zhou Mukin wanted to retort. You're still able to speak good. Hand over the insights of Tai Ching, Yu Tianbu now. All right. Zhou Mukin gritted his teeth and handed over the insights, eager to see what Shen Ming could make of it. Insights on martial arts techniques are often concise, rarely exceeding 100 characters, with each character representing countless hours of dedication. Therefore, a slight deviation can lead to dire consequences. A single mistake could result in losing oneself to madness, causing one's martial arts realm to regress. The notorious reputation of the Tai sect made Shen Ming naturally skeptical. However, Zhou Mukin's martial oath was a different matter. Violating the oath would hinder one's martial progress. The other party wouldn't risk their future just to deceive him. Thus, Shen Ming accepted the insights presented to him. The tense atmosphere in the square became subtly charged. The disciples of the Xuantian Sect practicing the Yu Tianbu were somewhat anxious. Long ago, their senior brothers and sisters had warned them about the Tai sect. This time, based on the martial oath, it should be different. Let me make it clear, if there is even a single word that is false, if you fail to master the Yu Tianbu, it means you have a shallow understanding, Zhou Mukin provocatively remarked. He currently lacked the strength to act, relying solely on his words. Insights are not techniques that require daily practice. Understanding their essence can lead to a profound revelation. What is there to fear? Shen Ming replied. Soon someone brought a cushion and placed it on the ground. How delightful. Under everyone's gaze, he comprehends the insights derived from my martial oath, and when he loses his mind, it will become a grand joke. Seeing him seated on the cushion reading the insights, Zhou Mukin thought about what would happen next and felt that he could accept his defeat. By Lichuan demonstrate the Tai sects, Ta Qin Yu Tianbu. Zhou Mukin said. Among the disciples of the Tai sect, a young man stepped forward. Clad in a white robe, standing tall like a pine, he moved slightly, and his figure shot out like lightning. Stepping on the void with each footfall, the air rippled slightly, creating layers of waves. Although he did not fly, he raced through the square with incredible speed. Fast as lightning, he exuded a mysterious rhythm. The martial artists in the square gasped in awe, marveling at the true essence of the Tai sect. Bai Lichuan was only at the second stage of the innate realm. If he reached the third stage, wouldn't he be able to traverse the mountains and walk on air? Compared to the Ta Qin Yu Tianbu, your Xuantian sects, Yu Tianbu only scratches the surface. The lack of progress over the years is due to not being on the same level. The disciples of the Xuantian sect were enraged. I am done. At this moment, Shen Ming stood up, a joyful expression on his face. Understanding the insights did not take long. Grasping the profound meanings within could elevate one's existing martial arts understanding. What have you understood? Seeing his demeanor, which showed no signs of losing his mind, Zhou Mukin assumed he was merely putting on a show. Shen Ming said nothing, stepping forward, and began to dash across the square like Bai Lichuan. Electricity surged beneath his feet, arcs of lightning danced in the air. Compared to Bai Lichuan, Shen Ming's Ta Qin Yu Tianbu was different, more rapid, related to his innate true energy. Zhou Mukin was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Despite minor differences, this was indeed the Ta Qin Yu Tianbu, surpassing Bai Lichuan without question. The problem was that the insights were based on the foundation of the Wu Jing. Without the Wu Jing, the insights were like a castle in the air. Zhou Mukin vaguely realized he had created a catastrophe. Xuantianzi, the law must not be transmitted lightly. I only mentioned teaching you the insights. You must not impart them to others. Zhou Mukin attempted to salvage the situation. Shen Ming felt a hint of regret, as he had intended to share it with other disciples of the Xuantian sect. However, there was indeed some truth to this. Zhou Mukin remained anxious, planning to find his brother to explain the situation, leading the Tai sect's group to depart. As for the venue, it naturally was not a priority. The disciples of the Xuantian sect cheered in unison. Shen Ming had defeated the Tai sect and successfully mastered the Ta Qin Yu Tianbu. What a relief! It was truly refreshing. On the ancient tree, Yunxi lightly tapped the branches with her toes, witnessing everything that had transpired. The past has changed. He has severed the causal threads of time. Regarding this outcome, Yunxi was more shocked than anyone else. Because in her memory today, this affair was a triumph for the Tai sect. Now the people of the Tai sect left with their tails between their legs. A great turmoil surged within Yunxi's heart. At that moment, a strong sense of unease arose. Since her rebirth, she had known everything about people and events, grasping the overall situation. The emergence of this stranger disrupted the past, altered the present, and influenced the future. After digesting this unease, Yunqi wondered whether this Xuantian was good or bad. The standards of good and bad, of course, did not refer to kindness, but rather how he would face the ancient clans. Jiang Chongkong acted as the butcher for the ancient clan, killing off more than half of the Jiang family with the first strike. The Ji family, cunning and treacherous, fought for power and profit under the guise of resisting the ancient clan. In times of chaos, she had seen the ugly sides of many people. Yunqi feared that if this Xuantian sided with the ancient clan, it would undermine her plans. She must get to the bottom of it. Senior brother Shen, that princess from the Tianlan dynasty, has been watching you intently, Lei Qianjue remarked. With so many people watching, you are the only one who is my senior brother, Shen Ming replied. No, back during the Demon Tower incident, I called you senior brother because you were stronger than me in charging the tower. Now it's because you are indeed stronger. That princess looks at you differently from the others. You won't let her down, will you? Lei Qianjue felt a sense of camaraderie with Shen Ming, excited, as if he had found a kindred spirit. If you want to become a candidate for the Divine Sun, you must rank first on both. Lei Qianjue felt a sense of camaraderie with Shen Ming, excited, as if he had found a kindred spirit. If you want to become a candidate for the Divine Sun, you must rank first on both the heaven and earth lists. How about we have a match today? You just mastered the Ta Qin Yu Tian Bu and haven't had any practical combat experience to prepare for Guchanga tomorrow, Lei Qianjue said. Of course I'm up for it. Shen Ming was somewhat surprised this was good for him, as a fierce battle would test his results. However, Lei Qianjue being the top of the earth list would require him to pick a good day for the challenge. Let's go. Lei Qianjue took the initiative to invite him. In truth, Shen Ming's previous performance had earned Lei Qianjue's recognition of this Xuantian. Originally as the top of the earth list, he was not convinced about Shen Ming becoming the Xuantian. It was not about being magnanimous or not. In the competition of the Tao, some matters simply had to be contested. The two decided not to make their fight public to avoid hurting feelings and to conceal Shen Ming's strength. They entered the inner domain and competed under the rankings of Fengyan Peak. Lei Qianjue, possessing the 5 thunder body, was filled with the power of thunder. He practiced the divine elephant suppressing prison technique and unleashed the divine elephant crash, truly achieving a force akin to thunder. Shen Ming had to go all out with his Wuji true energy spreading throughout his body. The Wuji true energy completely neutralized the thunder, preventing his body from becoming paralyzed. After a quarter of an hour of fierce battle, they finally determined the victor. The rankings on Fengyan Peak shifted. First, Shen Ming. On a winter night, the moon hung cold and distant. A luminous pearl set against the inky expanse of heaven. Beneath it lay Xuantian Cliff of the Xuantian Sect, famed as a clandestine rendezvous for disciples of both sexes. Yet with the Xuantian grand ceremony approaching, and winter's grip tightening, few dared venture here. And yet upon a smooth slab of bluish stone a woman in imperial robes danced alone. She wore a pale blue gauzy gown, its hem fluttered softly in the breeze, dissolving into the silver hush of moonlight. Her fair skin glowed with a gentle luminescence beneath the lunar radiance, smooth, warm, and flawless as finest mutton fat jade. Her figure was exquisite, supple as willow, lithe as mist. Bare feet rested upon the polished stone, delicate arches, alabaster insteps, slender toes, all perfect in their grace. Li Xiao Luo, senior sister of the inner domain of the Xuantian Sect. Nearby, a refined and handsome youth sat before an ancient zither, fingers poised above its strings. The zither's crystalline tones wove seamlessly with the guqin's resonant depth, harmonies so ethereal they seemed born of heaven itself. Li Yingyi, senior brother of the inner domain. Senior brother Li, she murmured, cheeks blooming like peach blossoms, slipping her slender feet into silken slippers with quiet reverence. She had long admired him, yet her affection remained unrequited. He pursued the Tao with serene detachment, his heart untouched by worldly yearning. Tonight, however, he had invited her to Xuantian Cliff, to dance, to play, to kindle tender sentiment. Tomorrow is the Xuantian grand ceremony, he said quietly. Some matters cannot linger unresolved. Li Xiao Luo flushed, deeply certain he spoke of them. What a beautiful moon tonight, she whispered, veiled and shy. Indeed, he replied, and gently folded away his guqin. Sister, I've just experienced an epiphany. I must meditate at once. She paused, startled. Why now of all moments? Yet she bowed silently and withdrew. After all, cultivation was paramount. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yingyi's ethereal aura hardened into something icy and sharp. Have you washed your fillet? He asked, voice glacial. From the shadows emerged an alert elder, of medium height, clad in toned robes. A sly, unsettling smile flickered at the corner of his lips. Brother, you've quite a way with women. She follows your every word. Li Yingyi's tone turned frostbound. I fulfilled my end. Now honor yours. Rest assured, Wu Daoqing still holds some measure of credibility. The man chuckled low. A wandering cultivator renowned across the northern region for divination and esoteric prognostication. Li Yingyi sought only one person, the heir of the Jiang clan. Yet his search had yielded nothing but doubt. Each name on the list seemed plausible and equally impossible. In frustration, he learned the Xuantian Sect had summoned Wu Daoqing, the legendary diviner of the north. To his astonishment, the old man demanded no treasure, only a performance, a sensual dance. Not by any common courtesan, but by a true disciple of the Xuantian Sect. Thus the earlier scene had unfolded. Brother, why seek the Jiang heir? What is he to you? Wu Daoqing smiled amiably. Why ask so many questions? Li Yingyi would reveal nothing of himself. The more I know, the sharper the divination, came the reply. Enough empty talk, Li Yingyi retorted unmoved. Wu Daoqing merely smiled, not out of confidence, but calculation. He'd hoped to gain leverage over this Xuantian disciple, only to find him far more guarded than expected. Hand me the list, he said. Li Yingyi passed over the roster of inner domain disciples he had painstaking. Wu Daoqing began his divination. No tools, no talismans. Only his hands weaving arcane sigils that shimmered into existence at his fingertips. Li Yingyi's pupils contracted. Finding the Jiang heir meant seizing control of fate itself. The one you seek is not among these names, Wu Daoqing declared. You dare mock me? Li Yingyi's gaze turned lethal. Young man, I am a sovereign realm cultivator. Show respect. To deceive in such matters would cost me my standing across the entire northern region. On this his authority brooked no challenge. Li Yingyi's brow furrowed. All his effort, wasted. Are you certain the Jiang heir resides within the Xuantian Sect? Wu Daoqing asked. I am. Then I may perform the grand divination art, a profound celestial technique capable of scanning the entire Xuantian Sect. But the price? His grin turned lewd, shameless. Impossible. Li Yingyi understood instantly. Not impossible. I've seen countless women surrender their bodies for the men they love, even sustain them with their own flesh and spirit. That young disciple clearly adores you. Tell her you're dying. Tell her you'll perish without her help. She'll yield, I guarantee it. Li Yingyi said nothing, turned and walked away. Wu Daoqing chuckled darkly, drifting toward the bluish stone where Li Xiao Luo had danced, inhaling the lingering fragrance with rapturous delight. He knew this disciple would return. Let me see where the Jiang heir hides. And so he activated the grand divination art, determined to uncover the truth. He sought no virtue, only knowledge. What grudge-bound Li Yingyi and the Jiang heir, and perhaps profit on both sides. He could even sell Li Yingyi to the Jiang heir himself. Moreover, if the Jiang heir truly dwelled within the Xuantian Sect, the ancient sovereign would rejoice. Holding the Jiang clan hostage would be effortless. What a bountiful day. He channeled the grand divination art, his eyes blazed with radiant light, golden sigils spiraled around his body. He now knew the heir's true name, approximate age, and general location. The art succeeded. His vision soared high above the Xuantian mountain range, then narrowed, descending into the inner domain of the Xuantian Sect. It focused further, into Shueiyue Cave Heaven, onto a specific peak. One final gaze would reveal the Jiang heir. Even if concealed by spirit artifacts warding against scrying, Wu Daoqing now possessed enough to confront Li Yingyi. Pride swelled in his chest. He owed his renown across the northern region to this very art. Then his smile froze. White light fissured within his eye sockets. His vision expanded again, not upon the Jiang heir, but upon an infinite cosmic expanse, stars swirling in silent, boundless void. A sharp pop, and Wu Daoqing's body swelled violently, exploding into crimson mist before half a second had passed. The divine calculator of the northern region was gone, erased from existence. Inside the inner domain, Xiaoyao Peak. Snap! In his sleep, Shen Ming heard a faint buzzing. Thinking it a mosquito, he slapped blindly at the air. Nothing struck. There are no mosquitoes in a celestial cave realm, he muttered, shaking his head. Surely it was illusion. Nerves, perhaps, before tomorrow's Xuantian grand ceremony. Checking the time, he decided against more sleep and stepped out of his cave abode to wander Xiaoyao Peak at leisure. Today's battle with senior brother Lei had been revelatory. His mastery of the Taiching soaring steps had elevated his combat prowess by a full tier. Just then a scream pierced the air, coming from the spirit pool. Thief! Shen Ming surged forward, fury blazing in his stride. A few minutes ago, Yunxi infiltrated the inner domain of the Xuantian Sect, weaving through various caves as she approached the Xiaoyao Peak. As one of the top 10 sects, Xuantian Sect possessed first-rate formations and restrictions. Especially on such a significant day as the Xuantian Grand Ceremony, there were people patrolling everywhere. Yunxi at the third stage of the innate realm moved as if in a world devoid of others, for she had mastered the Shui Lan Dun Tian technique. This was a secret technique of the Tianlan ancient kingdom, lost for many years. Yunxi, leveraging her advantage, located the secret treasure of a certain ancestor king and learned this technique. The Shui Lan Dun Tian technique allows one to ignore restrictions and move through the water. She learned that the Xuantian master was located at Shaoyao Peak in the Shuiwei cave. Directionally, she employed the Shui Lan Dun Tian technique as if she were in an underwater world. Looking up, she could see glowing orbs, each representing different destinations. Found it. Combining the information she had gathered, she confirmed that the glowing orb represented Shaoyao Peak surfacing in the spirit pool of Shaoyao Peak. Such powerful spiritual essence, the Xuantian Sect truly values him. Her graceful figure resembled a water lily emerging from the water, with her enchanting eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted a head floating on the water's surface. It was a woman's head shrouded in a hazy mist, staring at her with wide eyes. She had experienced numerous fierce battles and traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In novels, such individuals often had hearts as unyielding as rock, unafraid of anything. In reality, being able to remain unaffected by the battlefield and maintain a normal mindset was already a rare feat. The human heart does not continuously strengthen like cultivation realms. Otherwise, the supreme beings of heaven and earth would never make mistakes, and those at the dominion realm would have no emotions. The truth is, even the emperor has emotions. Having lived again, she understood that in the long years to come, one must maintain a calm heart. Oh, at this moment her heart raced like thunder, and she let out a loud scream as the secret technique uncontrollably floundered in the water. Which good person would place a dead head in the spirit pool? For a moment she thought she had stumbled into a demonic sect. After finally reaching the shore, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her hair, as dark as ink, clung wetly to her fair cheeks, with a few unruly strands cascading down her shoulders, glistening droplets slowly rolling off. Dressed in a light blue ancient robe that clung tightly to her exquisite figure, it outlined her graceful curves. She wore a veil that could obscure divine senses, rendering her beautiful face somewhat hazy. She looked at the head, discovering a crystalline layer on the outside. Shen Ming body. Having frequented various ancient tombs, she was well informed and recognized the situation of the girl underwater. Only then did she realize she had misunderstood. She felt a surge of frustration. During the transformation of the Shen Ming body, one is immune to all damage and does not require breathing. To calmly place a head on the water's surface, combined with the color of the spirit pool, she initially thought it was a dead person's head. Was this intentional? Ancient King's fist. Just then a sharp sound of breaking air erupted as Shen Ming appeared. Trespassing Shaoyao Peak in the dead of night, he could only be either a thief or a rogue. Shen Ming had never known to cherish beauty, always striking with heavy punches. She moved lightly, leaving behind an afterimage as she dodged to the side. Shen Ming's punch struck the phantom as if his fist had sunk into ice. Third stage of the innate realms. Shen Ming was taken aback. This woman, seemingly of similar age, was actually a whole major realm ahead of him. This was quite unusual in the northern region, where the average age of the top 10 on the Qianlong list was 21. A girl of 15 or 16 reaching the second stage of the innate realm was already a standout among formidable forces. Had this girl been cultivating since she was in her mother's womb? Shen Ming made the mistake of preconception, thinking he could easily subdue her. Without a second thought, he took out the Mountain River order to notify the elders. She furrowed her brows lightly. If she needed to subdue Shen Ming, or else it would be impossible to explain to the higher-ups of the Xuantian Sect. However, she found that after the earlier panic, she could not control her power. She could still strike, but she couldn't gauge her strength, which could potentially harm Shen Ming. This was also not what she wanted to see. In a moment of desperation, she said, "Ancient monarch Tuoba Yun by D City Dawn battle." These terms could only be understood by someone who knows the future. The ancient monarch, a powerful being of the ancient clan who initiated the invasion of the northern region. Tuoba Yun, the first prodigy of the ancient clan, overshadowing the northern region's heroes. By D City, the largest city in the northern region and the first target of the ancient clan's massacre, with millions dead and rivers of blood. The Dawn battle was the final counterattack against the ancient clan, so brutal that it still made her heart race at the thought. She needed to ascertain whether Shen Ming was like herself, a reincarnator. Only a reincarnator could break free from the past. Shen Ming furrowed his brow and indeed set down the Mountain River order. Yunshi was both surprised and delighted, her emotions too complex to express in words at this moment. It turned out she was not alone. During the Sin Emperor's relics, there was someone else who had also been reborn. If you go that way, you can return to the outer domain. This is the inner domain, and outsiders cannot break in. Do you understand? Can you hear me? Shen Ming said. Yunshi was momentarily stunned. His words seemed nonsensical, especially the tone in which Shen Ming spoke, as if he were trying to coax a child. He even asked her if she could understand him. "All right, I'll take you out." Shen Ming, seeing her unresponsive, felt a bit helpless, sympathy evident in his eyes. It turned out she was a fool. This was his first reaction to what Yunshi had said. Indeed, if she weren't a fool, why would she be bathing in the spirit pool in the middle of the night? Not even taking off her clothes or shoes, she simply entered the water. What else could she be but a fool? The veil on her face must have been because her family thought it would be embarrassing. Indeed, heaven is fair. A powerful cultivation talent comes at the cost of one's sanity. Yunshi realized Shen Ming's meaning, her face beneath the veil flushed with alternating colors. She was being treated as an idiot. Instinctively, she wanted to explain, but hearing that Shen Ming wanted to take her out, this could be considered the best solution at the moment. She must not alert the higher-ups of the Xuantian Sect. Holding on to this thought, the princess of the Tianlan dynasty, after some internal struggle, inadvertently opened her mouth. "Abba, Abba." As the words left her mouth, she wished she could find a hole to burrow into. Fortunately, she saw the look of increasing sympathy on the face of this Xuantian master. At that moment, the young man grasped her delicate white wrist. Yunshi was startled, realizing this was a rogue who was trying to take advantage of her. "Don't be afraid, I am a good person. He'll take you out." Shen Ming smiled gently, his voice sincere, his eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. Yunshi saw no trace of malice in his face, which made her feel a twinge of guilt for her earlier anger. She had trespassed Xiaoyao Peak at night, disturbing the Xuantian master and causing him trouble. However, this Xuantian master, mistaking her for a fool, showed no signs of disdain or dislike. The breadth of his heart was something she could not fathom. The next moment, she opened her mouth. "Abba, Abba." The first Abba expressed gratitude, while the second Abba conveyed an apology. "Is this the place? Abba, do not trespass into the inner domain again. Abba, farewell. Abba, outer domain," at a guest pavilion on Deqiong Peak. After escorting the person inside, Shen Ming departed aboard a flying boat. Yunshi watched the departing figure and felt a weight lift from her chest. Tonight, the princess had learned that pretending to be a fool was no easy act. Upon entering the palace, her expression froze. A court maid stood waiting in the courtyard. The maid's expression was subtly complex, her eyes betraying a trace of puzzlement. Yunshi had known her feigned dullness moments ago had been overheard by this confidant. "Princess, there is news of Wu Daoqing." The maid hurriedly broke the awkward silence. A flash of murderous intent crossed Yunxi's eyes as she pressed for details. She learned that Wu Daoqing had fallen at Zhuixing Cliff. His body had vanished, leaving only a churn of blood mist. Had an enforcement elder not chanced upon the scene, it might never have been discovered. Yunshi had long kept tabs on Wu Daoqing's whereabouts. When the Xuantian Sect investigated, the maid received the news. How did he die? The Xuantian Sect's preliminary judgment is that he suffered an accident while performing a grand divination art. This? Yunshi was at a loss for words. The grand divination was Wu Daoqing's signature technique, and it had never failed. Precisely because of that, he would have declared at tomorrow's grand ceremony that Tai Min had lost an item on the Tianma battlefield. Even one at the Dominator realm conducting such divination could not be left with no remains. The grand divination can backlash severely, attempting to deduce the secrets of the heavenly way or to glimpse the condition of an ancient emperor can bring a dreadful fate. Wu Daoqing could not have made such a mistake. In her past life, nothing like this had occurred. Because it was daytime, Yunxi's mind immediately turned to the Xuantian Sect she had seen earlier. Soon she shook her head. She did not believe it possible. The Xuantian Sect was in the innate second realm. Even with a treasure that prevents prying, he could not have harmed Wu Daoqing. Could my subtle changes over the past half-year have triggered a chain reaction? Yunshi already understood that every development carries constants and variables. A minute alteration can alter the course of things. In the past 6 months, she had raided the ruins of the Tianlan ancient kingdom and retrieved many items absent from her previous life. But lacking sufficient information, Yunshi could not reach a definitive conclusion. She knew only one thing: this was favorable. With Wu Daoqing dead, Tai Min no longer had adequate cause to enter the Tianma battlefield. Everything was moving in a promising direction. Yunshi no longer resented such variables. The next day, the first day of the new year, Tongtian Peak rose like a pillar upholding the sky. Mists wreathed the summit, and auspicious qi flowed like countless threads. The Xuantian grand ceremony formally began. The peak's crest was arranged with spectacular splendor. On the broad plateau stood countless jade tables laden with rare delicacies and vials of exquisite nectar. At the center of the square rose a colossal celestial peach tree, its branches heavy with ripe pantau peaches that filled the air with a tempting perfume. Guests entered in sequence according to their cultivation and rank. Those assembled on the mid-mountain craned their necks and stared intently. Heavenly supreme-level figures glided through the air, their presences formidable, some like primeval beasts, others restrained and unfathomable. All were long-renowned champions of the northern domain and awe-inspiring to behold. The younger generation, too, was extraordinary. A golden true dragon surged skyward, and upon reaching the peak transformed into a tall, erect silhouette. From the Ji family came Ji Xian. In the void, an 8-tetragram disk like sun and moon revolved with profound mystery. Ahead stood a towering figure, proud and radiating incomparable pressure. From the Zhang family came Jiang Chongkong. A sovereign canopy slowly materialized, forged of purple gold and emitting a mysterious radiance. Beneath that canopy, a purple-gold throne held a youth whose aura spoke of royalty. From the Tianlan dynasty came Wang Tong. The three of them had, even in the innate third realm, cultivated their phenomena to the point of making an entrance from the sky. By contrast, sect disciples were far more restrained. In the order of the hidden dragon roster, Zhou Mutian, Li Li Wentian, and Dan Tai Jin took the stage one after another. They displayed no grand phenomena, though some possessed exceptional talents. To elevate a phenomenon to match the first three would require vast resources. Sect disciples allocated resources with fairness in mind. They could not, like noble houses or dynasties, pour everything into a single individual. Sect disciples relied on martial cultivation and the power of their realms. Within sect doctrine, the cultivation of grand phenomena was left for after the attainment of the supreme realm. Shen Ming made no ostentatious entrance. He was not a guest. As Xuantian, he occupied a conspicuous place from the outset. He wore cyan and gold battle armor and thunderstride boots, the Mingxin sword lying at the table's edge. His Shinsong second-layer cultivation seemed at odds with such a gathering. Yet under his extraordinary bearing, he blended perfectly into the scene. Every visitor cast glances his way. Especially those from Taimen. Zhou Mutian, ranked first, looked him over more than once. Shen Ming's attention, however, was fixed on the Jiang family's guest. He is Jiang Chongkong, my paternal cousin. Among the great houses, the branches guarded their privacy fiercely. Shen Ming had only heard the name before, and this was the first time he had seen him. Jiang Chongkong wore a purple-black robe. The void around him crackled with electricity as vast spiritual energy rolled about him, a clear demonstration of the Jiang family's strength among the younger generation. Shen Ming felt some displeasure, though not born of envy. At such an important event, his father ought to be present. Though his household likely knew of his renown as Xuantian, he preferred to stand before his father and speak it himself. Instead, Jiang Chongkong had come. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a neutral elder, otherwise Shen Ming might have begun to worry about his father's standing. Observing the mighty phenomenon around Jiang Chongkong, Shen Ming took advantage of the still incomplete arrival of guests and sought out the transmission elder. Elder for an innate sacred body, the Taishang Dao Tai. What sort of manifest phenomenon would one display, eh? Shen Ming asked. The transmission elder, resplendent in finery and holding a cup of wine, was all smiles. To witness such an event in one's lifetime was a rare delight. He was about to take a sip. At Shen Ming's question, he froze. Lower your voice. The elder hastily gripped Shen Ming. With formidable figures gathered and spiritual senses spread about, if others heard, it would be mortifying. In truth, the elder had fabricated the terms innate sacred body and Taishang Dao Dai. This Jiang family heir should surely know better. Why ask me such a thing? The transmission elder found it inexplicable. During the last visit by the Jiang family, he had assumed a tacit understanding existed between them and Shen Ming. Suddenly, the elder cast his eyes over the gathering of young talents present. He guessed the Jiang heir, having seen tangible constitutions like the true dragon bloodline, the void emperor body, or the human emperor body, wanted a decisive answer. But the point remained, how could someone not know his own constitution and come ask me? It was like the case of the Wuji Xingong. Other heavenly level arts were used to stand in for a name to avoid trouble. Likewise, whatever the heir's true constitution, it must not be revealed. Yet to show off, he wanted a precise declaration. Such as youth. Had he been a grown man, the transmission elder might have scorned him. Instead, he simply chuckled. You want me to invent one? Very well, they'll make it grand.